Chapter 81 Bonfire. When the people around heard Xiao Lu's words, they were all stunned. Even Song Jian stopped and looked at Xiao Lu, suppressing the murderous intent in his heart. Brother, I'm really sorry. We didn't know that this villa already had an owner. We are really sorry for barging in. We're sorry. We'll leave now and get out of here. Xiao Lu nodded and said to Song Jian with a smile on his face. Brother, you've made me feel a little incoherent. Song Jian had a blank expression on his face. But the murderous intent that he had accumulated with great difficulty was released, and the violent emotions that had inexplicably surged in his heart gradually subsided. Seeing Xiao Lu kicking the others and asking them to put away their weapons, Song Jian suddenly felt bored and waved at them, signaling them to leave. Brother, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. Xiao Lu bowed and apologized to Song Jian, while pulling a few people out of the villa quickly. Until a few hundred meters away, Xiao Lu's face turned pale and sweaty. Boss, what happened to you? Just now, a man next to him asked in confusion. Don't ask. Just remember, if you meet this person in the future, stay away from him. And don't fight him head on. It will kill you. Xiao Lu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said tremblingly. Boss, isn't he just a higher level? What's there to be afraid of? I don't believe that we can't kill him even if we focus our fire on him. Boss, you are too. A man next to him hesitated for a long time and blurted out a word. Too kind. You mean I'm too cowardly? Humph. Don't you find that he is not afraid of so many of us holding weapons against him, but is faintly excited? Xiao Lu patted the back of the man's head hard, and said with some regret, Excited? Several people looked at each other, and suddenly felt a chill and a sense of fear. He is not a serial killer or a wanted criminal in the real world. Right? One person said hesitantly. Okay. Don't talk about him anymore. Just remember my words. Hey, find a place to stay first. And wait and see tomorrow. And find a new place. Xiao Lu's complexion recovered a little, and he shook his head and said, What a pity for my bonfire, which was just lit, and consumed 3 pieces of wood. A young man who was a head shorter than the others muttered in a low voice. But no one paid attention to him, and they all lowered their heads and followed Xiao Lu listlessly. After all, 6 people were scared away by 1 person, which was really a loss of morale. Song Jian watched the 6 figures disappearing, and the murderous intent that had just subsided in his heart surged up again. This time, Song Jian suddenly woke up. What happened to him? Why was he so bloodthirsty? Could it be that he became like this because he killed someone? Murderer. I became a murderer. Song Jian frowned. His mind was in a mess. What he didn't know was that on his chest, the hexagram array was faintly emitting a faint light. They are just some ants. It's nothing to kill them all. The strong should stand on the clouds and look down on everything. Life is so fragile. Just a slight twist can kill them. Those 6 people offended you. Chase them and kill them all. Kill them. It's just a game. Killing is the eternal theme. Kill them all. Kill. 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 Song Jian's face was livid, sweat dripping from his body, and whispers came to his ears, like a girl's low moan, full of temptation, teasing out the violent emotions in his heart again and again. Get out of my mind. Song Jian's face was full of ferocious expression. He roared, and punched the ground. Bang. A dent was made on the hard ground. Pain came from his fist and arm. The low moan in his ear gradually disappeared. Song Jian panted and sat down on the ground. What happened to me? Song Jian's eyes were full of bloodshot. In just a dozen seconds, it was more tiring than fighting a boss. The blood vessels on his forehead bulged, and he looked like he was fished out of a pool. Thinking back, Song Jian was terrified. He almost turned into a beast that only knew how to kill, losing his self-awareness. Even if he was alive, he would be just a walking corpse. I almost died just now. Song Jian took a deep breath, with a look of doubt in his eyes. System, you passed the Night Slayer test, and your will attribute increased by 3 points. System, Night Slayer begins to merge with you, and the fusion time is 12 game hours. After the fusion, your physical fitness will be greatly improved. It turned out to be this thing. Song Jian touched his chest and could feel that the 6-pointed star array on his chest was emitting a trace of heat, rushing towards his body. This trace of heat is very subtle, and it is difficult to feel it if you don't focus on it. Will attribute? There is no such attribute in the personal interface. Song Jian looked at the system prompt and was a little confused. He opened the personal interface and saw that under the 6 major attributes, a row of secondary attributes appeared. But now among Song Jian's secondary attributes, there is only one bare willpower, 9. There are too many things to explore in this game. Song Jian sighed and closed the attribute interface. Just after Song Jian regained consciousness, a tiny silver light appeared in the sky, floating towards Song Jian, covering him for a few seconds, and then slowly disappeared. Until now, Song Jian was still confused and didn't know how to play this game. Fortunately, everything is moving in a good direction now. The wood and stone are enough to transform the villa into a safe house recognized by the system. After the Night Slayer merges with his body, his physical attributes can be greatly improved. It can be imagined that after 12 hours, his strength will be greatly improved, which makes Song Jian happy. After suppressing the violent killing intent in his heart, Song Jian finally set his sights on the burning bonfire. What was surprising was that there was a line of attribute description above the bonfire. Bonfire, Level 1. Effect 1, illuminates the surrounding 3-meter area, which has a deterrent effect on ordinary beasts that are afraid of fire. Effect 2, warms the surrounding 3-meter area and resists the cold. Effect 3, can be used for cooking, requires the culinary arts. Burning degree, 86 out of 100. Construction requirements, wood 3. Fire starter 1. After checking the attributes of this bonfire, Song Jian's eyes lit up. This thing seems to be very useful. Song Jian had plenty of wood, but he just lacked fire starters. However, the bonfire in front of him was the best fire starter. Thinking of this, Song Jian took out 3 pieces of wood and built them up. Then he drew a small flame from the bonfire next to him and ignited the 3 pieces of wood. Soon, a blazing fire appeared in front of Song Jian. System, you successfully lit a bonfire and learned the skill Bonfire Technique. Bonfire Technique, Level 1. Active Skill. Skill Effect, build a blazing bonfire to dispel darkness. Skill Consumption, wood 3. 1 mental power point. Chapter 82, Creating a Safe House I. Another skill that requires mental power. Song Jian glanced at the skill introduction of the bonfire technique he had learned. A little mental power replaced the fire starter, making it more convenient. Otherwise, he would have to find the fire starter every time he performed the bonfire technique, and the fire starter would disappear after each performance. It was really too inconvenient. Now using mental power to replace, it was also a good thing for Song Jian. However, Song Jian's 2 skills that use mental power are now only auxiliary skills, which makes people a little depressed. There are 2 bonfires, so why not take this opportunity to clear the cooking materials in the package? The 16-grid parcel box was too small for Song Jian. At this moment, he suddenly remembered Liquor Safe, which was a 36-grid large storage device where all the unused items could be placed. I'm so envious. Why do I only have 1 radio? I don't know what it's for. Do I use it to send out a distress signal? Song Jian looked at the radio that had been lying quietly in the parcel box and couldn't help sighing. Put a piece of zombie meat on a stick and roast it on the campfire. After a while, a faint fragrance came out. System, you successfully cooked a piece of barbecue, and your cooking experience increased by 150 points. You learned the recipe barbecue. Barbecue white, food. Effect, in non-combat state. Eating it for 10 seconds can increase hunger by 30 points. Restore 3 points of health per second, and last for 15 seconds. Song Jian's eyes lit up. This barbecue has good properties. It can restore 45 points of health at a time. In the future, he will no longer be afraid of being picked up by others after the battle. It took more than 3 hours to cook all the meat in the parcel column into barbecue. In this way, several parcel slots were vacated. Time passed little by little, and the burning degree of the bonfire also slowly decreased with time. When the last bit of burning degree was consumed, the originally vigorous bonfire quickly weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally extinguished into a wisp of green smoke, leaving only a pile of burnt ash in the original place. At this time, the sky was already white, and all the monsters were hiding in dark and cold corners like tired birds returning to the forest. The whole city fell into a dead silence. It's time to complete the main task. Song Jian looked at the sun that was about to rise and thought to himself. The first player to create a safe house chose to do it at night. He probably didn't know that when creating a safe house, It would cause monsters within a kilometer around it to riot. The attributes of monsters at night will return to normal, while during the day, their attributes will be halved. It's a simple truth. Creating a safe house during the day is half as difficult as creating it at night. Song Jian stood up and looked at the whole villa. Soon, a light green border appeared in front of Song Jian. The border first encircled the living room of the villa, and a line of prompts appeared in front of him. System, do you want to create a safe house? 300 units of wood and 250 units of stone are required. Song Jian's mind moved, and the green border began to expand from the original living room to the whole villa. System, do you want to create a safe house? 3,500 units of wood and 3,000 units of stone are required. Song Jian hesitated for a moment and continued to extend the green border until it covered the entire courtyard, the wall, and even extended it outward along the wall for nearly 1 meter. Song Jian finally chose to confirm. System, have you finished your selection? Creating this safe house requires 5,000 units of wood and 4,100 units of stone. Fortunately, the wall has been upgraded to a mix of level 3 wood walls and level 1 stone walls. Otherwise, more materials would be needed to create a safe house at this time. The confirm option in front of him kept flashing, reminding Song Jian to make a choice. This choice is related to life and death. Song Jian gritted his teeth and directly chose to confirm. Boom! A muffled sound seemed to emanate from the ground under the villa, and the monsters within a radius of 1 kilometer all roared angrily. Most of the monsters that had fallen asleep also began to wake up gradually, opened their scarlet eyes, and looked in the direction of Song Jian's villa. A thick green light column descended from the sky, covering the entire area selected by Song Jian. During the day, it was the time for players to go out and act. At this time, all the players saw this thick, towering green light column, and almost everyone showed a look of surprise on their faces. Many people saw the failure of the first player who created a safe house. Even if they did not see it with their own eyes at the time, they would hear others talk about it afterwards. Now that they saw that someone else had started to create a safe house and complete the main task, almost all the players immediately gave up what they were doing and ran towards the direction of the green light column. Hey, another fearless player. It seems that the lesson from last time is not enough. He must experience it himself. The main quest is the same for everyone. It's better to die early and reincarnate early. This light column is so thick. How big an area do you think he chose as a safe house? I have only accumulated more than 600 units of wood and less than 500 units of stone. Looking at the range of this light column, the safe house chosen by this guy will not be small. Let's go and take a look. In just a few minutes, hundreds of players gathered around Song Jian's villa, whispering in groups of 2 or 3. Is Brother Song going to build a safe house? Wang Qi looked at the familiar villa and asked the little girl next to him with a surprised look. That should be it. Brother Xiaojian didn't even inform me. Kur bit her lip, seemed a little dissatisfied, and looked at the direction of the villa with a worried look in her eyes. Building a safe house is very dangerous. Even if I inform you, you can't help him. Wang Qi shook his head and said, Who said I can't help Brother Xiaojian? Kur said, took out a crossbow, and shot at a mutant zombie that was staggering towards the villa. Poof! A translucent arrow of light hit the zombie's head, killing it instantly and turning it into a pile of black ash. Count me in. Hee. These monsters are very stupid, and now their hatred is probably attracted by Brother Song. So it's a good opportunity to kill more monsters to upgrade. Wang Qi's eyes lit up, and he laughed. Some smart players around also took this opportunity to start hunting monsters. Hunting at this time is almost not dangerous, but most players are still indifferent, looking at the green light column expressionlessly. At this time, Song Jian has no energy to pay attention to other players. He is now concentrating on looking at the transformation interface, wanting to create the safe house as perfect as possible. Chapter 83, Creating a Safe House 2. The moment Song Jian made his choice, the wood and stone in the package automatically turned into white light and flew out, blending into the phantom of the villa. The wood and stone continued to condense into various shapes in midair, filling every corner of the villa. In just 30 seconds, a villa full of medieval style was built. After the villa was renovated, a milky white light spread out from the villa and spread towards the courtyard. Soon, Song Jian saw a system prompt again. System, found 8 abandoned fields. Do you want to rebuild? Each field requires 1,000 units of wood and 300 units of stone. Song Jian had more than 100,000 units of wood and stone in his package. He didn't care about this material at all and clicked confirm casually. Shwa. The ground of the courtyard, which was originally full of gravel and garbage, was covered by white light. After a while, it became two pieces of fertile fields in front, back, left and right. System. The field transformation is complete, and the level 3 safe house can be upgraded to a spiritual field. Spiritual field? Song Jian was stunned, and then immediately thought of the tree spirit seedling that had been stored in the package column. This is a rare item that can be planted in a spiritual field and has a certain chance of being upgraded to a tree spirit guardian. I am now a level 1 safe house. It doesn't seem to be that difficult to reach level 3. Song Jian smiled. Soon, the white light continued to spread to the wall. At this time, the wall was already a mix of level 3 wooden wall and level 1 stone wall. It did not need to be upgraded anymore. It was just contained in the safe house by the white light. When the white light spread to 1 meter outside the wall, it finally slowly ended. Within 1 meter outside the wall, circular phantoms appeared one after another. When Song Jian's eyes fell on a circle of phantoms outside the wall, a line of small words immediately appeared. Defense traps can be built here. Currently, the traps that can be built are wooden thorn traps. Wooden thorn traps, defensive buildings. Effects. Cause 100 points of piercing damage to all hostile targets that step into the trap range, and cause a 30% slowdown effect for 5 seconds. Construction requirements. 10 units of wood. Trap description. This trap can be reused, with a damage interval of 3 seconds each time. After 10 uses, the trap will be destroyed, and can be repaired with wood after being destroyed. Build. Song Jian's mind moved, and dozens of wooden spike traps suddenly appeared around the villa wall, surrounding the wall tightly. Now it is only a first-level safe house, and the only defensive building that can be built is a wooden spike trap. System. The first-level safe house is completed. Do you want to end the construction of the safe house? Song Jian looked at the system prompt in front of him and immediately chose to continue construction. System. The second-level safe house requires 5,000 units of wood and 4,000 units of stone. Do you want to build it? Build. Swish. 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 The amount of wood and stone is rapidly decreasing. After a few minutes, the entire 3-story villa is built more solidly, and the defense is greatly improved. The onlookers were watching the thick green light column with great interest. They originally wanted to see the newly built safe house being broken into by monsters, but they didn't expect that it lasted for more than 10 minutes. And the green light column was still there, and the transformation inside was still going on. Fuck. How many materials did this guy collect? A whole 3-story villa, plus a small courtyard. How many materials does it take? Is this guy a Shinyu member? Did he spend money? I also want to spend money. But this rubbish game doesn't even have a recharge window. I'm also desperate. The onlookers, watching Song Jian slowly transforming the safe house, suddenly felt that we are not playing the same game. Song Jian now has no time to pay attention to the jealous crowd. After the safe house is upgraded to level 2, the system prompts that the radio in the parcel column can be placed in the safe house. At this time, the safe house is still a phantom. Song Jian can see that the safe house at this time is empty, and the original shabby furniture has all disappeared. After it becomes my safe house, I have to build the furniture myself. Right? What kind of game is this? Song Jian couldn't help but curl his lips in his heart. The radio in the parcel has been there for a long time. Originally, Song Jian's parcel column was not big. Now that he can free up a parcel slot, Song Jian naturally moved the radio to the 3rd floor of the villa. According to his design, the 3rd floor should be his bedroom. The radio turned into a white light and was placed on the floor of the 3rd floor. After entering the safe house, the radio, which had not responded at all, began to automatically flash several indicator lights, and a crackling noise of electricity came from the radio. Song Jian vaguely heard a hoarse and low voice coming from the radio. Wanted, crackling. 101 gathering place. Those who capture or kill will receive, crackling. The noise of electricity was too loud. Song Jian frowned slightly, and with a thought, the switch knob on the radio suddenly clicked and turned off the radio. System. Level 2 safe house. Can build an additional basement. Need to consume 2,000 units of wood, 3,000 units of stone. Basement defense 6,000 points. Area 60 square meters. Only has one entrance and exit. Basement? Fool. Isn't this an additional safe? Song Jian was stunned, and immediately found that another function of the basement is to store items. Although there is still the possibility of being stolen and occupied. The storage effect is much worse than that of a safe. But it is still very difficult to enter from the only entrance. Or to contribute 6,000 points of defense. Considering the current level of players. Build? This must be built. Swish. 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 Another large amount of materials disappeared. Under the villa. A ball of white light kept squirming. After a few minutes, a spacious basement appeared in front of Song Jian. Not bad. Not bad. Let me see. What kind of defensive buildings can be built in the second-level safe house? Song Jian opened the list of defensive buildings. Originally there was only one wooden spike trap. And now there is an additional falling rock trap. Falling rock trap. Defensive building. Effect. Cause 100 points of blunt damage to all hostile targets within the trap range. And cause a dizziness effect for 5 seconds. Construction requirements. 15 units of stone. Trap description. This trap can be used repeatedly, with a damage interval of 3 seconds each time. After 10 uses, the trap will be destroyed, and can be repaired with stone after being destroyed. Dozens of circles appeared on the wall that was a mix of level 3 wood and level 1 stone. These were all places where rockfall traps were set. As long as you approached the wall, these traps would be triggered automatically. Song Jian took a glance and calculated that it would only take 300 stones at most to set up all the rockfall traps on the wall. Suddenly, he thought about it, and dozens of rockfall traps appeared on the wall. At the same time, Song Jian directly transformed the wall into a level 1 stone wall. The mix of wood and stone walls was really too ugly. Both wooden spike traps and rockfall traps are consumables, although they don't require much materials to build. Like gun bullets, they can't withstand heavy use. After a battle, the materials consumed are probably not much less than building a safe house. System. The second-level safe house has been created. Do you want to end the creation? Continue to create the third-level safe house. Song Jian smiled. What is the purpose of collecting so many materials? Isn't it just to build a base as strong as a copper wall? If these materials are not used now, are they still kept for reproduction? Chapter 84 Creating a Safe House 3. System. To build a level 3 safe house, you need 6,000 units of wood and 6,000 units of stone. Are you sure you want to build it? Build. Boom. The shadow of the entire 3-story villa actually rose 5 or 6 meters. And the total height exceeded 10 meters. Looking like a castle. But there was nothing in this castle. And it looked a bit empty. After the level 3 safe house was created, all the onlookers were stunned. These players only had 1 or 2,000 units of wood and stone in their parcels. Not to mention a level 3 safe house. It was difficult to even create a safe house based on a bungalow template. He spent money? It's confirmed. This guy definitely spent money. Is this someone else's game? Why do I feel like I'm not playing the same game as him? It's so unfair. I get up early and work late every day to chop wood. The calluses on my hands are an inch thick. Why can't I get even a fraction of what he gets? Brother, are you sure the calluses on your hands are from chopping trees? Not from masturbation? Could this guy be the illegitimate son of the game boss? Opening the construction list of the third-level safe house. The 8 fields in the courtyard can be transformed into spiritual fields. The transformation of a spiritual field requires 1,000 pieces of wood, which is just a piece of cake for Song Jian. Swish. 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 A milky white halo rose from the 8 fields at the same time, and a stream of fresh air filled the courtyard. Taking a breath, I felt relaxed and refreshed, as if my soul was intoxicated. Is this spiritual energy? It feels so comfortable. Song Jian showed a comfortable expression on his face. Let me see. What else can be built? Arrow tower. The third-level safe house can build an arrow tower? Haha. This is a defensive artifact. Song Jian looked at the 4 arrow towers that could be built at the 4 corners of the wall, and his eyes lit up immediately. The construction cost of an arrow tower is 1,200 wood and 500 stone. It's a piece of cake. This arrow tower can attack automatically and can store 1,000 wooden arrows each time. After using them up, you only need to add wood to replenish wooden arrows. It's very convenient. Soon, 4 arrow towers were built, and with the addition of wooden spike traps, rockfall traps, and 4 arrow towers, Song Jian's safe house could be described as a solid wall. Not bad. Not bad. Now this safe house finally looks good. Song Jian nodded with satisfaction. Seeing the 2 spiritual fields in front of the villa gate, Song Jian thought about it, and planted the tree spirit seedlings directly on them. A tree spirit seedling needs to occupy the position of 2 spiritual fields, and the remaining 6 spiritual fields are empty, waiting for suitable seeds to continue planting. After the tree spirit seeds entered the spiritual fields, they grew rapidly, breaking through the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon grew into a small tree more than 1 foot tall. System: the tree spirit seedling has been planted successfully. It will take another 37 days and 18 hours to grow into a mature body. You can use various treasures to supplement the tree spirit seedling with nutrients and shorten the growth time. It will take so long to mature, so I'm afraid it won't be used in this defense battle. Song Jian was a little disappointed. As for using treasures to shorten the growth time of the tree spirit seedling, Song Jian said that he didn't have enough treasures for himself. So how could he give it to it? At this time, the overall defense of the safe house has reached 3,200 points, which is dozens of times higher than that of the first player who built the safe house. Now my place is as solid as a rock, and it can completely block the siege of monsters within a kilometer. Song Jian was very proud and looked at the monsters outside the green light column happily. These are all my experience. This time, I can at least reach level 8. No, level 9. Or even level 10. After all, it's a monster with a radius of 1 kilometer. Ha ha. Song Jian looked at the monster as if he was looking at a gift pack of experience and equipment. After the 3rd level safe house was built, the system continued to issue a prompt whether to build a 1st level manor. System: to build a 1st level manor, 8,000 units of wood and 16,000 units of stone are required. Do you want to continue building? Song Jian looked at the package and saw that there were still many materials. He hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and chose to continue building. Build. Boom. Another roar. From the outside, the area of the green light column did not increase. But inside the light column, Song Jian saw that the whole villa, no, now it should be called a castle, was expanding rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although it was still 3-story, the total height had exceeded 15 meters. On both sides of the villa, 2 7 or 8 meter high auxiliary towers appeared at the same time. The 2 auxiliary towers were also divided into 3 floors, and were closely connected to the main castle. A flag was flying on the top of each tower. But now there was no pattern on the flag. The roof of the main castle also changed from the original human-shaped roof of the villa to a conical roof similar to the spire. Above the roof, a large flag was also flying. This manor is exactly like a medieval castle. It's awesome. It's really awesome. Ha ha, Song Jian said excitedly. In the real world, there is not even a 2-bedroom and 1 living room of 70 or 80 square meters. In the game, there is a castle. This makes Song Jian feel like a dream. However, the next moment, the system shattered his fantasy. Like a basin of cold water, pouring from beginning to end. System: the construction of the 1st level manor is completed. System: the appearance of the manor attracted the attention of a large number of monsters, and even some bosses beyond the range of 1 kilometer also showed great interest in the manor. During the monster siege, elite bosses will randomly join. The higher the level of the manor, the higher the level of the elite bosses that join, and the greater the number. System: do you want to continue building the 2nd level manor? Fuck. There are also elite bosses randomly added. Song Jian was stunned. You know, the first safe house built by the player was breached in just 10 minutes because of the appearance of several level 5 elite bosses. System: are you kidding me? Originally, when you create a safe house, there will be elite bosses joining. It also attracts bosses beyond a kilometer. How many levels are they? You bring me a level 30 boss. How can I play? System: do you want to continue building the 2nd level manor? The system issued a prompt again. Song Jian looked at the tens of thousands of units of wood and stone in the package and wanted to cry without tears. Create? I'll create you. You big-headed ghost. Cancel. I won't create it. Song Jian gritted his teeth. Open the defensive buildings that can be built in the 1st level manor. Hurry up. Song Jian knew that he didn't have much time left. The main task that was originally a sure thing but because he frantically upgraded the level of the safe house. Everything returned to the unknown. Now Song Jian can only do his best to improve the defense measures of the manor. Chapter 85 Don't Mess with Foodies. Opening the construction list of the first level manor. A new defensive building appeared in front of Song Jian. Catapult, defensive building. Effect. Causes 150 points of physical damage to all hostile targets within 100 meters. And causes a splash effect, with a 5-second interval between each attack. Construction requirements: 300 units of wood, 150 units of stone. Building description: this building consumes 100 units of stone every 60 seconds. If there is no stone replenishment, the building will not work. Build them all for me. In the shadow of the first level manor, a red circle appeared on the top of the 2 secondary towers and the main castle. This is where the catapult is placed. A first level manor can accommodate 3 catapults in total. Song Jian quickly placed the catapults. At this moment, the system showed another line of red font prompts. System: the appearance of the first level manor attracted the attention of the level 8 elite boss skin zombie Kurama, which will appear in 30 minutes. Level 8 elite boss? Song Jian's face changed, and he became more nervous. A zombie carrying a steel almost killed him. This skin zombie is also a named boss, which is obviously more powerful than the zombie carrying a steel. What should he do? Looking around, the walls of the manor have been transformed from level 1 stone walls to level 3 stone walls, more than 2 meters high and more than half a meter thick. Even if ordinary mutant zombies break their claws, they can't cause any damage to it. All that needs to be upgraded has been upgraded. And all that needs to be upgraded has been upgraded. The manor can't continue to be built. The higher the level of construction, the more complete the defense facilities, but the more powerful and numerous the bosses attracted will be, which is simply drinking poison to quench thirst. It seems that we still have to rely on other means. Song Jian looked around and finally set his sights on a sapling more than a foot high in the courtyard. Treasure. Treasure. Jerk. Are you asking me to spend money to save my life? Thinking of this, Song Jian threw a pine nut with a light golden glow from the package next to the sapling. Just after throwing it out, before the pine nut hit the ground, a small piece of tender tree root whooshed out of the soil, rolled up the pine nut, and pulled it into the ground. The tree spirit sapling continued to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and only stopped when it grew about 5 inches tall. Looking at the time, this pine nut actually saved nearly a day. My God, this is a treasure that can increase the blood value by 50 points. If it is sold, it will definitely be worth a lot of money. Forget it. You are a foodie. Song Jian shook his head and threw all the mutated pine nuts in the package over. Swish, swish, swish. Several tender tree roots poked out of the soil at the same time, accurately wrapped up the mutant pine nuts, and pulled them into the soil. Song Jian looked at the tree spirit seedling in a strange way, feeling as if he was feeding a kitten or a puppy. The tree spirit seedling was growing rapidly, but it would take a long time for it to grow into a mature body. Song Jian began to flip the parcels, and threw fried meat, grilled meat, stir-fried dog hearts, snake soup, and all the food he prepared for himself to the tree spirit. But these items did not seem to be of much use to the tree spirit seedling, although they were all absorbed by it. The shortened time was in seconds. Here. What else is there? The rest are just some materials. Do you want this? Song Jian looked at the parcel column with a frown. He took out a roll of mutated snake beast leather from the parcel column. This is a blue quality material. Song Jian has been keeping it well, and wants to sell it or exchange it for items in the future. As soon as he threw it over, 5 or 6 tree roots came out at the same time, wrapped the leather tightly, and dragged it into the soil. You don't care about meat or vegetables. You eat everything, Song Jian said in surprise. Then, Song Jian began to clean up the materials in the parcel column. Blue, green, white, and finally even gray materials were all thrown to the tree spirit seedling. The hard pine and ghostwood were all thrown to the tree spirit seedling. The tree spirit seedling grew bigger and bigger, and now it has grown to more than 3 meters tall, with lush branches and leaves, and strange lines on the trunk, which looks a bit like the ghost tree. But the tree spirit seedling does not have the eerie aura of the ghost tree. There are only the zombie core, 2 pieces of jewelry, and 53 gold bricks left. I say, you won't swallow this too. Song Jian took out a gold brick tentatively and handed it forward with some pain. These gold bricks were cut very intact, each of which was a standard 1 kilogram. That is, 1 kilogram. Song Jian was reluctant to part with it. According to the real gold price, this gold brick is worth 3 or 400,000. This is simply throwing money into the water. Whoosh! A tree root as thick as a finger came out, tightly wrapped around the gold brick twice, and pulled it back. Song Jian looked painful, but refused to let go. This thing is very hard and tasteless. You will have indigestion if you eat it. Forget it. Song Jian pleaded softly. The tree root pulled hard, but Song Jian refused to let go. He looked painful, kept shaking his head, and almost cried. System. The appearance of the first-level Manor attracted the attention of the 10th-level elite boss Sharp Claw Zombie King Dachui, who will appear in 35 minutes. Level 10 elite boss. Song Jian was startled and his hands shook violently. Swoosh. The tree roots took the opportunity to pull the gold bricks back and quickly put them back into the soil. The level 10 elite boss has come out. My god. What kind of game is this? Don't they know to notify in advance if there is danger? They have to wait until the construction is completed before telling you. Song Jian couldn't help but curse. Okay. I'll give them all to you. As long as you can eat them. I'll give them all to you. Song Jian was angry and gritted his teeth. He took out all the remaining 52 gold bricks and piled them at the roots of the tree spirit seedling. Just as he was about to get up, Song Jian hesitated for a moment and took another gold brick and put it into the parcel box. This one should be kept as a souvenir. 51 gold bricks slowly sank into the soil. Song Jian looked at the time. There was less than a day. That is, 24 hours. Before the tree spirit seedling could grow into a mature body. Looking at the empty parcel box, Song Jian wanted to cry, but had no tears. With trembling right hand, he took out 2 pieces of jewelry. You are not going to eat these 2 pieces too. The gold has been eaten, so there is no reason not to eat these 2 gems. Swoosh. 2 tree roots stretched out, and at the moment they touched the jewelry, they seemed to hesitate for a moment, and then retracted. Huh? Finally there is something you don't want to eat. Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief. These 2 pieces of jewels are priceless. Much more valuable than that pile of gold. Since this little thing doesn't want to eat them, let's take them back. After putting the jewels into the package, Song Jian took a look. In the package column, besides a large number of zombie cores, there was only a blood pool construction blueprint left. I'm not going to give you my equipment to eat. Am I? Song Jian looked at the tree spirit seedling that only had a dozen hours left to grow into a mature body. And he felt like crying but couldn't. Chapter 86 Mature Body. The equipment on his body is part of Song Jian's strength, providing a lot of attribute bonuses. Song Jian was reluctant to let the tree spirit seedling eat any of them. At this time, 3 tree roots poked out of the soil, raised high and stayed in front of Song Jian. Just like a puppy raised its 2 front paws and stuck out its tongue to look at its owner. Looking at the tree spirit seedling, which will mature in less than 20 hours, Song Jian gritted his teeth and handed over the P18C, the pistol that has been with him for the longest time. Swish. In the blink of an eye, the pistol was snatched away by a tree root. You really eat equipment. Song Jian suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a huge pit. He was reluctant to continue investing. If he didn't invest, he would be even more reluctant to invest after investing so much. Song Jian couldn't help but recite the Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita in his heart. Give it to him. Give it to him. Give it all to him. Give it all to him. Don't think about it anymore. After reciting it several times in a row, his mood suddenly improved a lot. With a smile on his face, Song Jian handed over the Beretta double-barreled shotgun and said gently, Eat it. Eat it. Grow up quickly. Sword of Corruption. This is a green quality weapon, with a little more power. Song Jian's mouth twitched slightly, and he sent a long sword to several tree roots. Helmet. Zombie leader armor. Fawn thorn. Damn it. I'll give it all to you. How can I fight monsters? Looking at the remaining equipment on his body, Song Jian took off the black stone tablet in the accessories column and handed it forward. The remaining equipment can't be eaten by the tree spirit seedlings. Eat. Eat. This wasteful thing. Even the Jackfruit Heart Sutra could not stop Song Jian's mood from quickly getting worse. A tree root rolled towards the black ornament, and as soon as it approached, a dazzling black light suddenly burst out from the surface of the stone tablet. Sizzle. A burning sound was heard. and the approaching tree root actually began to curl and crack. After a while, a section of the tree root turned into charcoal and ash. Suddenly, the other tree roots did not dare to approach the stone tablet, and trembled and hid far away, shaking constantly, as if praying to Song Jian for something. Is this thing so powerful? Song Jian was a little surprised. The ornament that only added a little blood value was simply a fighter among garbage. If Song Jian's ornament column was not empty, I'm afraid this thing would have been thrown to the bottom of the box long ago. Good stuff. It looks like this is a good stuff. Song Jian couldn't wait to put the accessories into the parcel slot that he could take back to the real world. Now Song Jian can take 2 items away. One of the 2 real-world parcel slots is a gold brick, and the other is this black accessory. This is the only thing left. If you don't eat it, then I can't do anything. Song Jian really couldn't bear to feed the zombie leader suit and Fong Thorn to the tree spirit seedling, so he could only take out a zombie core and hand it over. Swoosh! The tree root rolled up the zombie core at a very fast speed, and the time was shortened by 10 minutes. Song Jian's eyes lit up. Sure, buddy! There are plenty of zombie cores. Song Jian took out a lot of zombie cores and piled them on the ground. But he still kept 100 of them to build the blood pool. The tree spirit devoured the zombie cores, and a cold breath emanated from the tree spirit seedling. Strange black stripes slowly formed on the trunk and branches, and a human-like face appeared on the trunk of the tree spirit seedling. The tree spirit seedling at this time could no longer be called a seedling. It was more than 10 meters high and nearly 3 meters in diameter. The shade of the tree spread out, covering the entire front yard of the villa. The height was even only 1 or 2 meters shorter than the main tower of the manor. The tree spirit seedling that occupied 2 spiritual fields finally grew into a mature body. System. The tree spirit seedling has grown into a mature body and needs to be watered with spiritual spring water to form independent consciousness. Please water it with 100 standard units of spiritual spring water. I'm so hot! Song Jian only felt a nameless fire burning from the bottom of his heart and rushing straight to the top of his head. Spiritual spring water? What spiritual spring water? What spiritual spring water? Do you need spiritual spring water? Why didn't you say it earlier? Why didn't you say it earlier? Why didn't you say it earlier? Song Jian's face flushed red. For this tree spirit seedling, Song Jian can be said to have lost everything and pinned almost all his hopes on it. But now you tell me that you need spiritual spring water? Where can I get you some spiritual spring water now? System, within 3 minutes. If there is no spiritual spring water, the tree spirit seedling's self-consciousness will not be activated, and it can only become a resource tree spirit. You can chop down and collect 100 pieces of wood every day. 100 pieces of wood. Am I the kind of person who needs that 100 pieces of wood? I still have tens of thousands of pieces of wood in my package. I can kill you with them. Do you believe it? Song Jian cursed. System, there are 2 minutes and 58 seconds left. 2 minutes and 53 seconds. 2 minutes and 48 seconds. Spiritual spring water. Spiritual spring water. Song Jian was a little at a loss, and suddenly saw the blood pool construction drawings in the package, and a trace of cruelty suddenly appeared in his eyes. Damn it. There's no spiritual spring water. Do you want zombie blood pool water? Song Jian directly opened the construction interface and chose to use the blood pool construction drawing. Suddenly, a blood pool of more than 20 square meters appeared in front of Song Jian. Song Jian stared at the blood pool for a while. He originally wanted to place it directly in the courtyard, next to the tree spirit seedling, but found that the area was not enough, so he could only place it in the manor castle. However, after placing it several times, he found that it could not be placed on the first, second, or third floor. System, the blood pool needs to be placed in a cold and dark place, and must not see any sunlight. System, there is 1 minute and 57 seconds left. Can't I just block all the doors and windows for you? Song Jian had no choice but to place the blood pool in the basement. The original 60 square meter basement suddenly used up 1/3 of the area. A blood pool of 2 meters deep, 7 meters long, and 3 meters wide appeared in the basement, with blood rolling in the blood pool, exuding a strong sweet and fishy smell. There is no spiritual spring water. As much blood water as you want. Song Jian was furious and used the blood water in the blood pool to water the tree spirit seedlings. System, you use unknown spring water to water the tree spirit seedlings, and the tree spirit seedlings will have a high probability of mutation, which is uncontrollable. Uncontrollable. and uncontrollable. What's the matter? Can a small sapling turn over to the sky? I don't know how many tree guards I have cut down. Why would I be afraid of you? Song Jian snorted coldly, and the blood pool continued to flow towards the tree seedling. Roar. The human face on the tree trunk seemed to be in great pain and kept twisting. The black lines on the surface of the whole tree also slowly changed and turned into dark red lines, which looked very strange. A long crack appeared on the trunk, and a low roar was emitted. Fangs slowly emerged from the crack. A human face emerged on the trunk of the tree spirit, and slowly opened its eyes. The blood-red eyes were full of bloodthirsty madness. I woke up. The tree spirit roared, and all the branches waved wildly, and a solemn atmosphere was condensed in the air. Chapter 87 Monster Siege. System: when the tree spirit seedling grows to maturity, an uncontrollable mutation occurs, and the mature tree spirit mutates into an elite boss, LV1 Bloody Ghost Poison Tree. Level 1 elite boss? This starting point is a bit high. Song Jian touched his chin and opened the tree spirit seedling. No. Now it should be called Bloody Ghost Poison Tree to check the properties. LV1 Bloody Ghost Poison Tree Elite. Chi and blood value, 400/400. Characteristics: super toxic, super chi and blood, super defense, super resistance, super tree roots, super devouring. 400 chi and blood. Already exceeded many level 5 elite boss. 6 super characteristics in a row, making Song Jian dumbfounded. What kind of monster did he create? Master, Alex is at your beck and call. The bloody poisonous tree's eyes flashed red, and it said respectfully to Song Jian, "Huh. Luckily, it hasn't backfired yet. Otherwise, I would have really shot myself in the foot." Song Jian finally let go of his worry. Defend. Kill all enemies that invade the manor. Song Jian ordered. Yes, Master. The moment the bloody poisonous tree opened its mouth, the name above its head also changed, becoming LV1 Bloody Ghost Poison Tree Alex. Becoming a boss with a unique name. System: the appearance of the first level manor attracted the attention of the level 10 elite boss roaming zombie Robert, who will appear in 20 minutes. There is a level 10 elite boss. Song Jian said that he was numb. So far, he has attracted more than 10 elite bosses outside a kilometer. I seem to have heard of the name of this patrolling zombie somewhere. Song Jian's mind flashed. But he was soon attracted by the green light column that gradually disappeared and dissipated in front of him. Watching the green light column disappear, Song Jian couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and his palms were sweating, as if he had been reviewing for a long time and was finally facing the final exam. Come on! In front of my first level manor. All zombies are scum. Song Jian's mind moved, and he appeared on the wall. The first level manor already belongs to Song Jian's territory. In this territory, Song Jian can teleport at will and appear in any corner. But if he leaves this manor, he will not have this kind of teleportation ability. The onlookers waited for more than an hour, and finally waited until the moment when the light column collapsed, and they became excited one by one. Hey! This time the monsters attacked the city. It feels much louder than the first player. I saw more than a dozen elite bosses alone. You don't even look at the safe house built by this big guy. This can't be called a safe house. It's simply a castle. Did you see that tree? This big guy raised an elite boss himself. You can't compare. You can't compare. Big guy who raised an elite boss. Please support me. Big guy who raised an elite boss. Please support me +1. Big guy who raised an elite boss. Please support me +10086. Although the green light column is strong, the players outside can still see Song Jian's actions. They have witnessed the whole process of the bloody poisonous tree growing from a sapling to the current elite boss. It would be nice if there was a tree like this in my safe house. Kur thought with envy. When the time comes, I'll ask Brother Xiaojian to tell me where he got it, so I can grow one. Bang! A crisp cracking sound was heard, and the green light column finally dissipated, turning into crystal fragments that scattered around. Roar! At the same time, all the monsters roared and rushed towards Song Jian's manor. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of mutant zombies around approached the manor wall at the same time, and all the wooden spike traps were activated at the first time. Countless thick wooden spikes protruded from the ground, piercing all the monsters in the range. Even some monsters that were not dead were left with low health and waiting to die. When the wooden spikes were protruded for the second time, at least hundreds of mutant zombies were killed. In just a few seconds, Song Jian's experience value increased a little at a speed visible to the naked eye. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The arrow towers around also began to shoot crossbow arrows. Before the zombies approached the wall, they were already full of crossbow arrows and fell to the ground. Boom! A huge stone ball smashed into the monster group more than 10 meters away. This blow crushed at least 5 or 6 monsters into meat paste. And the catapult also began to work. Song Jian stood on the wall, looking expressionlessly at the monsters rushing towards him like a flood. Waves of monsters rushed to the wall and fell down one after another. The bloody poisonous tree did not dare to be lonely. Countless tree roots poked out from the soil, climbed up the wall, and covered the walls on both sides of the gate. These tree roots were like javelins, stabbing at the monsters. Each attack could pierce the bodies of 5 or 6 monsters. Then, these tree roots wrapped around the bodies of these monsters, slowly retracted, and buried the bodies at the roots of the poisonous tree. A few seconds later, a light sound came from behind Song Jian. Buzz! A golden light flashed, and the bloody ghost poisonous tree was upgraded from level 1 to level 2. After that, after more than 10 seconds, the bloody ghost poisonous tree once again burst into golden light, and its level was upgraded to level 3. Soon, however, Song Jian also had a golden glow on his body. He was originally level 7, but his level was raised to level 8. The monsters hunted by the Manor's defense buildings would be counted as Song Jian's. In just over 10 seconds, Song Jian had hunted 200 or 300 mutant zombies. Even if they were all level 1 to 3 mutant zombies, with such a large number, the experience points were very rich. Even the bloody ghost poison tree would give half of the experience points of the monsters it hunted to Song Jian. Song Jian, who was level 8, had accumulated 4 skill points. However, although there were more than a dozen skills in the skill column, he still did not have a major skill, which made Song Jian a little regretful. All the gun bullets were fed to the poisonous tree. Song Jian's only long-range attack skill now is Earth Teeth Thrust, but this skill requires 10 points of health each time it is released, and it can only attack one monster. In this situation, the efficiency of using Earth Teeth Thrust is too low, so it is better to save it for the elite bosses later. Watching the swarming monsters rushing over, hitting the reefs like a tide, and finally smashing them into pieces, Song Jian was relieved. This wave is stable. However, at this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt a chill. In the face of danger, his body instinctively teleported to the 3rd floor of the castle. Boom! A huge iron ball with a diameter of more than 1 meter hit the place where Song Jian had just stood. The surface of the iron ball was full of protruding spikes, flashing with metallic cold light, and was extremely hideous. This attack caused the defense of the wall to drop drastically, directly dropping more than 600 points. The originally solid 3rd level stone wall also cracked a gap of more than 1 foot long, and the broken stones flew. Song Jian stood outside the window and looked at a strong zombie over 2 meters tall, with his upper body naked and iron chains wrapped around his body, as if he was wearing a half-body armor. The top of the iron chain held in his right hand was connected to the huge iron ball that hit the wall. LV5 Chain Hammer Zombie Elite. HP 390/780. Features: strong strength, hammer throwing. Song Jian watched the zombie slowly pull the chain back and take back the huge iron ball full of spikes, and suddenly felt a toothache. We can't let it continue to smash down. If it continues to smash down, the defense of the 3rd level stone wall will not be enough for it to hit a few times. Chapter 88. The chain hammer zombie slowly retracted the chain, roared, and suddenly spun the chain hammer again. At this time, the chain hammer zombie was more than 10 meters away from the wall, and Song Jian could not attack it. Little guy, do you think I can't attack you because you are standing far away? Naive. Too naive. Song Jian sneered, controlled the 3 stone towers and the 2 arrow towers facing the chain hammer zombie, locked the target and attacked. Boom boom boom. 3 stone balls hit the chain hammer zombie almost in order, and 3 more than 100 points of damage floated up from the top of the chain hammer zombie's head and directly knocked it down. After hitting the chain hammer zombie, the 3 stone balls shattered and turned into hundreds of pieces of rubble that splashed around, and instantly another large group of zombies fell to the ground. The chain hammer zombie only had 390 points of health at full health, and after the 3 stone balls hit it, it was directly smashed into residual health. Swoosh! Before it could get up from the ground, 2 wooden arrows pierced its body. -39. -38. The chain hammer zombie let out a helpless roar. And just as it straightened up, as 2 injuries floated above its head, its body fell heavily to the ground again. This time, it could no longer stand up. The level 5 elite boss was killed instantly, leaving the onlookers stunned. At this stage, when encountering such a boss, players generally take a detour and dare not provoke it at all. Equipment. Blue equipment. Everyone's eyes lit up the moment the chain hammer zombie fell to the ground. A piece of equipment emitting blue light burst out from its body, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Now players with a piece of white quality equipment can show off, not to mention a piece of blue quality equipment. For a while, the crowd was excited, and many people were eager to try and compete for this equipment. Are you qualified to pick it up? Looking at several people around who wanted to rush up to pick up this equipment, Wang Qi asked coldly, and everyone was stunned. And then a look of annoyance appeared in their eyes. These people just watched and did not participate in the attack. They did not cause any damage to the boss, so naturally they were not qualified to pick up the dropped items. If there is another boss, I will attack twice first, at least cause some damage, and then get the qualification to pick up the items, one person said bitterly, with regret in his eyes. The chain hammer zombie was not far away from him, and he had a chance to attack the boss just now. We can't get it, and that guy can't get it either. He can't rush into the monster group to pick up the equipment. When the protection time is over, it will depend on our ability. One person folded his arms and sneered. As soon as the voice fell, 5 or 6 slender tree roots instantly pierced through the bodies of dozens of monsters and rushed towards the blue equipment. Before everyone could react, several tree roots had already rolled up the body of the boss and the blue quality equipment and quickly retracted into the wall. My god, it can also automatically recycle equipment. For a moment, everyone was speechless and could only watch all the items dropped by the monsters being rolled up by the tree roots and dragged back to the manor. Looking at the tree roots like tentacles dragging the items back one by one, Song Jian suddenly had a bad feeling. This guy won't take it all for himself and leave nothing for me. Song Jian thought to himself. Alex, how about giving me half of the items you pulled back? Song Jian asked tentatively. I got the items back with my own ability. Why should I give you half? Alex said confidently. The experience points were divided in half. This is the system rule. And you still want the equipment? No way. What you said makes so much sense. I don't even know how to refute it. Song Jian was speechless for a moment, and could only watch the glowing items being pulled back into the soil by the tentacle-like tree roots. The level of the bloody ghost poison tree Alex was raised again, from level 3 to level 4. This speed is faster than most players' upgrades. Forget it. Forget it. I have to persevere to the end even if I cry for the tree I raised. Fortunately, the meat is rotten in my own pot. It's okay. It's okay. Song Jian comforted himself. Seeing Song Jian not talking, Alex's dead tree-like mouth curled up slightly, and he became even crazier. Not only did the roots swarm and drag the objects and monster corpses, but even the branches began to grow wildly, like vines, climbing towards the wall and slowly stretching into the group of monsters. Not long after, the front wall extended outward for more than 10 meters, all of which were Alex's roots and branches, covering a thick layer. This area seemed like a bottomless pit. No matter how many monsters stepped into it, they would disappear without a trace in an instant. Song Jian's experience points began to grow wildly. Dozens of monsters died every second. Even if he only gained a few dozen experience points, it would still be a considerable amount, seeing that he had just reached level 8. His experience points were almost full again, without any dropped items. At least the experience points increased very quickly. Song Jian laughed. Just then, with a bang, a huge fireball fell from the sky and hit the roots and branches of Alex, instantly igniting a large area. Alex's health points also dropped a little. Looking up, Song Jian saw a thin-looking humanoid monster on the 7th floor of a high-rise building in the distance, holding the edge of a window with one hand, and condensing fire elements with the other hand. This monster looks like a 15 or 16-year-old child, only 1.56 meters tall, and looks a bit malnourished, skinny, very thin, with protruding ribs, and limbs like dry firewood. What is surprising is that this monster's head is particularly large, at least twice that of an ordinary adult, and its right hand is particularly hideous. with red skin, wrinkled palms, and 4 fingers shining with metallic luster, like 4 sharp blades. Sharp Claws Zombie King Hammer. Level 10 Elite Boss. HP 800/1600. Features: Super Flame, Super Speed. This is the boss attracted by the Manor. A level 10 Elite. Song Jian looked at the figure of the Claw Zombie in the distance, and his heart sank slightly. Bosses 1 kilometer away will appear one after another. You know, the level of bosses within a kilometer range cannot exceed level 5. But the highest level of bosses 1 kilometer away will reach level 10. Even if the attributes are have during the day, it is not something that Song Jian can deal with alone. Another long-range boss, and it seems to be quite restrained by Alex. Song Jian squinted his eyes and looked up and down at the Claw Zombie. Its current position is beyond the attack range of the arrow tower, but it is still within the range of the catapult. He controlled the catapult and smashed it hard at the Claw Zombie. However, just when the 3 stone balls approached the Claw Zombie, the Claw Zombie suddenly jumped to the side at a very fast speed. The 3 stone balls smashed into the place where the Claw Zombie was just now, and immediately smashed a big hole in the wall. The Claw Zombie showed a mocking look in his eyes, and turned around to show his butt to Song Jian, and slapped it hard. Chapter 89. Provocation. Naked Provocation. Song Jian narrowed his eyes. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Isn't it just a level 10 elite boss? If it was in the wild, Song Jian would definitely run as far away as possible. But now he is in the Manor, not to mention a level 10 elite boss. Even if there are more, Song Jian is not afraid. Alex, retract your roots and branches, Song Jian ordered. The roots and branches that almost covered the entire wall were slowly retracted. The Claw Zombie saw it and thought Song Jian was timid, and jumped up and down excitedly, with his right claw reaching into the air. The fire element quickly condensed, and a huge fireball appeared out of thin air. Huh? The fireball slammed fiercely towards the Manor wall, and with a bang, it knocked down more than 30 points of the wall's defense. If it was a wooden wall, this fireball would be too threatening. But for a level 3 stone wall, in addition to some damage caused by the impact, the threat of fire was reduced to the minimum. You are just like this. Song Jian showed a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, hooked his finger at the Claw Zombie, and made a contemptuous gesture. Although the Claw Zombie did not understand what Song Jian's action meant, it could still distinguish the expression on his face. Roar. The sharp-clawed zombie quickly condensed a ball of fire and threw it towards Song Jian's location. The huge fireball drew an arc, dragging a long tail flame, passed over the top of the wall, and smashed towards the 3rd floor of the castle. Before Song Jian could dodge, the bloody ghost poison tree swung a thick branch and hit the fireball fiercely. After a loud boom, the fireball turned into flames all over the sky and slowly disappeared. The branch that hit the fireball only had a charred surface and fell off a dozen yellow-brown leaves. There was no other change. The blood of the bloody ghost poison tree even dropped only a few points. For the attack of a level 10 elite boss, this amount of blood is simply a humiliation to it. The Claw Zombie roared angrily, kicked his legs, and rushed towards the Manor like a sharp arrow. Its speed is also extremely fast. Even in the daytime, all its attributes are halved. Once it exerts its full strength, it is difficult for ordinary people to catch its figure with their naked eyes. Thump, thump, thump. After stepping on the heads of more than a dozen mutant zombies in a row, the Claw Zombie rushed to the vicinity of the wall. Search. 7 or 8 wooden spikes of the wooden trap suddenly stretched out, but only pierced the phantom of the Claw Zombie. Heal you. The Claw Zombie stood on the high wall, stretched out his right hand, pointed at Song Jian on the 3rd floor of the castle, and roared in a vague voice. Song Jian's eyes flashed, and his skill heart eye was activated, locking a ray of spirit on the Claw Zombie. Swoosh. The arrow towers on both sides of the wall shot 2 hardwood arrows at the Claw Zombie. A mocking smile appeared on the corners of the Claw Zombie's mouth. The speed of the hardwood arrow was extremely fast in the eyes of ordinary zombies, and difficult to dodge. But in the eyes of the Claw Zombie, it was like a snail, and even if it stretched, it could easily dodge it, standing motionless on the wall until the hardwood arrow approached. The Claw Zombie twisted its head and avoided the trajectory of the hardwood arrow. However, what it didn't expect was that, after the hardwood arrow brushed its ear and flew away, it actually drew an arc strangely, and shot towards the back of its head at a very small angle. The distance was too close, and there was no time to dodge. The face of the claw zombie changed drastically, and he pounced forward and lay on the wall. 2 hardwood arrows flew past his scalp. How could this happen? The claw zombie showed a trace of doubt in his eyes. Before he could react, the arrow tower shot 2 more hardwood arrows at him. The 2 hardwood arrows that he had dodged drew an arc in the air again and shot towards him. The claw zombie looked up and saw the smile on Song Jian's face on the 3rd floor of the castle, and his anger suddenly grew. You did it. The claw zombie pounced towards the 3rd floor of the castle. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More and more hardwood arrows shot towards the back of the claw zombie. In the air, it was extremely difficult for the claw zombie to dodge, feeling 7 or 8 hardwood arrows shooting at it from behind. The claw zombie twisted its body in the air with difficulty, trying to avoid this attack. However, except for 2 hardwood arrows that shot into the air by grazing its ribs, the rest of the hardwood arrows all shot into its back. The force penetrated its body, and the claw zombie could no longer control its body and fell to the ground. Swoosh, swoosh. More than a dozen tree roots shot out from the soil, like spears, piercing the body of the claw zombie. His arms, thighs, abdomen, and chest were all pierced by the tree roots. Bang! The claw zombie fell to the ground fiercely, and more tree roots shot towards it, constantly entangled its body. The claw zombie struggled hard, raised his right hand violently, trying to condense the fire element again. But as soon as he raised it, 5 or 6 tree roots directly pierced his palm. Bang! Struggling to break the entanglement of a tree root, but was entangled by more tree roots. The claw zombie could feel that the tree roots piercing into its body were continuously sucking the energy in its body and devouring every cell in its body. After struggling for 7 or 8 minutes, the bloody ghost poison tree Alex, at the cost of breaking more than a dozen tree roots, finally killed the claw zombie and dragged it into the soil to become nutrients for its growth. With a flash of golden light, the bloody ghost poison tree upgraded again and became a level 5 elite boss. A level 10 elite boss was killed just like that. It's unbelievable. Song Jian had no expression on his face, but he was extremely surprised in his heart. The mental lock of the skill mind eye also surprised Song Jian unexpectedly. Once the enemy was locked, it was like setting a target. Any directional long-range attack would become a lock attack, leaving the enemy with nowhere to escape. Time passed by minute, and a thick layer of monster corpses had been piled up outside the wall. If it weren't for the bloody ghost poison tree constantly pulling the dead monster corpses into the soil to turn them into nutrients, I'm afraid that the corpses alone would have been piled higher than the wall. The level 5 elite boss could no longer attract Song Jian's attention. Song Jian's attention was more focused on the level 10 elite boss that was attracted here. After dozens of minutes, Song Jian killed 5 more level 10 elite bosses. They were all attracted by the level 1 Manor, including the skinning zombie Karama, which was also an agile boss. After being mentally locked, it was directly knocked down by the 2-wheel attack of the catapult, leaving no complete corpse. It was the boss that died the most miserably. No one else. The number of monsters became increasingly scarce, and Song Jian's level had risen to level 986%. This level was simply an existence that other players needed to look up to. A faint white light began to appear, covering the entire manor. Song Jian was already impatient to hear the system announce the successful creation of the safe house. However, at this moment, a tap-tap sound came from a distance. Looking up, on the wide street, a knight in full armor, holding a palm-wide long sword, and riding a warhorse equipped with horse armor, was slowly walking towards the location of the manor. Chapter 90 Robert. Song Jian looked forward. The monster in front of him was wearing armor, and was very sturdy. If it weren't for the red words LV-10 Patrol Zombie Robert on his head, it would be hard to associate it with a zombie monster. LV-10 Patrol Zombie Robert Elite. HP, 900/1800. Features, Extra Strong, Super Psychic, Advanced Riding. Skills, Precision Throwing, Charge, Arc Slash, Tap, Tap, Tap. The sound of horse hooves trampling on the street was crisp, and it could be heard clearly even in the roar of hundreds of monsters. Boom! Under the attack of the manor's defense facilities, another elite boss was killed. This boss actually exploded before dying, and the surrounding area of 5 or 6 meters suddenly became an open space. 10 wooden spike traps were destroyed at once, and even 2 rockfall traps on the wall were destroyed. The defense of the wall directly dropped by nearly 50 points. The defense of the 3rd level stone wall is 3,600 points. The defense of many players' safe houses is not as high as it. But after more than an hour of attack, the defense has dropped to less than 500 points. Many traps near the wall have also been destroyed. If you want to repair it, it is almost the same as rebuilding it. You must wait until the battle is over. 2 of the arrow towers on the 4 corners were completely destroyed, and the remaining 2 were still firing crossbows. Only the trebuchet tower was still able to fire stone bullets because it was not attacked by monsters. Song Jian only needed to replenish the wood needed by the 2 arrow towers and the stones needed by the catapults every once in a while. There were fewer and fewer monsters. All the monsters within a kilometer radius gathered here. They were almost dead. Only hundreds of monsters were left, still surrounding the wall, which looked much thinner. These monsters were all level 5, including some level 5 elite boss. There were 7 or 8 level 10 elite boss. Every time they came, they would cause great damage to the Manor's defense. Most of the losses were caused by these level 10 boss. Fortunately, they appeared one after another, and not all at once. Otherwise, Song Jian was not sure whether he could hold on until now. Now, you are the only enemy left, Song Jian said to himself as he looked at the patrolling zombies riding on war horses. Even though there were still hundreds of level 5 monsters surrounding the manor, in Song Jian's eyes, there was only one enemy. Robert. Robert. This name is so familiar. Song Jian frowned slightly, as if he had thought of something, and quickly opened the task interface to check. Sure enough, Song Jian found the name Robert in the side quest, the second ring of the serial quest, looking for the place where Robert, the former guardian of the city, fell, and looking for Robert, who has been transformed into a zombie body. The minimum requirement to complete this task is to reach level 10. Song Jian has not reached the requirement yet. Unexpectedly, before he went to find Robert, Robert appeared in front of him. Song Jian felt a little annoyed. You know, the task requires you to find the place where Robert fell first, and then find clues, and then find Robert. The next task is probably to kill Robert. But now Robert is in front of him, obviously skipping the previous steps and going straight to the last step. If you don't do foreplay and go straight to the point, the experience will be much worse, Song Jian said to himself with a frown, biting his teeth. When Robert was still 100 meters away from the manor, he gently touched the spur on his right foot, and the warhorse under his crotch began to trot slowly. Tap 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 tap. The series of horse hoof sounds became more and more rapid, as if the drums made people's hearts beat along. Bang. A zombie blocking the warhorse was directly knocked out, like a broken bag, drawing an arc in the air, and fell heavily on the street, killing it instantly. The warhorse was getting faster and faster, like a heavy armored vehicle, exuding unstoppable power. The monster in front of it could not withstand its impact at all, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and was directly crushed. This boss is quite fierce. You must be kidding. He is a boss with a BMW. How can he be compared with other poor bosses who walk on 2 legs? This momentum feels like a train starting. I am afraid that even a level 3 stone wall cannot withstand it. It is hard to say. After all, it is a flesh and blood body. That is a zombie. Boom. Just as the onlookers were talking, Robert held a long sword and hit the wall hard, making a deafening sound. The level 3 stone wall collapsed nearly 2 meters, and a huge gap appeared. The wooden spike traps at the foot of the wall and the rockfall traps on the wall were all directly damaged and could not be repaired. This attack is quite fierce. If it hits head-on, I'm afraid my small body will be killed instantly like those monsters. Song Jian took a breath, clenching his teeth and looking constipated. Without waiting for Song Jian to issue an attack order, the bloody ghost poison tree directly attacked Robert, the patrolling zombie who rushed into the yard. Countless tree roots drilled out of the soil and entangled Robert. Wisps of black ghost energy emerged from the big tree and continued to condense into wandering skulls in the air, emitting bursts of heart-wrenching roars, and pounced on Robert. Paw paw. The burnt yellow and dark red branches and leaves exuded a sweet bloody fragrance. They lashed at Robert like a whip, and a sharp sound of breaking through the air followed, which made people feel upset and nauseous. The whole courtyard was suddenly filled with gusts of cold wind, and ghosts, foxes and wolves howled, as if it was a ghost cave in hell. After swallowing too many monster corpses and exploded items, The Bloody Ghost Poison Tree has been upgraded to a level 6 elite boss, although it is 4 levels lower than Robert. This is the home ground of the Bloody Ghost Poison Tree, and it has the home advantage. Robert broke in and seemed to be trapped in a muddy swamp. Countless tree roots entangled the 4 legs of the warhorse wrapped in armor. From the gaps in the armor, small thorns drilled in and continuously sucked the power of the warhorse. The warhorse under his crotch jumped wildly, and Robert was unable to control it for a moment. The helmet covered Robert's face, so he could not see his expression at the moment. But the green flames burning in his 2 eye sockets suddenly became blazing. Who? Robert waved his sword, and a circular sword energy swept around the warhorse, instantly cutting off all the tree roots wrapped around the warhorse. The branches hit Robert's armor, making a crisp collision sound. But the damage caused to Robert was almost zero. Only burning shallow marks on the surface of the armor. More than a dozen skulls condensed with black ghost energy, dragging long black tail flames, rushed towards Robert. When they were still more than 10 centimeters away from Robert, they seemed to hit an invisible wall and collapsed and disappeared directly. All the means of attack had little effect. The Bloody Ghost Poison Tree suddenly became furious. The human face that appeared on the trunk showed a hint of ferocity. It opened its mouth and revealed its sharp fangs. A dark red mist splashed out of the mouth of the poison tree and enveloped Robert. Chapter 91. Song Jian looked at Robert, who had already rushed into the manor courtyard. A cold light flashed in his pupils, and the skill heart I was activated. Suddenly, a scarlet cross cursor appeared on Robert's body and began to scan up and down. Finally, the cross cursor stopped on the head of the warhorse under Robert's crotch. This is its weakness. In addition to being able to mentally lock the target, the skill heart I also has a 15% chance of discovering the opponent's flaws and weaknesses. Song Jian's mouth curled up slightly. This Robert is really cunning. If it is an ordinary boss, the weakness must be in himself. Unexpectedly, this Robert actually put the weakness on the warhorse under his crotch. Catapults. Focus on Robert. Song Jian directly controlled the trebuchet and smashed it hard at Robert. The 2 arrow towers in front had been destroyed, and they had to wait until the battle was over to repair them. The arrow towers on the wall behind the manor had no vision and could not attack the front. Now Song Jian could only control the 3 trebuchets on the manor castle. Creaky. The trebuchet began to slowly raise its head, firing stone bullets at several extremely exaggerated elevation angles, which looked like vertical firing. The 3 stone bullets were shot into the air almost in no particular order, and after reaching the highest point, they began to accelerate down. At this time, Robert was already covered by the poisonous mist sprayed by the Bloody Ghost Poison Tree. The dark red poisonous mist was like a maggot on the tarsal bone. As Robert moved, it kept clinging to its body. The poisonous mist did not cause much damage, but it had many negative effects. Weakness, corrosion, blood-sucking, burning, reduced defense, weakened strength. A series of negative states appeared behind Robert's name. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of tree roots broke out of the ground and entangled the horse's limbs. The tree roots were extremely tough. If Robert did not use the arc/slash skill, it would be impossible to break free from the tree roots. But it couldn't give up the warhorse and dismount, so it could only desperately chop at the tree roots that were wrapped around it. After chopping off 1, 2 more roots shot out from the soil. The tree roots were endless, making people feel desperate. Boom, boom, boom. 3 stone bullets finally fell from the sky, one of which hit Robert's shoulder and almost knocked him off the horse. Song Jian smiled slightly. This attack caused great damage to Robert. The naked eye could see that there was a huge dent in Robert's armor. With such an injury, Robert's right shoulder might have been disabled. Even if it was not disabled, it would at least be fractured. Originally, the right hand was holding the long sword. Now the right shoulder was injured. I don't know if its arc/slash skill can still be released. The other 2 stone balls hit the warhorse hard, one hitting its buttocks and the other hitting its head. The stone ball that hit the warhorse's buttocks only caused more than 100 points of damage to Robert. But the stone ball that hit the warhorse's head not only caused critical damage, but also directly hit the warhorse's front legs and made it kneel on the ground. Minus 110. Minus 103. Minus 280. 3 damage numbers floated up from Robert's head, and Song Jian's eyes lit up. Robert's blood volume seemed to be linked to the warhorse. Damaging the warhorse was actually damaging the boss Robert. The 3 catapults slowly loaded their shells. The attack power of the catapults was extremely high, but the interval between each attack was very long, and the attack speed was very slow. If Robert had not been completely enveloped by the poisonous fog, the catapult's attack would probably have been difficult to hit him. Even though the warhorse's two front legs knelt on the ground, Robert did not think of jumping off the warhorse, but pulled the reins hard, trying to pull the warhorse up again. How could the bloody ghost poison tree miss this opportunity? The roots and branches kept whipping Robert and the warhorse. Even with the armor protecting him, the poisonous branches corroded his defense bit by bit, and a series of single-digit injuries emerged from Robert's head. The warhorse neighed and stood up with all its might. Robert clamped his legs together and switched the long sword to his left hand. Another arc-shaped sword light flashed, and all the tree roots wrapped around the body were cut off. The bloody ghost poison tree had its roots cut off twice in a row, and its health value had dropped below half. But what was strange was that green +3 and +5 numbers would float above the poison tree from time to time, obviously automatically recovering its health. After breaking free from the restraints, Robert looked up at Song Jian, who was standing on the third floor of the Manor castle. His cold eyes were lifeless, like the eyes of a dead person. It's a zombie. A dead person. Song Jian felt scared when he was looked at, but he stared back stubbornly. Robert pulled the reins, turned his horse's head, and rushed towards the bloody ghost poison tree. Although it was a zombie, Robert, relying on his fighting instinct, also realized that the ghost poison tree was the strongest defense point of the entire manor. As long as it was killed, the entire manor would be exposed to its attack. This guy is not stupid. Song Jian's heart sank. His brows slightly frowned, and with a thought, Song Jian disappeared on the third floor of the castle. Although the bloody ghost poison tree was already a level 6 elite boss, it was still somewhat powerless against Robert. It could be a thug, but it was a bit difficult for it to act as a shield. Robert controlled the warhorse and ran only 2 steps. The speed suddenly increased to the limit, and the surrounding energy was lingering. It felt like a sports car that had already stepped on the accelerator to the maximum when it started. Once the brake was released, the speed was directly increased from 0 to 180 miles per hour. The warhorse ran as fast as an arrow from a bow. The ghost poison tree quickly stretched out all its roots, trying to wrap around the warhorse again to prevent it from getting close. But the warhorse, which had increased its speed, completely ignored these roots. All the roots were torn to pieces by the energy around the warhorse before they got close. Boom! With a loud bang, Robert hit the thick trunk of the bloody ghost poison tree hard, and the blood volume of the poison tree suddenly dropped a lot. Only about 1/5 of it was left. The poison tree branch made a crunching sound, and a huge deep hole appeared on the surface of the trunk. Smelly sawdust flew everywhere, and streams of blood-like juice gushed out. The poisonous tree roared, and all its branches began to entangle with each other, forming 2 thick arms. There were also bursts of rumbling in the soil, and the ground trembled slightly. The roots buried in the ground also entangled with each other, forming 2 thick thighs. The poisonous tree struggled hard, got rid of the shackles of the soil, and stood up from the spiritual field. Roar! The 2 arms clenched into fists, like chain hammers, and a low whistle came out from the air, smashing towards Robert fiercely. Robert swung his left hand upwards violently, and a dazzling white light burst out from the long sword, colliding fiercely with the arms of the poisonous tree Alex. The horse under Robert's crotch let out a mournful cry, and its limbs trembled violently, as if it could not bear such a huge force. And Robert's long sword also cut into Alex's arms full of wood texture. At this moment, Song Jian's figure appeared in front of Robert's horse, and the fangs in his hand stabbed towards the horse's head like a venomous snake. Chapter 92 Super Telekinesis. The warhorse snorted loudly, shook its head, opened its mouth, and bit Song Jian. Song Jian suddenly discovered that the mouth of this warhorse was full of sharp fangs, flashing with cold metallic light, just like the mouth of a giant beast, which was very different from an ordinary warhorse. Song Jian didn't dare to let such a big mouth bite him, so he quickly retracted his arm and dodged to the side. Crack! The upper and lower jaws of the warhorse collided with each other, and a ball of sparks collided between the fangs, which startled Song Jian. Song Jian exerted force on his feet and stabbed the warhorse's right thigh hard, then waved the dagger and stabbed it towards the warhorse's right eye. The warhorse turned its head, wanting to continue biting Song Jian, but unexpectedly, Song Jian's move was just a feint. He quickly retracted the dagger, flicked it backhand, and stabbed it directly into the warhorse's mandible. minus 110. An attack of more than 100 points floated up from Robert's head. Song Jian smiled slightly, and his figure disappeared from the spot like teleportation. Who? The long sword emitting white sword light made a low whistle and swept past the place where Song Jian had just stood. In the manor. Song Jian is the master, and can appear anywhere in the manor in an instant. Fighting here is like being assisted by God, just like the teleportation of a wizard. For a while, Song Jian's figure kept appearing around Robert, and the dagger in his hand was like the sickle of the god of death, constantly cutting Robert's life. The bloody ghost poison tree's health has dropped to 1/10, and the entire blood tank began to flash a dazzling red light. At this moment, the poison tree suddenly stretched out its right hand, grabbed a level 5 mutant zombie that rushed in from the gap in the wall, and stuffed it into its big mouth. The sharp fangs easily tore the mutant zombie's body apart and swallowed the zombie directly into its stomach. The blood volume of the poison tree increased a little at a speed visible to the naked eye. Song Jian kept appearing on Robert's left and right, harassing it and preventing it from attacking the poison tree with all its strength. Otherwise the poison tree should have become a pile of wood chips by now. Explode! With a light shout, a ball of green poisonous mist suddenly exploded from Robert's body, causing more than 100 points of damage. Toxic Nova. 5 effective attacks, each with a layer of poisonous mark. After 5 layers of poisonous marks, all poisonous marks can be detonated, releasing the poisonous nova, causing more than 100 points of damage to the target. Robert's body shook, and he turned around suddenly. The 2 balls of ghost fire in the eye sockets of his helmet stared at Song Jian as if he was looking at a corpse. Song Jian only felt his scalp tingling. His pupils suddenly contracted, and the alarm bells in his heart rang loudly. He wanted to teleport away from the spot, but found that he was bound by a mysterious force and couldn't move at all. System: the patrolling zombie Robert releases super telekinesis on you. Binding for 5 seconds. Your innate skill thick-skinned is triggered. The thick-skinned skill level is too low. You cannot be immune to this attack, reducing the binding time by 20%. And the final binding time is 4 seconds. Damn! How could this happen? Song Jian was shocked, watching Robert turn around, waving the long sword in his hand, and slashing at him fiercely. Bang! The bloody ghost poison tree waved its arms, and hit Robert's back fiercely from behind. A huge force came, and directly knocked Robert and his warhorse to the side. The long sword that was originally slashing Song Jian's head suddenly tilted, and passed through Song Jian's left shoulder. Swish! Where the long sword passed, the zombie leader's armor slowly emerged, and a very deep sword mark appeared on the surface, almost splitting the entire armor in half. A damage of more than 80 points floated up from Song Jian's head. Song Jian's face changed drastically in shock. Just a scratch made him lose more than 80 points of blood value. If this sword hit, Robert would be able to kill him instantly. Song Jian's mind suddenly flashed the battle information prompt of the system just now, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind. The skill level of thick skin is too low, and it cannot be immune to this attack. The skill level is too low. Open the skill list. Song Jian hurriedly shouted in his mind. In the skill list, the talent skill thick-skinned is only level 2. It was originally upgraded to level 1 to resist the zombie virus. Now it seems that Song Jian has not fully developed the potential of this skill. Add all skill points to the talent skill. Song Jian, who has reached level 9, has accumulated 5 skill points. In an instant, all 5 skill points were added to the talent skill thick-skinned. For a moment, the line of the talent skill thick-skinned in the skill column burst into golden light 5 times in a row, and the level was upgraded from level 2 to level 7. And the attributes also changed drastically. Thick-skin passive, level 7. Skill effect, self-defense increased by 30%. Resistance increased by 45%. And has a certain immunity to negative effects such as taunting, charm, corpse poison, paralysis, dizziness, etc. Each time the damage is taken, it is forced to reduce by 10 points. Skill description: as a salesperson, you have a certain immunity to those humiliations, rejections, and taunts, and your ability to resist blows is further improved. And your resistance to adverse effects is also enhanced. Crack. With a crisp cracking sound. After upgrading the talent skill of thick skin to level 7, Song Jian found that the original 2 seconds of binding time disappeared directly, and there seemed to be a layer of transparent film around the body. which now broke directly. This talent skill is really powerful. It improves defense, resistance, immunity to negative effects, and even damage can be reduced by 10 points. It's simply a magical skill. Song Jian immediately felt that the 5 skill points were not wasted at all. After improving the talent skill, Robert's super telekinesis was directly abolished, and it had no effect on Song Jian at all. Boom boom boom. 3 more stone bullets fell from the air and hit Robert hard. The warhorse under his crotch finally couldn't bear such a violent impact. It let out a wail, and its limbs softened and fell to the ground. At this time, Robert's blood volume was only 1/5 left. The bloody ghost poison tree next to it took the opportunity to catch a few more monsters and stuff them into its mouth. For a while, the fishy liquid splashed everywhere. The big hole in the body of the poisonous tree Alex had countless tiny tentacles, which began to entangle with each other. The human face that emerged from the trunk kept twisting, chewing the monster's corpse in its mouth, looking extremely hideous. When Alex, the bloody ghost poison tree, recovered to 1/3 of his health, he began to join the ranks of attacking Robert. Song Jian continued to use the ability given to him by the Manor, constantly teleporting, appearing in places that Robert could not see, and constantly attacking him. Explode, explode, explode. Every 5 attacks can trigger a poisonous star, causing a lot of damage to Robert. The ghost poison tree spurted out another mouthful of poison mist, waving its 2 thick arms and smashing Robert hard. Robert, the level 10 elite boss, finally had his health at the bottom under the siege of the bloody ghost poison tree and Song Jian. The warhorse under his crotch could not bear the damage of the battle. After Yang Tian let out a mournful cry, he collapsed on the ground. Wisps of black breath came out from the gaps in the horse armor. The ghost fire in Robert's eyes began to drift, and a bunch of sparks kept exploding. At this moment, Robert's body stiffened, as if he thought of something, and directly threw the long sword in his left hand towards Song Jian. Chapter 93 Mission completed. Huh? The long sword spun in the air and drew an arc, and Song Jian quickly dodged. Just then, Song Jian saw Robert suddenly take out a palm-sized black metal block from his armor, and threw it towards Song Jian. Seeing this thing, a name suddenly emerged in Song Jian's mind: T11 high explosive grenade. Fuck. This guy actually has this killer weapon. Song Jian was so scared that his soul flew away. And he didn't care about the bloody ghost poison tree. He teleported directly, and appeared on the 3rd floor of the Manor Castle. Boom. With a loud bang, the whole Manor Castle shook slightly, and a big hole was blown open in the castle gate, and dust spread like smoke. This is a level 3 stone castle gate with a defense of 800. And a grenade blew it up directly? Song Jian couldn't believe his eyes. You have such a powerful method. What have you done earlier? If you had used it earlier, the bloody ghost poison tree would have been wiped out. Song Jian was speechless. At this time, Robert only had less than 100 health points left. Even if he used the T11 high explosive grenade to blow up the castle gate, he couldn't reverse the current situation. If Robert had used grenades to blow up the walls and the castle gates at the beginning, hordes of monsters would have swarmed in. No matter how strong the defense of Song Jian's manor was, the main mission would have ended in failure. Alex, stay away from that guy, Song Jian ordered hurriedly. Although Alex's health had recovered by 1/3, he could not withstand the power of a T11 high explosive grenade explosion. Alex, who had independent consciousness, ran far away before Song Jian gave the order after seeing the power of the T11 high explosive grenade, and did not dare to get close to Robert at all. After leaving the spiritual field, Alex, who had transformed into a human form, had his health decreasing every second. He gave up attacking Robert and rushed out directly from the gap in the wall, killing all the level 5 monsters. For a level 6 elite boss, the level 5 monsters in front of him were just its food. Robert, who had thrown the high explosive grenade, didn't know what was going on. He stood there in a daze, and his whole body began to tremble slightly. Song Jian didn't dare to flash over to attack him. The range of the high explosive grenade was not small. If he provoked Robert to transform into a suicide soldier and then gave up his life, wouldn't it be too unprofitable? The two stood on the 3rd floor of the castle, and the other stood in the courtyard. After staring at each other for a while, Robert let out a long sigh. I have guarded this city for 300 years. But I didn't expect that I was the one who eventually destroyed it. Robert suddenly spoke, slowly taking off his helmet. Robert revealed his pale face, high nose bridge, sunken eye sockets, and angular face. His western face looked quite handsome. But at this time, Robert's 2 eyes were still 2 burning green flames. Caesar, I didn't expect that you would be by my side in the end. Robert leaned down and stroked the cheek of the warhorse that had turned into a dry bone. And a trace of reluctance appeared on Robert's face. After a long time, Robert began to take off the armor on his body. This armor was similar to the armor of the medieval heavy knights. Generally, it needed the help of servants to take it off. Robert could not remove it alone in many places. In the end, he could only use brute force to break it off. The heavy armor fell to the ground. Robert was wearing a gray tights. He stabbed the long sword in his hand hard on the ground, raised his head, and shouted to Song Jian, God's favored one. Are you interested in coming down and listening to me? As soon as the voice fell, he heard a strong wind behind him. Robert's face changed, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of tree roots pierced Robert's back like spears, directly pierced his body, and came out from his chest. Black and red dirty blood flowed out of Robert's mouth, and the ghost fire in his eye socket swayed. This may be fate. Robert sighed. His knees softened. His body lost all strength, and his hands fell weakly. If it weren't for the roots of the bloody ghost poison tree supporting his body, Robert would have been lying on the ground at this time. The moment after Robert's death, the monsters besieging Song Jian's manor seemed to suddenly wake up from their sleep, roaring and fleeing, looking at only a few dozen monsters left. Song Jian smiled. System, congratulations to player Song Jian. Successfully created a safe house level 1 manor. The main task is completed, and the task pass evaluation is greatly improved. System, congratulations to player Song Jian for killing LV-10 patrolling zombie Robert, completing the side quest Guardian Sorrow, and obtaining the side quest reward T11 high explosive grenade production blueprint. System, congratulations to player Song Jian for reaching level 10. The player chat channel is now open. You can communicate freely with other players in the player channel. System, congratulations to the player for completing the main quest. You can leave the game. You have 3 hours left in the game. When the time is up, you will be forced out of the game. After Robert's death, a golden light appeared on Alex, the bloody ghost poison tree, and his level was raised to elite level 7. He devoured more than a dozen monsters outside the manor with residual blood, and restored his blood volume to about half. At this time, Alex's blood loss per second has increased from 1 point/second to 3 points/second. The longer it leaves the spiritual field, the more blood it loses. Robert has something to say at the end, and I don't know what he will say. Song Jian appeared next to Robert's body, looking at the body lying on the ground, thinking. Next to Robert's body, there lay a blue quality long sword, a skill book, and a revolver-like firearm, also of blue quality. 2 blue quality equipment, a skill book, the quality of the drops from Robert, the level 10 elite boss, is very high. Song Jian was a little surprised, but just as he was about to bend over to pick up the items, several tree roots suddenly drilled out of the soil, and dragged the 3 items into the mud at lightning speed. Fuck you. Song Jian was furious. More than 5 level 10 elite bosses died by the wall today, but each of them was a fake, only dropping some green quality materials, and they were all swallowed by Alex. The items dropped by Robert were considered a relatively large harvest this time, but in the end, Alex got them first. Alex strode towards the manor, ignoring Song Jian's angry eyes, and returned to the spiritual field. His 2 thick thighs turned into countless tree roots and plunged into the soil. His 2 fists slowly stretched out, forming branches and leaves like a big umbrella. The human face that appeared on the trunk also slowly disappeared and turned into a big tree that looked a little weird. You. Song Jian pointed at Alex, who had returned to his tree-like appearance. He was speechless for a moment. He just felt a tightness in his chest and wanted to vomit blood. After a long time, he shook his head helplessly, calmed down, and focused on the system prompts. The main task is completed, and the side task is completed. However, this side task seems to have skipped many steps and jumped directly to the last link of killing, resulting in many omissions in the middle. This is a serial task, and the final reward is just a production drawing to send me away. It's a bit too simple. Song Jian touched his chin. looking at the T11 high explosive grenade production drawing in the package column. Thinking. Looking up. The towering tower of hundreds of meters in the center of the city suddenly appeared in Song Jian's eyes. That was the place where Robert, the former city guardian and now the level 10 elite boss patrolling zombie, fell. The second ring of the side quest only requires reaching the place of fall and searching for clues of Robert's whereabouts. It seems that I should go to that place again. Maybe there will be good things left there. Song Jian looked at the tower in the center of the city and thought to himself. Chapter 94 Blood Pool. Song Jian successfully built a safe house, which surprised all the players watching. This is impossible. Are so many bosses fake? I seem to have seen a level 10 boss. How could this be? It was a suffocating battle. That strange tree played a decisive role. I don't know how it was obtained. I want to know now how much materials a safe house cost. Level 3 stone wall. My god. Great. Xiaojian brother. Great. Brother Song. You are so awesome. I have decided to build my safe house next to yours. Except for Li Qi and Wang Qi. All the players who were watching were indifferent and watched coldly in the face of the swarming monsters. However, until the end, the scene they wanted to see did not appear, which disappointed many people and made them jealous of Song Jian. Why could he complete the main task and leave this damn game? Why could he collect so many materials? Why could he have such a strong monster tree to help him fight? Unfair. All this is too unfair. More and more people began to come out from the dark corners and slowly walk towards the manor built by Song Jian. Song Jian sensed something was wrong, and a hint of coldness appeared on the corner of his mouth. How similar is this scene to reality? When Song Jian entered society and came into contact with his first sales career, he once saw an extremely excellent salesperson. His performance in 1 month was more than that of all other salespeople combined. Even some senior salespeople could not compare to his performance in 3 months. However, no one could see how hard it was behind his performance. Everyone began to use cold violence against him. The entire sales department was as if this person did not exist. All his shortcomings were infinitely magnified. Even if he made a small mistake, someone would constantly criticize him. However, no one mentioned his amazing sales performance. Even the sales manager took a tacit attitude towards this cold violence because he was afraid that the salesperson would replace him. In the end, this excellent salesperson left the company. This incident once made Song Jian sigh for a long time. Even Zhao Yu cursed the company's indifference behind his back. If Song Jian was not still in the company, Zhao Yu would probably resign the next day. Is it possible that excellence is also a kind of original sin? Song Jian whispered to himself. Restore everything. My first level manor. The broken walls, the destroyed traps, and the broken castle gates can all be repaired with materials after the battle. Wood and stone disappeared from Song Jian's parcel column like water. There were too many places that needed to be repaired. It took more than 5,000 units of wood and more than 10,000 units of stone to finally repair the first level manor. The Bloody Ghost poison tree's health value also recovered to more than 80%. Mainly because Robert's charge skill caused too much damage to its trunk. And it would take a long time to repair it. If it weren't for the poison tree Alex swallowing Robert's body, I'm afraid the health value would not have recovered so much. Seeing that Song Jian's manor was restored to its original state, some people became hesitant. After a few people looked at the manor, they hesitated for a moment and immediately turned around and left. But most people looked around and still surrounded the manor unswervingly. Song Jian's figure appeared on the 3rd floor of the castle, looking down at the crowd through the window. Brother, can you tell me how you built such a magnificent castle? What's the secret? Someone stood 5 or 6 meters away from the wall and shouted loudly. Yes. Tell us how you collected so many materials. This game is too difficult to play. Don't hide the secrets alone. Brother, I am the general manager of Hyphen Group in the real world. If you can guide me in the game, I think we can make friends in the real world and have a drink together. What do you think? Song Jian smiled slightly, said prohibit all strangers from entering in the manor, and then turned and left the 3rd floor. The entire castle was empty, with only a civilian radio station on the 3rd floor standing alone on the floor. The civilian radio station was turned off at this time, but after being placed in the safe house, it could be used normally. Song Jian walked towards the radio station. He was very curious about this radio station. When he was placing it, he seemed to hear someone broadcasting something on a certain channel in the radio station. However, Song Jian could not be distracted at that time because of the monster attacking the manor. So he did not pay too much attention to it. Just as Song Jian was about to turn on the radio station, the voice of the bloody ghost poison tree Alex suddenly sounded in his mind. Master, my injuries are too serious. I need blood from the blood pool to replenish my blood. Please allow me to use the blood from the blood pool. Alex's weak voice startled Song Jian. When he checked Alex's current state, he was stunned. It turned out that Robert's charged skill against Alex caused such a huge damage to Alex. Even though he had taken root in the spiritual field, Alex's blood value was still flowing. But the flow rate was very slow. So Song Jian didn't notice it for a while. The penetrating wound on the tree trunk had hurt Alex's roots. Song Jian's mind moved, and his figure appeared in the basement. In the empty basement, there was only a 20 square meter blood pool similar to a swimming pool. Song Jian looked towards the blood pool. After the blood pool was built, he had not carefully checked its properties. Blood pool, level 1 building. Effect: store 5,000 units of blood. Blood effect 1, can replenish blood value. Blood effect 2, can cultivate blood slaves. Blood effect 3, can be used to make additives to improve product quality. Building description: blood contains trace amounts of toxins. Long-term drinking can enhance physical fitness, but it will affect the mind and pollute the soul. The blood in the blood pool can be slowly restored, but after it is exhausted, it will take a lot of time and precious materials to restore. Blood pool capacity: 2,000/5,000. Alex, how much blood do you need to restore the foundation? Song Jian asked in his heart. Master, I need about 1,000 standard units of blood to fully recover. Alex answered immediately. Well, there is not much blood in the blood pool. If I give it to you, it will waste a lot of precious materials to restore it. Song Jian touched his chin with an embarrassed expression. Master, if there is no blood water, I will die, and your manor will lose a powerful guard. Alex's voice seemed a little anxious. Ahem. Anyway, the manor has been built, and there will be no monsters besieging it in the future. Losing a powerful guard is losing one. At worst, I will go to the tree spirit forest to kill a few tree spirit seedlings and cultivate them again. They won't steal my spoils. Song Jian thought of the items dropped by Robert, and his heart was bleeding. Master, I still have 3 items here. I want to give them to you. Respected master? Alex hesitated. Song Jian's mind moved. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his figure flashed, appearing beside Alex. 2 items emitting blue light and 1 emitting white light appeared under the tree. Not bad. Not bad. 2 blue equipment. 1. Fog. Engineering production table. You guy. Song Jian quickly put the 3 items into the package and glared at the tree. Other things are fine, but this engineering production table is an item that Song Jian has been looking forward to for a long time. Master. Blood. Alright. Alright. Got it. Song Jian waved his hand, and with a thought, the blood in the blood pool quickly dropped by half, and slowly poured into the spiritual field where Alex was. Oh! The power of life. Alex groaned comfortably, and the penetrating wound on the tree trunk was surrounded by tiny sprouts, like muscle tissue. Countless sprouts grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, entangled with each other, and soon made up for Alex's wound. Looking at the blood pool with only a thin layer of blood left, Song Jian thought about making blood slaves in his heart, and his figure flashed and appeared on the 3rd floor of the castle again. Chapter 95 Rocket Launcher. Song Jian returned to the 3rd floor of the manor castle. In the empty room, there was only a turn-off radio station placed on the floor. Song Jian took out 3 items from the parcel column. These were tributes from the poisonous tree Alex. Song Jian estimated that because it ate too much, these 3 things could not be digested for a while, so they were left to the end. The first item was a blue quality long sword. Guardian sword blue, one-handed sword. Weapon. Attack, 28 to 31. Strength +3. Armor penetration +2. Special effect, Knight's Faith active. After release, it can form a telekinetic shield with a defense of 500. The telekinetic shield disappears after 10 seconds. After the telekinetic shield is broken within 10 seconds, it automatically restores 30% of the user's health value. Usage requirements, level 10. Can it be taken out of the game? No. A level 10 blue one-handed sword with a built-in defense skill. Song Jian's corruption sword happened to be fed to Alex. and he was still missing a weapon in his left hand. The Guardian Sword could replace the Corruption Sword. The strength was increased by 3 points, which directly made Song Jian's strength break through the single digit and reach 11 points. For ordinary players, who only have 4 or 5 points of strength now, it has a completely crushing effect. The skill of Knight's Faith greatly increased Song Jian's survivability. The 500-point defense is enough to make some players with weaker attack power feel desperate. Ordinary mutant zombies may not even be able to break through this layer of telekinetic defense shield. The most important thing is that after the telekinetic shield is broken, it can directly increase the health value by 30%. In the battle with the boss, 30% of the health value is almost equivalent to the total health value of an ordinary player. And it can even save Song Jian's life at a critical moment. Song Jian is very satisfied with this long sword. Although Song Jian has only mastered a basic passive skill about the long sword so far, it does not prevent him from using the long sword as a secondary weapon. Putting the long sword into the equipment column, Song Jian continued to look at the second item. The second item is an engineering manufacturing table, which belongs to the category of building facilities. Song Jian directly placed it next to the radio station. With this manufacturing table and the T11 high-explosive grenade manufacturing drawings, Song Jian can make high-explosive grenades. Song Jian is still frightened by the power of the high-explosive grenade. If Robert hadn't remembered this trump card at the last minute, it would be a question whether Song Jian's first-level manor would still exist. It would be great if I could have a potion-making table, Song Jian thought, stroking his chin. He has learned the art of pharmacy and has the recipe for the weakness potion. But he doesn't have a potion-making table and can't make the weakness potion, which makes Song Jian a little anxious. Engineering making table special item, effect. Can make engineering tools. Increase the success rate of making by 30%. Usage conditions, master engineering. Must be placed in a safe house to use. After seeing the properties of the engineering production table, Song Jian's face suddenly darkened. He had the production drawings and the production table, but he did not master engineering. Damn. It's just a decoration, Song Jian said angrily. The book engineering is not available in ordinary stores, and it is only sold in the Doomsday supermarket. Song Jian doesn't know whether the Doomsday supermarket will appear again. Song Jian has always felt that all items can be bought in the Doomsday supermarket, which is too buggy. This should just be a kind of welfare. If you catch it, it's an opportunity. If you don't catch it, you can only enjoy it. Now many players have accepted the Doomsday supermarket membership task, but they have not been able to complete it until now. Song Jian shook his head and set his eyes on the third item. How could there be such a thing? This? Simply. Song Jian's eyes showed a look of horror, and then turned into ecstasy. In the parcel column, a large killer with a metallic luster lay there quietly. Cobra 2X Blue, rocket launcher. Two-handed weapon. Attack, 49 to 68. Explosion +3. Splash +3. Bullet capacity +1. Special effect 1. Automatically restore 1 round of ammunition every 30 seconds. Bullet capacity, 2 halves. Attack speed, 3 seconds. Use requirements, level 10. Strength attribute reaches 12 points. Bazooka? There is such a thing as a bazooka. This attack is comparable to that of the ground tooth. It's too abnormal. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he wanted to hug her and kiss her. The feature of automatic ammunition recovery is so considerate. I made a lot of money. Haha. I really made a lot of money this time. Song Jian has always enviedly cursed crossbow for its automatic ammunition recovery property. This can save a lot of money. You know, firearms have many advantages, such as high attack, great power, and long range, but the only disadvantage is that they are too expensive to use. After a battle, the ammunition used is enough to bankrupt an ordinary player, which makes the players in the game love and hate firearms. If a firearm has the property of automatically restoring ammunition, even if it is only a white quality item, its value will soar, and it can even be compared with green quality weapons. It's a pity that the equipment requires 12 points of strength. I only have 11 points now, and I'm still a little short. Damn it. It's like a big meal has been delivered to my mouth, but I can't eat it. I hate it. Song Jian stared at the 12 points of strength attribute that was emitting red light, and his eyes were filled with resentment. Almost none of the 3 items can be used immediately. The Guardian Sword has no corresponding training. If you use it rashly, You may hurt yourself. You can only hang it in the equipment column and enjoy the attribute bonus. The engineering production table cannot be used because the corresponding skills have not been learned. The powerful rocket launcher has insufficient power attribute and cannot be used. Song Jian sighed deeply and closed the package bar. Out of sight. Out of mind. Chirp. Just then, on the third floor window of the castle, a lavender translucent spirit bird kept chirping, trying to attract Song Jian's attention. Xiaozi. Song Jian raised his eyebrows, walked quickly to the window, and let Xiaozi in. Level 10 unlocks the player channel. Now I am the only level 10. What's the point of unlocking the channel? Song Jian couldn't help complaining. If everyone unlocked the player channel, then Song Jian could contact other players freely. But now he is the only one in the channel. What's the difference between unlocking it and not unlocking it? Talking to yourself? Brother Xiaojian, those people have been surrounding the gate of your manor, still saying bad things about you. And we dare not go in. Xiaozi's mouth came out of coarse voice. After hearing this, Song Jian's face darkened, and he snorted coldly, with a hint of coldness on the corners of his mouth. Are you shameless? You have to force me to kill. Song Jian is no longer so resistant to killing in the game. Without the legal constraints of the real world, the game follows the dark forest law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak. But some people still don't understand it, and still treat it as an optional game. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson, and let you know the cruelty of this game, Song Jian said to himself, and his figure appeared directly on the wall. Chapter 96 Taking Advantage. Song Jian appeared on the wall, looking at the dozens of people surrounding his safe house, with an ugly expression. After successfully creating the safe house, almost all the defense facilities were destroyed, and there were big holes in the walls and castles. Song Jian's manor looked very dilapidated and desolate. At this time, almost all the players who were watching wanted to take advantage of the situation. But after Song Jian spent a lot of materials to repair the manor in the first place, more than half of the players backed out. Looking at the 4 arrow towers, 3 catapults, and all the defense facilities such as the tall and thick walls, wooden spike traps, and rockfall traps, almost everyone was trembling in their hearts. Those who still dare to gather here are those who rely on their identities in the real world and want to take advantage of their power in the real world. Humph. People who are good at playing games must be losers in the real world. I don't believe that he dares to leave us alone like this. A middle-aged man with a big belly, holding a green quality staff in his hand, said aggressively. Boss Wang is right. Don't let us find out what his identity is in the real world. Otherwise, based on his current attitude towards us, I will make it difficult for him to move in Linhai City. A middle-aged man with eagle eyes, thin figure, and slightly bald head snorted coldly, and a hint of murderous intent appeared on his face. Several people around him seemed to be a little afraid of him, and dared not look him in the eye. Even when standing next to him, they were a little timid. Of course, who dares not give Boss Zhang some face? This kid dares to ignore Boss Zhang like this. Once you know his identity in the real world, I'm afraid it will be difficult to see him in the game in the future. Ha ha, a fat man weighing at least 300 kilograms, wearing a plate armor and holding a war hammer that is almost as tall as him, laughed. Fatty son, we are just fighting and killing. When that kid comes out later, how to squeeze the oil and water out of him depends on your methods. Sun Yan Wang. Boss Zhang snorted coldly and glanced at the fat man next to him. Okay. As long as you brothers can help me keep the place going. Even if this guy is a monkey king who jumped out of a crack in a rock, I can squeeze out a few drops of oil from him. The fat man's fat face was greasy, and his small eyes revealed a terrifying brilliance. A dozen people surrounded the gate of Song Jian Manor, each of them exuding extraordinary momentum. And they were obviously people who had been in high positions for a long time, and had great power and wealth. These people should all know each other in the real world, chatting and laughing with each other, and formed an alliance in a few casual words. They had already begun to calculate how to maximize their own interests. The rest of the people who were not qualified to stand with the big guys in front, but also wanted to have a share, all stood on the street more than 10 meters away from the manor. A large group of people did not speak, but their eyes were full of greed and envy, looking at the manor in front and the group of people surrounding the manor gate. Li Kur and Wang Qi stood far away, looking at the group of people. Their eyes were full of dissatisfaction and resentment. These are all bad guys. No one helped Xiaojian brother fight the monster just now. Liqueur pouted and said angrily. When the monsters besieged Song Jian's manor just now, everyone watched coldly. Only Liqueur and Wang Qi kept hunting monsters on the periphery. This also led to Liqueur's level being raised to level 7, and Wang Qi's level being raised to level 5. I really don't understand why they were so indifferent to such a good opportunity to upgrade just now. Wang Qi was still a little surprised, and couldn't believe it when he recalled it now. You know, Wang Qi had finally reached level 3 before. And just now, in just over an hour, he was promoted to level 5. Just like riding a rocket. Humph. They think there are not enough monsters besieging Brother Xiao Jian, Liqueur said angrily. In fact, many of the players watching now were regretting in their hearts. They originally thought that Song Jian could not resist the siege of these monsters. After all, there were so many bosses, and even the existence of level 10 elite bosses. But unexpectedly, Song Jian actually resisted the attacks of so many monsters in the end, which was unimaginable. If I had taken action at that time, would my level have been raised by 2 or 3 levels now? Many people think so now. But at that time, they just stood by and watched coldly, wanting to see Song Jian laugh and see others fail in the main mission again. Song Jian's figure appeared on the wall, looking down at the people gathered at the gate, listening to their discussions and mutual flattery. Song Jian just felt funny. Even if he returned to the real world now, Song Jian was not without the ability to protect himself. They thought that they could still use their power to bully an ordinary person like they did in the past. And they could only say that they were blind. What do you want to do by surrounding the gate of my manor? Song Jian asked expressionlessly. These people didn't notice that Song Jian was already standing on the wall. When they heard the voice, they all looked up and saw Song Jian. They all showed a trace of embarrassment on their faces. It's okay to talk about others behind their backs, but to belittle them in front of them made these big guys feel a little embarrassed. After all, they are all respectable people. If there is anything, they just need to tell their men to do it. Brother, can I have a word with you? Boss Jian didn't like to look up and talk to people like this. He frowned and shouted loudly. Leave the gate of my manor immediately. Otherwise, I will regard you as an enemy and I will attack you. You still have 10 seconds, Song Jian said coldly. Little brother, don't be so aggressive. We are. The man called Mr. Wang's face darkened. No one dared to talk to him like this for a long time. Humph. You still have 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the manor's defense facilities will automatically attack everyone within the range. Take care of yourself. Song Jian didn't want to say more to them, and flashed back to the manor castle. Too arrogant. Don't let me know his identity in the real world. Otherwise, Boss Zhang's face showed a fierce look. I think. Let's leave quickly. Look at the arrow tower on the wall. Suddenly someone said in a trembling voice. Everyone looked up and saw that the arrow towers on both sides of the wall had actually begun to aim at them. And the sharp triangular arrows flashed with cold light, which made people's hearts tighten. I don't believe that he really dares to kill people. Humph. A little brat like him is only good at talking. I'm standing here and let him kill. Boss Jian was full of anger. And he even tore off his clothes, exposing his chest to the arrow tower, with a fierce expression on his face. Chapter 97 Help. In the real world, Boss Jian has seen many young people who are good at talking, but will pee their pants when they are given a knife and asked to cut someone. Therefore, seeing that Song Jian is young and has no trace of being involved in society, but looks a bit like a college student, he immediately felt confident and determined that Song Jian dared not kill anyone. Boy, if you don't dare to kill me today, you are my grandson. Remember to call me Old Zhang when you see me in the future. Zhang shouted at the manor castle. Before Boss Wing finished speaking, he heard 2 sharp whoosh sounds breaking through the air. Puff. Mr. Wang was splashed with blood, and he stood still for a moment, with an expression of disbelief, looking at Boss Zhang again. 2 wooden arrows more than 1 foot long, one shot from his left temple, directly penetrated the entire skull, and the arrowhead came out from the right skull, revealing a full 3 inches long. The other wooden arrow hit Boss Zhang's throat, and came out from the back of his neck. 2 more than 80 points of critical damage floated up from the top of Boss Zhang's head. Ahem. Boss Zhang's eyes were full of horror. He couldn't believe that a young man in his early 20s could be so decisive and murderous. If I had known. Such a thought suddenly emerged in Boss Zhang's mind. But soon, his consciousness was submerged in darkness, and he no longer had any consciousness. seeing Boss Zhang's body lying on the ground, with a package next to him. Everyone's face was filled with fear. Fuck. He really dared to kill someone. A loud shout woke everyone who was surrounding the gate up. And when they looked at the wall, they could only hear the sound of bows and arrows being strung. Run away. Fuck. That guy is really ruthless. Get out of the way. Don't block the road. A dozen people ran away dozens of meters away in a hurry. And when they looked back, they saw several tree roots slowly extending from the wall, wrapping up Boss Zhang's body and his exploded package, and dragging them into the manor. Fuck. Like master. Like pet. They didn't even let go of Lao Zhang's body. Too cruel. Someone whispered in surprise. Lao Zhang was wrong this time. That guy is not an ordinary college student. He can easily trick him. He is a dragon crossing the river. There will be more to watch in the future. So what are we doing now? Let's go! Don't embarrass yourself here. Everyone was wrong. Haha. That guy is cruel enough. He will kill people directly if he says something wrong. There is no way. Now he holds the knife in his hand. He can do whatever he wants. A dozen big guys talked a lot, stood for a while, and then dispersed. At this time, they no longer dared to treat Song Jian as a young man who had just started out, but treated him as a person of the same generation as themselves. Huh. My heart seems to be getting harder and harder now. And I kill people decisively. Haha. I didn't expect that I would be said to be decisive in killing people. Song Jian touched the night killer pattern on his chest, and a lonely look appeared on his face. Brother Xiao Jian, you are so great. Those guys are so hateful. They should all be killed. Xiao Zi stood in front of the window on the third floor of the castle, shouting loudly, with a hint of excitement in his tone. Okay. Kur. You are a little girl. Don't shout and kill every day. I have opened the permissions for you and Wang Qi. You can enter my manor, Song Jian said with a smile. Really? That's great. Haha. They are all gone. Let's go in. After a while, Li Ke and Wang Qi came to the manor castle together. It's so big here, but it looks so empty. There is nothing, Li Ke said while walking and looking around. After creating a safe house, will all the original items in the safe house disappear? Wang Qi muttered quietly while walking, with a thoughtful expression. Ke, you are here. Song Jian came up to greet them with a smile. Xiao Jian brother, you are so awesome. You are my idol. Li Ke jumped onto Song Jian with excitement, hugged Song Jian's neck and said, Xiao Jian brother, your big tree is so awesome. Where did you get it? Can you take me to get one too? Song Jian smiled and took Ke down, touched her head and said, that big tree is called Alex. Don't underestimate it. It is very expensive to raise it. It has eaten your brother Xiao Jian out of money. No matter. No matter. Tell me quickly. Tell me where you got it. I want to raise a big tree too. Li Ke pulled Song Jian's hand and said coquettishly. Okay. 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 I'll tell you. Open the map and I'll mark it for you. Not only can you collect a lot of wood there, but there is also a monster called Tree Spirit. Killing them may drop Tree Spirit seedlings, and then upgrade to a level 3 safe house. You can transform the spiritual field. And with the spiritual field, you can plant tree spirits. Song Jian marked them on the map and said without reservation. Ah. So troublesome. I suddenly don't want to use only one room as a safe house. I want to use the whole bar as my safe house. Li Ke drew a big circle with both hands, as if this could frame the entire bar. I just happen to have some materials here. I'll give them to you. Song Jian looked at the tens of thousands of units of wood and stone in the parcel column, and gave them all to Li Ke and Wang Qi. When the monsters besieged them, the two of them were fighting hard against the monsters. Although Song Jian didn't mention it at this time, he saw it all. Little brother Jian, you are so great. I admire you. You are now the second greatest person after my father. Li Ke was so excited that she almost jumped up. And Wang Qi was also shocked. Tens of thousands of units of materials scared him. Brother Song, did you really not recharge this game? Wang Qi finally asked after holding it in for a long time. Haha. If you find that this game can charge money, you must tell me. Song Jian was amused by Wang Qi and laughed. Little brother, I have enough materials, ready to build a safe house. Can you help me? Li Ke pulled Song Jian's sleeve and said coquettishly. Song brother, I also want to build a safe house. Right next to you. Across the street? When the time comes? Wang Qi said, a little embarrassed. Okay. I can still stay in this game for 3 hours. As long as you build it within this time. I can help you. Song Jian agreed. Great. I'll go build it now. Li Ke was afraid of being slower than Wang Qi. So she ran towards the castle gate. Song Jian and Wang Qi looked at each other, laughed, and quickly followed Li Ke and walked out of the manor. Chapter 98 Fiona. The safe house that Li Ke chose actually has 3 floors. But there are 2 floors above ground and 1 underground. The first floor is a bar. The second floor is a casino. And the underground floor is a series of small rooms that look like simple rental houses. In fact, this is a place for selling and taking drugs. Standing on the first floor of the bar, Li Ke was a little excited, with sparkling eyes, and said to Song Jian, "Little brother, let me start. Let's start. Remember to only upgrade the safe house by 1 level. If you upgrade it too high, the level of monsters and the number of bosses attracted will also increase," Song Jian said. This is a matter of experience. If he had known earlier, Song Jian would never have upgraded the level of the safe house so high. He would rather upgrade it slowly when he becomes stronger. Soon, the green beam of light enveloped the entire bar. All the players were stunned, looking at the beam of light rising into the sky. Some could not believe their eyes. This is another one who paid for it? Someone hesitated. Go and see who is so stubborn. Others can pass the main quest. But it doesn't mean he can pass it. Yeah. How can the main quest be so easy to pass? Go and see who it is. The players who had been scattered started to gather again. Hey, Xiaojian brother. Why can't I build defense facilities? Li Ke was a little anxious. There was no wooden thorn trap in the construction list of the first level safe house, which made her a little panicked. No wooden thorn trap. Why is it like this? Song Jian also encountered this situation for the first time, and he couldn't help but frown. Ke, see if you can create other buildings. Don't worry. Even if there is no wooden thorn trap, I will not let your main task fail with me. Song Jian rubbed Ke's head and comforted her with a relaxed smile on his face. Seeing Song Jian smile, Ke calmed down immediately. Feeling relaxed, nodded, and carefully checked the building list. Little brother, there are no buildings to build, but I can recruit bar staff, Li Ke said. Bar staff? What? Song Jian was surprised. There are 3 types in total. Bartenders, waiters and bar thugs, Li Ke said. Is there a limit on the number? Song Jian asked hurriedly. There is a limit on the number of bartenders. Only 1 can be recruited. But there is no limit on waiters and thugs. But they need to be paid. Their salaries are so high. I can't recruit many, Li Ke said with a sad face. Let's recruit the bartender first, Song Jian said. The more restrictions there are, the more powerful they are. So they should be recruited first. Okay. Soon, a figure slowly emerged at the bar counter. Hello, boss. My name is Fiona. Nice to meet you. A mature and beautiful woman with a charming figure and fiery red hair bowed slightly to Li Ke and said with a smile on her face, "The lead boss?" Song Jian was stunned. He stared at Fiona for a long time, turned his head, and looked Li Ke up and down. This time, he was finally able to confirm that Li Ke was really the daughter of the game, and she could become a big boss without charging money. Song Jian's bloody ghost poison tree Alex almost broke his family, and with some luck, he became a first-level elite boss. And he also needed to build a spiritual field. The bartender Fiona in front of him only needs to spend Doomsday coins to recruit, which makes people jealous. LV1 bartender Fiona elite. Chi and blood, 300/300. Mental power, 600 to 600. Characteristics, super telekinesis. Super charm. Skills, accurate throwing. Title, junior bartender. This is the first NPC with a title that Song Jian has seen. And also the first NPC with mental power. Boss, do you want me to make you a cocktail? Fiona smiled charmingly. And Song Jian immediately felt that he was in love, with only Fiona in his eyes. But soon, Song Jian's eyes regained clarity, and his level 7 talent skill thick skin allowed Song Jian to resist Fiona's spiritual charm. Seeing Song Jian sober up so quickly from the charmed state, Fiona's eyes flashed, and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. But soon she regained her charming look. looking at the wine cabinet behind her. Fiona frowned slightly, shook her head and said, "Boss, you have to get a batch of wine as soon as possible. Otherwise, there is no need for me to exist at all. Very soon. Very soon. I will buy it as soon as I can protect this place." Liquor immediately promised. "Well, then I'll use my personal collection first." Fiona smiled slightly, and unexpectedly conjured up 7 or 8 bottles of wine out of thin air, and then took out a high-foot glass and a cocktail shaker. After a dazzling performance, Fiona gently pushed the glass in front of Liqueur and said, "Boss, try this rainbow. The whole cocktail is light blue, like the sky, with white liquid floating on the top, just like clouds floating in the sky. In the center of the glass, a curved rainbow with the color of the rainbow is gently rippling, which looks extremely beautiful. So beautiful." Liqueur's eyes were almost full of stars. "But soon," she said in frustration, "Mom said that I am too young to drink. Little brother, help me drink it. Don't waste it." Liqueur pushed the wine glass in front of Song Jian. Song Jian's eyes were fixed on the glass of rainbow, and a surprised expression gradually appeared on his face. The properties of this glass of wine. Song Jian trembled slightly, and picked up the glass of rainbow. Cocktail rainbow blue, drink. Effect, after use. It can temporarily increase 500 points of chi and blood value, lasting for 60 minutes. Note, this drink contains alcohol. Please use it with caution if you are allergic to alcohol. 500 points of health value. Although it is only a temporary increase, but as long as you have a glass before each battle, the survival rate will increase greatly. Song Jian picked up the glass and drank it all. Although it is called a cocktail, it tastes sweet and sour, just like a drink, and it is delicious. After drinking it, Song Jian suddenly found that his health value has exceeded 700 points, reaching an astonishing 750 points, almost the same as the health value of an ordinary level 10 boss. Haha. Good wine. Song Jian blushed, put down the glass, and said to Liqueur with a smile on his face, "Cour, sit here for a while, and watch me kill all the monsters outside." As he said that, Song Jian rushed out of the bar holding the Fong Thorn. What he didn't know was that a drunk status appeared in his status bar. Wang Qi. "Quickly stop, brother Xiao Jian." Liqueur was shocked. At this time, the monsters outside had gathered, and there were at least several hundred of them. Song Jian would still die if he rushed out now. Not to mention 750 points of health. Even if he had 7,500 points, he would still die. Wang Qi hurried forward and wanted to hold Song Jian, but Song Jian casually lifted him up and flew out. Now Song Jian's strength attribute has reached 11 points. For Wang Qi, who only has 5 points of strength, he is simply a Superman. Fiona, think of a solution. Liqueur turned around and shouted to Fiona. Haha. What an interesting person. Fiona blew a kiss to Song Jian. And Song Jian, who had already walked to the door of the bar, turned his head involuntarily and staggered towards the bar again. Chapter 99 Secret Passage. Song Jian looked drunk. His eyes were full of confusion, and his body was like a puppet, staggering towards the bar. Just after taking 2 steps, Song Jian's body flashed white light, and he immediately regained his sobriety. What's wrong with me? Song Jian looked around, with a puzzled look in his eyes. The memory just now was still there. Song Jian's eyes flickered, and he quickly opened the system information interface. His face became very ugly. First, he was drunk. His consciousness lost control, and a random human desire was infinitely magnified. The desire that Song Jian magnified in his drunken state this time was arrogance. After that, Fiona cast a charm spell on him. If it wasn't for the passive triggering of his talent skill thick-skinned, Song Jian would have been in a very ugly state by now. So it's a talent skill. Fiona curled her lips and said with disdain. Then she seemed to lose interest in Song Jian, and lazily took out a piece of velvet cloth and began to wipe the wine glass. A strong smell of alcohol gushed out of Song Jian's mouth. When he first drank this glass of rainbow, he didn't feel a trace of alcohol, but it became more and more intoxicating as he drank it. In just a few seconds, Song Jian was drunk. If it wasn't for the passive triggering of the thick-skin skill, Song Jian would have fallen asleep by now. Brother Xiao Jian, I can recruit 5 more waiters and 10 bar thugs, Liqueur said as she looked at the recruitment interface. Song Jian and Wang Qi had already handed over all their Doomsday coins to Liqueur, asking her to recruit people. After all, Every additional recruiter would provide more combat power. Recruit them all, Song Jian said, breathing heavily. Okay. A white light swirled around, and 5 men in waiter uniforms and 10 burly, fleshy men appeared in front of everyone. Hello, boss. 15 people bowed to Liqueur and stood up and shouted. Haha. Hello. Hello. Liqueur's eyes curved into a crescent moon, and she said with a smile, this game is really fun. Haha. Kur. Can you build any other defensive facilities? Song Jian asked. Once the safe house is built, the monsters outside the light column will rush in. It seems that we can also build a secret passage, which can go out from the basement of the bar to another street. Liqueur flipped through the construction interface and whispered. What? Does it mean that you can leave the bar through the secret passage at any time? Song Jian was shocked and asked hurriedly. Yes. After the secret passage is built, you can leave the bar directly through the secret passage. Liqueur nodded. How far can the secret passage be built? Can it be built to my place? Song Jian asked with a turn of his eyes. It seems possible, but it requires too many materials. More than 10,000. Liqueur frowned. And after some operation? He said, and it needs your consent. Soon. Song Jian received a system prompt. System. Player Liqueur applies to you for a safe house connection. Do you agree? Agree. The ground shook slightly, and then calmed down. It's built, little brother. This time I really can't build anything. Liqueur wrinkled her nose and said. Huh. With this secret passage, you should be content. This is a way to escape, even if you fail the main quest this time. As long as you have this secret passage, you can rebuild the safe house for the second time. This game is really good to you. Song Jian shook his head and sighed. You should know that other players actually only have one chance to complete the main quest. With so many monsters besieging, once the safe house is breached, the swarming monsters will directly overwhelm the players, and there will be no chance for you to start over. But Liqueur can use the secret passage to escape before the monsters breach the safe house. As long as she survives, she can rebuild the safe house again and have a second chance. Really? But I don't want to run away. I want to complete this task in one go. I will be the bar owner in the future. Haha. Liqueur suddenly laughed, not knowing what she thought of. Just then, the green light column outside began to fade slowly, and finally shattered like glass. Roar. The roar of the sea tide came from outside the bar, and several people suddenly became nervous. It's so noisy. Fiona frowned, glanced at the door of the bar, waved her hand and shouted, You guys, go to the door and tell those bastards to be quiet. Okay. Several waiters walked quickly towards the door of the bar. Liqueur was stunned, and then an anxious look appeared on her face. These waiters are all level 1. If they go out now, won't they be delivering food to the monsters? Hey, you guys. Liqueur stretched out her hand to call them back. Wait a minute. Liqueur. Let's take a look first. Song Jian pulled Liqueur. He had already noticed that this Fiona's intelligence was terrifyingly high. At least much higher than that of the bloody ghost poison tree Alex. Song Jian wanted to see how far this Fiona could go. Fiona glanced at Song Jian with a half smile, yawned, stretched her arms, and immediately revealed her beautiful figure. Wang Qi had already opened his mouth wide and drooled, and Song Jian's eyes could not help but drift towards the bar. Boom. Just then, several mutant zombies broke through the door of the bar and staggered towards the bar. Song Jian's face changed drastically. How is it possible? Even if the defense of the first level safe house is so strong, it is impossible for the monsters to rush in such a short time. What's going on? Song Jian looked up and was surprised to find that the monsters surrounding the bar seemed to have only the bar door as an entrance, and they all wanted to rush towards the door. They had no desire to attack the walls around the bar. The defense of a level 1 bar was only 1,500 points, and the bar door was just a wooden door with a defense of only 200 points. Several mutant zombies only needed to attack for a few minutes to break the door open. When the door was broken, the faces of several waiters changed, and they instantly took out a piece of steel pipe from their clothes and smashed it at the mutant zombies that rushed into the bar. Bang, bang, bang. Several waiters wielded steel pipes and knocked the mutant zombies to the ground. Then they began to block the door of the bar, wielding steel pipes and slamming at the monsters that were swarming in. For a moment, the 3 waiters blocked the door, just like the floodgates of a reservoir, blocking the flood of monsters that were swarming in. leaving Song Jian dumbfounded. Are these monsters stupid? Why don't they attack the wall? Wang Qi looked at them for a long time and asked weakly, then turned his head to look at Song Jian, his eyes full of confusion. Chapter 100 Royal Salute Earl Rum. How should I know? I'm not one of those monsters. Song Jian looked at Wang Qi unhappily. In fact, Song Jian had long discovered that these monsters besieging the bar seemed to only know how to rush to the door of the bar. Even if there was a blockage in front, they didn't know how to attack other places. They just circled around the door, looking anxious and angry. The defense of the first level bar is not high. If these monsters work together to attack all around, it will only take more than 10 minutes to break through this bar. However, the weird scene in front of him made Song Jian surprised and puzzled. 3 waiters blocked the door, and the steel pipes in their hands kept hitting the mutant zombies rushing in. After a few minutes, they killed more than a dozen mutant zombies. At this time, the 3 waiters flashed with golden light, and they were upgraded together. The blood volume that had originally dropped to half was directly restored at this time, and they could continue to block the door and withstand the monster's attacks. Brother Song, I feel that it seems that we don't need to take action. Liqueur can defend this bar alone. Wang Qi had an awkward smile on his face. After looking at Song Jian, he took back the weapon in his hand. After more than 10 minutes, the waiters at the door had killed 50 or 60 zombies. The blood volume of a waiter at the front was reduced to 1/3. At this time, he was seen slowly retreating. The 2 waiters beside him covered him and retreated. The other 2 waiters began to move forward and took turns to replace each other. Half an hour later, all 5 waiters had reached level 3. And even Liqueur had also been promoted to level 1. At this time, the level of the monster at the door began to increase, and its strength gradually became stronger, and the 5 waiters could not resist it. Fiona suddenly said, "You guys, go and replace the ones at the door. Work hard. The boss is watching you. If you don't do a good job, be careful that the boss will deduct your salary." "Yes, big sister," 10 bar thugs shouted in unison, pulled out a folding stick from their bodies, threw it away with a snap, and rushed to the door of the bar. Bang! A bar thug kicked hard, kicking the front zombie in the abdomen, directly kicking the monster backwards, like a cannonball, hitting a group of monsters behind him. Pa! The folding stick made a crisp sound, and a cruel smile appeared on the face of the bar thugs with flesh on his face. He waved the folding stick in his hand and smashed it towards the monster. The 10 bar thugs actually had a small climax, and rushed out of the bar door and broke into the monster group, looking at the 10 bar thugs in the monster group like tigers into a flock of sheep, killing all around. Song Jian suddenly had a sense of unreality. If the main task can be passed so easily, then this thought just emerged from Song Jian's mind, and was immediately driven out by Song Jian. Other players are not Liqueur, and they will not have such good luck. 10 bar thugs killed hundreds of monsters before slowly retreating. The bar thugs with low health were not depressed at all. Instead, they were in high spirits, clapping each other's hands and walking towards the bar with laughter. "Big sister, a glass of beer." A bar thug slapped 2 Doomsday coins on the bar. "Beer?" Fiona frowned and said, "Do you think there is such a low-quality drink in my collection?" As she spoke, Fiona lightly stroked her finger in the void, as if she was picking up something. After a moment, she reached out and took out a bottle of rum from the void and placed it on the bar. "This is Royal Salute Earl Grey rum. Poor people like you didn't even have the right to smell it before. But today is..." As she was talking, Fiona's tone suddenly stagnated, and she turned her head to ask Liqueur, "Boss, what is the name of our bar?" "Bar name?" Liqueur showed a confused look in her eyes, and after a long time, she choked out a word and said, "How about calling it Sunflower Bar?" Pa Fiona was stunned. Then a charming smile appeared on her face, snapped her fingers and said, "Today is a good day for the first opening of our Sunflower Bar. So I decided that this bottle of Royal Salute Earl Grey rum is limited to 10 Doomsday coins per cup, and each person is limited to 1 cup. The quantity is limited. First come first served. Hey, I only got 2 Doomsday coins." The bar thug showed a frustrated look on his face, took the 2 Doomsday coins on the bar, and muttered, "It seems that I have to rob a few more times." Song Jian stared at the bottle of Royal Salute Earl rum, wanting to check its properties, but found that except for being able to see the name of the wine, all other effects were a series of question marks. Purple name. Song Jian was shocked. It turned out that the name of this bottle of rum was Purple. Miss Fiona, I wonder if I can buy a glass of Royal Salute Earl rum for the price of 10 Doomsday coins? Song Jian asked politely. Of course. No problem. You are the boss's friend, so you can enjoy this kind of treatment, Fiona said with a smile. Song Jian and Wang Qi had already given all their Doomsday coins to Liqueur to recruit shop assistants, and now they don't have any Doomsday coins. But Song Jian has a lot of fried and grilled meat that he made himself. Miss Fiona, I want to sell this food. How much do you think it can sell for? Song Jian put a piece of grilled meat on the bar. Originally, this bar counter was used as a system store, and Song Jian believed that the function of this system store should still be there. A piece of ordinary quality food. Let me see. Fiona glanced at the grilled meat, pondered for a moment and said, I'll give you 10 Doomsday coins. Great. Miss Fiona, can I use it to buy a glass of your Royal Salute Earl rum? Song Jian smiled. Sure. Fiona nodded, waved her hand, and the grilled meat on the bar disappeared, and then handed over a cup filled with golden wine. Please enjoy. This is a large beer glass with a capacity of 1 liter. After Song Jian picked it up, the properties of this Royal Salute Earl rum suddenly appeared in front of him. Royal Salute Earl rum treasure. Alcoholic beverage. Effect, after use. You can permanently increase 1 free attribute point, and the blood value will be permanently increased by 100 points. Description: this is the rum used to celebrate the awarding of the Earl of Fog rum in the 17th century. There are very few in the world. Those who can taste this wine are extremely lucky. Everyone has only one chance to drink it in their lifetime. Song Jian showed a shocked look on his face, and blinked hard, fearing that he had seen it wrong. This wine is simply... my God! Song Jian couldn't help but be surprised. Brother Song, what's wrong with this wine? Wang Qi asked curiously. Buy a glass, Song Jian said, and couldn't wait to drink it in big gulps. Chapter 101, Fraud. Gulp gulp. After drinking a large glass of Royal Salute Earl rum, Song Jian saw double in both eyes. But the effect was also very obvious. 1 free attribute point. 100 points of health limit. Profit. Burp. Profit. Song Jian was drunk and his face was red, sitting at the bar and laughing foolishly. Drunk Song Jian didn't even notice the system prompt. System, you drank the treasure of wine Royal Salute Earl rum, and obtained the title of Primary Sommelier. Primary Sommelier. Critical hit rate increased by 3% during combat. This title must be equipped to take effect. System, you can only equip 1 title at a time. When Song Jian completed the novice mission, he obtained the title of Survivor, which is called the novice title, as long as it is the first time to enter the game and successfully stay in the game for 12 hours. You can get this title. Title, Survivor, effect. The speed of reducing hunger and thirst is greatly reduced. This title can take effect without equipment. After obtaining this title, players can free most of their energy from searching for food and drinking water. Otherwise, every time they enter the game, they will have no time to do anything else. Miss Fiona, I want to exchange this piece of fried meat for a glass of rum. Is that okay? Wang Qi glanced at the smirking Song Jian, and suddenly felt a little reluctant to drink rum. But since Song Jian asked him to buy it, he was still willing to follow Song Jian's advice. Woo! I can only give you 5 Doomsday coins for this piece of food. If you want to buy the discounted rum this time, you need to give me another piece of food of the same quality. Fiona stretched out her right index finger, gently shook it in front of Wang Qi's eyes and said, Okay. Okay. Wang Qi hurriedly took out another piece of fried meat. Here. This is your rum. Please enjoy it slowly. Fiona filled another large glass of rum. Each wine glass has a capacity of 1 liter. The bottle of Royal Salute Earl rum that Fiona took out seemed to be 1 liter at most. But after pouring 2 glasses in a row, it was still close to being full. Wang Qi picked up the glass of golden wine with foam, looked at the properties. His eyes gradually widened. His mouth opened, and his face was full of surprise. Gudong. With a loud swallowing sound. Wang Qi couldn't even believe his eyes. Since entering the game, he has never obtained such a good item. Really made a lot of money. Thinking that this glass of wine only cost the price of 10 Doomsday coins, Wang Qi suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction, like finding a bargain in Panjiayuan. Gulp gulp. After finishing the whole glass of rum in one breath, Wang Qi also showed a silly smile on his face. Slumped aside, laughing foolishly with alcohol spraying from his mouth. Hey, this is the adult. Likir sighed, took out a crossbow, stood 5 or 6 meters away from the door of the bar, aimed at the monster outside the door, and started to attack. See, the boss lady has come on stage in person. You lazy guys. Why don't you work harder? Fiona slapped the bar counter and shouted. System, Fiona releases the skill boost morale, and the fighting will of everyone in the bar range increases by 100%. For the glory of the sunflower bar. A bar thug swung his folding stick and smashed it hard on the head of a monster, causing the monster's head to explode like a watermelon. For the boss lady. A bar waiter swung a steel pipe and stabbed it into the chest of a monster. For Big Sister Fiona. A bar thug kicked the monster in the abdomen and kicked it out directly. For Earl's rum. I don't know who shouted this. And almost all the waiters and thugs' eyes lit up. And they shouted in unison, for Earl's rum. The waiters and thugs became even more crazy. Every humanoid zombie was taken special care of by them. Both the waiters and thugs seemed to have robbery-like skills. During the attack, they could steal items from the monsters, and even steal the items that the monsters dropped in advance. Soon, a sturdy bar thug pushed the 2 waiters behind him away and rushed to the bar. Big Sister, look at how much these things are worth. The bar thug piled more than a dozen items emitting white and green light on the bar, and grinned. Oh, these are just some junk. Nothing valuable. Fiona frowned slightly, looking disgusted, picking up the junk with 2 fingers, as if touching these junk would be a blasphemy to her fingers. I'll give you 10 Doomsday coins. You can buy a glass of rum. Hula. Long live the Big Sister. The bar thug excitedly raised his hands and cheered. Likir soon received a system prompt. System, your employee. The bar thug sold equipment to Fiona, worth 365 Doomsday coins. Fiona used fraud to pay the bar thug 10 Doomsday coins. The bar thug was very grateful to Fiona, and the intimacy between the 2 increased by 5 points. Awesome. Sister Fiona is so awesome. I want to learn this trick too. Likir's eyes sparkled with little stars, and she looked at Fiona with admiration. Gulp gulp. The bar thug drank the whole glass of rum in one breath, burped comfortably, and was in high spirits. His body seemed to be more sturdy. His blood and chi were full, and he waved the folding stick with a whoosh sound. Assholes. Anyone who dares to offend the sunflower bar will die. The bar thug became more violent after drinking the rum, like a wild bull, and rushed directly into the group of monsters, waving the folding stick with a strong wind. And the blood and chi of the monsters he touched dropped like a flood. If Song Jian was awake at this time, he would definitely be able to see that the NPCs who drank Royal Salute Earl rum seemed to be more powerful than the players. Whether it was attack, defense, speed or critical strike, almost all attributes were greatly improved. Soon, almost all the shop assistants grabbed a large amount of property and sold it to Fiona in exchange for 10 Doomsday coins. Likir looked at a series of system prompts, with stars in her eyes, and became a little fan of Fiona, surrounding Fiona and calling her sister all the time. System, your employee. The bar waiter sold equipment to Fiona, worth 295 Doomsday coins. Fiona used fraud to pay the bar thug 10 Doomsday coins. The bar thug was very grateful to Fiona, and the intimacy between the 2 increased by 5 points. System, your employee. The bar thug sold equipment to Fiona, which was worth 574 Doomsday coins. Fiona used fraud to pay the bar thug 10 Doomsday coins. The bar thug was very grateful to Fiona, and the intimacy between the 2 increased by 5 points. Just when the bar employee drank rum and killed everyone, a burly figure over 2 meters tall appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 102 Exploding Zombies. Likir glanced at the bar entrance nervously. The shadow cast by the tall figure covered the entire bar entrance. Boss? Is it boss? The bar entrance was surrounded by clerks and monsters, making it difficult for Likir to see clearly. While wiping the wine glass, Fiona glanced at the door and said disdainfully, "It's just a guy who has mastered the rules of using the elementary fire element. It's not worth mentioning." LV5 Exploding Zombie Elite. HP 190/380. Mental Power 200/200. Features: Flame Enhancement, Fast Casting. Skills: Exploding Fireball. This zombie looks very burly. Just from its size, you can't tell that it is a magic monster. Huh? A fireball the size of a human head quickly condensed in the right hand of the exploding zombie. Countless light red air currents condensed towards the fireball. After a while, the fireball the size of a human head expanded to the size of a basketball. Idiot. Are you just going to let it condense a fireball? Fiona looked at the waiters and thugs blocking the door of the bar, who were indifferent to the condensation of the fireball by the exploding zombie, and couldn't help cursing. The exploding zombie's cracked lips curled slightly, and with a flick of his right hand, the fireball flew directly towards the door of the bar and hit a bar thug hard in the chest. Boom. With a roar, the bar thug who had just reached level 4 and had full health was directly knocked back by the impact of the fireball, and his health plummeted. In the end, only a dozen points of residual health were left, and he fell heavily on the floor of the bar. After the fireball hit the thug's chest, it exploded violently, and everyone within a 3-meter range received fire damage. This range just covered the entire bar door, and almost all the employees were on fire, and their health values were rapidly decreasing. You are so stupid. You can't even stop such a rubbish. Fiona snorted coldly, and quickly mixed a glass of light blue wine and threw it towards the door of the bar. Dang. With a crisp cracking sound, the wine glass smashed directly on the ground of the bar door, and a ball of light blue wine mist enveloped the area around the bar door. The flames on all employees were extinguished, and their blood values were recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sister Fiona, you are so amazing. Liqueur praised from the side. It's just a trifle. Not worthy of the boss's praise, Fiona said modestly, but a smug look appeared on her face. Liqueur glanced at Song Jian and Wang Qi, who were sleeping soundly on the bar, and asked with some concern, when will they wake up? These two guys can't drink much. It will probably take another hour or so. Boss, don't worry about them. They have already taken advantage of our sunflower bar. Royal salute Earl Rum. Not everyone is qualified to drink it. Fiona glanced at the two people sleeping soundly on the bar counter with a look of disgust. Hey, don't say that to your little brother. Liqueur shook her head slightly and turned her attention back to the door of the bar. After the waiters and thugs recovered their full health and were no longer afraid of the burning effect of the flames, they immediately locked their targets on the elite boss, the exploding zombie. Originally, with the strength of the exploding zombie's level 5 elite boss, it could still fight these bar employees for a while. But with all its attributes reduced by half during the day, it was no match for these employees. A few minutes later, the exploding zombie was stripped down to only a pair of shorts, and was tragically besieged to death. The body looked particularly miserable. A bar thug even did not let go of the shorts it was wearing, pulled the body over, and pulled the shorts hard twice, and found that it could not be stripped off. So he threw the body aside in disappointment. 5 waiters and 10 bar thugs surrounded the door of the bar, as if strangling the throat of the monster's attack. Plus Fiona threw a glass of wine from time to time to increase the status and restore the blood. For a while, hundreds of monsters kept roaring outside the bar, but they had no way to deal with this safe house. Fortunately, Liqueur followed Song Jian's advice and only upgraded the safe house to level 1, and did not continue to upgrade. Otherwise, as the level of the safe house increased, the number and strength of the besieged monsters would also increase significantly. At that time, it was unknown whether these bar employees could hold on. This defense battle lasted for more than 3 hours, mainly because the battle range was only within a range of less than 5 meters around the bar door, and there were only a dozen monsters in the front battle. So the time was dragged out for a long time. Hundreds of monsters eventually lay outside the bar door. When the guard time was up, the corpses of these zombies turned into black ash in the first time, and the materials and equipment dropped all over the ground made the onlookers look greedy. System. Congratulations to player Liqueur for completing the main quest. System. Player Liqueur chose the hidden location Sunflower Bar as a safe house. After successfully guarding it, he was awarded the title of bar owner. As soon as the battle was over, the bar waiters and bar thugs rushed out of the door and began to pick up the items on the ground. After a while, all the dropped items were collected by the bar employees and piled on the bar counter. The onlookers were stunned, but they did not dare to compete with these employees. They could only watch all the equipment being taken back by them. Wow, I'm rich. Liqueur's eyes were full of stars. Boss, what are you going to do with these things? Fiona asked. Of course, we will share them equally. Liqueur said, as a matter of course, I was able to complete the main task thanks to everyone. These things were dropped by everyone when they killed monsters. You can share them. Hula. Long live the boss. For a moment, cheers resounded throughout the bar, almost blowing the roof off. That won't do. Boss, we are all hired by you, and it is natural for us to fight for you. These spoils should all belong to you. Fiona shook her head and continued, but boss, I suggest you sell all these items to me, and then buy some ordinary drinks from the store. You know, running a bar is not that easy. Ah, really? But I don't know anything. Liqueur looked confused. I'm here. You just need to do what I say. Fiona smiled. But they helped me complete the main task. Should I give them some rewards? Liqueur said to the waiters and thugs who looked at her pitifully. Oh, since the boss has spoken, then reward each of them with 5 Doomsday coins, Fiona said after thinking for a moment. Hula. Long live the boss. Long live the big sister. All the waiters and thugs cheered together, their faces full of joy and excitement. Chapter 103 Opening. The battle was over, and it only took a few minutes to clean up the battlefield. A large pile of supplies were piled on the bar. Fiona sold most of the unused items to the system store. In Liqueur's system information interface, a series of system prompts appeared like a waterfall. System, your employee Fiona sold the item zombie tendon to the system store. The system store paid 1 Doomsday coin. Fiona performed a fraud. The system store finally paid 10 Doomsday coins. System, your employee Fiona sold the item zombie leather to the system store. The system store paid 1 Doomsday coin. Fiona performed a fraud. The system store finally paid 10 Doomsday coins. Liqueur looked at the information interface with admiration, looking at Fiona, and wanted to learn fraud from Fiona immediately. Unfortunately, Liqueur's spiritual attributes and charm attributes were not up to standard, so she couldn't learn this skill at all. If Song Jian knew that Fiona's fraud could sell an item originally worth 1 Doomsday coin for 10 times the price, he would probably exclaim magic skill and learn this skill no matter how much it cost. Boss, all the spoils were sold, and finally 3,675 Doomsday coins were obtained. I gave these guys 5 Doomsday coins each, and finally there were 3,600 Doomsday coins left. Fiona showed a trace of fatigue on her face. It seemed that it was not an easy task for Fiona to perform fraud continuously. Thank you, sister. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to sell it for so much money, Liqueur said obediently. Although Liqueur is young, she is not ignorant. The game information interface will not be false. If it weren't for Fiona, so many supplies would only sell for more than 300 Doomsday coins at most. But now it has increased tenfold out of thin air. Sister Fiona, what do you think we should do with this money now? Liqueur asked. Of course, renovate the bar and prepare to open it for business. First buy some facilities, then buy some drinks. And if there are any left, the casino on the second floor will also be reopened. That is a good business with huge profits, Fiona said with shining eyes. I don't know anything, so I'll leave it to Sister Fiona. Liqueur's big eyes flickered, and she looked innocent and cute. Fiona stared at Liqueur's eyes for a while, and a smile appeared on her face. No problem. Boss, leave the rest to me. Liqueur successfully created a safe house, except for the bar counter. All the other shabby facilities on the first floor of the bar disappeared, and the entire first floor was empty. Fiona opened the system store and began to pick up things in the store. The system store sells some ordinary quality items, but Fiona just wants to reopen the bar now, and does not need many particularly precious treasures. The things in the system store are completely enough. Soon, the first floor of the bar changed completely, looking high-end and classy. The wine cabinet behind the bar was slowly filled with various kinds of drinks, most of which were very cheap, and only a few bottles were shining with blue and silver light. Obviously, Fiona took out a few bottles of wine from her collection to make the bar look good. Otherwise, ordinary wine would not match the style of the newly renovated bar. Everything was ready. Fiona glanced at Song Jian and Wang Qi, who were sleeping soundly on the bar, and a look of disdain appeared in her eyes. Boss, do you want to wake these two people up? Or ask someone to throw them out? They are affecting our business. Ah, throw them out? No. No. Wake them up. Liqueur waved her hand and said. Fiona curled her lips, poured a glass of water, and splashed it forward. Splash. Song Jian woke up suddenly. Am I not helping Liqueur to protect the safe house? Such a thought flashed through his mind quickly. and Song Jian subconsciously held the dagger Fong Thorn in his palm, looking around with a vigilant face. "Little brother, you are awake." Liqueur smiled. "Wake up! Wake up!" Song Jian's eyes were full of confusion. He felt like he was in a dream now. Why is this bar completely different from what he remembered? "Have you completed your main mission?" Song Jian realized at this time that he seemed to be drunk after drinking a glass of wine, and he had no memory of what happened afterwards. "It's done. Thanks to Sister Fiona and these employees." Liqueur looked happy. "Fiona? Employees?" Song Jian was speechless. Fiona is just a level 1 elite boss, and the other 15 employees are at best similar to mutant zombies with complete attributes. How can they complete the main mission with just these few people? How is this possible? It's simply a fantasy. But the fact is right in front of us. Fiona is now a level 5 elite boss, and the levels of the other waiters and bar thugs have also been upgraded to level 4 or 5, and the highest has even broken through to level 6. Liqueur's level was also directly upgraded to level 9, and it is estimated that there are not many experience points left to reach level 10. Or maybe completing the main quest is the fastest way to upgrade. "Hey, Song. Brother Song. You are here too. Good. Good wine." Wang Qi wiped the water drops on his face, still with a silly smile on his face. "Royal salute Earl Rum." At this time, Song Jian suddenly remembered the glass of rum he drank before, and quickly opened the attribute interface. Sure enough, the blood value has been increased to 350 points, and the free attribute points have increased by 1 point. Song Jian added this attribute point to strength without hesitation. At this time, his strength attribute has reached 12 points, and he can equip that big killer. What a pity. How come the mission was completed so quickly? Otherwise, I could have just taken out that weapon to show off. Song Jian pursed his lips, feeling very regretful. "Little brother, my sunflower bar is officially open for business from today." Liqueur cheered, with an excited look on her face. "Open? Open for business?" Song Jian was stunned. At this time, he began to look around. At this time, the bar had been decorated and fully equipped. Behind Fiona was the drinks on the front wall, which was exactly the same as the real bar. Can this place be open for business? Song Jian suddenly realized that he seemed to have overlooked something. If I occupy a bar as a safe house, I can become the owner of the bar. If I occupy a karaoke bar, KTV, or even a bank, police station, or library. Song Jian suddenly felt a heartache. Chapter 104 Leaving the Game. Song Jian glanced at Wang Qi beside him. Among the three of them, only Wang Qi had not completed the main task. "Wang Qi, have you thought about where to build a safe house?" Song Jian suddenly asked. "I had thought about it originally, but now it seems that I'd better look for it again," Wang Qi said after hesitating for a moment. It seems that Wang Qi was also inspired by Liqueur's safe house, and planned to find a more special place to build a safe house. Song Jian nodded. The materials he gave to Wang Qi were enough to build a safe house, and a lot of defensive buildings. However, if Wang Qi really found a special building like a bar as a safe house, then maybe like the bar, a lot of Doomsday coins or other things would be needed to build defensive facilities. Originally, he came to help Liqueur defend the safe house, but he ended up drinking a glass of precious rum to improve his attributes, and he spent the entire defense process in a deep sleep, which means he didn't help at all. This made Song Jian feel a little embarrassed, seeing that Liqueur was busy preparing for the opening of the hotel. Song Jian said hello to Wang Qi and left the bar. After upgrading to a safe house, the outside of the bar was also completely new. The sign of Sunflower Bar had been erected, and a circle of neon lights were constantly flashing around it. Even in the daytime, it looked very dazzling. "This is a really good place," Wang Qi exclaimed. "Yeah. I didn't expect that the safe house in the game could be played like this." Song Jian was a little speechless. "Brother Song, your safe house is not bad," Wang Qi comforted. Song Jian's safe house is currently the best. A first-level manor. I'm afraid that no one in the game can upgrade the safe house to a manor. But unfortunately, the place Song Jian chose was just an ordinary villa, and there was nothing special about it. Compared with Liqueur's bar, it was fundamentally much worse. This is why Wang Qi did not plan to create a safe house for the time being. Song Jian returned to his first-level manor and took a look at the materials for upgrading to the next level. Upgrading to the second-level manor requires 12,000 units of stone and 8,000 units of wood. and 1,000 units of iron ore. Wood and stone are easy to deal with, but 1,000 units of iron ore are difficult for Song Jian. After such a long time in the game, Song Jian has not found any place to get iron ore. There are only more than 10 minutes left before leaving the game, and the iron ore can only be explored after entering the game next time. After checking the defense facilities of the manor again and replenishing the ammunition of the arrow tower and catapult, Song Jian took a look at Alex's attributes. At this time, the bloody ghost poison tree Alex has fallen into a deep sleep. Originally, Song Jian cultivated an ordinary tree spirit seedling into an elite boss level bloody ghost poison tree, and he was a little complacent. But after seeing Fiona, Song Jian suddenly felt that comparing goods is worth throwing away. Let's not talk about the fighting ability. Just in terms of brains, Fiona is far better than Alex. Compared with Fiona, Song Jian feels that Alex is just a fool and can only play the role of a doorman. I wish I had a housekeeper like Fiona. Song Jian glanced at Alex inside. System, please prepare. Player Song Jian. You will leave the game in 60 seconds. The system time countdown begins. 60. 59. 58. Soon, a white light enveloped Song Jian. And soon, the white light dissipated, and Song Jian also disappeared from the spot. After a period of weightlessness, when Song Jian opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a starry sky. Scenes of Song Jian in the game appeared in front of him. Hunting mutant snake beasts, hunting zombie leaders, wiping out the militia at the garbage collection station, killing the zombies carrying monuments, collecting wood, and guarding the safe house. The final scene stopped at killing the patrolling zombie Robert. System, complete the main task. Create a safe house. Task completion rate 100%. Get basic evaluation F. System, complete the side task. Guardian Sorrow. Task completion rate 78%. Evaluation improvement, FE. System, kill the mutant snake beast LV5 elite boss. Evaluation improvement, ED. System, kill the zombie leader LV5 elite boss. The evaluation is improved, DC. System, kill the patrolling zombie Robert LV10 elite boss. The evaluation is improved, SSS. The evaluation cannot be further improved. System, player's final evaluation, SSS. Player Song Jian. The game reward is being evaluated. Player Song Jian's final reward is 3,000 Doomsday coins. The effect obtained when entering the game next time, Chi and blood value recovery is increased by 500%. And this effect will last until the next game exit. Next time I enter the game. Song Jian was stunned. But then he felt dizzy, and his whole body seemed to fall into the abyss and kept sinking. Huh? Song Jian suddenly sat up from the bed, sweating profusely, as if he had a nightmare. He looked at the time. It was already past 6 in the morning, and it was already slightly bright outside. Sitting up, the first thing Song Jian saw was the gold brick next to the bed. Next to the gold brick was a black palm-sized stone tablet. The gold brick was a standard kilogram. It was called a gold brick, but in fact it was a gold bar the length of a palm, and it felt heavy to hold. In addition, the stone tablet emitting a faint black light looked like a piece of black jade, with a layer of watery luster on the surface. This stone tablet is only 1 finger thick and rectangular. The front is densely engraved with needle-sized characters. There seems to be a faint gray atmosphere lingering on the surface, making these characters look a little blurry. I spent more than half a month in the game, but only 1 night in the real world. It's really amazing. Song Jian picked up the gold brick, weighed it in his hand, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After getting up and washing up, Song Jian found a pair of shoulders and put the gold brick in. As for the stone tablet, Song Jian threw it directly into the drawer and planned to study it after returning. What kind of good thing would an item that only increases the blood value a little bit be, if it wasn't for some abnormality revealed when feeding Alex? And it was placed in the package with a golden frame. Song Jian probably wouldn't bring it back to the real world. Hi, landlord. Good morning. As soon as Song Jian went out, he saw the landlord coming back with a bag of vegetables, and greeted him casually. Ah, good morning, Xiao Jian. Are you going to work? The landlord Gu Xiujiao looked at Song Jian, his eyes flickering inexplicably. Ah, to work. Song Jian was stunned and replied quickly. If it weren't for the landlord's reminder, Song Jian would have forgotten that he still had to go to work. After spending more than half a month in the game, Song Jian even forgot that he had a probationary job. Looking at Song Jian's back, Gu Xiujia touched the gold bracelet on his wrist, and a strange look appeared on his face. He opened his mouth and was about to call Song Jian to say something, but in the end he said nothing, just sighed slightly. Chapter 105 Resignation. Gu Xiujia originally thought that the gold bracelet she had mortgaged from Song Jian was just an ordinary bracelet, but after taking it back and examining it carefully, she found that it was not the case. The patterns on the surface of gold bracelets on the market are almost all machine-carved, but Gu Xiujia found that the bracelet on her hand was hand-carved. And from the details, it can be seen that the person who carved this bracelet must be a master carver. There are 2 carps on this gold bracelet. These 2 carps are lifelike. Even the scales on their bodies have taken a lot of effort to carve. Some are slightly open, and some are tightly closed, making the whole carp full of vitality. It looks like it is swinging its tail in the water, especially the eyes of these 2 carps. The carving is simply the finishing touch. No matter from which angle you look at it, you will feel that the carp is looking at you. This kind of carving technique is far beyond the reach of ordinary carvers. If one word is used to describe the carving of the pair of bracelets, it can only be superb workmanship. Such a gold bracelet, no, such a pair of works of art, is worth at least 300,000. This is Gu Xiujia's most conservative estimate. For ordinary gold bracelets, people pay attention to its material, but such a gold bracelet is sold for its carving. Seeing Song Jian, Gu Xiujia felt a little flustered. Obviously, Song Jian didn't know the true value of this pair of gold bracelets. Gu Xiujia wanted to tell him, but didn't know how to open his mouth. If I say it rashly, will he have a bad idea about me and think that I was trying to take advantage of him before? Gu Xiujia frowned slightly. Forget it. I'll tell him the truth when he has enough money and wants to redeem it. Song Jian didn't know about the landlord Gu Xiujia's entanglement. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care too much, compared with the other 2 pieces of jewelry in his parcel column. Such a gold bracelet is simply not worth mentioning. Even if he gave it directly to Gu Xiujia, Song Jian would not feel bad. In Song Jian's view, money is now the most useless thing for him. After eating 2 fried dough sticks and a bowl of tofu brain on the street, Song Jian hesitated for a moment, and finally took a taxi and drove to the company. This job has no meaning to me now. I should focus on improving my own strength now, Song Jian said in his heart. It has been proven that training in the real world can also improve one's strength in the game. Song Jian now urgently needs to master the skills of using various cold weapons, even hot weapons. The skills of using hot weapons are still a little difficult for Song Jian to get in touch with now. But the skills of using cold weapons, Black Panther Fitness Club, can fully meet his needs. When Song Jian arrived at the company, he saw Zhao Yu lying at the front desk of the hall, chatting with a front desk receptionist. Zhao Yu seemed to be telling a joke, which made the front desk receptionist giggle and blush slightly, and seemed a little shy. Zhao Yu did not see Song Jian, and Song Jian was too lazy to say hello, and went directly to the HR department on the 19th floor of the company. Sister Zhao. Song Jian pushed open the door of the HR department and looked inside. His eyes were immediately brightened. Zhao Yuji was wearing a beige suit, with a graceful figure and a kind smile on her face. She looked like a caring older sister. The examiner during Song Jian's interview was Zhao Yuji. Song Jian remembered that during the first interview, he was so nervous that he almost knocked over a glass of water. Zhao Yuji's gentle tone comforted him not to be nervous. Song Jian still remembered it vividly. Xiao Jian, is there anything wrong? Zhao Yuji looked up and saw Song Jian. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Every time she called Song Jian Xiao Jian, Zhao Yuji always felt that she was calling him Xiao Jian, and couldn't help laughing in her heart. Sister Zhao, I'm here to handle the resignation procedures, Song Jian said shyly. Resignation? Zhao Yuji frowned slightly. She had a good impression of Song Jian. He had just graduated from school, and had not yet been infected with some bad habits in society. He was down to earth, and willing to work hard. There were not many young people like him now. Xiao Jian, your probation period is about to end. With your performance, I think you can definitely become a formal member of the company. Why do you want to resign now? Zhao Yuji frowned. Sister Zhao, my house was demolished and I received a compensation of 30 million yuan. And I also have 6 houses. Song Jian did not continue to speak, but looked at Zhao Yuji with a look. Demolition? 30 million. 6 houses. These 3 words immediately blocked all the words that Zhao Yuji was going to say to persuade Song Jian. This is the resignation application form. Please fill it out. Zhao Yuji was silent for a moment. Took out a form from the file rack and handed it to Song Jian. Thank you, Sister Zhao. Song Jian smiled. Resignation during the probation period is very simple. In just over 10 minutes, Song Jian left the company with ease. As soon as he left the company, Song Jian immediately took a taxi to the Black Panther Fitness Club. Early in the morning, there were very few people in the Black Panther Fitness Club. Only a few people. Seeing Song Jian coming in, Sun Qian immediately greeted him. Hello, Mr. Song. Coach Wang Dan is already waiting for you in the classroom, Sun Qian said with a smile. So early? Song Jian was a little surprised. The class he had booked was to start at 8 o'clock. Now there was still more than half an hour before 8 o'clock. He originally thought that he had arrived early, but he didn't expect that the coach would arrive earlier than him. When Song Jian came to the classroom yesterday, he saw that in the middle of the classroom, there was a human-shaped mold. Coach Wang Dan held a dagger and kept waving the dagger at the human-shaped mold. Bang, bang, bang. A series of stabbing sounds were heard continuously. The dagger in Wang Dan's hand, as if it had a spirit, kept appearing in the throat, eyes, forehead, and other vital places of the human-shaped mold. What a fast movement! Song Jian was a little surprised. Wang Dan kept rotating around the human-shaped mold. Left, right, side, ribs, with agile figure and no sluggish movements. Looking like dancing. Schwa. Wang Dan's figure lowered, and suddenly rushed forward from the left rib of the human-shaped mold, cutting the waist of the human-shaped mold with a dagger in his hand. After rushing forward for 3 or 4 meters, Wang Dan suddenly stopped, twisted his body, and the dagger in his hand drew a graceful arc, like a meteor, and fiercely stabbed into the back of the human-shaped mold's head. Flying Swallow looking back, looking at this move of Coach Wang Dan. Inexplicably, such a word emerged in Song Jian's mind. Seeing Coach Wang Dan stop practicing, Song Jian pushed the door open. Coach, I'm here. Wang Dan grabbed a towel hanging on the wall, wiped his sweat, threw the towel, nodded at Song Jian and said, not bad. You're here early? Song Jian felt a little embarrassed to be praised by someone who arrived earlier than him. Okay. Do you remember the movements I taught you yesterday? Do it again. Wang Dan pointed to the human-shaped mold and said. Song Jian nodded, walked to the equipment rack by the wall, took out a dagger for practice, waited with his right hand, and waved it twice casually. And suddenly a familiar feeling came to his heart. Holding the dagger, Song Jian walked to a place 1 or 2 meters in front of the human-shaped mold, and turned his head to look at Wang Dan. At this time, Wang Dan was drinking water from a cup. Seeing Song Jian looking over, he nodded slightly, signaling him to start. Song Jian took a step forward, and the dagger in his hand was like a beast's fangs, stabbing towards the chest of the human-shaped mold. Woo! The sharp sound of breaking through the air echoed throughout the classroom as Song Jian hit with all his strength. Chapter 106 Monster. Wang Dan opened his eyes suddenly, and when he looked up, he found that Song Jian had already inserted the blade of the dagger into the human-shaped mold, on the chest of the human-shaped mold, with the place where the blade was inserted as the center. Some small cracks spread out in all directions. How is it possible? Wang Dan couldn't believe his eyes, and the action of drinking water suddenly stopped. Puff. A mouthful of water sprayed out. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Dan leaned over and coughed hard. The equipment in the Black Panther Fitness Club is all top-notch, and this human-shaped mold is also made of special materials. Even if using a weapon, ordinary people can only leave a white mark on it at most. Not to mention that the training weapons placed in the classroom are all unsharpened. Even if Wang Dan used her own dagger, she could only leave a shallow mark on the human-shaped mold at most. However, the young man in front of him actually stabbed the human-shaped mold directly without a handle, which made Coach Wang Dan feel incredible. Brute force. This kid used brute force. Damn. How can there be such a strong person? Wang Dan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, staring at Song Jian up and down with an incredible look on her face. Wang Dan walked to the human-shaped mold and stared at the training dagger that was stabbed into the chest of the mold, as if there was a flower on the dagger. You? How did you do it? Wang Dan swallowed. She really couldn't believe that there was such a strong person in this world. Song Jian was also shocked. He realized that he had overacted. You know, even if he lost all the equipment bonuses, his own strength had reached 7 points. And the limit of adult strength in the real world was 5 points. Ordinary people were generally around 3 to 4 points. Wang Dan's strength attribute was no more than 4 points at most. Song Jian's strength attribute was already able to completely crush Wang Dan. I was born with more strength. Song Jian showed a simple and honest expression and smiled. Wang Dan grabbed the dagger and pulled it out twice, but found that he couldn't pull it out. He looked at Song Jian and motioned him to pull out the dagger. The price of this humanoid mold is 28,000. Wang Dan touched the puncture mark on the chest of the mold and said calmly, "His. So expensive?" Song Jian took a breath of cold air. "This mold alone is equivalent to his salary for more than half a year. But you are a member of the club. During the training process, the damage caused to the training equipment will not be pursued." Wang Dan's mouth curled up slightly, but soon became serious again. "Oh, that's good." Song Jian was stunned after he finished speaking. He still had some petty citizen mentality. Tens of thousands of yuan would not cause any burden to him now. The gold brick in the backpack could buy several such humanoid molds. "Coach, what are we going to learn today?" Song Jian asked with a little excitement. "Still the basic movements. The forward thrust movement of dagger fighting. You have mastered it well. And your strength. Forget it. Let's talk about something else first. Now I will demonstrate another basic movement. You should know that all skills are a combination of these basic movements." Wang Dan said seriously. "Okay, coach. I will definitely study hard." In the morning, Wang Dan taught Song Jian all the basic movements of dagger fighting. After correcting Song Jian's several irregular movements, he let Song Jian practice by himself, and Wang Dan left the classroom. In an office on the second floor of the club, a woman with shoulder-length hair was playing a computer game, while the others were chatting leisurely, occasionally looking through the glass at the training of the members on the first floor. A man who looked to be in his 40s, wearing a white tang suit, was sitting at his desk drinking tea. In his right hand, there was a long sword more than 3 feet long, with the hilt facing inward and the tip facing outward. The man only needed to stretch out his hand to pull the long sword out of the scabbard at the fastest speed. Bang! The door of the office was pushed open, and Wang Dan rushed in excitedly. "Today I found a monster!" Wang Dan shouted loudly in the office. "Ah! Sister Wang, you scared me. Look! I'm dead again!" The short-haired girl swung the mouse and shouted with a depressed look. "You are just a bronze 5 scum. No matter how you fight, you will die." A girl with a ponytail next to her looked at her with disdain and said, "It's a pity that you followed the teacher to learn the ancient martial arts small grappling hand. With your reaction speed in playing games, such a good martial arts is wasted. Small grappling hand is to exercise the flexibility of fingers, and playing games depends on the reaction speed of the brain. How can they be confused?" The short-haired girl argued with a red face. Hey! I said I found a monster. Are you listening or not?" Wang Dan glared at the short-haired girl and shouted loudly. Okay. Tell me, what martial arts genius did you find this time?" The girl with a ponytail deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the 4 words martial arts genius. "You know, Wang Dan once found a person with excellent physical fitness and kept telling everyone that he was a martial arts genius. As a result, he only took 2 days of classes and never came again." The coaches in the office laughed at Wang Dan for a long time. "What I said this time is true. He used a practice dagger and stabbed the human mold without a handle in 1 move," Wang Dan said in a low voice. "The human mold is stabbed without a handle? How is it possible? You used the old mold that was ready to be returned to the factory before," a coach asked in confusion. Newly arrived today. Made of special materials. I can only leave a shallow mark on it with my full strength." Wang Dan stamped his feet and said, "Dang." A crisp collision sound rang out in the office, and everyone looked back, only to see the man who was drinking tea just now looking at Wang Dan in surprise, with the teacup in his hand placed on the tea saucer. But the tea saucer was now broken into pieces. "Wang Dan, are you telling the truth?" Ku Bo stood up, frowning. "Yes, teacher. It's true. The human-shaped mold is still in the classroom. You can go and see it yourself," Wang Dan said respectfully. Ku Bo is the owner of this club and the most skilled martial artist in the club. Almost all the coaches have received his instruction, although he looks only in his 40s. Gu Yi is actually over 60 years old. Is that guy still here? Gu Bo asked. Yes. He is still practicing in the classroom. Wang Dan nodded and said, Let's go and take a look. Gu Bo walked out of the office impatiently. Seeing Gu Bo and Wang Dan disappear at the door, the other coaches looked at each other, and after a moment of silence, they followed. Chapter 107 Practice. Gu Bo stood outside the classroom door, looking inside through the glass on the door. He saw a man holding a dagger in the classroom. His figure kept floating, and the dagger drew white light in the air. The strong wind was so strong that it could be faintly heard even through a door. His strength is indeed great, but his skills are. Gu Bo shook his head slightly. Teacher, he is just an ordinary person, and he only started training yesterday. Wang Dan whispered beside Gu Bo. Ordinary person? He only started training yesterday? Gu Bo's face showed a look of surprise. The man in front of him was not as proficient in dagger fighting as a newcomer. Are you sure he didn't know anything before yesterday? Gu Bo asked. Yes. And yesterday I taught him a basic straight thrust move. And today, just now, I taught him all the rest of the moves. I swear, I only taught him the basic moves, and haven't started teaching him the routines yet. Wang Dan said seriously. Why do I feel that his dagger fighting skills seem to be better than Sister Dan's? A female coach next to him said hesitantly. Humph. Who said that? He is just a show-off. How can he be better than me? Wang Dan said unconvinced. He's a good talent. Wang Dan, you have to teach him well. Gu Bo showed an admiring look on his face, and after watching for a while, he nodded and turned away. Let me see. Let me see. The short-haired girl squeezed forward and stared at the human-shaped mold in the middle of the classroom through the glass, with a surprised look on her face. Wow. It's true. Look at that puncture mark. It's too exaggerated. Sister Meow, why don't you let him practice free fighting with you? In a few months of the City League, maybe he can get a place. Song Jian waved the dagger and kept practicing several assassination moves. Stabbing, hitting, picking, cutting, and carrying. Song Jian became more and more proficient in several basic moves. If he could see the skill interface now, he would definitely see that his skill cold weapon dagger basic proficiency is improving rapidly. The mastery of weapon skills requires proficiency, so that every action of yours forms muscle memory and eventually becomes your instinctive reaction. Wang Dan walked into the classroom, stood at the door of the classroom and watched Song Jian practice, and said calmly, Dagger fighting is about an inch short, an inch dangerous. Decisive moves, fast speed, and concealed movements. Don't use all your strength. Don't use old moves. And keep 3/10 of your strength when you make moves. You need to increase your speed to a higher level on the basis of accuracy, so that the power will be greater. Okay, that's it. When you attack, you should pay attention to the coordination of body movements and footwork, and be good at using the power of the waist and hips. Song Jian practiced while listening to Coach Wang Dan's explanation, and his progress was very fast. In a blink of an eye, half a day passed. In fact, Song Jian only booked a 2-hour course today, but Wang Dan had been guiding Song Jian to practice dagger fighting throughout the morning. Okay, take a break at noon. Too much is as bad as too little. Practicing too hard can easily hurt your body. Wang Dan looked at Song Jian with surprise and appreciation in his eyes. Originally, Song Jian had booked a swordsmanship instruction class in the afternoon, but the club told him that the coach who taught swordsmanship had something to do. So Song Jian was training dagger fighting all day. What he didn't know was that Gu Bo had been watching him in the monitoring room for a day while he was practicing in the classroom. Finally, when Song Jian finished training, he made a decision and called Wang Dan over to give him a few words. Thank you for your teaching, Coach. Song Jian wiped the sweat from his forehead and bowed to Wang Dan. Today, he had only booked a 2-hour course, but Wang Dan taught him for a whole day. Nothing. Song Jian, are you interested in becoming my disciple? Wang Dan suddenly asked. Disciple? Song Jian frowned and asked. Are disciples different from club members? Does it mean that after becoming a coach's disciple, you can get some secrets from the coach? Secret? Wang Dan was stunned, then laughed. Yes. Club members can only teach some basics and some of the simplest routines. If you want to go further, just being a club member is not enough. I think your physical fitness is good, and you have the potential to go further. Song Jian's physical fitness is more than good. It can be said that among all the coaches in the entire Black Panther Fitness Club, there are only a few who can overwhelm Song Jian in terms of physical fitness. Going further, coach means. Song Jian was a little confused. Real fighting skills. Wang Dan said seriously, in other words. It is battlefield fighting skills. Coach, do you mean killing people? Song Jian asked tentatively. If you want to understand it that way, that's fine. Wang Dan nodded and said, Coach, I'll go back and think about it. Can I give you an answer tomorrow? Song Jian said after thinking for a while. Sure. Wang Dan nodded, hesitated for a moment, and added, Not everyone is qualified to become a disciple of the Black Panther Fitness Club coach. This is an opportunity. Song Jian nodded and turned to leave the classroom. In the evening, Song Jian came to Linhai Jewelry Street. This street is almost full of shops selling gold and silver jewelry. Almost all the big brands in the world can be found here. The gold brick in Song Jian's backpack would not be purchased by a general big store. Purchasing gold jewelry of unknown origin, once exposed, would cause great damage to the brand. However, there are also many small shops in the alleys of this street, which usually make a living by making small gold and silver jewelry and refurbishing jewelry. Such small shops can often purchase some old gold and silver jewelry, and then melt them down to make new ones. Such small shops actually have good purchasing power and can take out hundreds of thousands. Song Jian sold the gold brick at a very cheap price and got a total of 280,000. When he went out, he had a gold brick in his backpack. And when he came back, he had half a backpack of RMB. Back in the rental house, Song Jian threw his backpack on the bed, picked up the machete he bought yesterday, and started practicing dagger fighting. But after practicing for a while, he always felt awkward. The machete in his hand was too light, and it was very uncomfortable when he made a move. Song Jian shook his head, threw the machete down, looked at the dagger he bought online yesterday, checked the logistics, and found that it had arrived in Linhai City. It is estimated that it will be delivered to my home tomorrow. I practiced all day today. I wonder how much my proficiency in cold weapon dagger basics has improved. Song Jian thought to himself, put his mobile phone in front of the bedside table, closed his eyes, and lay on the bed, waiting to enter the game again. Chapter 108 Blood Crow. As night fell, Song Jian lay quietly on the bed, and the familiar feeling came to his heart again, as if a big hand grabbed his collar and pulled him forward. Can you change the way to enter? This feeling is terrible, Song Jian secretly complained. Entering the game passively like this always feels forced. At the moment Song Jian entered the game, the black stone tablet that was originally placed casually in the drawer also turned into a black light with a whoosh sound and entered the game. Climbing up from the floor on the third floor of the Manor Castle, Song Jian twisted his neck and felt very uncomfortable. I should build some furniture when I have time. At least I need a bed. I can't sleep on the floor all the time. Song Jian looked around the empty room and thought to himself. A strong wind suddenly blew in from the window, and a parchment roll the size of an A4 paper was blown in. The parchment roll floated in the air and slowly began to burn. A cold mechanical sound rang in Song Jian's ears. Gamer Song Jian, welcome to the Doomsday City. You are already level 10, and you are ahead of all your companions. Survival is no longer that difficult for you. You will embark on the road to pursue a stronger power. First, you need to choose a combat profession. In this abandoned Doomsday City, there are many combat profession mentors hidden. Find them and learn the secrets of the profession from them. Mission objective: in the Doomsday City, find 10 combat professional instructors. Explore the secrets of each profession, and choose one as your main combat profession. 0 out of 10. Mission tips: not every combat professional instructor is willing to explain the secrets of their combat profession to you. First, you need to find them and get their approval. Tip: in this Doomsday City, there are hundreds of combat professional instructors hidden. They may be hidden in high-rise buildings, in street alleys, or in powerful monsters. Tip: before getting the recognition of a combat professional instructor, he may be your enemy and will actively attack you. Tip: combat professional instructors are not always human. Maybe other races' professions are more suitable for you. Warning: when you kill a combat professional instructor, the profession taught by the combat professional instructor will disappear forever. Warning: if you die in the game, your identity in the real world will also be erased. This task can be viewed at any time in the task bar. The parchment scroll burned out, and the ashes were blown out of the window by a gust of wind, as if it had never appeared. Song Jian opened the task interface and read the main task of this time carefully several times. There must be many people in the game who haven't even built a safe house. Moreover, from the task introduction, we can see that level 10 is a threshold for accessing the profession. If some players fail to reach level 10 after successfully building a safe house, what kind of main task will they get when they enter the game again? Song Jian thought to himself. In fact, once the main task of building a safe house is completed, the player's level will generally increase by 3 to 4 levels. The monsters like the tide, whether killed by the defensive buildings of the safe house or by the players, will all be given to the players, unless there is a being like Alex, the bloody ghost poison tree. Half of the experience points will be intercepted for their own level upgrade. Quack! A shrill bird cry sounded, and Song Jian looked towards the window. A dark red crow was standing in front of the window, combing its feathers. Song Jian narrowed his eyes. The dark red crow in front of him looked very similar to the zombie crows that ate the rotten flesh of zombies in the movie Resident Evil. Monster? How did it get into the manor? Song Jian frowned slightly. The powerful defense of the first-level manor made monsters within a kilometer around it stay away. Some monsters with flying ability. Once they enter the range of the manor, Alex will attack it without hesitation. But now this blood-red crow was standing in front of the windowsill on the 3rd floor of the castle. Safe and sound. Alex's branch was less than 1 meter away from it, but it showed no signs of attacking. Song Jian stared at the crow for a while. And soon, a line of small words appeared above the crow's head. Blood crow summon creature. HP, 10 tenths. Characteristics, immortal. Summon creature? Song Jian frowned. Whose summoned creature is this? Is it Li Ke? Or Wang Qi's? Only 2 people can enter his safe house. One is Li Ke, and the other is Wang Qi. Song Jian said guest permissions for them. Quack. The blood crow saw Song Jian looking at it, and it flew directly towards Song Jian, grabbed Song Jian's shoulder, and did not move. Hiss! This little thing is really arrogant. Song Jian grabbed the blood crow, held it in front of his eyes, and stared into its eyes. The blood crow's eyes were also red, but the color was much brighter than the feathers on its body. Being caught by Song Jian, the blood crow seemed very uncomfortable and struggled, but could not break free from Song Jian's right hand. Puff! The blood crow caught by Song Jian suddenly collapsed, turned into a pool of blood, and flowed to the floor. The blood slowly seeped into the floor and disappeared. Quack! 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 More crows were heard outside the window. Song Jian was startled and walked to the window to look out. In the courtyard, the bloody ghost poison tree was covered with blood crows. Looking around, there were at least 10 to 20 of them. Why are there so many blood crows in the manor? Song Jian frowned. With a flash of his figure, Song Jian appeared under the bloody ghost poison tree. Usually, when he was free, Alex would fall into a deep sleep and only had a slight sense to explore the surrounding situation. Song Jian put his hand on the trunk of the poison tree and communicated with Alex. Soon, Song Jian let go of his hand, with a look of enlightenment in his eyes. So, this is a summoned creature cultivated by the blood pool, Song Jian said to himself. Opening the building list, Song Jian checked the properties of the blood pool. Sure enough, at the end of the blood pool, the word summoned creature, blood crow. Number of summoned creatures, 29/30 appeared. A level 1 blood pool can only cultivate creatures like blood crows. If it is upgraded to level 2, it can create more powerful blood beasts. Song Jian said to himself, it seems that upgrading the blood pool level is also on the agenda. I hope the materials required are not too precious. Chapter 109 Sword Pointing. Blood Soul Stone? What is this? There is no such thing in the store. Where can I find it? Or is it dropped by a monster? I have no idea at all. Song Jian looked at the material 100 units of blood soul stone required to upgrade the blood pool to level 2, and frowned immediately. After thinking for a long time, he still had no clue. Song Jian could only put down the blood soul stone temporarily, return to the 3rd floor of the castle, and turn on the radio that had been turned off. This was an item that Song Jian had obtained a long time ago. Because the safe house was not built, it had not been used. Now it was a good opportunity to see what the radio was used for. Turning on the radio, a burst of electric noise came from it. Sizzle, sizzle, After a long time, the electric noise slowly disappeared, and a low voice came from the radio. This is Kava Town. This is Kava Town. Today, the patrol in the town told me that a level 5 elite boss came from outside the town. For the town, this is simply a disaster. After discussion, we are willing to hire adventurers to kill this boss with a reward of 30 Doomsday coins. The items dropped by the boss belong to the adventurer who killed him. Kawa Town? Song Jian was stunned. On the map, there were many towns in the suburbs of Doomsday City, but there was no name of Kawa Town. It seemed that this town had exceeded the scope of Doomsday City. 30 Doomsday coins? That's too little. The strength of the level 5 elite boss is too strong. Even in the daytime, it is not something that ordinary people can resist. A hoarse male voice suddenly appeared in the channel. That can't be said. Even if they are both level 5 elite boss, there is a big gap in strength between them. If it is just an ordinary elite boss without skills, it will be easier to hunt. But correspondingly, the items dropped are also unattractive. Another male voice continued. Kawa Town? You are Uncle Come On. Right? Uncle Come On. Can you tell me the characteristics of this boss in detail? If you can, we, the adventurers of the Falcon Squad, are willing to accept this job. A girl's voice sounded on the radio. Thank you, Judy. And thank you to the other members of your Falcon Squad. Your help will be remembered by the 31 survivors of Kawa Town. Come On's grateful voice came from the radio. Soon, after Come On described the characteristics of the level 5 elite boss in detail, Judy accepted the job on behalf of the Falcon Squad. After Judy agreed, this channel in the radio fell into silence again, leaving only some slight electrical noise. After a while, a young man's voice sounded in the radio again. Ahem. This is the Norman base. This is the Norman base. I am Savaka. Today I hunted monsters and dropped a boiling blood skill book. The skill is active release. Consumes 30% of the own blood value, and increases 60% attack power. I want to sell this skill book. I wonder if anyone needs it. The voice of this young man seemed a little nervous, and there was a feeling of dry throat. After a moment, the channel suddenly became lively. Norman base. I'm at Norman base. Young man, I'm very interested in this skill book. I wonder how much you plan to sell it for. If possible, I hope you can come to the Black Rose Cafe. We can talk in detail. 30% of the HP value. The consumption is a bit high. Zawaka, do you support mailing? If you can cover the postage, I can pay 100 Doomsday coins to buy this skill book. 120 Doomsday coins. My address is? I can pay for the postage myself. Send it to me. 150 Doomsday coins. I'm also at Norman base. I can pick it up myself and trade face to face. The channel was noisy, just like an auction site. As soon as one voice ended, another one could not wait to interrupt. Soon, the skill book named Blood Boiling was called for 280 Doomsday coins. Mail? Can this game still support the mail system? By the way, I now have my own safe house, which is also a fixed location. I don't know how to open this mail system. Song Jian just listened silently without interrupting. He found that he could learn a lot of information that he didn't know before from this radio station. After the skill book was sold, the channel became quiet again. Song Jian waited for a long time, but no one continued to speak. Just as he was about to turn off the radio, an old voice suddenly rang in the radio. Here, his. This is the City of Sin. The City of Sin. I am Earl Qian Dahai. The old man's voice was very hoarse, accompanied by heavy nasal breathing, and he spoke very slowly. I have a house in Xinyuan Community, Doomsday City, located in Xinyuan Community. Building 9. 16th floor. East room. There is a safe in the bedroom of the room. The password is, there are some jewelry and other things I collected. If there is a warrior willing to bring me a blue jade necklace in the safe, I am willing to pay a fee of 1,000 Doomsday coins. Of course, you can also take away other things in the safe. That jade necklace is the relic of my beloved Miss Roland. I am about to die. I want to see it again. And see it again. The voice of Earl Qian Dahai disappeared for a long time before another voice appeared on the radio. My Lord Earl, the zombie city has fallen for many years. Only those powerful forces can enter, such as the people in the 101 gathering place. However, even if they want to enter the zombie city, they have to spend a huge price. To be frank, 1,000 Doomsday coins are really not worth risking their lives to enter. Yes. I heard that in the zombie city. There are elite bosses everywhere. Level 5 elite bosses can be seen everywhere. And there are also groups of elite bosses above level 10. It is said that there are also level 30 leader level bosses. Brothers, the zombie city is not as scary as you say. I looked at the map. The Xinyuan community mentioned by the Earl is just a community at the edge of the Doomsday city. The monsters there are no more than level 5. Even if it is a level 5 elite boss. If there are too many, ordinary adventurers can resist it. The discussion ended quickly. No one was willing to risk their lives and enter the zombie city. After a moment of silence, the voice of Earl Qian Dahai sounded again in the radio. As long as you can bring me back the blue jade necklace. In addition to 1,000 Doomsday coins, I will also give you a skill book sword finger. As soon as Earl Qian Dahai finished speaking, the channel immediately exploded. Mr. Earl, we, the Owl Squad, are willing to accept this employment. Mr. We are the Dragon Legion of the 101, Gathering Place. We are willing to accept this employment. But we hope to sign an employment contract. Swordfinger. My god. Is this one of the legendary sword immortal professional inheritance skills? Mr. Earl, are you really willing to point your sword at this skill book as a reward? After the channel became a little quieter, Earl Qian Dahai continued, I only want that blue jade necklace. Whoever brings it back to me, or whoever mails it to me, will receive the full reward I promised. That's it. Chapter 110 Xinyuan Community. Listening to the noisy voices on the radio channel, Song Jian touched his chin and thought to himself, this Count Qian Dahai, the Xinyuan Community. Isn't it the place where I just entered the game? I remember that I was in building number 6. Very close to building number 9 mentioned by the Count. Thinking of this, Song Jian's blood boiled immediately. The value of 1,000 Doomsday coins can only be regarded as a small fortune. But the skill book Sword Finger is priceless and involves the profession of Sword Immortal. The voice on the radio lasted for a long time before it gradually quieted down. Song Jian heard that many people were preparing to go to the zombie city to find the blue jade necklace mentioned by Count Qian Dahai. It can make so many people risk their lives. It seems that this Sword Immortal profession must be a very powerful profession. Song Jian said while touching his chin. My main task this time is to obtain a combat profession. It would be great if I could obtain the Sword Immortal profession. Thinking of this, Song Jian immediately decided to go to Xinyuan community to search for the blue jade necklace that the Count mentioned. Master, welcome back. I have some news about the combat profession Tree Shepherd. Felix felt Song Jian's arrival and slowly woke up from his deep sleep. Before Alex finished speaking, Song Jian's figure had disappeared in the manor. Alex was speechless when he saw Song Jian's back. After a moment, he sighed and slowly closed his eyes. Xinyuan community is only separated from Song Jian's manor by a camel square. Now it was broad daylight, and there was no monster on the square. Song Jian easily crossed the square and came to Xinyuan community. Entering from the dilapidated gate of Xinyuan community, Song Jian looked for building number 9 while muttering building 9. 16th floor. East unit. Password is. Earl Qian Dahai made all the information public on the radio. Anyway, he would pay the reward to whoever gave him the blue jade necklace in the end. There are many players who use Xinyuan community as a gathering place. Song Jian even saw that there were 5 or 6 players setting up stalls around a dilapidated flower pavilion in the center of the community. Each of them had a black cloth in front of them, on which were placed various materials. Seeing Song Jian coming over, the faces of these stall owners suddenly showed excitement. Brother, come and have a look. I have good stuff here, someone called out. Others also had expectations in their eyes. Song Jian glanced casually, and they were all some low-level zombie materials. How much is the zombie core? Song Jian asked, pointing at a zombie core casually. This one has a very low drop rate. 10 Doomsday coins for one. The boy at the stall touched his nose and said, It's too expensive. Can you make it cheaper? 2 Doomsday coins. I want them all. Song Jian said. 2. Too little. I killed 50 or 60 zombies, and only got this little. The boy hesitated. If you sell this thing to a store, I can give you at most 1 Doomsday coin. I've doubled it for you. If you don't want to sell it, forget it. Song Jian was about to leave. Hey, brother. I also have a zombie core here. I'll sell it to you for 2 Doomsday coins. A middle-aged man in his 30s next to him quickly stopped Song Jian and said. Song Jian took a look and saw that there were only 3 zombie cores on the middle-aged man's stall. He took out 6 Doomsday coins from the parcel column and handed them over. Okay. Take them. The middle-aged man happily took the Doomsday coins and handed over the 3 zombie cores. Hey, Uncle Wang. You are too unkind. I am talking to this brother. The boy next to him said with some dissatisfaction. I say, Guzi, don't you see how many levels this big brother is? Uncle Wang looked at the boy next to him with disdain and said, This thing is not worth anything at all. It can be dropped by a level 1 mutant zombie. What can it be worth? Look at everyone's stalls. Who doesn't have a few zombie cores? This thing is worthless if there are too many. This big brother can offer 2 Doomsday coins for each one. He is already a kind person. But the drop rate of this thing is very low, the boy muttered. No matter how low the drop rate is, you can't resist the large number of level 1 mutant zombies. Don't you see how many mutant zombies there are in this damn place? Uncle Wang advised. Zombie core. 2 Doomsday coins each. I'll take all of them. If you want to sell, you can trade with me, Song Jian said lightly. Liquor's casino is not open yet, and players don't know that they can go there to gamble with zombie cores. In the casino, 1 zombie core is equivalent to 100 Doomsday coins. Okay, big brother. I'll sell you 2 Doomsday coins. The boy called Guzi was a little embarrassed, and handed all the 8 or 9 zombie cores on the stall to Song Jian. Okay, little brother. You are good. You can keep all the zombie cores for me in the future. I will come here often to collect them, Song Jian said with a smile. Soon, several people who set up stalls sold all the zombie cores on the stalls to Song Jian. Master, can you tell us what this zombie core is used for? A young man in his 20s shouted at Song Jian with a flickering look in his eyes. Sorry, this is a commercial secret. Song Jian glanced at him and said lightly. Then, Song Jian collected some low-level materials for cooking and refining medicine, each of which was also 2 Doomsday coins. After a circle, Song Jian continued to walk towards the 9th building. Hey, guys, what do you think this expert needs so many zombie cores for? The young man looked at Song Jian's back and asked in a low voice. What can it do? This thing can't be eaten, and it's not worth much to sell. It can be dropped by the lowest level monsters. What do you think it can do? The middle-aged uncle looked at the young man with disdain and said, I say, Flowery Ghost, you kids should focus on killing monsters and leveling up. Don't think crookedly. If you die here, you will really die. Don't worry, Uncle Wang. I know what I'm doing. Flowery Ghost waved his hand and said indifferently. Seeing Song Jian turn a corner and disappear, Flowery Ghost quickly put the things on the stall into the parcel column and chased after Song Jian. This kid is looking for death again. Uncle Wang spitted on the ground fiercely and said with contempt. Uncle Wang, don't worry about him. People like him use their intelligence for crooked ways. Sooner or later, they will hit a wall. Someone next to him advised. Humph. If we weren't all players coming in, who would care about his life or death? Uncle Wang frowned and hesitated for a moment, and finally closed the stall and said with a worried look, No. I have to watch him. If I anger that master, I will really lose my life. After that, Uncle Wang also chased in the direction where Song Jian left. Chapter 111 Safe. Song Jian slowly walked towards building number 9 of Xinyuan community. This place has almost become a novice village. The monsters in the entire community have been cleared out. Novice players with weapons can be seen everywhere entering and exiting various high-rise buildings. Seeing so many novice players, Song Jian's heart sank, and he had a bad premonition. As soon as the novice players came out, they rarely dared to hunt monsters directly on the streets. Most of them started by searching for supplies. Xinyuan community has a total of more than a dozen high-rise buildings and more than 100 rooms. But so many rooms cannot withstand the search of novice players. Some rooms have even been searched several times. I hope that Earl Qiandahai's room has not been searched. Song Jian prayed in his heart. But the probability of this is too low. Now Song Jian can only hope that others don't know where the safe is, and have not found it yet. Entering building number 9, Song Jian climbed up the stairs to the 16th floor. The flower-shirted ghost hid at the entrance of the first floor and looked inside. Flower-shirted ghost. What are you doing? A palm slapped the flower-shirted ghost on the shoulder from behind, scaring him. Turning his head, the flower-shirted ghost breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest and said, "I say, Uncle Wang, people can scare people to death. Don't be so startled. I say, Flowery Ghost, can you use your energy on the right things every day? You are getting more and more daring now. You dare to follow a level 10 master. Do you want to live?" Uncle Wang said with a face full of complaints. "Uncle Wang, haven't you heard that a man can't be rich without external wealth? And a horse can't be fat without night grass?" Flowery Ghost said with a nonchalant look, "I just want to follow the master. They eat meat. Can I drink some soup? Drink soup? Humph. I think you don't even want your life." Uncle Wang looked like he was disappointed with his friend. "Okay, Uncle Wang, stop pretending," Flowery Ghost said with a disdainful expression. "Others don't know you. But I don't know you. I know your mind better than anyone else. If you ask me, let's follow him together. If there is an advantage, we will add 2 and 1 to make 5. I don't believe that he, a level 10 master, would come to the novice area for no reason." Uncle Wang's expression was uncertain, and a gloomy look appeared in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he said, "It seems that zombie cores can no longer be sold. Humph. If a level 10 expert wants to buy something, how can it not be a good thing? I still have more than a dozen in the parcel column." Flowery Ghost said with an "I knew it a long time ago" expression. "If I can find out what the zombie core is used for, then you and I will be rich. Right? Okay. Hurry up and catch up. Don't lose him. See clearly which floor he is on." Uncle Wang pushed Flowery Ghost, and the two tiptoed towards the stairs together. Song Jian quickly arrived at the 16th floor. Looking at the broken door, Song Jian's face turned ugly. "This room has been searched, but I don't know if they have found the Earl's safe." Stepping into the room, looking around, it was a mess. Many things were thrown on the ground at random. Song Jian walked quickly to a bedroom and saw that a large bed that almost occupied half of the room was intact. He was finally relieved. Fortunately, the safe has not been discovered by others. Song Jian's mouth showed a hint of joy. This bed is specially made. It looks like a solid hardwood bed. But in fact, on the right side of the bed, there are 2 movable baffles that can be removed. After removing the 2 baffles, the back looks like a solid hardwood. But it is actually a special synthetic metal. You only need to touch a mechanism next to the wooden bed, and the synthetic metal will reveal a keypad. Enter the password, and you can open the safe. On the radio, Earl Qian Dehai has told everyone the steps to open the safe in detail without reservation. As long as the safe is opened, the items inside can be obtained. Following the steps, Song Jian quickly opened the safe. Song Jian took out stacks of banknotes. Each of these banknotes has a denomination of 100. There are dozens of stacks of banknotes, about hundreds of thousands. However, after the apocalypse, even the government no longer exists. These banknotes based on the government's credit have become a pile of waste paper and are worthless. Behind a pile of banknotes, Song Jian took out 3 wooden boxes. These 3 wooden boxes are dark red with a thick layer of patina. If placed in the real world, these 3 wooden boxes alone would be worth a lot of money. When he opened the first wooden box, he saw a blue jade necklace. Song Jian showed a hint of joy on his face. After checking the properties of the necklace, he found that it was just an ordinary piece of jewelry and could not be taken out of the game. He immediately lost interest in it and put it in the parcel column. With this thing, I only need to know how to mail it, and I can get the sword finger skill book. Song Jian was delighted. He opened the second wooden box, and there was a ring inside. The surface of the ring looked dull and had a wood-like texture, which looked like a wooden ring. After checking the properties, Song Jian took a breath of cold air. This ring turned out to be the legendary storage ring. Storage ring blue, ring. Equipment effect. Can get 8 storage slots. Use effect. Can expand the player's parcel column. The number of expanded parcel slots is random. The minimum is 1 parcel slot, and the maximum is 6 parcel slots. If this ring is worn as equipment, it will occupy a ring jewelry slot. Each player can only wear 2 rings in the equipment slot. Song Jian is currently wearing a ring of strength, and the other ring slot is empty, which is just right for equipping. When Song Jian has a better ring, this storage ring can be used to expand the parcel slot, so it will not be wasted. I always thought that 16 parcel slots were a bit small, and it was really a pillow for a sleepy person. Song Jian immediately equipped this ring, and suddenly there were 8 more storage slots. Open the third wooden box. There is a book inside. The cover is made of cowhide. And on the cover, there is a monster head, horns on the head, red skin, sunken cheeks, and a sinister and vicious look in the eyes. It looks very similar to the legendary devil in hell. Song Jian picked up the book and stroked the cover and thought to himself. When Song Jian's fingers slid over the devil's head, he could feel the head pattern slightly raised, as if it had grown on the cowhide cover. Dedicate your soul, and I will give you powerful power. A whisper came from his ear, and Song Jian's eyes showed a bit of confusion. But he soon regained consciousness. System, you are tempted by the devil, and the talent skill thick skin is passively triggered, and you are immune to the devil's temptation this time. Sure enough, this thing is not something that ordinary people can touch. Song Jian was so scared when he saw the system prompt that he almost threw the book in his hand away. He resisted the urge for a long time, and put the book back into the parcel column. He planned to study the contents of the book carefully after returning to the manor. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly heard a strange sound of rustling outside the door, as if someone had secretly broken into the room. Chapter 112 Purpose. Song Jian walked to the door of the bedroom, and saw two people peeking in from the door. These two guys were just setting up a stall. Song Jian narrowed his eyes. He was being followed. I'm not alert enough. I was actually followed here by someone. Song Jian felt a murderous intent in his heart. They dared to follow him. It seems that they have bad intentions. What are you doing? Song Jian walked out of the bedroom slowly, his face cold. Oh no! I've been discovered. The flower-shirt ghost's heart sank. He turned his head and looked at Uncle Wang, only to see that the old man had a look of fear on his face, and retreated repeatedly. Idiot! Aren't you telling people that you are following them with bad intentions? Flowery Ghost cursed in his heart. Master, I still have some zombie cores here. I wonder if you still want them. I just brought them from the safe house. Flowery Ghost smiled and took out a dozen zombie cores from the parcel column and handed them over. You followed me for most of the day just to give me zombie cores? Song Jian had a half smile on his face. These two guys are only level 3. Probably haven't even passed the novice trial period. They are not strong, but they are very brave. They dared to follow him. I guess they wanted to pick up some leftovers. But unfortunately, the good stuff has been taken away by me. Song Jian thought to himself, looking at the two people nodding and bowing humbly. The murderous intent in his heart disappeared without a trace. As long as it's a zombie core, I'll take it. Song Jian took the zombie core and threw a handful of Doomsday coins to Huashan Gui. Huashan Gui looked at those zombie cores with some distress, which he had saved for a long time. Although zombie cores can be dropped by level 1 mutant zombies, the drop rate is too low, and hunting dozens of them may not drop one. Boss, can you tell us what this zombie core is used for? Huashan Gui asked tentatively. Song Jian looked at him with disdain. If he told him what the zombie core was used for, how could he buy it in the future? At least the price would definitely increase a lot when he bought it. But on second thought, Liquor's bar has already opened, and the casino on the second floor will probably be open soon. By then, everyone will know what the zombie core is used for, and he won't be able to hide it for long. Do you know the Sunflower Bar? Song Jian asked. Sunflower Bar? Huashan Ghost was stunned. His eyes rolled, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. Boss, are you talking about the bar with the beautiful bartender? I know. I've been there. But the drinks there are so expensive. The second floor of the Sunflower Bar is a casino, which will open soon. There is a slot machine there. You need a zombie core to play it, and you can win a lot of good things, Song Jian said casually. Oh, that's it. Thank you. Thank you. Flowery Ghost was stunned. He didn't expect that Song Jian could easily tell him the purpose of zombie cores. He was surprised and happy for a while. There are still a few days. I can collect more zombie cores during this time. When the casino opens, the price of zombie cores will definitely go up. Flowery Ghost thought excitedly. No. Then, I can go gambling. If I win a good thing, wouldn't it be more cost-effective than selling zombie cores? Okay. Now that you know what the zombie core is used for, you don't have to follow me anymore. Don't be so reckless in the future. Be careful not to be killed by someone without knowing what's going on, Song Jian said with a faint smile. Although there was no threat, Uncle Wang's face suddenly turned pale, and his eyes were full of fear when he looked at Song Jian. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. On the contrary, The flower-shirt ghost didn't seem to care, with a smile on his face, complimenting Song Jian. Song Jian glanced at the two of them and walked out of the house. The flower-shirt ghost looked at Uncle Wang with contempt. He originally thought that the two of them could help each other, but when this guy saw Song Jian, he was so scared that he didn't even dare to fart. Fortunately, he was smart and escaped. Uncle Wang, I say you are too useless. How can you come out with such a cowardly heart? The flower-shirt ghost said in a gangster tone. Huh? Let me take a breath first. Uncle Wang supported the wall and slowly sat on the ground. Uncle Wang, you are not having a heart attack, are you? The flower-shirt ghost frowned. Boy, we have been through the gates of hell. Uncle Wang took a long breath, and his face gradually eased. Gate of hell? Uncle Wang, you are exaggerating, the flower-shirt ghost said disdainfully. Uncle Wang slowly stood up and looked out the door, and found that Song Jian's figure had disappeared, and then slowly said, the young man just now killed someone. Killed someone. The flower-shirt ghost's face changed, and he asked quickly, you said he is a wanted criminal? I don't know. Anyway, he has killed people, and not a few, and he has murderous aura on his body. Just now, he was going to kill the two of us. Uncle Wang seemed to think of talking about something terrible, and his lips trembled slightly. Kill us? The flower-shirt ghost said with a look of disbelief. How is it possible? We didn't do anything. Boy, following him is already ill-intentioned. What else do you want to do? Uncle Wang looked at the flower-shirt ghost helplessly, pointing to the bedroom where Song Jian just came out and said, tell me, what is a level 10 master like him doing here? There must be some secret. You mean, he came here to find something? The flower-shirt ghost said with his eyes brightened. It's almost certain, but he should have found something. Otherwise we would be in danger this time. He really wanted to kill just now. I can feel it, Uncle Wang said. The flower-shirt ghost curled his lips and did not listen to Uncle Wang's words. Instead, he rushed to the bedroom where Song Jian had just entered. Oh, he really came to find something. It seems that the thing has been taken away by him. The flower-shirt ghost's cry soon came from the bedroom. Uncle Wang walked into the bedroom quickly and saw a pile of banknotes scattered beside the wooden bed. Song Jian did not close the wooden board outside the safe, and the door of the safe was also open. There is a safe here. Damn it. I searched this room before, but found nothing, Huashan Gui said with a regretful expression. This room has been searched at least 7 or 8 times. If you don't know the location of the safe, you can't find it at all. Uncle Wang just glanced at it lightly and shook his head. Hey, the master is really a master, Huashan Gui sighed. After a while, Huashan Gui seemed to think of something. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he lowered his voice and said to Uncle Wang, Uncle Wang, do you think if we tell him the location of the boss, will he give us some soup? Uncle Wang was stunned, then frowned, thought for a long time, slowly nodded and said, I think it should be possible, but I'm afraid he won't look down on the level 5 elite boss. Chapter 113 Postman Zombie. Song Jian walked out of the unit door, looked at the blue jade necklace in the package, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sword Finger, one of the skills inherited by the sword immortal profession. I wonder how powerful it is, Song Jian whispered to himself. He already knew the address of Earl Qiandahai, but now Song Jian didn't know how to mail the items to him. From the radio, he found that mailing is not a difficult thing for other people, or other NPCs. Maybe he can ask others on the radio how to mail? If I ask these common sense things on the radio, will it reveal something? This is the only thing Song Jian is a little worried about. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded behind them. Seeing that Song Jian had not left yet, Huashan Gui and Uncle Wang were relieved. Master, boss, please wait a moment. Wait a moment. Huashan Gui ran a little anxiously, and his words were a little intermittent. What's wrong? Do you have anything to do? Song Jian turned around and asked. Master, we know the location of a level 5 elite boss. I wonder if you are interested. Huashan Gui glanced at Uncle Wang and asked in a low voice. Level 5 elite boss? Song Jian hesitated for a moment and shook his head slowly. Song Jian no longer has any interest in level 5 elite boss. As a level 10 boss, he has no experience in hunting level 5 monsters. Moreover, the items dropped by level 5 elite boss are too low grade for him. This game does not have a trading system or auction house. Is it necessary for Song Jian to waste time setting up a stall like them? And even if Song Jian is willing to set up a stall, most players are only level 3 or 4 now. And they don't have many Doomsday coins. It's not worth it. If it's a level 10 elite boss, I'm still interested. If it's level 5, forget it. You can organize more people to go and hunt it during the day when the attributes are halved. Song Jian said lightly. Boss. Although that monster is a level 5 elite boss, it has a mailbag on it. After killing it, it will definitely drop a lot of good things. Flowery Ghost suddenly said. Yes, Master. We all saw that the mailbag on it was bulging. I think it should be similar to the treasure chest monsters in other games. It will explode after being killed. Uncle Wang's eyes lit up and said quickly. Mailbag? Song Jian's heart moved and asked, can you describe what the monster looks like in detail? The name of the boss is the Postman Zombie. It wears a tattered uniform and carries a bulging mailbag on its body. It moves very fast. Flowery Ghost lit up and said quickly, its attack method is a bit special. It takes out letters from the mailbag and throws them out like a flying knife. The damage is quite high. I tried to take a hit, and it knocked off more than 30 points of my health. It hurts. Huashan Gui is only level 3 now, with a maximum HP of 85. More than 30 points is already 1/3 of his HP. So he is no match for the boss. Okay, let's go and take a look together. But let me make it clear first. If the boss drops something I need, I have the priority to choose, Song Jian said. In fact, when Song Jian heard the name of the boss, he associated it with mailing. Maybe killing the boss will drop a mailbox? Is there anything impossible in this game? Now I'm afraid this boss is the most likely to be associated with mailbox. Of course. We just want to follow the masters and get some benefits, Uncle Wang said quickly. Uncle Wang and Huashan Gui have already calculated that the level 5 elite boss is likely to drop level 5 equipment. For Song Jian, who is level 10, level 5 equipment is already a bit of a waste. So in the end, won't it be a bargain for them? While talking, the two surrounded Song Jian and walked out of the community. Hey, look! How come those two guys are mixed with the masters? The players who were setting up stalls in the flower pavilion in the middle of the community saw the three people and shouted in surprise. Hey, I was wondering why Uncle Wang was so kind. It turns out that he went to hug the thighs. Someone said contemptuously. Big brother, I want to hug him too. The master must have helped them level up. I'm so envious. Someone's eyes lit up, wishing to replace Uncle Wang and Huashan Gui. Do you think they will fight the boss? I heard 2 days ago that Huashan Gui was chased by a boss and almost died. Someone asked in confusion. Boss? Is there really a boss? Should we go and see? Several people looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and shouted, let's go and see. A master fights the boss. It's rare to see. At this stage, there are very few people who can meet the boss, and even fewer people dare to fight the boss. When they heard that there was a boss to fight, these people stopped setting up stalls, packed up their stalls, and chased after Song Jian and the other two. Master, go around this street. There is a post office in front. The boss is guarding in the post office. Flowery Ghost pointed to the front and said, You call me Master. My name is Song Jian. Just call me Brother Song. Song Jian smiled and asked, Have you searched this area? I haven't searched most places. Most of the monsters here are level 3. Too dangerous. You will die here if you are not careful. Flowery Ghost shook his head and said. Song Jian nodded, said nothing more. The three of them soon came to a dilapidated post office. Along the way, the three of them also encountered many level 3 mutant zombies. But Flowery Ghost and Uncle Wang did not take action. Song Jian, holding a dagger, almost killed the level 3 monsters in seconds. Effortlessly, which made the two people amazed. Brother Song, the boss is inside. Do you think we should lure it out? Or? The flower-shirt ghost looked at the post office with its door wide open and said with some fear. Last time, he was foolish and bold, thinking that he could find good things in places with high-level monsters. But he ended up breaking into this post office and almost died alive. The post office was small, and the flower-shirt ghost was afraid that Song Jian would not be able to use his skills. So he volunteered to lure the boss out. No need. Look, isn't it coming out? Song Jian pointed at the door of the post office and said, "Hee hee." A hunchback zombie wearing a shabby green uniform appeared at the door of the post office. This zombie was skinny, with sunken eyes, skin tightly attached to the bones, and almost no muscles. He looked like a skeleton. The funniest thing was that he was wearing a military green hat on his head, which made him look no different from a postman. Washangui and Uncle Wang did not lie to him. The boss had a shoulder bag, also in military green, with the words Postal Service written on it. It looked like it was filled with a lot of things. Bulging. Song. Brother Song. That's it. Be careful. It's very fast. When Washangui saw the boss, his face changed drastically. If he hadn't happened to meet a small group of players searching nearby, he wouldn't have been able to escape. The boss moved too fast. Sure enough, when the postman zombie saw the three people, he roared and pounced on them. His speed was extremely fast. Even if the attributes were halved during the day, the speed of this boss was much faster than other ordinary zombies. Chapter 114 Backpack. The speed of the postman zombie boss was extremely fast. Washangui and Uncle Wang retreated in fear. If Song Jian had not stood still, they would have turned around and fled. Song Jian looked at the postman zombie rushing over, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The level 5 elite boss was no longer a powerful monster in his eyes. Even with only a Fang Thorn, Song Jian could easily kill it. However, after increasing a little strength, Song Jian can use the rocket launcher Cobra 2X in the package, which is the real killer. He took out a rocket launcher from the package and put it on his shoulder. The cold metal pressed against Song Jian's cheek, and the black muzzle was aimed at the boss that rushed over. The rocket launcher is extremely powerful and can be regarded as a single soldier weapon with relatively high damage. Compared with a sniper rifle, its range is a bit short, but its attack is a group attack with a splash effect. However, its only disadvantage is that its firing rate is too slow after the rocket is fired. If you are prepared, you can easily dodge it. Song Jian first used a mind's eye skill on the postman zombie. After the mental lock, the rocket launcher Cobra 2X has a slow firing rate, and its only disadvantage of being easy to dodge is also compensated. When Song Jian carried the rocket launcher on his shoulder, Washangui and Uncle Wang's eyes almost popped out, with an unbelievable look on their faces. How is this possible? Washangui even felt like he was dreaming. I don't even have a pistol now. And look at others. They have already started to play with rocket launchers? How can the gap between people be so big? Uncle Wang also had a look of seeing a ghost. Boom. A rocket with a long tail flame flew towards the postman zombie. And the naked eye could even see the trajectory of the rocket in the air. The postman zombie roared and actually rushed towards the rocket without any dodging. It seems that this boss has not even recovered its consciousness, and cannot even sense danger. Such a boss, except for higher attack, stronger defense, and thicker blood, is actually no different from an ordinary mutant zombie. Boom. With a loud bang, the rocket hit the zombie's chest, making a deafening roar. The body of the postman zombie is also tough. It was directly hit by the rocket, but it was not killed instantly. After an explosion, it was directly blown back 5 or 6 meters by the air force generated by the explosion, and hit the wall of the post office behind it. This monster's body is so strong, Song Jian exclaimed. If this were in the real world, it would be a luxury for an ordinary person to leave a complete body after being hit by a rocket. However, in the game, the postman zombie boss was hit head-on, but he was not killed instantly. He was still lying on the ground and struggling to stand up. As expected of a boss, his body is strong. Even if his attributes are halved, he can still withstand the damage of a rocket, Song Jian exclaimed. The postman zombie boss screamed madly, with bloodthirsty light flashing in his eyes, staring at Song Jian viciously. His legs had been blown apart, and only half of his waist was left. He couldn't stand up at all, but he still didn't give up attacking, even if he had to grab the ground with both hands and crawl to attack the target. Song Jian waited for 3 seconds and lowered the muzzle of the rocket launcher slightly. Boom. The second rocket was towards the postman boss. This time, the low-health boss could no longer withstand the damage of the rocket, and his body shattered directly. With a roar of explosion, the boss's body turned into dozens of pieces of meat, splashing in all directions. These pieces of meat turned into black ash in the air and drifted away with the wind. except for a big pit in front of the post office. There was no trace of the boss, as if it had never appeared. Around the big pit created by the rocket, there were scattered several items emitting white and green light. Hey! Equipment dropped? Song Jian's eyes lit up, and his eyes fell on the only piece of equipment. At his current level, he was very lucky to get a piece of equipment after defeating the level 5 boss. It is very likely that only 1 or 2 white quality materials dropped to send Song Jian away. Messenger bag green. Backpack. Effect: can store 12 items after equipping. Description: after equipping this backpack, it will occupy an accessory slot. This thing belongs to me. Do you two have any objections? Song Jian picked up the messenger bag and asked the two casually. No. No objection. The two looked at each other with polite and awkward smiles on their faces. This backpack is a good thing. Players now only have 16 initial parcel slots, which is not enough, even if the same materials can be infinitely stacked. After all, there are too many types of items in this game. Just a mutant zombie can drop 8 or 9 kinds of items, and they are all materials needed for various life professions. The 16 parcel slots were quickly filled. Song Jian happily opened the equipment slot and equipped the messenger bag. Each player has 2 accessories slots, and Song Jian's are still empty now. Huh? How could this be? Song Jian looked at the accessories and the black stone tablet, and his face changed drastically. You know, he took this stone tablet out of the game and kept it in a drawer. Even when he entered the game, he forgot to wear it. How could it suddenly appear in the game now? Although the effect of this stone tablet is only to increase a little blood, its surface seems to be wrapped in a layer of transparent energy, as if it is sealed. Song Jian originally wanted to take it to the real world to study it. Anyway, he doesn't lack that little blood in the game. But why did it appear in the game again? In his equipment column? Song Jian stared at this black stone tablet for a long time, always feeling that it was a bit mysterious. But now, he couldn't study anything, so he could only put it aside for the time being. The items I got recently are all related to storage space. Song Jian muttered quietly. The remaining items are all white materials. Song Jian just glanced at them, and was too lazy to pick them up. Zombie fangs, zombie eyeballs, zombie leather. These items that can be dropped by level 1 mutant zombies. The level 5 elite boss is really embarrassed to drop them. All these materials belong to you, Song Jian said casually. Thank you, Brother Song. The two thanked him helplessly. Originally, I thought that the items dropped by the level 5 elite boss should not be valued by the level 10 masters. But who knew that a storage package dropped by the level 5 elite boss? I don't know whether it is good luck or bad luck. Hey, Brother Song, look at this thing. It's a bit strange. Huashan Ghost picked up an item from the ground, looked at it for a long time, and called Song Jian. Chapter 115 Mailbox. Song Jian, who had turned away, turned back when he heard the shout of the flowery shirt ghost. What's wrong? These are just ordinary quality materials. Is there anything strange about them? Song Jian said with a smile. Song, Brother Song, look at this. This doesn't seem to be a material. It's an equipment. No, it can't be called equipment. I don't know what to call it. The flowery shirt ghost held up an object emitting white light in his hand and scratched his head. Song Jian walked forward and checked the properties. Stamp? What is this? Is it for mailing? Song Jian raised his eyebrows and suddenly felt a sense of light. Stamp white. Special item. Effect: after use, an item can be mailed to the specified address. Note: the item has a unique attribute and will disappear after use. This thing is useful to me. Give it to me, Song Jian said. Okay, Brother Song. Huashan Gui not only did not feel reluctant, but happily handed the white quality item to Song Jian. Huashan Gui had already checked the attributes of this item. At this stage, for players, the only use of this item is to throw it into the system store to exchange for a Doomsday coin. But for advanced players, it may have some other uses, which is why Huashan Gui called Song Jian. Here are 10 Doomsday coins. I bought them. Song Jian put the stamps into the parcel column and handed the 10 Doomsday coins to Huashan Gui. How can I accept this? Brother Song? You are the only one who defeated the boss. We didn't contribute much. No one will say anything if I give you all these things. Huashan Gui had a bright smile on his face. Although he said so, he quickly took the 10 Doomsday coins. Okay, If there is a boss in the future, go to the villa next to Camel Square to find me. Song Jian waved his hand and turned to walk towards his own manor. Looking at Song Jian's back, Hua Shangui's mouth slowly opened wide, and an incredible expression appeared on his face. Oh my god! It turns out to be this big guy. The first great man to build a safe house. Hua Shangui said in surprise. Oh my god! You are really good. A piece of white quality trash actually made you related to him. Amazing. Hua Shan. No. Brother Gui. Why didn't I realize that you have such good vision before? Uncle Wang patted Hua Shangui's shoulder hard, his face full of envy. Hey. I didn't expect to meet this great god. You said that with his care, I can build a safe house. Isn't it a sure thing? Hua Shangui laughed. His mouth almost cracked to the roots of his ears. Returning to the manor, Song Jian frowned slightly when he saw the blood crows all over the yard. There was an old tree with yellow branches and leaves in the yard. Now with these dozens of dark red blood crows, the whole manor gave people the feeling of a haunted castle in medieval Europe. It was better during the day, but it was probably no different from a haunted house at night. The castle was empty, and Song Jian was too lazy to sit on the floor. He directly took out the stamp under the bloody ghost tree. This stamp can be said to be an unexpected surprise. Originally, he wanted to find out the clues of the mailbox, but he didn't get the clues of the mailbox. Instead, he got a stamp that can be used to mail items. Song Jian couldn't help but sigh at the unpredictability of fate. However, this stamp can only be mailed, but it cannot provide payment functions. If there is a mailbox, the amount and items to be paid can be set, but stamps do not have this function, and the items can only be mailed. Send the items to Earl Qian Dahai first? Song Jian would not do such a stupid thing, even if Earl Qian Dahai is a gentleman with a good reputation. Song Jian does not even have an email address now. Even if Earl Qian Dahai wants to send him the reward, there is no place to mail it. It seems that I still need to use the radio to find clues to the email address. Song Jian thought to himself. With a thought, Song Jian appeared on the third floor of the castle. In the empty room, there was only a radio placed on the floor. Song Jian turned on the radio, and suddenly a harsh electric noise came from the radio. It lasted for a long time before slowly disappearing. This is the Falcon Squad. This is the Falcon Squad. Now we have a level 5 equipment to sell. A blue quality long sword. The attribute is, hey, Judy. The attribute of this long sword is okay, but the level is a bit too low. Did you kill the elite boss outside the town of Kava? A frivolous voice said on the radio. The base price of this long sword is 100 Doomsday coins. Does anyone want to buy it? Judy seemed unwilling to pay attention to that person and directly shouted the price in the radio channel. This is Baron Francis from the City of Sin. I want this long sword for 100 Doomsday coins. It can be used as a birthday gift for my youngest son next month. A deep voice sounded in the radio. 110 Doomsday coins. This long sword can exert 130% of its power when combined with my 3-style crazy sword. This is Su Lijun from the Sky City. My email address is 150 Doomsday coins. This is my final bid. If you bid higher than mine, it will be yours. The voice of Baron Francis sounded again in the radio channel. Song Jian's mind seemed to explode with thunder. So many good things were fed to the bloody ghost poison tree. On the one hand, it was to make the poison tree grow faster. On the other hand, it might be that there were no players who could afford to buy these things. Even if Song Jian sold the treasures like mutant pine nuts, he would probably only sell for dozens of Doomsday coins at most. It's not that the things are bad, but that the purchasing power of players is too low now. If I had known. Song Jian wanted to cry, but had no tears. A blue quality long sword from a level 5 elite boss could be bought for more than 100 Doomsday coins. How much could the mutant pine nuts that can increase the blood value be sold for if they were shouted on the radio? In the end, the blue quality long sword was bought by Su Lijun of Sky City for 180 Doomsday coins. There seemed to be a lot of people on the radio channel. Some were trading items. Some were looking for people. Some were posting employment tasks. And more were chatting. Song Jian really didn't know why so many people were so idle in such a doomsday. Ahem. I want to ask. How do you get a mailbox? Finally, Song Jian pressed the pronunciation button and asked for clues about the mailbox on the radio. Soon, a young voice sounded on the radio. Mailbox? Don't you just need to apply to the municipal government? Young man, you still know too little. You should know that many places now do not have a municipal government. Just like the town of Kava. Ask Father Kamon if his gathering place with only more than 30 people has a municipal government? It is difficult to apply for an email address in a gathering place in the wild. Unless you apply to the system god to create a safe house and withstand the siege of monsters. You are eligible to apply. It is too difficult to create a safe house in a gathering place in the wild. Not everyone can withstand the monster tide. Unless you can hire a legion. You will have a 30% chance. Mercenary? Are you crazy? If I have the money of a mercenary, wouldn't it be better to apply for citizenship in a big city, such as the City of Sin, or the City of Holy Light? Why don't you come to our Sky City? Our Sky City has good security and a rich nightlife. The citizens of the City of Sin smiled but said nothing. How can the nightlife of that city be richer than that of the City of Sin? Song Jian was speechless. At first, some people were discussing about mailboxes. But the topic soon went off topic. A group of bored people were actually discussing on the radio channel which city's bar dancers dance the most coquettishly. Chapter 116 Hiring. Song Jian was a little depressed when he saw the originally serious discussion gradually going in the dirty way. When everyone was discussing whether the golden gun pill was better or the chi and blood-filling potion was more effective, Song Jian had no choice but to turn off the radio. Through the radio, Song Jian was able to understand that even in the Doomsday, there were still many people living well. And now the concept of the country has disappeared, forming a dictatorship centered on the city. In the city, even ordinary people can still guarantee their basic rights and interests. If they dare to go out and hunt monsters and become professionals, their lives will be better. Not much worse than before the Doomsday. However, there are also many people who cannot apply through the city citizen application and can only spontaneously form gathering places in the wild. The safety of such gathering places cannot be guaranteed. It is no longer news that a gathering place disappears overnight. And it is rarely talked about by people, because such things are too common. Song Jian also got clues about the mailbox in the messy chat on the radio. As long as you create a safe house, you are eligible to apply to the system. But applying for a mailbox also requires a lot of money, which many people cannot afford. Open the Manor creation list and pull the options to the bottom. There is an option of more functions. Open the option, and several options pop up. Add friends, establish alliances, join forces, hire, and apply for mailboxes. Song Jian checked the functions of each option in turn. Adding a friend is to add like-minded friends, which requires the other party's consent. And this friend must be a player who has successfully created a safe house. After adding the other party as a friend, you can check whether the other party is online from here. And you can also create a friend channel for private chat. Establishing an alliance is to create an organization similar to a union. As long as 10 players who have successfully created a safe house respawn, you can establish your own power. The upper limit of the first level alliance is only 100 people. If you want to increase the upper limit, you must complete the task of upgrading the alliance. However, in the current game, there are probably only a handful of people who can successfully create a safe house. It will take a long time to create an alliance. Joining a faction means joining an already established organization. This organization can be created by players or NPCs in the game. For example, the 101 gathering place that Song Jian encountered before is actually a big faction, and players can also apply to join it. However, Song Jian and it have already become enemies, and he cannot join the other party's organization at all. Hiring means hiring a role similar to a housekeeper for the safe house to manage the safe house when the player is offline or not at home. Only one person can be hired for the first to third level safe houses. And after upgrading to a manor, 3 people can be hired. The hiring cost is not small, because in the hiring list, the qualifications, attributes, and skills of each employee are different. The higher the qualifications, attributes, and the more skills the employee has, the higher the hiring cost. And after successful hiring, the salary must be paid to the other party every month. Song Jian was very interested in this higher function. Liqueur Sunflower Bar. The bartender Fiona left a deep impression on Song Jian. Song Jian hoped to hire a similar role, but there were only a dozen hired personnel in the 3-page hiring interface. And their occupations were different. Robin White. Occupation, gardener. Qualification, low. Attribute, weak. Skills, watering, weeding, catching insects, Caring for plants. Hiring fee, 50 Doomsday coins. Monthly salary, 5 Doomsday coins. Summa white. Occupation, chef. Qualification, low. Attribute, weak. Skill, elementary cooking. Hiring fee, 80 Doomsday coins. Monthly salary, 10 Doomsday coins. Gardeners. Cooks. Farmers. Cleaners. Maids. What are these? Song Jian looked at the full page of white-quality employees and shook his head, very dissatisfied, until he scrolled to the end of the employment interface. Song Jian found a green-quality employee. George Blue. Occupation, butler. Qualification, general. Attribute, ordinary. Skills, elementary eloquence. Intermediate management. Elementary defense. Employment fee, 150 Doomsday coins. Monthly salary, 20 Doomsday coins. Elementary defense? How could a butler have this skill? Song Jian raised his eyebrows and opened the introduction of elementary defense with some curiosity. It can increase the defense of the safe house by 30%. It's amazing. The defense of my manor has reached 8,000. 30% means 2,400 points. I'm afraid that an ordinary safe house doesn't have 2,400 points. Song Jian showed a hint of joy on his face. Recruit George. Song Jian clicked on George and chose to recruit. Soon, 150 Doomsday coins disappeared, and George was removed from the employment list. After waiting for a while, Song Jian still didn't see George appear. He was wondering in his heart, and suddenly saw a ragged man on the street outside, walking towards the manor. The man looked pale and seemed to be living in hardship. A line of green fonts appeared above his head. LV1 George. HP 8080s. Employed by Song Jian. Is this the housekeeper I recruited? He looked so weak. Song Jian frowned slightly, and his figure flashed and appeared at the gate of the manor. Master, thank you for hiring me. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would starve to death in the slums. George saw Song Jian. Tears of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he bowed deeply to Song Jian and said, George, my manor will be handed over to you in the future. I hope you don't let me down. Song Jian said in his heart. Compared with Fiona, George is simply one on the ground and the other in the sky, which makes Song Jian a little disappointed. However, since he has been hired, let's try to see if he can take care of the manor. At least he has a primary defense technique that can increase the overall defense of the manor by 30%. For this primary defense technique, it is worth spending 20 Doomsday coins every month. Song Jian comforted himself in his heart. Yes, sir. I will definitely take care of this manor with all my heart, George said gratefully. Well, come in, Song Jian said, and his figure flashed and returned to the third floor of the castle. Watching George come in, he first checked a few vacant spiritual fields around the castle, then walked into the castle and began to wander around. Watching George walk into the castle, Song Jian retracted his gaze and continued to check the next function attribute. Apply for an email address. This is what I want. I already own a manor, so if I apply, it should be easy to get approved. Song Jian thought to himself and clicked on the option to apply for an email address. Chapter 117 Second Floor. Whatchfack? Has the system gone mad? Song Jian was stunned when he saw the 3,000 Doomsday coins needed to create a mailbox. You know, now players who have more than 300 Doomsday coins in their pockets can call themselves local tycoons. If Song Jian had not received an SSS level evaluation in the previous main task, the Doomsday coins in his pocket would not exceed 150. There are too many places to spend money in this game, but too few ways to make money. Most players spend more than they earn. Every day is like a famous man, repeating the same heavy and boring work of chopping trees and collecting stones to earn a little Doomsday coins, which is even more tiring than going to work in real life. Looking at the 3,112 Doomsday coins in the package column, Song Jian gritted his teeth. It hadn't even warmed up yet, and he had to hand it over to the system, which made Song Jian very unhappy. Forget it. There are gains and losses, and you have to be willing to give up. Only by giving up can you gain. Song Jian comforted himself and gritted his teeth and clicked the create option. The Doomsday coins in the package shrank rapidly, but no strange phenomenon occurred. In fact, a red mailbox more than half a person's height had appeared outside the gate of the manor. But Song Jian's sight was blocked by the wall, and he didn't see it. After waiting for a long time, Song Jian finally couldn't bear it anymore and opened the Manor management list, only to find that mailbox had actually appeared in the list. Below Catapult 3. Click to open the mailbox. First you need to set an address yourself. If you are in other big cities, such as Sin City or Sky City, and have a fixed residence, you can apply for a mailbox from the city government. And this email address is set by the city government and cannot be changed by yourself. Only those who have created a safe house in the wild are eligible to fill in their own email address. But this email address cannot be the same as that of others. What address should I fill in? Song Jian frowned and thought carefully. Through the radio, Song Jian learned that people who usually create safe houses in the wild will directly fill in names such as Leighton Mansion and Jaming Hut. But in big cities, it is very regular City Street Road community number. Song Jian thought for a while. Then he wrote number 1. Shinwan Community. Guangming Road. City of Hope. After setting his email address, he could mail the item. Song Jian opened the mail item option, put the blue jade necklace on it, and then filled in 1,000 Doomsday coins and skill book, sword finger in the other party's payment option. After filling in the mailing address, if Earl Qiandahai wants to accept the blue jade necklace, he must pay 1,000 Doomsday coins and skill book, sword finger. Oh, good luck. But I don't know if this sword fairy profession is really strong, Song Jian said to himself. Checked it again, and chose to mail. System, you mail the item blue jade necklace to the address, number 188. Inner city of Sin City. Qiandahai will receive it. This mailing requires a stamp. Do you want to start mailing? Need a stamp? Song Jian was stunned and frowned. But soon he chose to mail it. The stamp that had just been printed in the parcel column emitted a white light and flew towards the gate of the manor. Looking at the mailbox again, the blue jade necklace inside had disappeared, and a mail had been sent out. Just having a mailbox is not enough. You must use stamps to mail things. This is too troublesome, Song Jian thought to himself. After waiting for a while, there was no new email reminder. It seemed that Earl Qiandahai had not seen his email yet. Song Jian shook his head, flashed to the gate of the manor, and walked out of the manor. Master, I have information about the combat profession tree shepherd. I wonder if you... The bloody ghost poison tree slowly woke up from its slumber, noticed Song Jian's presence, and slowly spoke. But before it finished speaking, Song Jian's figure had disappeared at the gate of the manor. Alex, the bloody ghost poison tree, was stunned, let out a heavy sigh, and fell into sleep again. Song Jian stood at the sunflower bar, looking at the people coming and going at the door with some surprise. It's only been a few days, and the sunflower bar has become so famous? Song Jian muttered to himself, and walked in slowly. Only when he entered the hall did he find that it was full of people. More than a dozen tables were full of people, and even the 7 or 8 high stools in front of the bar were full of people. Soft music sounded in the bar, and almost everyone was holding a glass of wine. More people were sitting on the scattered seats, looking around as if they were looking for something. Captain, Captain, this is it. This is it. A glass of beer can increase the attack by 30% for 3 hours. Let's drink a glass each, and then go to kill monsters. I don't want to attack. Fox, is there anything that increases defense or health? Yes. Yes. Rum. Oatmeal rum can increase health by 300 points, which lasts for 2.5 hours. And dark beer can increase defense by 15 points, which also lasts for 2.5 hours. But you can only drink one of these 2 kinds of wine. If you drink it repeatedly, it will cover the effect of the previous one. Song Jian saw a team of 5 people rushing to the bar, and after each person bought a glass of wine, they drank it all, and then hurried out of the bar. Hi, Fiona. Is the boss lady here? Song Jian stepped forward to greet her. The boss lady is out for something. What do you want to see her for? Fiona lazily pushed a goblet along the bar to a player, turned her head, and looked at Song Jian and said, Oh, nothing. I want to ask, is the casino on the 2nd floor open now? Song Jian asked. After purchasing dozens of zombie cores, Song Jian planned to try his luck before doing the main task to see if he could gamble for some good things. The casino on the 2nd floor is not open to the public for the time being, Fiona said, but the boss lady has opened your free access rights. You can go up by yourself. Thank you. Song Jian smiled slightly and walked towards the 2nd floor. Seeing that Song Jian actually went up to the 2nd floor, Many people who noticed him showed a look of surprise on their faces. Miss Fiona? May I ask? Is that the man just now the owner of this bar? A player sitting at the bar asked softly with a charming smile on his face. No. He is just the boss's friend. Fiona glanced at him and said, Really? Then may I ask, what's going on with the casino on the second floor? When will it open? Haha. These are not issues you should care about. You should wait patiently for the arrival of the wanderers. Fiona sneered disdainfully. Seeing that no one was buying wine, Fiona took out a crystal glass, took out a blue velvet handkerchief, and slowly wiped the inner wall of the glass. She turned a deaf ear to the questions of the players sitting on the high stools at the bar. Chapter 118 Invisible Sword Chi. Song Jian stepped onto the second floor and walked up the stairs. He felt like he had passed through a thin membrane. Obviously, Liqueur had set permissions in the safe house. Only those she allowed could go up to the second floor. The casino on the second floor is not open to the public now, but it has been carefully cleaned. Some old and damaged gambling tables have been moved away, and the entire casino looks a bit empty. The slot machine is still the same, with a circle of neon lights flickering slightly, and 4 rolling tracks showing the words welcome at this time. Song Jian purchased more than 30 zombie cores. According to probability, he should get 3 to 4 items, but the quality of the items is unknown. He stuffed a zombie core in and pulled the lever hard. Voila! The 4 rolling tracks started to rotate, and soon they slowly stopped from left to right. Thank you for participating. Song Jian had no expression on his face and continued to stuff a zombie core in. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. 1 or 2 thank you for participating s. Song Jian could still accept them calmly. 5 or 6 thank you for participating. Song Jian just frowned slightly. More than 20 thank you for participating s came out in a row. Song Jian wanted to smash this broken machine. What's going on? Isn't it said that 10 or so zombie cores can produce a piece of equipment? You have swallowed 27 of my zombie cores. But you don't even fart? Song Jian was a little exasperated. Puff. The machine made a strange sound of air leakage, which sounded like farting. Song Jian. You. Song Jian raised his fist and wanted to smash the screen of the slot machine, but found that the screen suddenly flashed, and a line of light blue fonts were automatically typed out. This machine belongs to the system master, and damage will be compensated according to the price. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. Song Jian honestly withdrew his hands, respectfully held a zombie core in both hands and stuffed it into the coin slot, and then gently pulled the pull-down lever. Voila! Thank you for participating. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not much money anyway. Song Jian comforted himself. Throw in a zombie core. Pull the lever. Throw in a zombie core. Pull the lever. Song Jian seemed numb until the last zombie core was thrown in, and the slot machine sounded a cheerful music similar to winning the lottery. 1. Song Jian was stunned, and then a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 36 zombie cores. Only 1 item was won. The probability is simply, maybe I'm a non-African. Song Jian shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, opening the slot machine's item grid. A golden light appeared in Song Jian's eyes. Song Jian took it out and saw that it was a scroll emitting golden light. Skill scroll, Invisible Sword Chi. Skill book. Effect, after using it, you can learn the skill Invisible Sword Chi. Invisible Sword Chi, increase the sword energy slot. When using any weapon, you can attach the Invisible Sword Chi to the weapon to increase the weapon's power. Description: this skill is one of the skills inherited by the Sword Fairy. Note: the Sword Chi may cause damage to the attached weapon. African? Ha ha ha. Damn African. I am the most lucky person. Ha ha. Song Jian laughed wildly in surprise, and even the first floor could hear it clearly. The skill scroll of golden quality, and also one of the inherited skills of the Sword Immortal, made Song Jian feel like a golden ingot fell from the sky and hit his head. Without saying anything, he used the scroll directly, and a golden light flashed on Song Jian's character attribute interface, below the blood value and spirit value. Another energy slot flashing with silver light appeared. Sword Chi value, 100/100. Unfortunately, I don't know any sword skills yet. Even if I learn the Invisible Sword Chi, I can't show its power. Song Jian was a little regretful, and became more eager for the skill book Sword Finger. In fact, The skill book Invisible Sword Chi is much more important than Sword Finger. It is the core basic skill of the Sword Immortal profession. All the skills of the Sword Immortal profession need to consume Invisible Sword energy to perform. Without Invisible Sword energy, even if Song Jian obtains the Sword Finger skill, it can only be regarded as a collection and put aside. It cannot be learned or used at all. The reason why Earl Qian Dahai is willing to use Sword Finger as one of the rewards is precisely because of this reason. Without Invisible Sword energy as a foundation, Sword Finger cannot be learned at all. Emperor Song Jian came down from the second floor happily. All the players on the first floor looked at him, as if they were looking at a big fool. The sudden laughter just now attracted almost everyone's attention. Song Jian ignored the gazes of others, walked to the bar, took out a few Doomsday coins and slapped them on the bar, and shouted, "Give me a glass of rum. A big one. It looks like a big harvest." Fiona filled a glass of rum and pushed it towards Song Jian. The golden liquor was bubbling, and it looked like champagne. Song Jian raised the glass and drank it in big gulps. Rum was squeezed from sugarcane, and it tasted mellow and sweet, slightly bitter, and full of aftertaste. Once you drink it, you will be addicted to this taste. Song Jian drank the whole glass of rum in one breath, burped comfortably, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. At this moment, the door of the bar was pushed open with a crisp bang sound. Almost everyone turned their heads to look at the door of the bar. A dwarf wearing a cowboy's suit, 2 revolvers hanging on his waist, and a cowboy hat on his head pushed the door open and walked in. "I heard that there is the most mellow oatmeal in Zombie City here. I wonder if it is true. Bartender, give Dad Zach a glass of pure oatmeal. No water. No ice." The dwarf Zach stroked his beard and shouted at Fiona, "Dear guest, I don't know if I have the honor to treat you to a drink. Let's drink the most mellow oatmeal at the Sunflower Bar." A player sitting in a scattered seat immediately stood up and shouted to the dwarf in a cowboy suit, "Dad Zach, come sit in my box for a while. Here we have not only the most mellow oatmeal, but also sweet rum and rye. I invite you to taste it." Another player sitting in the box also stood up at the same time and shouted loudly to the dwarf Zach, "Come here. Hi. Respected dwarf. The whole bar suddenly seemed like a busy city. Almost everyone stood up and invited the dwarf, who had just entered the bar, to have a drink. Song Jian was stunned for a moment, turned his head to look at Fiona, pursed his lips in the direction of other players, and whispered, "What's going on?" "Nothing. If you come here often, you will get used to it. They are recruiting followers." Fiona shrugged her shoulders and said lazily, Chapter 119 Musketeer. "Followers?" Song Jian was stunned. "Can we recruit NPC followers here?" "That's it." Fiona pursed her lips at the cowboy dwarf Zach at the door and said, "Since the bar officially opened, many wandering NPCs will pass by here. Stop for a while, have a drink and take a rest. But whether you can recruit them depends on your own ability. In so many days, only 1 or 2 people can be successfully recruited. No wonder there are so many people in this bar. I thought the current players are so idle." Song Jian shook his head and said softly, "Brother, you don't know this? Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. As long as you can successfully recruit a follower, whether it is killing monsters or gathering, the speed is extremely fast." A player next to him explained with a smile. "Don't followers need a salary?" Song Jian suddenly asked. The player was stunned, then scratched his head and said uncertainly, "I think it shouldn't be necessary. I haven't recruited one yet, so I don't know the details. I just want to try my luck. Every 6 hours, a wandering NPC will appear, but the qualifications, attributes, and professions are random." Fiona continued to explain, "This Zach is a dwarf at first glance, and his profession should be a musketeer or a cowboy. The quality is not bad, barely reaching excellent quality." Song Jian looked at Zach, and sure enough, the name on the head of this wandering NPC Zach was blue. However, except for the name, all other attributes of the dwarf Zach were hidden, and behind the attributes, there were 3 words recruitable. "Oh, God of Forging. The people in this bar are so enthusiastic that I can't stand it. Ha ha." Zach stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Fiona's eyes suddenly lit up, and she whispered, "God of Forging. It seems that this dwarf Zach is also a forger. If anyone can recruit him, it will be a real profit. Hey, just by saying God of Forge, can you be sure that he is a forger?" Song Jian was stunned and asked quickly. Of course. Fiona glanced at Song Jian and said, each race believes in not only one god, but many gods. The dwarves alone have no less than 10 gods. Generally speaking, believing in different gods will have different effect bonuses. But a person can only believe in one god. If you want to change your belief, the previous belief value must be cleared, which is a very uneconomical thing. I think, unless you are a forger, you will not believe in the god of forge. Because believing in the god of forge will increase the success rate of forging by 10%. Fiona looked indifferent. So that's how it is. Song Jian nodded. Players don't know a lot of information in this game. But Song Jian found that he could get a lot of useful information by talking to NPCs in the game frequently. Isn't your main task to talk to 10 combat professionals and understand their professional content? Fiona suddenly said to Song Jian, whether this dwarf Zack is a musketeer or a cowboy. He is your mission target. Ah, really? Song Jian was surprised. He didn't know why Fiona knew his current main task. But if it wasn't for Fiona's reminder, he almost forgot it. Now his mind is full of thoughts about the profession of sword immortal. Okay, I'll go and talk to him. Song Jian put down his wine glass and walked towards the dwarf Zack. As soon as Song Jian approached the dwarf Zack, before he could speak, the dwarf Zack turned around and said to Song Jian with a serious face, God's favored one. You have embarked on the path of pursuing a professional. Do you want to know about the great profession of musketeer? Dear combat professional mentor, I am now standing at a confused fork in the road. I don't know which road to choose to continue moving forward. Please guide me on the road ahead. I am willing to listen to your explanation of the great profession of musketeer. Song Jian said according to the system task prompt. Ha! Of course, no problem. The dwarf Zack laughed, stroked his beard, stared at Song Jian and said, but before I explain the great profession of musketeer, I still need to confirm whether you have the strength to accept the profession of musketeer. You must pass my test. Test? Song Jian was stunned, but quickly nodded and said, no problem. Master Zack, I am willing to accept your test. Well, let me think about it. After a moment of silence, Zack's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he laughed. My test for you is to buy me a glass of Grand Goblet rum. System. Combat Professional Mentor Dwarf Zack issues you a test task. Golden Goblet rum. Task requirements. Deliver a glass of Golden Goblet rum to Combat Professional Mentor Dwarf Zack. Golden Goblet rum. 0 of 1. Task time limit. 6 hours. Task reward. Gain Zack's trust and explain to you the information about the profession musketeer. Task penalty. The favorability with combat professional mentor Zack drops to indifference. Okay. Mentor Zack, please wait a moment. Song Jian saluted Zack and turned to walk towards the bar. Fiona, give me a glass of Golden Goblet rum. Song Jian shouted loudly. Golden Goblet rum. 1,000 Doomsday coins per cup. Are you sure you want to buy one? Fiona said softly with a charming smile on her face. Song Jian was startled and almost stumbled and fell to the ground. What? Why is it so expensive? Is this Golden Goblet rum more precious than Royal Salute Earl rum? Song Jian blushed and couldn't help but question loudly. Of course not. Fiona shook her head and said, the quality of Golden Goblet rum is far lower than Royal Salute Earl rum. But, Fiona stretched out a finger, shook it gently at Song Jian twice, and said, you bought Royal Salute Earl rum because you are helping the boss to create a safe house. This is a personal gift. But now, you must buy any fine wine you need at the original price. So, if I want to buy a bottle of Royal Salute Earl rum now, how many Doomsday coins will it cost? Song Jian asked tentatively. First, you must reach the level of worship with me, and then you need to pay 1 million Doomsday coins to buy it. Fiona gave Song Jian a charming look and said, worship? 1 million Doomsday coins? Song Jian was stunned, and suddenly felt a sense of happiness after realizing it. Young man, you only have 6 hours. Please seize every minute and every second. If you can't even complete such a simple test, then I think, even if I tell you about the information about the musketeer, you don't have the strength to become this profession. The dwarf Zack shouted at Song Jian. Please rest assured, Master Zack, I will definitely complete this test task within the specified time. Song Jian nodded to the dwarf Zack, turned around and walked towards the door of the bar. Chapter 120 Rocket Launcher. 6 hours to earn 1,000 Doomsday coins. If it were an ordinary player, this task would probably be difficult to complete. But for Song Jian, it was just a little troublesome. Not to mention the blue jade necklace that has been mailed to Earl Qian, which includes 1,000 Doomsday coins in the reward. Even if Song Jian goes to collect wood and stone to sell now, he can almost earn enough Doomsday coins in 6 hours. It is unknown when Earl Qian's reward will be mailed, and Song Jian can only choose to collect wood and stone to earn 1,000 Doomsday coins. When Song Jian came to the small forest in the novice area, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. There were 3 or 4 people standing next to each big tree, surrounding the big tree tightly. The number of players in the forest far exceeded the number of trees. Even next to the rocks, there were several people holding stone axes and pickaxes, constantly collecting wood and stone. However, fortunately, these players should be newcomers who have just entered the game. They don't have many stone axes and pickaxes. After using them, they left directly. But his position will soon be filled by other players. There are too many wolves and little meat. Even if these players' felling and quarrying skills are not high, the trees and rocks here will be collected in 1 or 2 hours at most. Song Jian took a look, shook his head, summoned a motorcycle, and drove towards the highway. If he, a level 10 player, competes with others here, he will definitely be despised. And most importantly, if he competes like this, he will not be able to collect enough materials to sell in 6 hours. These novice players are low level and weak, and they only dare to collect in this small forest. If they are farther away, it will not be okay. However, the farther away, the richer the materials collected will be. But the farther away, the higher the level and strength of the monsters will be, and they will die if they are not careful. For these novices, it is too dangerous. Song Jian's target is the forest where he encountered the tree spirit last time. Not only is the area of that forest much wider than the forest in the novice area, but the wood produced by each big tree is also several times that of the forest in the novice area. Although it was a bit dangerous, Song Jian just wanted to drop some more tree spirit seedlings and use the radio to sell them to other NPCs outside the zombie city. Song Jian came to the woods and found that there were already people collecting wood in the woods. It seemed that they were a team. Brother, there are monsters in this woods. They are very powerful. If you are weak, don't come in. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s saw Song Jian and shouted loudly. If Song Jian came here for the first time, he would think that this player was afraid that others would compete with them for wood and deceived him. But Song Jian, who had been here once and knew the situation here, knew that this man was kind. The tree monsters here are not something that ordinary people can deal with. Song Jian looked up and saw that the few people who were collecting wood in the woods had reached level 5. Zhuang, why do you care about him? He can come to collect wood if he wants. If he is killed by the tree monster, we can just collect his body and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A 17 or 18-year-old boy next to him said with some dissatisfaction. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Bo, this is a life. Don't you know that if you die in the game, you will die in the real world too? A girl in a white robe next to him said to Wang Bo with a serious face. Wang Bo curled his lips, looked indifferent, and looked up at Song Jian with a glare. Fuck. Level 10. A master? Wang Bo suddenly shouted. The others were startled when they heard Wang Bo shouting, and looked up at Song Jian at the same time. At this time, Song Jian had walked to the edge of the woods and greeted them with a smile. Hello. I came here to hunt a few tree spirits. You collect yours. Don't worry about me. Song Jian waved his hand and said, although the collection efficiency here is much higher than that of the novice collection area, it is still somewhat inferior to hunting tree spirits. The amount of wood Song Jian obtained by hunting a tree spirit is the amount they collected by collecting 5 or 6 trees. And the speed is much faster. Brother, you have to be careful. The tree spirits here are very difficult to deal with. Those tree roots are so annoying. Zhuang, the middle-aged man at the beginning, said with some concern. It's okay. It's okay. You collect your own, Song Jian said, and walked towards the depths of the forest. The appearance of the tree spirits is no different from other big trees before they attack. Only when you step into their warning range and attract the tree spirits to attack actively, their names and attributes will be displayed above their heads. Seeing Song Jian enter the depths of the forest, the people who collected would no longer had the heart to collect. They looked at each other and quietly followed behind Song Jian. Uncle Dazhuang, how do you think that guy got to level 10? It took me 3 or 4 days to upgrade from level 4 to level 5. and I almost vomited from killing so many monsters. Wang Bo followed Gudajwang and asked softly, "How should I know? There are so many talented people in this game. Isn't that sunflower bar opened by a player? I heard that it was a girl in her teens. Why don't you ask how she opened that bar?" Gudajwang replied unhappily. "Although the tree monster is only level 5, it is very difficult to deal with. When we encounter it, we can only kill one together. If there are more, it will not be good." The girl in a white robe next to him frowned. "But the tree monsters drop a lot of wood, which is much better than gathering." Wang Bo, who was standing next to him, looked at Song Jian's back with some envy and said, "That's risking our lives. We gather at the edge, which is slower but safer. It's at least much better than the small forest near the novice community." Gudajwang knocked on Wang Bo's head and said, "Hey, look, a tree monster has come out. Wow, it's so big. This one is much bigger than the one we killed before. I don't know if he can handle it." Wang Bo's eyes lit up, pointing at a tree monster in front that was struggling to get out of the soil and shouted, "It's a bit dangerous. So many mutant tree roots." Gudajwang frowned. His muscles tensed, and he looked like he was ready to rush forward at any time. "Don't worry about him. It's better if he dies. I just saw him riding a motorcycle." Wang Bo snorted coldly and muttered softly, "Fuck. Look at what weapon he is holding. It's simply..." The girl in the white robe suddenly cursed, with a surprised look on her face. "Fire? Rocket launcher? Too exaggerated. How is it possible?" Wang Bo's eyes were about to bulge out. Boom! With a loud bang, a violent explosion occurred deep in the woods, and a tree spirit was directly blown into 2 pieces. 5 or 6 objects emitting white light were scattered around randomly. Chapter 121 New Email. Song Jian walked forward and picked up the items at random. He originally thought that he would not drop any items when hunting a level 5 monster. But he did not expect that this first tree spirit would drop a lot of items. 650 units of wood. A white quality medicine material tree heart. When refining healing potions, adding tree heart can increase the healing effect by 30%, which is not bad. Broken branches. White quality. When forging weapons, adding it can improve the properties of weapons. If it is a soft weapon like a whip, it can increase the flexibility by 30%. And if it is a hard metal weapon, it can increase the toughness by 25%. Equipment. There is another piece of equipment? Song Jian picked up the last white item, took a look, and a smile appeared on his face. This equipment is a leggings, and the leggings column in Song Jian's equipment column is empty. Tree spirit leggings white. Leather armor bottoms. Equipment effect, physical defense plus 3. Blood recovery speed increased by 30%. Equipment requirements, level 5. Can it be taken out of the game? No. Tree heart and branches. You can shout on the radio. But I don't have stamps now. Even if I want to send it, there is no way. Song Jian frowned slightly, thinking about the clues of the stamps, while walking towards the depths of the woods. Several people standing outside the woods stared at Song Jian's back in amazement, with expressions of admiration on their faces. This is too exaggerated. A level 10 player. Is he so powerful? Even a rocket launcher has appeared. This game is too crazy. Gudajwang shook his head and sighed. I wish I had a weapon like this. It's so damn cool. Wang Bo's saliva was about to flow down, his eyes staring at the rocket launcher on Song Jian's shoulder, full of envy. If he had such a killer weapon, he would definitely attract a lot of attention if he walked on the street and fired at a monster at random. Don't even think about it. Even if I give you that weapon, you probably won't be able to equip it. It's probably a level 10 equipment that only he can equip. The girl in the white robe said affirmatively. Yes, a weapon with such great power can't be too low level. Gudajwang also reacted and nodded. These people guessed correctly, but there was a slight deviation. Song Jian's two-handed weapon does not require level 10, but requires 12 points of strength. However, for most players, if there is no adventure, even if it reaches level 10, there is no way to stack strength to 12 points, and it is impossible to use this equipment. Song Jian carried a rocket launcher and walked leisurely in the woods as if he was taking a stroll. As long as he broke into the alert range of the tree spirit, the mutant tree roots would attack him. For the mutant tree roots of only level 1, their attacks might not even break Song Jian's defense, and they could only reduce his health a little. Song Jian's health would automatically recover the lost health. You know, In his status bar, there was still the reward of SSS completion of the previous main task, and the recovery speed of health increased by 500%. With the equipment on him, Song Jian's health recovery speed has now reached a terrifying 38 points per second. Even if Song Jian stood there and let the tree spirit attack for half an hour, he would not lose any health. Encountering another tree monster, Song Jian fired directly at it and killed it instantly again. However, this time, only 500 units of wood were dropped, and nothing else was hit. Time passed quickly, and 5 hours passed in a blink of an eye. Song Jian had a lot of materials stored in his bag. If he sold them all in the store, he could at least buy 500 or 600 Doomsday coins. But these Doomsday coins were of no help in completing the task. Song Jian also became a little impatient. There was only 1 hour left. This was the first combat professional instructor he encountered, and the difficulty of the task was not too high. If he couldn't complete this one, then Song Jian didn't know when he would be able to complete the remaining 9. This is an abandoned city. There must not be many combat professional instructors. If it weren't for the bar opened by Liquor, I'm afraid I might not be able to find one even if I searched for a few days. Song Jian frowned slightly and thought to himself. In a tall castle in the inner city of the city of Sin, an old man with wrinkles on his face sat in a wheelchair, staring at a blue jade necklace on the mailbox interface in front of him. The surface of this blue jade necklace exudes a faint blue light, just like the deepest sea water. On the surface of the necklace, there are circles of light waves rippling slightly, exuding a charming charm. Roland, my love, this is my 18th birthday gift for you. It has always been your favorite. Tears flashed in the old man's eyes, and he seemed to be lost in memories. After sitting in the sun for several hours, Earl Qian Dehai stretched out his trembling right hand, took out a skill scroll emitting golden light from his arms, and wanted to put it in the mailbox interface. Mr. Earl, you can't do this. This is the foundation of family inheritance and the basis of standing. If there is no powerful professional in the Qin family, then your Earl position may not be inherited by Master Qin Xiaohao, and he can only become a viscount. At this moment, the butler who had been guarding beside him suddenly stopped him. Earl Qian Dehai held up the sword finger skill book. His right hand suddenly froze, and a look of anger flashed in his eyes. This butler had followed him for more than 30 years. But he didn't expect that he was bribed by his own son, Qin Xiaohao. After more than 30 years, even if you raise a dog, it will have feelings for the owner. But you? Earl Qian Dehai's face showed a murderous intent. Turned his head, looked at the butler, who was trembling all over and dared not look into his eyes, and roared loudly in his heart. Maka, how many years have you followed me? Earl Qian Dehai said calmly. My lord, I have been working in this castle since I was 16, and I have been the butler of this castle for more than 30 years. My lord, I really... Maka knelt in front of Earl Qian Dehai's wheelchair, crying, my youngest son. He owes a lot of money because of gambling. I can't pay it back at all. Master Xiaohao. So, you have been spying on me for that evil son? Earl Qian Dehai asked loudly. His face seemed to be covered with frost. I dare not. I dare not. Sir, but I have no choice. If I don't speak out to stop you, Master Xiaohao will definitely skin me alive once he comes back and finds out. Maka knelt on the ground and cried loudly, his tears staining the wrinkles on his face. I will skin you alive now. Earl Qian Dehai roared and pressed a switch on the armrest of the wheelchair. Soon, a team of guards rushed over. Drag this old dog away. In addition, tie up my rebellious son and lock him up in the dungeon. Immediately. Right now. Earl Qian Dehai shouted to the captain of the guards. Yes, Lord Earl. The captain of the guard respectfully bowed to Qian Dehai, motioning the 2 guards behind him to hold the butler's arms and drag him out of the house. The screams and begging for mercy gradually disappeared, and the anger on Earl Qian Dehai's face slowly subsided, and he let out a heavy sigh. After a long time, Earl Qian Dehai sat in a wheelchair, gently stroking the blue jade necklace with his right hand, with a gentle expression on his face. After a long time, under the setting sun, Earl Qian Dehai smiled and slowly fell into a deep sleep. 5 hours and 30 minutes had passed, and just when Song Jian was a little impatient, he suddenly heard a crisp reminder sound in his ear. System, you have a new email. Please check it. Chapter 122 Sword Pointing. After hearing this system prompt, Song Jian finally let go of the worry that had been hanging in his heart. Originally, he thought that it would be no problem for him to earn 1,000 Doomsday coins in 4 or 5 hours. After all, his current level and strength were there. But he didn't expect that after 5.5 hours, all Song Jian's gains, if sold to the system store, would only be sold for 500 or 600 Doomsday coins at most. Although this amount of money is already a very good income in the eyes of ordinary players, it is still a long way from Song Jian's expectations. I finally received it. If Earl Qian Dehai doesn't come back, I'm afraid I will have to sell my equipment. Song Jian let out a long sigh. This was the last resort. If Song Jian sold this set of equipment to the system store, he could also sell it for hundreds of Doomsday coins. But this was purely a temporary solution. Without the equipment, Song Jian's strength would be greatly reduced. And selling this set of equipment to the system store was like selling jade for the price of a brick. Just thinking about it would make Song Jian heartbroken. He quickly summoned a motorcycle and drove towards his manor castle. It took Song Jian less than 5 minutes to get there, a distance of more than 10 kilometers. In the mailbox at the entrance of the manor, Song Jian finally saw 1,000 Doomsday coins and a skill scroll emitting golden light. Earl Qian Dehai. It seems he is also a trustworthy person. Song Jian sighed slightly. You know, that blue jade necklace is only of miscellaneous quality, has no attributes, and cannot be taken out of the game. The system store will not recycle it at all. In Song Jian's opinion, it is not even worth 1 Doomsday coin. But Earl Qian Dehai exchanged it for 1,000 Doomsday coins plus a powerful professional sword fairy's inherited skills. He is really a model representative of being rich and willful, using the golden skill scroll without hesitation. The skill sword finger icon appeared in Song Jian's skill column. Sword finger active. Level 1. Skill effect. Set one of the 10 fingers of both hands to trigger the skill. Release an invisible sword energy within the 3-meter range in front, and cause 55 to 80 points of physical damage to all targets within the sword energy coverage range, with 50 points of gold damage. Cooling time, 5 seconds. Skill consumption, 10 points of invisible sword energy. To use this skill, you first need to set one of the 10 fingers to activate. Song Jian thought about it, and realized that his right hand needed to hold the Fang Thorn to attack. So his left hand was empty. Although the Guardian Sword was equipped in the weapon column of his left hand, Song Jian had never learned sword skills, let alone the moves of dagger and long sword. He equipped the Guardian Sword just for the 3 points of strength attribute value it added. Click the sword finger icon, and 10 fingers of a pair of hands appeared in front of Song Jian. Song Jian set the activation finger of the sword finger to the index finger of his left hand. Suddenly, the light curtain disappeared, and Song Jian felt a sore, numb, itchy and painful sensation in his left index finger, as if the blood suddenly rushed to this finger. After a long time, this feeling slowly disappeared. Song Jian pointed forward casually, and suddenly a dazzling silver sword energy was stimulated from the index finger of his left hand. This sword energy lasted for at least 1 second before slowly disappearing. Looking at the energy slot of the invisible sword energy, it really consumed 10 points of invisible sword energy. But these 10 points of invisible sword energy consumed were restored at an extremely fast speed. It only took 2 or 3 seconds for the 10 points of invisible sword energy to be fully restored. It looks very cool, but I don't know how powerful it is. Song Jian shook his head slightly, thinking back to the silver sword energy he had just released. He was still a little excited. I originally thought I could stand at a distance and release sword energy like a machine gun, but I didn't expect that the range was only 3 meters. Isn't the legendary sword immortal able to take people's heads from 1,000 miles away? Song Jian said to himself. Looking at the time, there were less than 15 minutes left before the test of the dwarf sack was over. Song Jian immediately rode his motorcycle and drove towards the Sunflower Bar. Even in the daytime, the movement of the motorcycle alarmed many mutant zombies hiding in the dark. Looking at the zombies staggering towards the road, Song Jian raised his left hand and stimulated a silver sword energy. Swish! Raising his left hand, driven by the motorcycle, it was as if there was a lightsaber in his hand. And with a light stroke, the zombie's body was directly split in half. And Song Jian did not feel the slightest stagnation. Several players were teaming up to hunt mutant zombies on the street. When they heard the sound of the motorcycle coming from a distance, their faces changed drastically. A chubby boy cursed, "Who is this? Such a big noise." Is it because there are too few monsters around? He must lure all the monsters out before he will stop? He is simply harming people. The mutant zombies are very quiet during the day. As long as they don't make a big noise, there will be no large number of zombies to surround the players. However, a big noise, like Song Jian's, is enough to lure out all the mutant zombies within 100 meters on both sides of the road. Although the other players in the team didn't curse like the little fat man, their faces also became very ugly. They looked at the direction where the motorcycle was coming from with dissatisfaction in their eyes. Shwa! A silver light flashed, directly splitting a mutant zombie approaching in half. Before the mutant zombie turned into black ash, the motorcycle drove out more than 10 meters away. Fuck. Did you see that? What skill was that just now? He just waved his hand. The little fat man was stunned, repeating Song Jian's previous actions, looking at his companions in confusion. I didn't see it clearly either. It seemed to be a silver light. Someone next to him hesitated. Is this a skill or magic? So cool. I say, you should look around. If we stay any longer, we will be surrounded by mutant zombies. Song Jian came to the sunflower bar and checked the time. Fortunately, there were still 10 minutes. He breathed a sigh of relief, put away the motorcycle, and walked towards the bar. Seeing Song Jian coming in, the dwarf Zach's eyes lit up. At this time, Zach had been invited to a small box, but in front of him was just a cup of ordinary beer. After all, at this stage, players can't save many Doomsday coins. Fiona, give me a glass of rum that Mr. Zach ordered, Song Jian shouted loudly, and at the same time put 1,000 Doomsday coins on the bar. Hearing Song Jian shout, the dwarf Zach showed a look of joy on his face, laughed and pushed the beer in front of him, walked out of the box, and came to Song Jian's side. Young man, really good. You really keep your word. Haha. I didn't misjudge you. Zach's height was only up to Song Jian's waist, and it was still a little difficult to pat Song Jian's shoulder, so he could only pat Song Jian's back and said, Mr. Zach, I hope this glass of golden goblet rum will satisfy you. Song Jian smiled slightly and handed a large glass of rum to Zach. Hey, I said, we have been chatting with Mr. Zach for a long time. Isn't it a bit unruly for you to cut in line like this? A dissatisfied voice sounded from the box. Song Jian turned his head and saw 4 or 5 men walking out of the box with ugly faces. Chapter 123 VIP. Song Jian looked at Mr. Zach until he drank the whole glass of golden goblet rum. And then the system prompt sounded in his ears. System, you have completed the test task issued to you by the combat professional mentor dwarf Zach, golden goblet rum. The relationship between you and the combat professional mentor dwarf, Zach, has been upgraded to friendly. Seeing the system prompt, Song Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, why are you so rude? I'm talking to you. A man in chainmail, with a group of people, walked behind Song Jian and patted his shoulder with a dissatisfied look on his face. Yeah, it's great to have a high level. Our boss is talking to you. Please show some respect. A soldier next to him held a long knife and stared at Song Jian fiercely. In this game, a high level does not mean strong strength. The 5 of them are all level 5. And their equipment is almost fully equipped, even if they face a level 5 elite boss. This team can kill it. The improvement of strength has changed their mentality and made them more confident. Although Song Jian is level 10, they are not afraid at all. Oh, a level 10 expert. I don't know if a level 10 expert has killed an elite boss. I'm afraid that seeing a level 5 elite boss will scare them to death. Without strength, what's the use of a high level? A team member looked Song Jian up and down, and saw that Song Jian was just wearing ordinary people's clothes, and immediately showed a trace of contempt in his eyes, and said disdainfully. Song Jian's eyes flashed with coldness. This was related to the main quest. Originally, Zach was ready to start explaining the musketeer profession to him, but when he saw this group of people coming over, Zach immediately shut up and stood aside, stroking his beard, smiling and saying nothing. Song Jian's face darkened, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He felt a strong wind coming from behind him, and immediately moved his body to the side, dodging the arm that hit his shoulder. He flipped his right hand, held a fong thorn in his palm, and stabbed it towards the throat of the man behind him. This strike was straight, like 1,000 hammers. As if Song Jian's body reacted instinctively, a flash of blue light passed, and the dagger was against the man's throat. Get lost, Song Jian shouted. The man behind him felt a hint of coolness in his throat, and his face suddenly changed. Blue quality dagger. Gulp. A man in leather armor behind him stared at the dagger in Song Jian's hand. A greedy look flashed across his face, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Boy, let go of our boss, or you won't be able to leave this bar. Several people behind him showed their weapons and shouted at Song Jian. The players in the bar were excited when they saw that there was something exciting to watch, and they pointed at Song Jian one by one. Some people even stood on the table in the booth and looked over here. Hey, a fight has started. 10th level masters. Who do you think will win? So what if he's at level 10? Leveling up in this game doesn't give you attribute points, and all you've learned are basic skills. What's the use of having a high level? You still need more people. Yeah, it looks like that master has learned the basic skills of a dagger. Even if he upgrades this basic skill to level 10, how much damage can he increase? He definitely won't be able to kill the other person in one go. At most he'll be seriously injured. But with so many people surrounding him, he'll definitely suffer. Boy, if you have the guts, let go of the boss. Let's go outside the bar and have a fight. Let's see if you, a 10th level master, will live or die against a group of 5 level guys like us. The man in leather armor behind him stared at Song Jian with ill intent and said. Song Jian glanced at a few people. A hint of coldness appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he thrust forward with his right hand. Puff. Blood splattered. This blow directly pierced the man's neck, and the tip of the dagger was exposed from the back of his neck. Pulling out, a blood arrow shot out, and the man fell down softly, and the 110 points of chi and health were directly emptied. Instant kill. This time, not only the other companions of this man were stunned, but even the onlookers showed surprise on their faces. Impossible. Is his attack so high? He actually killed a level 5 player with full health in seconds. Too scary. Is it his dagger? That's a blue quality dagger. Blue quality weapons don't have that much damage. He didn't use any skills. Just ordinary attacks. Even if it's a critical hit, it can't be that high. Song Jian took back the dagger. Under the blue light on the surface of the dagger, a silver light flashed by. System. You use the dagger Fong Thorn to cause 33 points of ordinary physical damage to the player by Lingfeng. You attach 30 points of invisible sword energy to the dagger. Increase 60 points of physical damage, and cause 15 points of piercing damage at the same time, and increase the critical hit rate by 50%. You attack the target's critical hit, causing a critical hit attack, and the critical hit rate is increased by 100%. The target's defense is immune to 40 points of damage. You finally cause 166 points of damage to the target. The target dies, and you increase 1 point of killing value. With only 30 points of invisible sword energy, it caused such high damage. Song Jian glanced at the battle information and raised his eyebrows. 30 points of invisible sword energy, with 60 points of physical damage, and 15 points of piercing damage. 50% critical hit rate. If all 100 points of invisible sword energy were used up, I don't know what kind of horrible effect it would cause. You killed the boss. The man in leather armor behind him, with a sad and angry expression on his face, raised his weapon, pointed at Song Jian and shouted, "Let's go together and kill him to avenge the boss." Song Jian's damage made several people feel terrified. But Song Jian was only one person, and they had 4. If they besieged together, they still had a certain chance of winning. Several people waved their weapons and rushed towards Song Jian. Song Jian glanced at the 4 people, looked at the white quality weapons in their hands, and smiled. With his current blood recovery speed of more than 30 points per second, even if he stood there and let the 4 of them chop him, they probably couldn't kill him. And Song Jian only needed 10 seconds to kill the 4 of them. Just when Song Jian's figure sank slightly and was about to launch an attack, several bar thugs suddenly rushed over, waving their black batons and smashing at the people opposite Song Jian. -1, -1, -1, -1. A series of damage points appeared on the heads of several people, accompanied by system prompts. System, you fought in the Sunflower Bar, violating the rules of the Sunflower Bar, and your reputation in the Sunflower Bar has dropped a little. System, your reputation in the Sunflower Bar has dropped to indifference. All future consumption in the Sunflower Bar will be increased by 150%. Faced with the siege of several bar thugs, Although the damage caused by the other party was very low, the 4 people did not dare to fight back at all. Unless they never come to this bar again. The 4 people with grief and anger were driven out of the bar. Looking at Song Jian, who was still standing in the bar. The man in leather armor pointed at him and shouted, "He started it first. And he killed someone. Why didn't you drive him away?" "Sorry. He is a VIP of our Sunflower Bar." A bar thug hit him hard on the face with a stick and explained. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out. And the man in leather armor was excited and couldn't help spurting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 124 1/10 completed. In the Sunflower Bar, Li Qir gave Song Jian the highest authority, second only to the bar owner. Even the area on the second floor that was not open to the public, Song Jian could enter and exit freely. Not to mention killing someone in a fight in the bar. Watching the player's body being lifted up and thrown out by the bar thugs. Song Jian's violent emotions slowly calmed down. In his accessories column, the black stone tablet accessory flashed with black light. And the energy originally shrouded the surface of the stone tablet seemed to fade a little. Why am I like this now? Looking at the pool of blood under his feet that had not been cleaned up yet, Song Jian frowned. When did he become so indifferent to killing people? No. It's not indifference, but a faint desire. When the dagger pierced the other's throat, Song Jian felt a sense of comfort. As if every cell in his body was cheering. Good. Good. As a musketeer, you must have the courage to smash all provocations. The dwarf Zack showed a satisfied smile on his face, nodded to Song Jian, and said, "Human boy, you are suitable for the profession of musketeer." "Teacher Zack, you haven't explained the characteristics of the musketeer profession to me yet." Song Jian smiled bitterly and turned his attention to Zack. Okay. I will explain to you the characteristics of the musketeer profession now." As he said that, Zack waved his hand, and suddenly a special energy enveloped the two of them. Song Jian only felt a flash before his eyes, and the surrounding environment suddenly changed drastically. This is the career explanation space. Here, I will let you know in detail how powerful it is to be a musketeer. Zack also showed a serious expression on his face. Look forward. This is our dwarf's elite musketeer. Zack pointed forward, and there was an empty space. And suddenly a huge screen appeared. In the center of the screen, a sturdy dwarf appeared. In his hand, he held an old-fashioned assembled musket. The style of this musket was very strange, and the barrel was actually a trumpet, thick in the front and thin in the back. On the screen, a huge snow bear over 3 meters tall pounced on the musketeer, who raised his weapon and pulled the trigger. With a bang, a puff of white smoke came out of the musketeer barrel, and a burst of bullets shot into the snow bear's chest, instantly tearing a large area of its white fur on its chest, and blood gushed out, dyeing half of its body red for a moment. The snow bear roared in pain and rushed towards the musketeer at an accelerated speed, while the dwarf musketeer retreated slowly while reloading the bullet. Just as the snow bear pounced in front of the dwarf musketeer and raised its thick front paws to slap the dwarf's head, the musketeer suddenly jumped back and flew 5 or 6 meters back. In the air, the dwarf held up a musket and aimed at the snow bear's head. The muzzle of the gun flashed red light, and red light continued to condense at the muzzle. At the moment when the dwarf musketeer landed, with a bang, a fireball as big as a football was shot out from the muzzle, directly blowing the snow bear's head into pieces. Then the screen turned, and hundreds of dwarf musketeers appeared on the screen. They stood on the tall city wall. Under the city wall was an endless stream of monsters, more than 10 times the number of musketeers on the city wall. But this group of musketeers was not afraid at all. The musketeers in their hands kept making huge roars, and the barrage covered the area of 50 to 60 meters in front. Once the monsters entered this area, it would be impossible to leave a complete corpse. Countless bullets tore the bodies of these monsters into pieces. Various skills were displayed by these dwarf musketeers. Colorful energy shot out from the muzzles, and bullets of various types burst out with amazing power, which made Song Jian stunned. The professional talent of the musketeer is to increase the critical hit rate by 30%. Even if the target's vitals are not hit, there is a high probability of causing critical damage. Zack's voice sounded in Song Jian's ears, and he began to explain the characteristics of the musketeer profession in detail. After explaining for more than 10 minutes, Song Jian had a basic understanding of the musketeer profession. If I work as a musketeer, then the power of my main weapon, the Cobra 2X rocket launcher, can be increased by at least 50%. Song Jian was a little excited for a while. The musketeer profession is really suitable for Song Jian. It has powerful long-range attacks and many displacement skills. He can kill monsters by kiting. And the monsters can't even touch the corners of his clothes from beginning to end. How about it, human boy? What I am showing you now are just the skills of ordinary musketeers. If you like, I can give you an advanced task for musketeers. If you can complete it, you can directly become an elite musketeer. This is an excellent profession. Such treatment is not available to everyone, Zack said to Song Jian with a smile on his face. Song Jian's brain was hot, and he was about to nod and agree. But suddenly a light flashed in his mind, and he asked inexplicably, Teacher Zack, is there no disadvantage and deficiency in the musketeer profession? Song Jian's question made Zack's face change. After a moment's silence, Zack shook his head and said, every profession has its advantages and disadvantages. If you want to be a real musketeer, you must have a good weapon. Such a weapon should grow with you and become your lifelong partner. Secondly, as a musketeer, you must be good at using various types of ammunition. Each type of ammunition has its own unique effect, and you need to make the right choice according to different environments. In addition, although the musketeer has many displacement skills, it is still a little lacking in close combat. Once the enemy is close, the power of your attack will decrease by 30%. Of course, this shortcoming is not irreparable. As long as you learn the legendary gun fighting technique, you can make up for this shortcoming. However, the skill of gun fighting cannot be taught from me. You need to find it yourself. Every time Zack mentioned a disadvantage of the musketeer profession, Song Jian's face darkened. After listening to Zack talking about 7 or 8 disadvantages of the musketeer profession, Song Jian was completely disappointed with this profession. Thank you, Mr. Zack, for your explanation. I have a deep understanding of the musketeer profession. Song Jian bowed to Zack and said, but I think I should be cautious about choosing a profession. At least, I will not make a choice before I compare it with other professions. Thank you again, Mr. Zack. Crack. A crisp shattering sound rang in Song Jian's ears, and the surrounding environment shattered like glass. The two returned to the bar. Of course, I will respect your choice. Zack nodded to Song Jian with a serious face and said, it's just that you missed this opportunity. If you want to choose the musketeer profession again, the difficulty of the elite musketeer professional test mission will increase by 1 level. Okay, I understand. Song Jian smiled slightly and nodded to Zack. Since he didn't plan to work in this profession, what did it have to do with him how much the difficulty of the test mission increased? In that case, then I'll take my leave. Thank you for your wine and hospitality. I hope we will have a chance to meet again. Zack seemed to have seen Song Jian's choice. He shook his head, raised his cowboy hat to Song Jian, turned around, and walked towards the door of the bar. Seeing Zack preparing to leave, the players around sighed. Each wandering NPC only stays in the bar for 6 hours, and at most 2 wandering NPCs will appear in the bar every day. Zack's departure means that everyone has 1 less chance to recruit followers. Watching Zack disappear at the door of the bar, Song Jian heard the system prompt. System, you have found a combat professional mentor and learned about the relevant content of the profession musketeer, and the main task has been completed January 10th. Chapter 125 Street Thugs. Song Jian has completed 1/10 of his main mission, but it is still difficult to choose one of the 10 combat professions as his main profession. Now Song Jian already has 2 sword immortal inheritance professions. If he can inherit this profession, it would be great. However, it is too difficult to obtain the sword immortal profession. Just by listening to the name, you know that it is 10 or 100 times stronger than the musketeer. After the dwarf Zack left the sunflower bar, most of the players in the bar also left. They lost an opportunity to recruit followers and wasted 6 hours. These players looked unhappy, but they didn't dare to say anything. After all, the lesson from the past was there. If they angered Song Jian, their lives might not be saved. Song Jian walked to the bar, ordered a cheap beer, and began to rest. The battle scenes of the musketeer profession were still replaying in his mind. The advantages and disadvantages of the musketeer were very obvious. Even if Song Jian did not plan to work in this profession, he had to learn more about the characteristics of this profession. After all, he might run into musketeer players in the future. Just as Song Jian was drinking beer, a bar thug slowly walked to Song Jian's side and asked in an ambiguous voice, "Hey, Little brother, are you looking for guidance from a combat professional instructor? Song Jian turned his head and glanced at him. The bar thug was burly, with a waist circumference of at least 4 feet, and looked like a barrel. The baton inserted in his waist was almost as thick as one of his fingers when it was folded. Yes. Do you have any information about combat professional mentors? If so, I'll buy you a drink. Song Jian raised the beer in his hand and said to the thug, It just so happens that I actually know where a combat professional mentor is. As long as you buy me a drink, I'll tell you, the bar thug said proudly. Oh, really? Well, Fiona, come and give this thug a glass of beer. Song Jian took out 2 Doomsday coins and put them on the bar. Fiona looked at Song Jian with a strange look, then poured a large glass of beer, pushed it to the bar thug, looked at him with disdain and said, Zwaya, you are getting worse and worse now. No, just mixing a glass of wine. The bar thug squinted his eyes and replied with a smile on his face. Gulp gulp. After drinking a large glass of beer, the bar thug Zwaya burped with satisfaction and handed the empty glass back carefully. Okay, the wine is finished. It's time to tell me the news. Song Jian stared at Zwaya and asked. No problem. I will tell you the news about the combat profession street thug now, Zwaya said with a serious face. Wait a minute. Hey, what did you say? What profession? I didn't hear it clearly just now. Song Jian hurriedly stopped Zwaya from continuing to speak, picked his ears, and couldn't believe what he had just heard. Fighting profession. Street thug. What? Do you look down on this profession? Zwaya's face showed a trace of anger. Well, I said, street thugs are also considered fighting professions? Song Jian asked in disbelief. Of course. Street thugs are a very old profession. You must have great courage to take up this profession. Not just anyone can take up this profession, Zwaya said seriously. Nonsense. If you want to take street thugs as your main fighting profession, it really takes great courage. If you are a little thin-skinned, you will be laughed at to death. Song Jian curled his lips and said in a low voice. Okay, tell me where this combat professional instructor is? Song Jian relaxed his shoulders, took a sip of wine, and asked. Right in front of you. I am the combat professional instructor of the profession street thug, Zwaya said with a smug expression. System, you found the street thug combat professional instructor. Do you want to ask him about the profession street thug? Song Jian was speechless, stunned for a long time, and finally chose yes. After all, you have to understand 10 combat professions, and you can count them as one if you encounter them. And even if you understand them, you may not necessarily get a job. Okay, Zwaya, tell me about the profession of street thug. Song Jian nodded and said, Okay. Zwaya's eyes revealed a gleam of light, and he said to Song Jian seriously, If you want to understand this profession, you must pass my test. After I approve it, I will tell you the information about this combat profession. Are you willing to accept my test? Wait a minute. You don't want me to buy you an expensive drink? If so, forget it. In fact, I'm not very interested in the profession of street thugs. Song Jian shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. In fact, this profession is also very strong. Look at me now. Zwaya held his head high and chest out, showing his extraordinary and majestic posture. Song Jian showed a fake smile on his face. Zwaya's face turned gloomy. Anyone would feel unhappy when seeing others look down on the profession they chose. In that case, my test for you is to fight me. As long as you can beat me, I will tell you all the information about the profession of street thugs. How about it? Zwaya showed a fierce look on his face, and his muscles kept shaking, looking very ferocious. Pa. Song Jian put the empty glass on the bar, stood up and said, Okay. It's decided. It's just right. After drinking, exercise your body. Fiona snapped her fingers and shouted, Guys, make room for these 2 warriors. Let's enjoy a fierce duel. There's something interesting to watch. Zwaya, don't embarrass yourself. If you lose, you'll have to run around the bar naked 3 times. The other bar waiters and bar thugs started to make a noise, pulling the scattered players apart, leaving a large area in the middle. The players who didn't leave also looked at Song Jian with curiosity on their faces. This should be another hidden mission. Or a side mission? A player asked with doubts in his eyes. Too exaggerated. The dwarf just left. And any NPC can accept the quest? I feel like I'm not playing the same game as him. Yeah. I haven't completed the main quest of building a safe house yet. But he keeps getting hidden quests. It's really annoying to compare with him. Almost all the players who stayed behind looked at Song Jian with envy and jealousy. Hey. Let me tell you. Today I'll show you how powerful the profession of street thug is. Zuya stood in the middle of the bar, waving his fist and showing a ferocious smile to Song Jian. As a street thug, you can use any object as your weapon. Zuya's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he pulled out a black baton from his waist and swung it back with a snap sound. And the baton suddenly stretched out more than a foot long. Compared to other objects, this baton can better exert my strength. Zuya laughed, raised his belly, and prepared to rush towards Song Jian. Just after rushing 2 steps, Zuya suddenly stopped, looked at Song Jian with horror, and shouted, "You? What are you doing?" Chapter 126 Zuya. Zuya and Song Jian were about to fight. The black baton in Zuya's fat palm looked like a small branch. But such a weapon was flashing with blue light, which made people dare not underestimate it. After Zuya pulled out the baton, his huge body rushed towards Song Jian like a heavy armored vehicle. Song Jian directly picked up a rocket launcher and aimed at Zuya. Zuya's fat face showed a look of horror. He stopped in his tracks, raised his hands high, and shouted in horror, "You? What are you doing? Why do you have such a weapon? Wow. Cool." A bar thug whistled, his face showing excitement. "This is Krypton gold. Absolutely Krypton gold. Big brother. Tell me how much this weapon cost." 100,000. 1 million. 5 million? As long as you ask. I will pay any amount. Of course. I am talking about RMB. A player stood on the table, waving at Song Jian and shouting, "Hey, big guy. Are you ready to admit defeat?" Song Jian aimed at Zuya and shouted. Zuya's face turned pale and blue, and he shook his head and shouted, "Sorry. I think we should not use weapons. After all, you are a distinguished guest of the Sunflower Bar. No matter who you hurt, it will not be good. We might as well have a barehanded competition." Haha. Zuya is scared. A bartender held his stomach and laughed loudly. "Zuya, it's just a rocket launcher. You can do it. You are a level 7 elite boss. Don't be afraid." "Yes, Zuya. With your fat body, a shell will definitely not kill you. Maybe you can bounce his shell back." "Yes, Zuya. It's time for you to show your real skills. Human body rebound rocket. There is a trick." The waiters and thugs around him mocked Zuya crazily, and even Fiona showed a charming smile on her face. Zuya turned a deaf ear to his companion's ridicule, as if he had not heard them. He said to Song Jian seriously, "Only if you can beat me with your bare hands, I will tell you the information about the profession of street thugs. How about we have a real duel, not relying on weapons to win?" "Okay, I'll listen to you." Song Jian put away the rocket launcher, stretched out his hands to Zuya, palms facing him, and made an empty fist gesture. Zuya let out a long breath, retracted the black baton, put it back to his waist, waved his fists in the air twice, and said to Song Jian, "Be careful. My nickname is Iron Fist. I beat all the sunflowers, eh?" Zuya seemed to have thought of something, and he turned back to look at the bar with a guilty conscience. Seeing Fiona's half-smile, Zuya's face suddenly showed an embarrassed look, and he continued, "I'll beat all the waiters and thugs in the Sunflower Bar, and I'll be invincible." Ha ha ha. All the waiters and bar thugs burst into laughter, and some even lay on their seats and kept pounding on the table. "Okay, stop talking nonsense, and let the battle begin." Zuya seemed a little angry. His face flushed, and he rushed towards Song Jian. Shua. A silver sword energy emerged from Song Jian's left index finger, and he waved it forward. Suddenly, Zuya's eyes were covered by a silver light curtain, and he felt a huge threat coming towards him. Gurgle. Zuya leaned back and rolled over, somersaulting several times and rolling far away. The bar was suddenly silent, staring at Song Jian in amazement, and some players even rubbed their eyes. What happened just now? What was that silver light? It seemed to be emitted from his left hand. A skill? Magic? Or something else? So cool. The players began to discuss in a low voice, and Fiona's eyes lit up, staring at Song Jian up and down, with a look of surprise on her face. The other bar waiters and bar thugs showed horrified expressions on their faces and whispered, "Is it that one? It seems to be exactly the same. But how is it possible? That's a profession that only appears in legends. He shouldn't have a combat profession yet. Right? I don't know. You also said that it only appears in legends. Have we seen it with our own eyes?" The NPCs seemed to know something, but they were hesitant and did not dare to discuss it loudly. They just gathered around and whispered. Zuya still had a trace of fear on his face. He got up from the ground and felt some pain in his chest. He looked down and found that his clothes had been cut open, as if a sharp blade had cut it open from the lower island. There was a bloodstain more than a foot long on his chest. The wound was not deep and looked like it was cut by a sharp blade. Feeling the stinging pain from the wound, Zuya looked at Song Jian and whispered, "Sword Chi? What do you think? Do you want to continue fighting?" Song Jian smiled and shouted to Zuya. Zuya was dejected and shook his head and said, "I lost. I am not your opponent." For Zuya surrender. Other hotel employees did not mock him, but looked at him with sympathy. "Zuya, it's okay. You rolled very handsomely just now," a hotel waiter shouted loudly. "Ha ha," everyone laughed, and the hotel became lively again. The waiters and thugs began to reset the seats, and the players also gathered around Song Jian. "Master, what skill did you just use?" someone asked curiously. "Yes. Tell us about it. It looks amazing." "Yes. It's like a sharp blade. Silver. Is it the legendary sword energy?" Song Jian smiled and perfunctorily said a few words, sent away the players around, pulled Zuya over and said, "Is my test passed?" "Passed?" Zuya nodded helplessly and said, "But since you have a better choice, the profession of street thug is probably not suitable for you." "It doesn't matter. I just want to know the information about this profession. I don't necessarily want to work in this profession." "Okay. I'll tell you the information about the street thug profession now." Zuya began to explain the information about the street thug profession. "System, you have completed the test of the bar thug Zuya, and the favorability with the bar thug Zuya has been raised to friendly. The bar thug Zuya tells you the information about the profession street thug." Once again came to the profession explanation space, and it took more than 10 minutes for Zuya to tell Song Jian all the information about the street thug profession. After learning all the information about the street thug profession, Song Jian realized that he really underestimated this profession. This profession is very similar to the thief profession in other games, with similar skills such as stun, bleeding, and stealing, and also has its own unique skills such as blackmail and intimidation. The most important thing is that the professional talent of the street thug is to master all weapons, which can exert 100% of the power of all weapons. You should know that once you successfully take office, players can only use the weapons of this profession. If you use other weapons, the power will be reduced by 50%. But if you take the profession of street thug, there will be no such weakening. After listening to all the information about the street thug profession, Song Jian heard the system prompt again. "System, you have found a combat professional mentor and learned about the relevant content of the profession street thug. The main task is completed February 10th. Chapter 127 Demon Summoning Technique." Unexpectedly, an ordinary bar thug employee could let Song Jian know about a combat profession, which greatly increased Song Jian's confidence in completing the main task. Since a bar thug can be a combat profession instructor, then bartender Fiona, will it also be a combat profession? Such a thought suddenly flashed in Song Jian's mind. "Fiona, are you a combat profession instructor?" Song Jian sat in front of the bar, staring at Fiona and asked, "Combat profession?" Fiona's eyes showed a dazed look, as if she was lost in memory. After a long time, Fiona sighed, glanced at Song Jian and said, "Sorry. You are not suitable for the combat profession I master." Sure enough, Fiona is also a combat profession instructor. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "It doesn't matter. Just tell me about your combat profession. I just want to learn more about this aspect." "Sorry. You are not suitable for the combat profession I master." Fiona smiled and repeated what she just said. And it seems that she doesn't want to talk more with Song Jian. In that case, forget it. Song Jian was a little disappointed. When an NPC keeps repeating a sentence, it means that the conversation can no longer continue. No matter how smart this NPC usually behaves, some rules in the game still need to be followed. Song Jian asked the bartenders one by one, but none of them were combat professional instructors. It seems that I am very lucky to meet Suya. Song Jian relaxed his shoulders, looked back at the player sitting in the bar, shook his head, and walked towards the door of the bar. He didn't have so much time to waste here. Big sister, I actually think that boy is quite suitable for your profession. He has a smell of the night. A bar thug said softly. He has already come into contact with clues of that profession. I hope he can keep exploring. That is the only 10 professions. Immortal, demon, saint, emperor, god, Tao, Buddha, king, Confucian, emperor. Hee. I really hope to see these professions reappear in the world. Compared with my night killer profession, these professions are too powerful. He is not suitable to be my successor. Fiona shook her head and said softly, what a pity. The bar thug looked at Song Jian's back, curled his lips, and said softly. Song Jian left the bar and returned to his manor castle. The bloody ghost poison tree was lush and leafy, but the whole tree had no green. The branches and leaves were withered and dark red, and it looked sick. On the meridians of the branches and leaves, there were dark red veins, just like blood vessels. The surface of the whole tree was filled with a faint pungent smell of decay. Most of the 30 blood crows stayed on the poison tree, and only a few flew to the top of the castle tower and around the wall. A pair of scarlet eyes coldly monitored the unusual movements around the manor, with their tree spirits emitting poisonous mist, paired with bloody crows. This style of painting, if you say it is not a haunted house style, I am afraid no one will believe it. Looking at the bloody ghost poison tree that fell into a deep sleep, Song Jian shrugged his shoulders and thought to himself, the haunted house style is the haunted house style. After watching it for a long time, it actually has a kind of morbid beauty. When he arrived at the castle, Song Jian found that the butler George had changed into a new suit, standing respectfully at the door, bowing to Song Jian and saying, welcome back to the mansion, master. Behind George, there stood 2 NPCs, with a somewhat restrained expression, and they also saluted and shouted, welcome back to the mansion, master. George, who are these 2? Song Jian raised his eyebrows and asked. Master, these are the 2 castle service staff I hired. This one is called Jian. He is a gardener, and also a part-time farmer. George pointed to an older man behind him and said, Master, there are still 6 spiritual fields in the manor that are abandoned. This is a huge waste. From now on, these 6 spiritual fields will be handed over to Jian. Song Jian nodded. The 6 spiritual fields can grow a lot of plants, but Song Jian has no time to take care of them. You know, planting is a very tedious job. You need to stay by the field all the time, watering, weeding, pest control, and fertilizing. If you want to get a good harvest, you need to spend a lot of energy. Song Jian was very satisfied with the gardener recruited by the butler, and nodded at him with a smile. Who is this? Song Jian's eyes fell on another person. This NPC looked very young, probably only in his 20s, wearing a simple linen suit. When he saw Song Jian looking at him, he suddenly felt nervous and at a loss. Oh, sir, my name is Tammy, and I'm a carpenter. The young NPC looked at Song Jian nervously and said, Carpenter? Song Jian raised his eyebrows and glanced at the butler George. It seems that the butler George selected the employee based on the situation of his manor castle. Master, Tammy is a mid-level carpenter who is a first-class furniture maker. He can make our castle look less empty. George seemed to feel that Song Jian was very satisfied, and a smile appeared on his face, and he continued, and all the defense settings of the manor, including the arrow towers at the 4 corners of the wall, the 3 catapults, and the traps outside the wall, George can repair them. Moreover, when the 2 of them have nothing to do, they can go out to collect materials by themselves, which can save the master a lot of energy and time. Can they go out to collect materials by themselves? Song Jian was stunned, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. This is just like a follower. Master, they are just ordinary people, not combat professionals, and cannot fight and hunt monsters with you. Butler George reminded. It's good to be able to collect materials, but don't go out recently. There are too many monsters outside. If you need any materials, just ask me. Song Jian nodded and said, Then master, I will hire these 2 people. George asked. Okay, George, I am very satisfied with your work, and I will leave the things in the manor to you in the future. Song Jian said with a smile. This is what I should do. Master, George bowed to Song Jian and said excitedly, "System, you hired a gardener. Jian, with a hiring fee of 10 Doomsday coins, which has been deducted. System, you hired a carpenter. Tammy, with a hiring fee of 10 Doomsday coins, which has been deducted." The hiring fees of the two people were automatically deducted, and their salaries would not be settled until the end of the month. George had already started to direct the two people to get busy. Song Jian flashed and came to the third floor of the castle. He took out a book with a black aura from the package. This is the book that Song Jian found in the old house of Earl Qiandahai. On the cover of the book, there is a head of a two-horned demon, with the words demon summoning technique written on it. When Song Jian took out the book, a faint and seductive voice began to ring in his ears again. This time Song Jian was prepared and was not disturbed by the voice. He directly opened the cover of the book. When the book was opened, a golden light suddenly burst out from the book. System, you opened the devil's book and began to study. System, for every 10 seconds of study, your probability of understanding the devil's summoning technique increases by 5%. System, when you study the devil's book, you will be tested for mental temptation every 10 seconds. If you pass the test, you can continue to study. If you fail the test, you cannot continue to study. Chapter 128 Blood Pool Summoning Technique. Opening the demon book, Song Jian suddenly saw a fiery hell in front of him. Horned demons were burning with scorching flames and roaring continuously. These demons kept fighting each other. Every time a horned demon was killed, countless other horned demons would pounce on its body and devour every piece of its flesh and blood. Looking at these horned demons burning with flames, Song Jian felt that he seemed to be able to establish some kind of connection with them. At this moment, a horned demon seemed to sense something and raised his head to look around. This horned demon had a mouth full of sharp fangs, and his mouth kept moving, with blood flowing down his lips. Just when Song Jian's attention was attracted by the horned demon, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his mind, as if a heavy hammer had hit his head hard. Song Jian felt that his soul seemed to be torn apart, and an ambiguous girl's voice sounded in Song Jian's ears. Her voice was accompanied by waves of moans, and people felt that there seemed to be a flame burning in their chests. "Submit to me. Be my slave. I will bring you infinite happiness." This voice kept circling in his mind, making Song Jian's consciousness gradually confused. Just then, Song Jian suddenly felt like a basin of cold water was poured over his head, and his consciousness suddenly became clear. And at this time, the charming voice also began to gradually become smaller, and finally disappeared. "System, you passed a mental temptation test, and the probability of comprehending the skill demon summoning increased by 5%. In this way, every 10 seconds, a charming voice would appear in Song Jian's mind. This voice was more seductive each time, and each time it appeared, it was different. Sometimes it was a mature woman, sometimes a young girl, and sometimes even a young lowly. Song Jian's forehead gradually oozes sweat. Even though his talent skill thick skin has reached level 7, Song Jian feels that his psychological defense line is collapsing bit by bit. System, you pass 15 mental temptation tests, and the probability of comprehending the skill demon summoning increased by 75%. System, you have mastered the skill demon summoning. System, this skill is the core skill of the combat profession demon summoner. Do you choose to be a combat profession demon summoner? If you choose to be a combat profession demon summoner, the main task will be completed immediately. You will get a professional task. System, your attributes, talents and skills demon summoning conflict, and the demon summoning cannot be used. The system starts to adjust automatically. In front of Song Jian, a row of system prompts appeared like a waterfall. When Song Jian passed 15 tests, and the probability of mastery increased to 75%, he finally mastered the demon summoning. Moreover, this skill is the core of the combat profession demon summoner. Once you obtain this skill, you will directly become a combat profession demon summoner. But then, the system seemed to have a bug. Song Jian's physical fitness and attributes had a serious conflict with the skill demon summoning, and for a while, the game was stuck. In fact, with Song Jian's physical fitness and talent, he could not comprehend this skill. At most, Song Jian would fail in 1 or 2 mental temptation tests. However, because Song Jian's talent skill thick skin was upgraded to level 7 by Song Jian, he was able to resist the first few mental temptation tests, which led to Song Jian's unexpected comprehension of this skill. However, Song Jian's physical fitness especially his mental and physical attributes, made it impossible to perform the skill of demon summoning, which resulted in this skill not being reflected in his skill column at all. Originally, he could not comprehend his physical fitness, but now he has comprehended it, which caused conflicts and contradictions in the game system. For a while, the system could only find a balance between the two. Song Jian felt that his body could not move at all, and was bound by a strange energy. In the skill column, the words demon summoning that had just appeared began to gradually become blurred, as if someone was wiping it with a rag, trying to wipe it off the skill column. However, there was another force that was fighting against the force that erased the demon summoning technique. From time to time, the skill bar burst into dazzling light, but Song Jian could only watch helplessly, unable to move. System, skills are being repaired. Repair information began to appear repeatedly on Song Jian's system information interface, giving people the feeling that the game had crashed. After a long time, Song Jian finally felt that the force that bound him began to gradually fade away, and his body was back under control. Song Jian didn't care about anything else and quickly opened the skill bar. He wanted to know whether the demon summoning technique skill he had just learned was still there. You know, in the test just now, Song Jian not only saw the demons in the blazing hell, but also in other hells such as the ice hell, the abyss hell, the shadow hell, etc. There are more than a dozen hells, and the demons in them are also diverse, fierce and ferocious, and very powerful. If Song Jian can summon those hell demons, his strength will definitely increase dramatically. At that time, Song Jian can explore the depths of the city. Blood pool summoning? What is this? Song Jian looked at the original demon summoning in the skill bar and turned into blood pool summoning, and suddenly had a very bad feeling. Blood pool summoning active, level 1. Skill effect. Use summoning to summon the blood beasts generated in the blood pool of the castle. Control the blood beasts and assist in combat. After the summoned blood beasts die, they return to the blood pool to breed. Now you can summon the blood beasts blood crows 30. Skill consumption, 30 points of spirit value. What is this? A civilian version of the demon summoning technique? Song Jian suddenly felt a chill in his heart. What a powerful skill it was originally. But now it has become this, which makes Song Jian feel like the internet celebrity sister dies in the light. You are a fraud. You know? Private property on the internet is sacred and inviolable. You changed the originally powerful demon summoning technique into this rubbish. Don't you feel guilty? What Song Jian didn't know was that the game actually changed the skill to protect him with his physical fitness. As long as he dared to use the demon summoning technique, he would be drained immediately, and the summoned demon would 100% backfire. Forget it. At least I can summon the blood beasts in the blood pool to help in the battle. Song Jian shook his head and comforted himself. The blood beasts in the blood pool could only be used to defend the manor after being summoned, and could not be taken out to fight monsters. But now Song Jian can summon the blood crows to help in the battle, which is also a kind of gain. It seems that in order to increase the power of this skill, the level of the blood pool must be increased. Only when the blood pool can produce stronger blood beasts, the power of this skill will become stronger. Song Jian looked at the 100 blood soul stones needed to upgrade the second level blood pool, and frowned. So far, he has not found any clues about the blood soul stones. Where can he get this stone? Maybe I can find clues about the blood soul stones through the radio. Song Jian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he turned and walked towards the radio. Chapter 129 Planting. The originally powerful demon summoning technique was eventually weakened to blood pool summoning technique due to a system bug, which made Song Jian a little depressed. In fact, what Song Jian didn't know was that with his current physical fitness, even if he mastered the demon summoning technique, he couldn't summon demons from various hells, because in order to summon hell demons, he had to sign a contract with the hell demons first. With the powerful strength of the hell demons, Song Jian couldn't force the hell demons to sign a contract by force. In the end, even if he mastered the demon summoning technique, he would have to leave this skill idle for a long time. But now that it has been weakened to blood pool summoning technique, there is no such problem. Song Jian was originally the owner of the blood pool. No matter how powerful the monsters bred in the blood pool are, they can't backfire on Song Jian under the constraints of the game system. Moreover, when the blood pool is low, the blood slaves bred are also of low grade and level, which is also easy for Song Jian to master. even if he can only summon the weakest blood crows now. 30 blood crows can kill an ordinary player instantly. Even when facing a powerful monster, 30 blood crows can fully play a role of restraining and assisting. In fact, it is the most suitable for Song Jian to use now. Turning on the radio, Song Jian found that there was a large group of people chatting inside. A secret realm has been discovered in Constant Town. Are there any friends who are interested in teaming up to explore it? Constant Town? It's not far from me. What level is the secret realm? How many people are allowed to enter? I am a level 11 violent warrior. I can resist an output. I want to team up. Second level secret realm. Level requirement is above level 10. Limited to 5 people. And there are 2 more entries. Second level secret realm? Great. By the coordinates. Our Falcon team is willing to pay 100 Doomsday coins for 1 chance. Sorry. We already have 3 people. And we are going to fight this secret realm by ourselves. If there are long-range magic professionals, please chat with me. Oh, you are so lucky. It is very difficult to encounter a second-level secret realm in the wild. There will be good level 10 equipment in it. If you don't need it after you fight it, you can sell it to me. Just as a voice of Indy suddenly interrupted. Excuse me. Does anyone know where to get the bloodstone? The radio channel was silent for a moment. And soon, a man asked in a strange voice. The bloodstone is just the lowest grade crystal ore, which can be bought in grocery stores. The bloodstone is worthless. Did you find a bloodstone mine in the wild? If it is not far from the safe zone, our Oro Chamber of Commerce is willing to buy this mine for 1,000 Doomsday coins. Young man, don't listen to the Oro Chamber of Commerce's lies. The bloodstone has many uses. If you can mine it yourself, if you can get high-quality bloodstone, our Qingjin Chamber of Commerce is willing to buy it at a high price. This is the Blue Sword Squad. We have collected 30 units of Blood Soul Stone in an abandoned mine. Qingjin Chamber of Commerce. I wonder how you purchased them. If each unit is below 50 Doomsday coins, there is no need to discuss. Blue Sword Squad. Private chat. The radio station was very noisy. I don't know what happened today. There were so many people. Often, as soon as one person finished speaking, another person interrupted. There was no time to stop. Song Jian finally got a word in. General store? There is no general store in the zombie city. Song Jian frowned. He checked the bar system store and found no blood soul stone for sale. After thinking for a while, Song Jian took out the map of the zombie city and spread it out to search. Sure enough, in the northeast corner of the zombie city, far away from the city, there is a mountain, and there is a mine marked there. But this place is too far away from Song Jian. If he wants to go there, he has to cross the whole city. Even if he takes the ring highway, it will take at least half a day. And there are many dangers along the way. It is too dangerous. Mine. Damn it. Why is there no place to mine near me? Song Jian scratched his head, looking depressed. Doomsday coins. I'm still short of money. If I have a lot of them, I can just buy them through the radio station. It seems that the bloodstone is not a particularly precious thing. Song Jian looked at the Doomsday coins in the package and became even more depressed. Just then, a line of system prompts suddenly appeared in front of Song Jian. System, your employee Tammy is preparing to build furniture and needs 670 units of wood. Do you want to spend it? My employee has started working? Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he immediately chose to spend. The amount of wood in the package suddenly decreased by 670 units. After a while, Song Jian heard the sound of cutting wood in the yard. Looking down from the window, he saw Tammy placed a sawing machine in the yard and was cutting pieces of wood into planks. On the other side, the gardener Jian was also holding a hoe, turning over the spiritual field, looking very busy, and the housekeeper George was standing next to the spiritual field. Song Jian's mind moved, and his figure appeared next to George. Master, these 6 spiritual fields need to be hoed first, and then you can fertilize and sow seeds. George bowed and said, George, what are you going to plant on the spiritual field? Song Jian asked curiously, do we have plant seeds? Master, John brought some wheat and soybean seeds. We can plant these 2 plants temporarily. When the master obtains better plant seeds, we will change to other plants. George said respectfully. Song Jian nodded slightly. Wheat and soybeans are just the most common plants. Even if they are grown, they can't be sold for much money. They can only increase the food reserves of the Manor Castle. Okay. George. I'm going out for a while. The manor is handed over to you. If outsiders want to break in without your consent, they will be severely punished, Song Jian said. Since Song Jian's safe house was created, many players have been wandering around, trying to chat with Song Jian. Some even tried to dismantle the traps outside the wall while Song Jian was away, which made Song Jian very dissatisfied. Don't worry, sir. Once bad guys step into the manor, I will make them regret it, George said with a serious face. Song Jian nodded, walked to the side of the bloody ghost poison tree Alex, and gently patted Alex's thick trunk a few times. This is the strongest fighting force in the manor, but it is always asleep at ordinary times. After patting Alex twice, Song Jian walked out of the manor. Alex slowly opened his eyes, looked at Song Jian's back, and whispered, Master, I have information about the combat professional tree shepherd here. I don't know. Seeing Song Jian's back disappearing at the gate, Alex's wrinkled face showed a helpless expression. Chapter 130 Copy. Combat professional instructors are hidden in every corner of the zombie city. It takes a lot of energy and time to find them. Song Jian was very lucky to meet two of them in the Sunflower Bar, but he didn't know that there was also a combat professional instructor in his manor yard. But every time he came back, he would pass by it. Song Jian left the manor and came to the street. At this time, there were many players on the road, and a burst of rapid gunfire could be heard from time to time. The attributes of monsters during the day were halved. Most players would take this opportunity to hunt monsters and improve their levels. Xiao Shuang. There is a boxing gym in front. It seems to be a dungeon. It takes 3 people to enter. Are you interested? Just then, a man on the road hurried to the door of an abandoned shop and shouted loudly inside. Dungeon? Does this game still have dungeons? A young man holding a long sword walked out of the abandoned shop and asked in surprise. It seems so. I originally wanted to go in and explore, but as soon as I entered the door, I was prompted that it took 3 people to enter. I guess it should be a dungeon. The man who came first had a positive expression on his face. Okay, let's go and take a look. Xiao Zhuang wiped the blood on the long sword and hurriedly followed the man. Several players nearby heard their conversation and stopped fighting monsters and followed them. Dungeon? Limited to 3 people? Song Jian's heart moved. This so-called dungeon is very similar to the secret realm he heard on the radio just now, except that the second-level secret realm has a limit of 5 people, and there is also a limit on the number of entries. This is probably a first-level dungeon. Otherwise, the limit on the number of people cannot be lower than that of the second-level dungeon. Go and take a look, Song Jian thought to himself, and followed the 2 people to run forward. After turning 2 streets, Song Jian soon saw a dozen people gathered outside a store on the side of the road, discussing something in a low voice. This should be the first dungeon in the game. It has a limit of 3 players and a level limit. Only players above level 3 can enter. It must be a dungeon. Why don't you try it? Maybe you'll get some good stuff when you clear it for the first time. Wait and see. Safety is the first priority. We don't know what's going on now. Let's wait until others have cleared the dungeon before we go. After all, we only have 1 life. You're right. Let's wait. Since it's a dungeon, there must be a boss. If you're not careful, you might die. See which team is willing to explore the way. We can just follow behind and drink some soup. This game is too difficult to play. Song Jian walked to the back of the crowd and listened to their discussions. He found that there were many people around, but no one dared to enter the gym. Looking towards the gym, Song Jian saw that the door was open and a dark ball of light was constantly circling, like a time and space channel. Are you brave enough to go in with me? I'm level 7 now. Since this is a dungeon, there will definitely be rewards for the first pass. A burly middle-aged man shouted loudly in the crowd. The man was wearing a chain mail, a cloth hat on his head, tight leather pants on his lower body, and a pair of knee-high plate boots on his feet. He looked a little funny, but none of the players around him dared to laugh at him. After all, it was already amazing to have so many equipment on him now. Many players now have no equipment except for a weapon, as a novice benefit. The middle-aged man held an axe more than 1 meter long in his hand. It seemed that his strength attribute was at least 5 points. Otherwise it would not be so easy. Gao Danian was quite confident in his own strength. If the dungeon was not limited to 3 people, Gao Danian would have wanted to go in alone. High level does not necessarily mean strong strength. Without skills, if you only rely on ordinary attacks, you will die when you meet the boss. A player looked at Gao Danian jealously and muttered in a low voice. Are you blind? Don't you see that he has so many equipment on him? A player next to him retorted disdainfully. At this stage, those who can have such equipment are already among the top players. Brother, if you don't mind my low level, count me in. At this time, a man appeared out of nowhere on the open space on the side of the road. Stretched out his hand to greet Gao Danian. Is this guy a human or a ghost? How come he suddenly appeared? Someone exclaimed. Stupid. That is a skill. It should be similar to the invisibility of the thief profession. Someone guessed. Gao Danian looked at the man and frowned slightly. The level of this man was a bit low. Only level 5. Although it was higher than most people. Gao Danian looked down on him. Just then, the man also showed his equipment. Gao Danian's eyes widened. The equipment of this young man was not bad. Not inferior to his equipment at all. And the other party had a skill of invisibility, which was considered to be quite strong among the players. Do you have any other attack skills? I'm afraid that just the invisibility skill won't work. Gao Danian stared at the boy and asked. Hey, I'm sneaking. And I have 2 more attack skills. Even if I have to fight a level 5 elite boss alone. It's no problem. Lin Sheng pulled out a green quality dagger, spitting it between his fingers, with a haughty expression on his face. Okay. Count you in. Gao Danian nodded. This man has the temperament of a master. And he shouldn't be a drag. Leave the last position to me. Song Jian stepped forward and pushed through the crowd. And walked over. Hey. Who is it? Don't push. Hey. Don't push me. It's not a big deal to be strong. Song Jian pushed away the players who were surrounding him. Gao Danian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, this guy's strength attribute seems to have increased a few points. I just don't know who has more strength than me. But Gao Danian saw Song Jian's level very quickly and took a breath. At this stage, those who can reach level 10 must have successfully created a safe house. Only when a safe house is created will there be a large number of monsters for players to upgrade quickly. Even Gao Danian himself does not have the confidence to create a safe house at this stage. Okay. You're one. My name is Gao Danian. Gao Danian nodded in agreement without saying anything. Song Jian turned his head to look at the stealth player, who was very polite, and nodded to Song Jian, saying, My name is Lin Sheng. My name is Song Jian. Song Jian greeted the two of them. Let's go. I'll apply to enter. Just agree. Gao Danian said. Turn around and walk towards the black light door at the door of the boxing gym. After a while, Song Jian received a system prompt. System. Gao Danian invites you to enter the first level secret realm, the terrifying underground boxing arena. Do you agree? Agree. After Song Jian chose to agree, his eyes suddenly blurred, and the whole person disappeared from the door of the boxing gym. Chapter 131. Disciples of the boxing gym. The 3 people's eyes flashed, and the figures disappeared from the entrance of the boxing gym and entered the secret realm. Hey, the environment here is good. Unlike outside, I have been here for more than half a month, and I feel like I am about to get depressed. Lin Sheng looked around the interior of the boxing gym and said with a little surprise. This is a spacious hall, with light yellow wooden floors underfoot. It seems that someone often wipes it. The surface of the wooden floor is shiny and bright, and it makes a creaking friction sound when you step on it. Around the hall, there are many human-shaped molds, most of which are made of wood, and a small amount of metal. In the center of the hall, a dozen people in white training clothes are meticulously doing horse stances, accompanied by shouts and waving fists. A burly man, over 2 meters tall, stood in front of the crowd with his hands behind his back, his eyes piercing, watching everyone's movements. At this time, Song Jian and the other 2 stood at the entrance of the boxing gym. There was a faint translucent blue light curtain in front of them blocking their entry. But through the light curtain, they could see everything in the hall inside. These should be the monsters in the dungeon. Level 5 elite. So many. Lin Sheng stared at the people who were practicing boxing more than 10 meters in front and took a breath. LV5 Boxing Gym Disciple Elite. Chi and Blood, 320/320. Skills, Basic Boxing. LV7 Boxing Gym Coach Elite. HP, 720/720. Skills, Advanced Boxing. Tiger 3 Styles. It's terrible. They are standing too close to each other. I'm afraid I can't lure them one by one. I can't bear so many monsters rushing over. Gao Danian said with a frown while carrying an axe. I can pull the boss away. But I can't hold on for long. If you can kill all those elite boxing gym disciples in 30 seconds. Lin Sheng said in a low voice. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Gao Danian. What a joke. 30 seconds. That's the time they need to kill us. Let me count. 1, 2, 3. Fool. There are 18 in total. And my HP is only 110 points. If each of them hits me with a punch, they can kill me in a few seconds. Song Jian stared at the attributes of the monster in front of him. A countdown icon appeared in front of him. There were still 3 minutes left before the light curtain in front of him would disappear. Song Jian estimated that once the time was up, they would immediately enter the combat state, and it would be impossible to exit the dungeon at that time. Now was the time for the players to consider whether to stay here or exit the dungeon. Hurry up and decide. Once the countdown is over, I estimate that the light curtain in front will disappear. At that time, the disciples in this boxing gym will find the 3 of us. Once we enter the combat state, it will be impossible to leave here, Gao Danian said. There are still 2.5 minutes left. Decide quickly whether to retreat or fight? Lin Sheng urged. I have stealth skills. They can't see me. Master, what do you say? Gao Danian shook his head slowly. He had already made the decision to retreat in his heart. He glanced at Song Jian beside him, and suddenly asked, How long can you two hold off the boss? Song Jian asked. If there were no monsters, I could hold off the monster for more than 10 minutes by myself, Lin Sheng said proudly. If the 2 of us cooperate, it won't be a problem to kill the boss. It's just a level 7 elite boss, although its attributes are stronger than the monsters outside. Gao Danian analyzed calmly. Okay, then leave those monsters in front to me. You two can deal with your boss. Song Jian nodded and said, What? Master, those are 18 elite monsters. They must be stronger than the ordinary level 5 monsters outside. Even if they are not as strong as the level 5 elite boss, they are probably not much different. There are 18 of them. Lin Sheng was surprised. If Lin Sheng was asked to choose between 18 level 5 elite dungeon ordinary monsters and 1 level 7 elite dungeon boss, he would definitely choose the latter without hesitation. Sometimes, quantity can cause qualitative changes. 18 elite monsters rushed forward, leaving no room for dodge, and could only passively bear it. Now the player's health is only about 100, and he can't bear the siege of so many monsters at all. It's okay. I can deal with them. You just need to pull the boss. Song Jian nodded, waited carefully in his mind for a long time, and said to the 2, Okay, I'll trust you once. Gao Danian gritted his teeth. Once he agreed to Song Jian's play, Gao Danian would be the most dangerous. Once Song Jian died, Lin Sheng had stealth skills. If the situation was not good, he would just sneak and hide. Gao Danian would have to endure the siege of monsters and boss, and death was the only outcome. Seeing Gao Danian nodded in agreement, Lin Sheng stopped talking, shrugged his shoulders, made an indifferent gesture, pulled out the dagger and held it in his palm. The 3 of them stopped talking and waited silently for the countdown to end. 10, 9, 8. The light blue screen disappeared, and the dungeon officially began. The names of the boxing gym disciples and the boss boxing gym coach who were practicing boxing in front of them turned red in an instant, and everyone's eyes turned to the back, staring at Song Jian and the other 2. Lin Sheng didn't know when he had entered the stealth mode, because after entering the dungeon, the default team was 3 people. So Gao Danian and Song Jian could still see a translucent voice quietly going around the boss from the left. Brother, are you sure you can resist? Gao Danian confirmed again. No problem. You two can catch the boss, Song Jian said, and a rocket launcher slowly appeared on his back. He pulled it with his right hand, put it on his shoulder, and aimed at the group of boxing gym disciples who had already started to rush over. Boom! A rocket drew a snake-like trajectory in the air and exploded directly among the boxing gym disciples. Suddenly, 7 or 8 boxing gym disciples flew up, and a huge critical damage appeared above their heads. Fuck. This is too exaggerated. Gao Danian stared at the rocket launcher on Song Jian's shoulder in amazement, with a horrified expression on his face. Hurry up and catch the boss. Song Jian glanced at Gao Danian. Immediately, Gao Danian's face flushed slightly. and he bypassed the boxing gym disciples and rushed towards the boss. At this time, the hatred of the boxing gym disciples was all focused on Song Jian, and they didn't even look at Gao Danian, who was bypassing. 7 or 8 boxing gym disciples were blown away by the explosion, and the remaining boxing gym disciples had no fear at all, and rushed towards Song Jian. In 3 seconds, the boxing gym disciples had rushed to a place 5 or 6 meters away from Song Jian. Song Jian lowered the muzzle of the rocket launcher a little bit and pulled the trigger again. Boom! Another rocket was ejected, and a violent explosion occurred in the crowd. After the rockets were launched, Song Jian quickly put away the rocket launcher, pulled out the Fong Thorn, and rushed towards the boxing gym disciples. 2 rockets bombarded the crowd, and almost all the boxing gym disciples were hurt. The few disciples who were directly hit fell to the ground with low health. Even if they were not dead, they had lost their ability to fight. The remaining 12 or 13 boxing gym disciples only had 3/4 or even 2/3 of their health left. Bang! A boxing gym disciple swung his fist at Song Jian. Song Jian dodged to the side, but was hit on the shoulder by another boxing gym disciple next to him. Before Song Jian could react, he was hit by another punch on the other side. As soon as he made contact, Song Jian was surrounded. Chapter 132, All the cards are out. I was careless, Song Jian thought to himself. At this time, Song Jian was surrounded by 4 boxing gym disciples. Although each of their punches was not powerful, it could cause a moment of stiffness, making Song Jian's dagger-wielding movements incoherent. -8. -9. -6. Song Jian's equipment had high defense. Ordinary monsters below level 5 could hardly break his defense and cause substantial damage to him. However, the grade of these boxing gym disciples was half a level higher than that of ordinary monsters. They were elite monsters. If they were put outside, they would be considered a small boss. Bang! Another punch hit Song Jian's shoulder. The dagger in Song Jian's hand froze for a moment, allowing the boxing gym disciple opposite to defend calmly. This punch could have dealt 50 to 60 points of damage, but in the end it only caused more than 10 points of damage. More than a dozen boxing gym disciples surrounded Song Jian and kept swinging their fists. But Song Jian had limited space around him. Only the 4 boxing gym disciples surrounding him could cause him damage, which would last for a while for Song Jian. After holding on for 3 minutes, Song Jian's more than 300 points of chi and blood value only decreased by more than 100 points. This was thanks to his chi and blood recovery speed. In just 3 minutes, Song Jian didn't kill even 1 boxing gym disciple. I can't go on like this. Song Jian frowned slightly. I originally thought that I was already very strong, but now I find that I still lack a lot of things. At least, I still lack an escape and displacement skill. Damn it! Song Jian was gradually getting angry. He swung his left hand forward fiercely, and his index finger burst into a dazzling silver sword energy. Under the sweep, the enemies in the fan in front of him all had more than 100 points of damage on their heads. Explode! With a light shout, the boxing gym disciple facing him burst into a puff of green smoke. The blood value that originally had nearly 100 points was emptied in an instant, and the body fell softly, and 2 white quality items exploded. Although he killed a boxing gym disciple, his position was quickly filled by another person behind him, who continued to attack Song Jian. For a moment, Song Jian was beaten back repeatedly, which made him feel a little aggrieved. He had never experienced such a battle before. Summon blood crows. With a thought, a dazzling light suddenly burst out around Song Jian's body, and a bloody hexagram array appeared out of thin air with him as the center. Walala! 30 blood crows flew out of the hexagram array, like a ball of blood mist, rushing towards the surrounding boxing gym disciples. For a moment, more than a dozen boxing gym disciples were also in a mess because of these blood crows. And Song Jian finally got a chance to breathe. The ground teeth burst. A dazzling fong-shaped air mass rushed towards a boxing gym disciple with the least health, and directly knocked him flying. When he fell again, he had become a corpse. Song Jian waved a dagger and pounced on the boxing gym disciples, whose formation had been scattered. There were blood crows all around, flapping their wings and pecking at the enemies around them. The damage of the blood crows was very low. For these elite monsters, they could only cause 1 or 2 points of damage. But there were so many blood crows, flapping their wings, and surrounded these boxing gym disciples. It actually felt like they were surrounded. Song Jian broke free from the siege and opened fire at full power for a while. The cooling time of the rocket launcher was over. Song Jian immediately pulled out the rocket launcher, aimed at the boxing gym disciple, who was only 2 or 3 meters away from him, and pulled the trigger. Boom! A ball of fire exploded almost in front of his eyes, and a hot breath hit him in the face. But fortunately, this was a game, and there was no possibility of accidental injury. Otherwise, Song Jian would not dare to fire a rocket at such a close distance. Boom! Another rocket was fired towards the place where the most boxing gym disciples were, and exploded in the crowd. 5 or 6 boxing gym disciples, who were already low on health, were killed this time. The remaining boxing gym disciples had only more than 100 points of health points, and they were all injured. The number of blood crows was decreasing rapidly. These blood crows had low health points, and could only withstand 3 or 2 punches from the boxing gym disciples at most. If they were not flexible, they would have been smashed to pieces by the boxing gym disciples as soon as they appeared. Puff! A blood crow was hit by a punch from a boxing gym disciple, and its health value was emptied. It exploded into a ball of blood mist. The dead blood crow will return to the blood pool and breed again. During the breeding period, Song Jian cannot summon it again. Looking at the 7 or 8 boxing gym disciples left, and each of them was still at low health, Song Jian smiled. There were still 3 blood crows, and now they were all on Song Jian's shoulders. Song Jian's health value was recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blood volume that had originally dropped to nearly half was restored to a safe value range in a few seconds. At this time, the benefits of getting an SSS rating for the last main task were reflected. The 500% recovery speed of the blood value made it difficult for Song Jian to die now. And in the case of a lack of medical care and medicine, a large amount of expenses were saved. The remaining disciples of the boxing gym were fearless and painless, and had no sense of fear at all. They just stared at Song Jian and rushed towards him again. This time, Song Jian did not give them a chance to surround him. He kept moving around, and the fangs in his hand were like the sickle of the god of death, constantly harvesting the lives of the disciples of the boxing gym. In just less than a minute, Song Jian killed all the remaining disciples of the boxing gym. There were at least 11 or 12 items emitting white light on the floor. The output of the copy was indeed much higher than that outside. At this time, Gao Danian and Lin Sheng had already worn away 1/3 of the boss's blood, and their blood values were still above 80%. The two of them fought very carefully. Even if they gave up an opportunity to attack, they were unwilling to bear the damage of the boss. Song Jian smiled. This was the most orthodox way to play in the game. The main reason was that there were too few items and skills to restore chi and blood. The cooling time of the rocket launcher was only 10 seconds. After killing the remaining boxing gym disciples, the reload cooling time was over. Song Jian took it out and put it on his shoulder. He aimed at the boxing gym coach, who was constantly waving his fists, and pulled the trigger. After a slight vibration, the rocket whizzed towards the boss. Lin Sheng let out a strange cry and quickly hid to the side. Gao Danian's expression remained unchanged. He still raised the long axe and continued to attack the boss. The boxing gym coach was equipped with a pair of tiger-shaped boxing gloves in his hands. The gloves were like a tiger head, with 2 sharp fangs protruding outwards. They kept colliding with the long axe, and countless sparks burst out. Gao Danian, hide quickly. Rocket. Lin Sheng thought that Gao Danian didn't notice the rocket, and shouted anxiously in the distance. Boom. The rocket hit the boss hard, and then triggered a violent explosion. A damage of nearly 100 points came out from the top of the boss's head. But Gao Danian, despite the scorching air wave, chopped the boss twice fiercely, and took away nearly 80 points of the boss's health value. The dungeon team is immune to damage. Gao Danian glanced at Lin Sheng and said while taking a breath. This was prompted as soon as he entered the dungeon system, but Lin Sheng was too immersed in it to remember it. Lin Sheng blushed, said nothing, held the dagger tightly, and rushed towards the boss, while Song Jian pulled the trigger again. Chapter 133 Siege. Roar. The boxing gym coach seemed to feel the threat of death, and suddenly burst out with tremendous momentum, with a golden light all over his body, and a milky white fist force appeared on the surface of the tiger boxing gloves in his hands. Bang! The boss's right hand hit the axe blade of Gao Danian's long axe fiercely, and a strong force came. The long axe swung back violently, and Gao Danian also took several steps back, with a look of surprise on his face. "Boss, is this explosive? The strength has become so great," Gao Danian exclaimed. Lin Sheng rushed towards the boss and disappeared in an instant, entering the stealth state. The muscles on the boss's face were twisted, and his face was hideous. He looked at the rocket flying over, but he didn't dodge or avoid it. He put his arms back to his waist, and his body spun like a gyroscope. After turning 360 degrees, his right arm was thrown out violently. Tiger 3 styles, accompanied by a roar. The golden light on the surface of the boss's body condensed into the shape of a tiger, and made a roaring movement towards the direction where Song Jian was. He is going to use his fist to hit the rocket? A fierce man. Lin Sheng stared in amazement as the boss punched the rocket flying towards him, his eyes almost popping out. Boom! The boxing gym coach threw a punch, colliding with the rocket, and a thunderous roar broke out. The whole boxing gym trembled slightly, and the dust on the top of the head fell down. -3. Single-digit damage came out from the boxing gym coach. At this time, the boxing gym coach's training clothes had become beggar clothes, torn into strands. His upper body was almost naked, his face flushed, his chest heaving violently, and the white air from his nose was more than a foot long, just like an angry bull. Is this guy still human? Lin Sheng's eyes were full of fear. This was the first time he encountered such a terrifying monster, although it was only a level 7 elite boss. Lin Sheng felt that he was stronger than the level 10 elite boss outside. Keep attacking. This will consume a lot of energy for him. Song Jian shouted loudly in the distance, and pressed his right hand hard on the ground. Dia-2. A fong-shaped air mass made a sharp sound of breaking through the air and flew towards the boxing gym coach. There was even a tiny crack on the ground, which was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The boxing gym coach was in the state of recovering his breath at this time. Feeling the rapid approach of Dia-2, the boxing gym coach's eyes were bloodshot. His legs stepped on the ground. His body suddenly jumped up, and after circling in the air, his right fist slammed towards the ground. Tiger 3 styles. Boom. The boxing gym coach punched the fong-shaped air mass, and then a series of rubbing sounds were heard, just like sharp nails rubbing on glass. Bang! The fong-shaped air mass only lasted for less than 2 seconds before it exploded and turned into elite spots that floated in the air and disappeared. This time, the boss did not cause any damage at all, but a light blue word resist floated from the top of its head. For a moment, the boss's fierce momentum actually shocked the 3 people, and Gao Danian's palm holding the long axe gradually became wet, and he slowly retreated. After Lin Sheng entered stealth mode, he did not dare to move forward, but began to move around the boss. Song Jian took a deep breath, put away the rocket launcher, and rushed towards the boss with the Fong Thorn in his hand. Seeing Song Jian rushing over, the boxing gym coach grinned. A cruel smile appeared on his face, and the 5 fingers of his right fist were stretched out, and then clenched together suddenly. Crack, crack. The knuckles made a series of popping sounds, and the boxing gym coach rushed towards Song Jian, with his right fist raised high, and his whole body aura condensed into the shape of a tiger, and his right hand was the sharp fangs in the tiger's mouth. Seeing Song Jian's appearance, Gao Danian's face flushed, and his eyes showed a look of shame and anger. He roared, clenched the long axe with both hands, and chopped fiercely at the back of the boss. Damn it! I'll die! Lin Sheng's mouth showed a trace of blood. His facial muscles twisted, and a burst of fighting spirit burst out of his body. Like a poisonous snake, he rushed towards the boss quickly. His 2 eyes were always staring at the protruding blood vessels on the boss's neck. The dagger in his hand was like a poisonous snake's fangs, as if it would pierce the blood vessels on the boss's neck and suck blood in the next moment. Song Jian stabbed the dagger in the boss's fist, and the tip of the blade collided with the boxing gloves, bursting a ball of sparks. Song Jian only felt a strong force coming from the dagger, and his whole arm was numb, so he almost let go of the dagger. What a great strength! Song Jian was a little surprised. This was the first time a monster was stronger than him in strength, since his strength reached 12 points. Song Jian did not fight hard, but dodged to the side. He gently slashed the dagger in his hand, sticking to the boss's fist, and changed the dagger from a normal grip to a reverse grip. He dragged the dagger backwards and rushed forward along the boss's arm. His body also tilted slightly to the right of the boss. The boxing gym coach's fist, like a tiger's fang, rubbed Song Jian's cheek, and the energy left a deep wound on Song Jian's cheek. Puff. Blood splattered, and the outer side of the boss's entire right arm was cut open by the dagger, from the wrist to the shoulder, almost cutting open the muscles of the entire right arm, revealing the white bones inside. In this attack, Song Jian actually used the power of the boss itself, just like placing a sharp blade under a high-speed car, using the impact of the car to cut the tire. -89. A red critical damage floated up from the top of the boss's head, and the boss's energy dissipated directly, and the whole person let out a painful howl. Like a wounded beast, the boxing gym coach fell headfirst to the floor, and his body slid forward a few meters away. His right arm drooped limply, like a dead snake lying on the floor, bleeding. The entire right arm was disabled, and a look of despair appeared in the boss's eyes. He turned over and sat up, staring at Song Jian with bloodshot eyes, supporting the floor with his left hand, trying to struggle to stand up. Puff. At this moment, a ball of blood suddenly spurted out from the left neck of the boss, and Lin Sheng's figure slowly emerged, with the dagger in his hand almost completely immersed in the body of the boss. After hitting the target with one blow, Lin Sheng quickly pulled out the dagger and hid far away. The boss, who had already raised half of his body, suddenly fell to the ground again, and was injured in the vitals. A red critical damage of more than 60 points appeared on his head. The dagger in Lin Sheng's hand was only green quality, with the attribute of armor penetration +2, and its power was lower than Song Jian's Fang Thorn, so the damage caused to the boss was not as high as Song Jian's. Bang. At this time, Gao Danian also rushed over, and the long axe in his hand chopped fiercely on the back of the boss's head, which immediately shook the boss's body, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, staining a large area of the floor red. The boss is about to die. Keep attacking, Gao Danian exclaimed, looking at the boss with only 1/5 of his health left, and waved the long axe desperately, attacking the boss continuously. Lin Sheng also gritted his teeth and rushed over at this time, and the dagger in his hand kept stabbing between the waist and abdomen of the boss. Song Jian's left index finger suddenly bloomed with a silver smoothness, and chopped fiercely at the boss's head. Bang. Under continuous attacks, the boss's body finally fell to the floor again, twitching continuously. This time, he completely lost the strength to stand up again. Chapter 134 Tiger Fist. Seeing that the boss was finally killed, Song Jian and the other two looked at each other, laughed foolishly, and sat down on the ground. Lin Sheng even lay directly on the ground, with his whole body in a big shape, his chest rising and falling, and breathing heavily. We really killed it. The boss was really killed by us. Ha ha ha, Gao Danian laughed loudly. Originally, he and Lin Sheng were a little indifferent to the level 7 elite boss. After all, outside the dungeon, the two of them killed the level 5 elite boss more than once by themselves. But they didn't expect that the monsters in the dungeon were much stronger than those outside. A level 7 elite boss is 3 times stronger than a level 10 elite boss outside. Before Song Jian joined the attack, the two had already fought hard against the boss's attack. Lin Sheng even had the nerve to back down, and was ready to enter stealth mode at any time to wait until the battle ended and leave the dungeon. The three people didn't care about the items dropped by the boss at all, and just lay on the floor to rest. This battle consumed a lot of their energy. The whole battle was tense and exhausted. Once they relaxed, they didn't even want to move a finger. After a long time, the three people sat up from the floor, looked at the items dropped by the boss, and laughed. Good guy. It really exploded its food. Lin Sheng smacked his lips. This boxing glove is actually only a green quality weapon. It shouldn't be. I think it should be at least blue, or even silver quality. Gao Danian touched the back of his head and said a little depressed. Hey, there are 3 pieces of blue quality materials alone, and this weapon is actually green quality. I say, did your rocket, Song Jian, damage the boxing glove? Lin Sheng glanced at the items dropped by the boss and looked at Song Jian with a look of surprise. During the battle, the boss used his fist to hit a rocket. Maybe it was damaged at that time, which reduced the quality of the boss's boxing glove. Song Jian frowned slightly, staring at the 2 gloves emitting green light. A little puzzled. No, this green light is a bit too deep, completely different from the light emitted by ordinary green quality items. A bit like the light on the surface of my zombie leader armor. Thinking of this, Song Jian smiled, stretched out his hand to grab the 2 gloves and said, in this case, then give this equipment to me, and the rest belongs to you. Hey, don't. I'm kidding. Don't mind it, Brother Song. The boss was defeated by the 3 of us together. So of course, the items are divided equally. Gao Danian waved his hand and said. Lin Sheng was also stunned, and then became a little embarrassed, and hurriedly said yes. Yes, it's divided equally. Of course it's divided equally. How can I let Brother Song suffer a loss? As he said, Lin Sheng quickly picked up the 3 pieces of materials emitting blue light, took a closer look, and immediately threw 1 to each person, saying, they are all the same things. 1 for each person. Elite linen blue. Material. Can be used to make cloth armor. Defense is increased by an additional 30%. And the success rate of cloth armor is increased by 10%. Usage requirements. Have level 2 sewing skills. For the 3 people, this material is either kept in the bottom of the box or thrown into the system store. I say, do you really not want these gloves? Song Jian held 2 tiger-shaped gloves, shook them twice, and said with a smile, Brother Song, it's just a green quality weapon. You can just put it away. Lin Sheng waved his hand indifferently. For Lin Sheng and Gao Danian, a green quality weapon is not worth their attention, mainly because they can't use it. And at this stage, players have limited financial resources and can't sell it for much money. Yes, Brother Song, you have contributed the most this time, so you should get an extra piece of equipment. Gao Danian also smiled honestly and nodded. Haha. This is a suit. You are really generous. You just gave away 2 sets of equipment. Song Jian laughed and showed the properties of the gloves. Tiger gloves left. Secondary weapon. Suit. Equipment effect. Attack 25 to 35. Strength plus 2. Attack speed increased by 15%. Special effect. Fist force. When causing damage to the target, there is a certain chance to increase the explosion damage by 45 points. Equipment conditions. Strength 7 points. Level 5. Whether it can be taken out of the game. No. Suit properties. Can use the skills Tiger 3 styles. Tiger Pounce. Tiger Spin Attack. Tiger Hegemony. Tiger Pounce. Cause 120 points of physical damage to the target in front, with a certain chance of causing tearing effect. Tiger Spin Attack. Lock the target and use the spinning force to cause destructive damage to the target. Tiger Hegemony. Can be used when the health value is reduced to below 30%. Immune to grabbing. Control effects. Defense increased by 30%. Health recovery speed increased by 30%. Tiger Fist Right. Main hand weapon. Set. Equipment effect. Attack 31 to 40. Strength plus 3. Damage to the target increased by 10%. Special effect. Fist Force. When causing damage to the target, there is a certain chance to increase the explosion damage by 45 points. Equipment conditions. Strength 7 points. Level 5. Whether it can be brought out of the game. No. Set attributes. Can use the skills Tiger 3 styles. Tiger Bite. Tiger Spin Attack. Tiger Hegemony. Tiger Bite. Cause 120 points of physical damage to the target in front, with a certain chance of causing a tearing effect. Tiger Spin Attack. Lock the target and use the spinning force to cause destructive damage to the target. Tiger Hegemony. Can only be used when the health value is reduced to below 30%. Immune to grabbing and control effects. Defense increased by 30%. Health recovery speed increased by 30%. Set. Set? It's actually a set weapon. Oh my god. I want to change my job to a boxer or something like that. Lin Sheng opened his mouth wide, drooling. The attributes of this pair of boxing gloves are so powerful. Not to mention the attributes of the weapon itself. The 3 set skills alone are already astonishing. Even if a novice player has this pair of boxing gloves, he can immediately be promoted to the level of elite players. You know, even Lin Sheng and Gao Danian probably don't have 3 attack skills. The attributes of this pair of boxing gloves are so strong that Lin Sheng and Gao Danian immediately became entangled. Although the 2 of them have not yet been exposed to career information, they have already made progress towards their chosen careers in terms of equipment and skill collection. Gao Danian should have chosen a career similar to a weapon warrior, while Lin Sheng chose a career such as a thief or a stealth warrior. Danian, how about assigning this pair of boxing gloves to you? But it will take up your chance to choose twice. Song Jian said to Gao Danian. In terms of item selection, the three of them are not a fixed team, and it is impossible to follow the principle of distribution on demand. But they chose one item per person. If Gao Danian chooses this pair of boxing gloves now, then in the next battle, even if the equipment suitable for him drops, he will not be eligible to choose it. Moreover, these are 2 boxing gloves, which are equivalent to 2 weapons, and they will take up his qualification to choose twice. Gao Danian hesitated for a long time, and finally shook his head. His skills need long-handled weapons, like long axes to trigger, even if the attributes of this pair of boxing gloves are strong. If he changes the weapon, Gao Danian's strength will not increase but decrease. It will take a long time to adapt, and he will have to spend time to collect skills such as boxing in the future. It's not worth it. Forget it. I don't want it. It's useless to have it. Gao Danian shook his head and said, Lin Sheng, what about you? Song Jian turned his head and asked, Brother Song, how about this pair of boxing gloves? How about you give me your dagger? Lin Sheng said, but the selection qualification. We have to consume it once per person. You wish? Song Jian rolled his eyes and said, ever since he showed the Fang Thorn, Lin Sheng's eyes have always been staring at it intentionally or unintentionally, with a greedy expression on his face. It's obvious to everyone. If it doesn't work, take it out and sell it for money. Song Jian looked at the two and said, can any player afford such equipment now? Lin Sheng frowned slightly, shook his head and said, such equipment is worth a lot of money. I'm afraid few players can afford it now. Yes, if I sell the suit weapons for dozens of Doomsday coins, my heart will bleed. Even if I throw it in the parcel column or put it in the bottom of the box, I won't sell it so cheaply. Chapter 135. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 136. Secret Door. Now the purchasing power of players is too low. Ordinary things can still be afforded, but few people can afford things with quality higher than green. Most players are still in the barter stage. After all, no one wants to suffer a loss. But none of the three of us need this weapon. What should we do? Song Jian spread his hands and asked helplessly. You can sell it, but it must be at least 300 Doomsday coins. Otherwise, I would rather let it rot in the warehouse. Lin Sheng gritted his teeth. Yes, 300 Doomsday coins. 100 for each of us. It's reasonable. At least it won't hurt that much. This is a suit, Gao Danian said distressed. In fact, selling the gloves for 300 Doomsday coins is also considered a bargain. But who can blame the current players for being poor? Those who can take out 300 Doomsday coins from their pockets can probably be counted on one hand. Even Lin Sheng and Gao Danian probably only have 100 or 200 Doomsday coins at most. Leave it to me. I will definitely sell it for more than 300 Doomsday coins, Song Jian said, putting the gloves into the package. At the same time, the three of them signed an agreement that no matter how much Song Jian sold it for, it would be divided equally among the three of them. And the price could not be lower than 300. If it was lower than 300, Song Jian would need to make up the difference between the two. Players don't have money, but there are many wealthy NPCs in the game. As long as they shout on the radio, they can definitely sell it for a high price. Song Jian thought to himself. Seeing Song Jian putting the boxing gloves into the bag, Lin Sheng curled his lips. He didn't think Song Jian could sell them for much money. After all, there were not many Doomsday coins in the pockets of players now. Wow! This little monster dropped a lot of items. Gao Danian's eyes fell on the items in front of him that were flashing with white light. There were 18 elite boxing gym disciples that Song Jian had just killed. The 18 elite boxing gym disciples dropped more than 20 items in total. Although the grade was not high, they were densely packed in a large area, and the number gave people a shocking feeling. The explosion rate of this copy is higher than outside. But the dropped items are all materials. Nothing valuable. Lin Sheng picked up an item and took a look, shaking his head. With so many, even if we sell them to the store, they are worth a lot of money. Gao Danian laughed. Ordinary linen. If any of us learn sewing skills, we will make a lot of money. So many materials are enough to upgrade sewing skills to the next level, Lin Sheng said with a smile. After the few people divided the remaining items, they began to search for the next level of the copy. From the outside, this boxing gym has 3 floors. It divided by floor. There should be 3 levels and 3 bosses. This is one of the reasons why Song Jian and the other two were unwilling to choose boxing gloves. After all, there are still two bosses, who may drop the items they need. The lobby on the first floor was very empty, and the surrounding scene could be seen at a glance. The three did not find the stairs leading to the second floor, and began to search separately. Soon, Lin Sheng shouted, "Here! It's here!" Gao Danian and Song Jian gathered over to take a look, and sure enough, on a wall, there was an elevator door similar to an elevator tightly closed, and next to it was a small LCD screen with two red fonts locked on it. "Hey, aren't you a thief? Come on, open a lock." Gao Danian patted Lin Sheng on the shoulder and said, "Is this a lock?" Lin Sheng rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Electronic locks are also locks." Gao Danian said with a righteous expression, "I really can't talk to people like you." Lin Sheng said helplessly, "Look for it. It's impossible not to let you go up," Song Jian said, and began to look around. Turning his head, Song Jian found that Lin Sheng was actually staring at the LCD screen, and a milky white light was shining in the pupils of his eyes. But this light was very subtle, and it was difficult to find if you didn't look carefully. "Is this a skill?" Song Jian was shocked. "Okay, stop looking," Lin Sheng said loudly. "I have found a clue." Song Jian noticed that a trace of fatigue flashed across Lin Sheng's eyes. It seemed that the skill he had just used had consumed a lot of his mental energy. Lin Sheng turned his head and walked towards the wooden pillar beside him. There were 5 or 6 wooden pillars in the hall on the first floor of the boxing gym, supporting the structure of the entire house. Each wooden pillar was as thick as a man's embrace. Lin Sheng walked to one of the wooden pillars, stabbed it with a dagger, and then pried it hard. Suddenly, a secret door appeared in front of the three people. "Hey, there is actually a mechanism hidden here." Gao Danian watched Lin Sheng reaching into the hole and couldn't help looking at the other wooden pillars. "Do you think the other wooden pillars also have similar secret doors, hiding good things?" "Just give it a try." Lin Sheng shrugged his shoulders and said he didn't believe that several wooden pillars in the boxing gym had similar secret doors. One was already good. Gao Danian ran to another wooden pillar and started knocking. Just then, Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. He took out a card, waved it, and said, "Found it." "Hey, I found something good too." Gao Danian's surprised voice came from a distance. Lin Sheng looked at Gao Danian in surprise. And sure enough, Gao Danian was holding a skill book and waving it happily. "My bad luck," Lin Sheng cursed. But he rushed towards another wooden pillar closest to him at a very fast speed. Song Jian also rushed towards a wooden pillar, and used the Fong Thorn to continuously knock on the surface of the wooden pillar to listen to whether there was a hollow sound. Sure enough, there was a secret door behind each wooden pillar, and after opening it, there were some good things inside. Song Jian found 200 Doomsday coins. The skill book that Gao Danian found was a basic boxing method, which could be used to learn if you have already comprehended similar skills, such as Song Jian's unarmed combat fist and palm basic. You could upgrade the comprehended skills by 1 level, but there is a limit, which can only be upgraded to level 5 or below. In other words, even if Song Jian took this book, it would be useless. His unarmed combat fist and palm basic skill has reached level 5. Lin Sheng was the fastest and found 2 secret doors. He got an armband and a golden bead. The expression on Lin Sheng's face showed that these 2 items were good things. "Let's not divide these things. Whoever finds them will get them," Lin Sheng shouted loudly. "Okay. It's not a valuable thing. You can take it," Gao Danian said unhappily. Lin Sheng was indeed a thief. He was talented in some mechanisms and secret doors. Lin Sheng smiled and walked to the LCD screen. He swiped the card against the screen. With a beep, the green word pass appeared on the LCD screen, and the elevator door on the wall opened automatically. "Let's go, brothers. Up to the second floor." Lin Sheng shook the door card twice and walked towards the elevator first. Chapter 137 Goblin Repairman. The 3 of them quickly arrived at the second floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, a pungent smell of engine oil came over. Looking around, the second floor was actually the same as the first floor. A hall, but now the hall was filled with broken human-shaped molds, which looked no different from the human-shaped molds used to practice punches and kicks in other martial arts halls. It's just that the human-shaped molds here are much more broken, and it seems that they are a pile of abandoned human-shaped molds. Damn, you guys, the human-shaped molds are used up too quickly. I can't repair them here at all. A short goblin, wearing an inlaid magnifying glass on his right eye, holding a repair pliers in his hand, was repairing the arm of a human-shaped mold. The goblin was busy without raising his head. He felt that Song Jian and the other two were coming up. He was very impatient and pointed to a corner and said, "Just put the things there. Leave quickly, and don't touch the things here casually." Song Jian narrowed his eyes and stared at the goblin. Soon, its attributes appeared above its head. LV8 Goblin Repairer Elite. HP 680/680. Spirit 300 out of 300. Features: Engineering Maintenance, Controlling Puppet, Superwood Resistance, Earth Dragon Stake. It seems that this is a magic boss. Who among you has a wood attribute attack? Try not to attack. Gao Danian scratched his head and said. After entering the second floor, Lin Sheng had already entered stealth mode and slowly moved towards the boss. Gao Danian also held an axe and slowly approached the boss. The humanoid mold parts under his feet were casually stepped on by him, making a crackling sound of breaking. After a long time, the boss seemed to realize that the person who came in was not a disciple of the boxing gym. He raised his head and saw the fragments of parts under Gao Danian's feet, and immediately screamed, "Ah! Who are you? How dare you destroy my mold parts? Unforgivable!" Boom! The boss's short body seemed to have erupted with powerful energy, and a green energy surrounded his body. Swoosh! 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 Several repair pliers, files and other attacks were thrown out by the boss, drawing several arcs in the air and flying towards Gao Danian. Gao Danian quickly waved his long axe to resist the boss's attack. Oh my god! Isn't he a magic monster? How come he threw away the flying knife? Song Jian was shocked. He had been following Gao Danian, and the range of the boss's attack also covered him. Puff! Lin Sheng touched the back of the boss and stabbed the dagger in his hand into the boss's neck fiercely. After stabbing, Lin Sheng did not take credit and quickly dodged to the side. Ah! Invaders? Someone dared to break in here. Children, get up quickly and kill the invaders. The boss was hurt, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. He roared and waved his arms. Milky white light threads bloomed from his hands and extended to the heads of the surrounding human-shaped molds. Suddenly, the human-shaped molds that were originally just dead objects began to move, clicking, just like puppets, being controlled by the boss and rushing towards the few people. Song Jian picked up the rocket launcher, aimed at the boss, and pulled the trigger. A rocket made a sharp whistling sound and flew towards the boss. "Come here!" The goblin boss chuckled and put his hands together. The light threads pulled more than a dozen humanoid molds to gather in front of the boss. These humanoid molds kept changing their shapes, and the edges showed the bite points similar to gears. They began to splice together to form a huge shield. Boom! The explosion sounded, and countless wooden mold parts were blown into pieces, splashing in all directions. The boss held a pile of broken pieces and swung his hands. Countless parts and fragments, like a rainstorm, shot towards Song Jian. Fuck! Goblin version of rainstorm? Gao Danian quickly hid to the side. He couldn't block so many fragments. Lin Sheng entered stealth mode again and moved towards the boss. Before he got close, he suddenly felt his feet tighten. He looked down and saw several wooden vines tightly wrapped around his right leg, like a poisonous snake. Small wooden thorns pierced into his body, and 5 or 6 points of damage appeared on his head. This guy can set traps. Lin Sheng screamed, and without caring about attacking the boss, he quickly waved his dagger and chopped the wooden vines wrapped around him. This boss is a bit difficult. Gao Danian frowned and kept dodging the tools thrown by the boss. It would be great if I had a shield. This boss has a very high attack power. Song Jian kept rolling, using the terrain and the humanoid molds around him to resist the boss's attacks. He was just scratched by a pair of repair pliers and lost more than 60 points of health. If he was hit head-on, he would probably suffer hundreds of damage. Die. 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 All of you. The goblin boss laughed loudly, summoned more than a dozen humanoid molds, and rushed towards the few people. Bang bang bang. Gao Danian's axe chopped on the humanoid molds, just like chopping on steel. Sparks flew everywhere, and each time it could only cause a dozen points of damage to the humanoid molds, which made Gao Danian's face look even uglier. Brother Song, think of a way. This is not a good thing. We can't hold out for long. Gao Danian's HP also dropped by 1/3. but the boss's HP, except for the initial attack by Lin Sheng, which dropped more than 30 points, was not damaged again. Lin Sheng had already broken free from the shackles of the trap and hid behind a wooden pillar, seemingly replenishing his HP with food. The trap and the attacks of several humanoid molds just now had caused his HP to drop below half. And he almost died here. Brother Jian, summon all your summons, just like you did with those boxing gym disciples. Lin Sheng shouted loudly, while hiding aside. Almost all of them are dead. There are only 3 left, Song Jian said unhappily. 3 blood crows kept flying around him. Their attack was not high. If there were enough of them, they would still be powerful. Now there were only 3 of them, and the effect they could play was minimal. Carrying the rocket launcher, Song Jian once again aimed at the boss. Even if he could not cause any damage to him, he had to make him consume some of the human-shaped molds around him. Boom! Another rocket flew out. The boss used the same trick again, pulling more than a dozen human-shaped molds to block in front of him. Just then, Gao Danian and Song Jian looked at each other, and the 2 of them started almost at the same time and rushed towards the boss. If this continued, the 3 of them would be worn down by the boss. It would be better to take this opportunity to rush to the boss and play close combat with him. Bang! A countless number of sawdusts flew in all directions. Song Jian held the dagger tightly, protecting his head and face with both hands, letting the sawdust scratch his body. Gao Danian also gritted his teeth and persisted. His blood and chi recovery speed was not as fast as Song Jian's. The sawdust flew, and his blood and chi value dropped rapidly like a flood. In a short while, it dropped to less than half. Go to hell! Gao Danian rushed to the front of the boss, waving the long axe in his hand, and chopped fiercely at the top of the boss's head. Ah! The boss screamed, raised his hands violently, and countless broken white rays gathered above his head, entangled with each other, and blocked Gao Danian's attack. At this moment, Song Jian also rushed to the front of the boss, and stabbed the dagger in his hand fiercely towards the top of the boss's head. Puff! Blood splattered. The dagger went in without a handle, and a critical damage of more than 60 points floated up from the top of the boss's head. Song Jian pulled out the dagger and continued to chop at the boss. After a while, 4 or 5 wounds were cut on his body. Hey, Brother Jian, you use this dagger better than me. After Lin Sheng's blood value recovered to more than 80%, he also rushed over and besieged the boss together. Chapter 138 Invincible. The fragments of the parts shot towards Song Jian, and the other 2 like needles in the rain. The 3 of them dodged in a hurry. For a moment, they were a little flustered. When the parts fell to the ground, the 3 of them had almost lost 1/3 of their health. Go! Fight it in close combat! Gao Danian shouted loudly, and was the first to rush towards the boss. As a result, after fighting for a few minutes, the 3 found that the goblin repairman was good at long-range attacks. But it did not mean that it was not good at close combat. How much advantage could they take? After the 3 people besieged for a while, they found that the goblin repairman was waving a large wrench, which was no worse than Song Jian using a dagger. It hurt so much when he hit him that his health dropped like it was free. Gao Danian and Lin Sheng were terrified. After being hit, they had to retreat for a long time to recover their health. Only Song Jian, relying on the reward from the last main mission, increased his HP recovery speed by 500%, and withstood the big wrench of the boss, which prevented the 3-person team from collapsing and disbanding immediately. Brother Song, your HP recovery is too exaggerated. Is it 20 points or 30 points restored in 1 second? The boss is not as exaggerated as you. Lin Sheng hit aside, biting a piece of meat pie hard, with an envious look on his face. Lin Sheng had not created a safe house, and had not passed the main mission, so naturally he did not know that there was a main mission reward. Mission reward? Song Jian said, tilting his head to the right, avoiding the boss's attack, and took the opportunity to stab the boss twice. Explode. The skill Poison Nova was used, and a puff of green smoke exploded from the boss's body. A damage of more than 100 points floated up from the top of the boss's head. Brother Song, your skill is also awesome. So powerful. Gao Danian couldn't bear it anymore. His health value was only more than 50 points, and he couldn't withstand the frontal attack of the boss. He retreated, took out a bottle of drink from the package column, and gulped it down. The lost health value also began to recover rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now players with a slightly higher level have begun to consciously collect supplies that can restore health value in battle. And this kind of supplies can often be obtained in the search. So if you search carefully, you can often accumulate some. Soon, the boss's HP dropped below half. And Song Jian immediately became alert. As the HP dropped, the boss would often display skills of different powers. If one did not handle it well, it might cause damage. Puppets. Puppets. Molds. My children. Come and protect me. Control. The goblin repairman yelled. And countless milky white lights suddenly bloomed from his two childlike palms, spreading to the surroundings. Song Jian raised the dagger to his chest vigilantly, and took 2 steps back. Lin Sheng and Gao Danian looked as if they were facing a great enemy, and hid behind the wooden pillar. Caw. Countless rays of light randomly adhered to many mold parts. And some rays of light even directly disassembled complete humanoid molds, randomly extracting parts from the molds. After a while, hundreds of parts floated in the air, and quickly gathered towards the goblin repairman boss as he controlled it. What is it going to do? Is it going to assemble something again? Gao Danian poked his head out and stared at the boss's every move. Is it going to assemble a big shield again? Lin Sheng frowned. The shield assembled by the boss just now had a very high defense, which made Lin Sheng feel like a cat catching a hedgehog. He didn't know where to start. If it weren't for Song Jian's rocket launcher, the huge shield alone would have forced him and Gao Danian to retreat. Brother Song, can you still use your rocket launcher? Gao Danian yelled, his eyes red and his face full of anger. 6 seconds left. Song Jian shouted. Brother Song, how many rockets have you prepared? That stuff is not cheap. Lin Sheng took a breath. You know, consumables like ammunition can be bought in the system store, but the price is not cheap. Therefore, many novice players will choose firearms as their main weapon at the beginning. But as the game continues, they often deliberately train their cold weapon skills. A big reason is that the pressure of buying ammunition is too great. Since entering this dungeon, Lin Sheng counted for Song Jian, and 6 rockets have been launched. The price of each rocket in the system store is more than 100 Doomsday coins. This is simply using money to hit the boss. Not bad, Song Jian said casually. Just then, the boss laughed loudly, and countless parts were pulled together by the milky white light, forming a hard shell similar to a human-shaped mold. And the goblin repairman acted as the head of the human-shaped mold, sitting steadily on these human-shaped molds made of wooden parts. The light filaments on the boss's 2 hands, like the nerves of the human body, penetrated into every part of the huge human-shaped mold, making it very convenient to mobilize. Fuck. This is a Gundam. Or a mecha. This is too exaggerated. Lin Sheng opened his mouth wide, with a look of horror in his eyes. It's just an enlarged version of a humanoid mold. What mecha? Those are all made of wood. Gao Danian snorted coldly. But even so, it's very powerful. It looks no different from a Gundam mecha. Lin Sheng muttered in a low voice. But after looking carefully for a long time, he finally put his mind at ease. After all, compared with a mecha, the power of a humanoid mold is still much inferior, if it is really a mecha. I am afraid that Lin Sheng will not even have the courage to fight against it. As he was talking, Song Jian's rocket launcher's cooldown time was up, and 2 rockets had been replenished. He picked up the rocket launcher, aimed at the chest of the 5 or 6 meter tall humanoid mold in front of him, and pulled the trigger. A rocket was fired with a long tail flame. The goblin repairman saw the rocket flying over, let out a sharp roar, raised his right hand high, and showed a strenuous expression on his face. As its right hand was raised, the right hand of the huge humanoid mold was also clenched into a fist and raised high. Go to hell, the boss roared, and his right arm smashed towards the rocket fiercely. Boom! With a loud bang, the right fist of the humanoid mold and the rocket collided fiercely, making a huge roar. Lin Sheng and the other 2 looked at the boss with great expectation, but finally found to their disappointment that the right fist of the boss's humanoid mold was only emitting a faint black smoke, and there was a basketball-sized damage in the center of the fist. Oh my god! What kind of people are these? The boss on the first floor can resist rockets with his body, and the dwarf on the second floor can also use the humanoid mold to hit the rockets. How can the players pass the level? Lin Sheng shouted loudly, with a look of despair on his face. If Song Jian hadn't been there this time, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to pass the boss on the first floor. This thought is echoed in Gao Danian and Lin Sheng's minds more than once. Song Jian remained silent, holding the rocket launcher, silently waiting for the 3-second cooldown. Francesca is invincible. The goblin boss laughed loudly, waving 2 sturdy humanoid arms, raising them high, looking invincible. Swoosh. Another rocket flew towards it. And in a panic, the goblin boss swung his left fist at the rocket again. After launching the rocket, Song Jian did not look at the result. Directly put the rocket back, held the dagger tightly, and rushed towards the boss. Blood Crow. Harass that dwarf. Song Jian ordered while running. The 3 blood crows that had been hovering above Song Jian's head flew towards the goblin boss. With a bang, the second rocket collided with the huge humanoid mold fist again, making a loud noise. But this time the goblin boss made some mistakes in the control, and the rocket did not collide with the humanoid mold fist head-on, but exploded directly at the wrist of the humanoid mold. Suddenly, the left fist of the huge humanoid mold drooped down, and from the gap, many white lights could be seen breaking, and many parts began to fall off like sawdust. Good job. You crippled his left hand. Gao Danian suddenly became excited, and looked at his own blood value, which had almost recovered. He restored the long axe and rushed towards the boss from the left. Chapter 139 Earth Dragon Pillar. Although Song Jian's HP recovers quickly, there is a limit. The various pliers and wrenches of the boss fly towards him, and there are always times when he can't dodge. Each attack can take away Song Jian's HP by 50 to 60 points. This is also because Song Jian has a strong foundation and has more than 300 HP. If it were Gao Danian and Lin Sheng, they would probably be hit by 1 or 2 at most, and then cry for their parents and retreat. Although there are 3 people besieging the boss at this time, the boss's hatred value is firmly attracted to Song Jian, and various attacks are also directed at him, making Song Jian complain bitterly. Brother Song, hold on a little longer. The boss's health is almost gone. We're going to kill it. Lin Sheng also saw Song Jian's health value fluctuating horribly, and he comforted him while attacking. Explode. With a light shout, the boss's health suddenly dropped by more than 100 points, which made Gao Danian and Lin Sheng envious. The damage Song Jian caused to the boss was equivalent to the total damage of Gao Danian and Lin Sheng multiplied by 2. Thinking about it carefully, the 2 originally proud people suddenly felt ashamed. Even without the 2 of us, he can pass this dungeon by himself, Gao Danian thought to himself. In fact, in the first level, the 2 had already realized this, and they always let Song Jian choose first when allocating equipment. Even if the suit was placed with Song Jian, the 2 had no dissatisfaction. Otherwise, if they changed someone, they would definitely not be willing. Is there no loophole in the signed agreement? There are too many loopholes in it. But Gao Danian and Lin Sheng did not speak out against it, and it was precisely because of this reason. Get out of here. Get out of here. You annoying sparrows. I'm going to tear you apart. The goblin maintenance worker waved the arm of the huge humanoid mold, flying randomly towards his head. The harassment effect of the 3 blood crows was significant, because the white light in his hand had penetrated into every part of the humanoid mold, which also caused the boss's hands to be actually connected to the humanoid mold. The goblin maintenance worker felt angry and helpless about the 3 blood crows circling above his head and rushing down to harass him from time to time. You know, manipulating such a huge humanoid mold is not without any consumption. At this time, its energy value is consumed at a rate of 2 points per second. Once the energy value is consumed, let alone manipulating such a huge humanoid mold, even throwing these tools, the boss can't do it, and then it can only fight with bare hands. If a magic boss reaches the point where it needs to fight with bare hands, I'm afraid it's no different from being slaughtered. The blood crow was also summoned by Song Jian, so the boss's attention or hatred was attracted by Song Jian. Lin Sheng and Gao Danian fought hard, and the boss's health dropped rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Go to hell. Go to hell. All of you. As the boss's health value continued to decrease, its anger continued to increase, and even transparent flames burned around it. Earth Dragon Stake. The boss roared, and the huge human-shaped mold under its butt suddenly shattered and turned into fine sand-like particles scattered all over the ground. The white light in the boss's palm also pierced into the floor at the same time, and the short body was held up in the air by countless light threads. looking like a deformed giant with 2 legs. On. A faint dragon roar sounded in everyone's ears, and the entire floor of the second floor began to fluctuate like waves. Dragon-shaped energy burst out from the floor and rushed up from under the feet of the 3 people. Lin Sheng reacted the fastest and rushed to the side. The earth dragon pile under his feet made a bang sound, rushed up to a height of 5 or 6 meters and stopped. A burst of energy exploded directly from the top and spread in all directions. Lin Sheng lay on the floor and looked back at the thick wooden pile that emerged from the floor. He was immediately scared and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Phew. That was close. If I had been hit head-on, I would have been killed instantly, Lin Sheng thought to himself. Just then, a building appeared on the floor below him. The slight vibration made Lin Sheng's heart sink. He quickly supported himself with both hands and tried to dodge to the side. But this time he was a little slower. A dragon-shaped energy rushed out from under the floor, passed through his body, and rushed into the air. Bang! Lin Sheng suddenly felt a thick wooden stake against his chest. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. His body was also lifted into the air along with the remaining wooden stakes. Bang! Another energy burst out from the top of the wooden stake. Lin Sheng was directly soaked by this energy, and could not control himself at all. His whole body was like a rag bag. It was thrown 5 or 6 meters away by the energy, fell to the ground, rolled several times, and hit a pile of mold parts without a sound. Gao Danian was the worst off. With a burly figure, his reaction was much slower than Lin Sheng's. He was directly pushed into the air by an earth dragon pile. While being thrown out by the energy, he was hit by another earth dragon pile in midair. The 2 consecutive severe injuries made Gao Danian's blood value directly empty. Gao Danian's body in the air suddenly broke apart and turned into more than a dozen palm-sized black bats, fluttering away. Although Song Jian's agility value reached 5 points, he still felt difficult to deal with the endless earth dragon piles. The whole floor was shaking, and the slight vibration before the earth dragon pile appeared was completely covered up, and it was difficult to detect even if he carefully checked. Bang! A dragon-shaped energy rose from under his feet. Song Jian dodged quickly, but his left side was still swept by the energy. Song Jian felt a chill penetrate his body, and half of his body seemed to be frozen and unable to control. The wooden stake rushed up from the floor. Song Jian's eyes flashed with a fierce look. With a thought, the silver sword energy on his left index finger suddenly burst into light and stabbed towards the floor. Although the entire left arm could not move, it was still no problem to activate the sword finger skill. Swish! A slight cutting sound, like the sound of a blade cutting through the wind. The thick wooden stake was actually cut in 2 by the sword energy and flew to both sides. After a long time, Song Jian's left side recovered, and 7 or 8 dragon-shaped energy appeared around him. Looking up at the boss, it can be seen that this move is also very exhausting for it. Its body is floating in the air, relying entirely on the white light in its hands. The whole body has begun to tremble violently, and its face is hideous. Heart eyes. 2 rays of light emerged from Song Jian's eyes, and a huge cross cursor kept scanning the boss, and finally determined the position of its chest. Song Jian took out the rocket launcher without saying a word, and the invisible sword energy rushed in, and the entire surface of the rocket launcher was blooming with dazzling silver light. Boom! A rocket with countless sword energy on its surface flew towards the goblin maintenance technician. The goblin maintenance technician showed a look of horror on his face, and the earth dragon piles in the whole room were stagnant. No! The goblin maintenance technician roared, and the white light threads in his hands all broke at the same time, and his whole body fell to the ground. The rocket drew an arc in the air and hit the boss in the air hard. A dazzling firework exploded in the air, and several objects emitting various colors fell from the air. The goblin maintenance technician did not even leave a complete body. Chapter 140 Inherited Skill Book. Dead. Dead. Finally dead. A dozen black bats flew far away and gathered together again, slowly dissipating. Gao Danian's figure slowly appeared in the group of bats. At this time, his blood volume was less than 1/10. Song Jian also sat down on the ground, put away the rocket launcher, and his hands were still trembling slightly, although his blood value had slowly recovered to the full value. The few hits just now were really thrilling. If he was hit by several earth dragon piles in a row, even if he increased his blood recovery speed by 500%, he would probably be killed instantly. See how Lin Sheng is doing. He won't die. Right? Song Jian shouted loudly. I can't move. I'm almost dying. If I didn't have a life-saving skill, I would have been killed. Gao Danian shouted with lingering fear. This is a passive skill he accidentally acquired. After the blood value drops to 30%, it will trigger the bat wings all over the sky skill, immune to the current damage, and the body will turn into a dozen bats for 30 seconds. As long as one of these bats is not dead, Gao Danian will not die. However, after the skill ends, Gao Danian's blood value will also drop to the lowest. As long as there is no adverse condition such as bleeding, it can still be slowly recovered. At this time, Gao Danian didn't want to move at all. He lay flat on the floor, took out the recovery food from the package, and began to slowly recover his blood. I'm fine. Lin Sheng turned over and touched the pile of wooden parts beside him. A few more parts fell on him, which made Song Jian tremble with fear. It would be too unfair if the boss didn't kill him. But he was killed by these parts in the end. At this time, Lin Sheng's condition was worse than Gao Danian's. His left arm bone was broken, and the status bar above his head had the adverse effect of fracture. His blood value had also dropped to the lowest. Even the action of taking out the food to restore blood was a little slow. The three people didn't care about the items dropped by the boss, and lay on the ground to rest. This time, they were just going through the gates of hell. They didn't expect that the last skill of the boss was so terrifying. It was a full-screen attack. If Song Jian hadn't killed the boss in the end, Lin Sheng and Gao Danian might not have escaped the end of death. This boss's attack is too high. Who else can pass this dungeon except us? Lin Sheng sat up and complained while eating food. You are a bit shameless. Gao Danian had stood up at this time, and his health value had recovered to more than 90%. But his face was still a little pale. If it weren't for Brother Song, we would have died on the first floor alone, and we might not even see this boss. Gao Danian said to Song Jian with gratitude, Brother Song, you can choose the items dropped by the boss first. Don't be polite. If it weren't for you, we would both die here. Yes. I'm already satisfied with just some experience points. Lin Sheng said. Opened the attribute bar and looked at it, and immediately shouted in surprise, Hack? Such a high experience point. I'm about to level up. Gao Danian was stunned, and also took a look, and was stunned. Originally, his level had just been upgraded to level 7, but now the level experience bar was already 2/3 full. At most, he could level up by killing 100 level 5 monsters. It seemed that as long as he could pass this dungeon today, he could immediately level up. At most, there are 2 or 3 more monsters, and I will be at level 6, Lin Sheng said happily. His level was low, and the experience points he gained were relatively less, but it was enough to upgrade a level. Song Jian glanced at his experience points. Originally, when he defeated a level 5 monster, his experience points would be reduced. But at this time, his level 10 experience bar had also increased by nearly 1/3, which was already 48% of the level 10 experience points. Okay, stop saying those polite words. Let's see what the boss dropped, and share it with everyone, Song Jian said, and cast a surgical treatment towards Lin Sheng who was walking over. Suddenly, a white light enveloped Lin Sheng, and the fracture status on his head disappeared. Lin Sheng touched his left arm. A look of gratitude appeared on his face, and nodded to Song Jian. If there was no treatment from Song Jian, Lin Sheng's fracture status would probably continue until the 3rd floor, and he would not be able to fully recover after defeating a few monsters and leveling up. But that would be too dangerous, as his left arm could not be used, and if he was not careful, he might die. Hey, the big wrench of the boss dropped. This is a long-handled weapon. Gao Danian, do you want it? Song Jian picked up a huge wrench, which was almost as tall as a person, with a smooth curved handle on one end and a movable clamp handle on the other end. Repairman's adjustable wrench blue. Long-handled weapon. Two-handed. Equipment effect, attack 45 to 56. Strength +3. Critical strike increased by 15%. Special effect 1, after causing damage to the target, there is a certain chance to reduce the target's defense value by 30%. Special effect 2, clamp active. After releasing, it can lock the target's weapon for 3 seconds. After the skill is released, it can interrupt the target's skills being released, and there is a certain chance to damage the target's weapon. Usage requirements, Level 7. Whether it can be taken out of the game. No. My. Brother Song. I want this weapon. Galdanian's eyes lit up. And he put away the long axe on his face. And took the blue quality weapon from the boss. And couldn't let it go. Hey. Why didn't you drop a dagger? Lin Sheng glanced at the blue dagger in Song Jian's hand, and said enviously. No dagger. Do you want the skill? Song Jian said, shaking a skill scroll in his hand and asked. This skill scroll actually exuded a faint silver light, which made Gao Danian and Lin Sheng feel nervous. Skill scroll, backstab, skill book. Effect, after use. You can learn the skill backstab. Backstab, attack from behind the target, causing 150% plus 15 weapon damage to the target. The main hand weapon must use a dagger to perform this skill. After the skill is successfully released, a combination skill point is added. Skill consumption, 40 energy points. Skill release time, instant. Skill cooldown time, none. Skill description. This skill is one of the inherited skills of the thief profession. Inherited skills. Ha! Inherited skills of the thief profession. Yeah! Lin Sheng laughed loudly, took the skill scroll, and used it directly. His stealth skill is also one of the inherited skills of the thief profession. Now, he has 2 inherited skills of the thief profession. And he has taken another step forward on the road to the thief profession. This boss is good? 3 people. Each of them gave a useful skill. And the remaining one is mine. Song Jian looked at the skill book emitting white light in his hand. And a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 141 Black Boxing Arena. Skill, Engineering. Skill book. Effect, after using. You can learn the skill engineering and make various engineering equipment. It was a very simple introduction. But it made Song Jian ecstatic. If he was not in the dungeon now, Song Jian wanted to return to the Manor Castle immediately and make the T-11 high-explosive grenade. This is a powerful weapon comparable to a rocket launcher. When encountering a boss, just throw a few grenades to deal with it. Brother Song, you are at a disadvantage. Your skill is of white quality, which is worse than ours. Otherwise, the remaining materials will be given to you, and you don't have to share with us. Lin Sheng said a little embarrassedly. Yes, Brother Song. This dungeon is all thanks to you. If you still suffer a loss, it would be a bit unreasonable. These materials belong to you, and your chance to choose this time does not count. If the next boss drops good things, you will still be the first to choose. Gao Danian said hurriedly. Yes. We all got good things this time. We can't treat you unfairly. Your chance to choose is still there, and you will still be the first to choose the next boss. Lin Sheng nodded, with a sincere expression on his face. Gao Danian and Lin Sheng knew in their hearts that if there was no Song Jian, let alone the boss of the next level, they would not be able to pass the boss of this level. If they wanted to pass this dungeon, they still had to rely on Song Jian. Haha. I won't be polite then. Song Jian laughed and put all the remaining 7 or 8 engineering materials into the parcel column. These materials are all white quality, and they can all be used in engineering. Even if Gao Danian and Lin Sheng took them, they would just throw them into the system store. So it's better to do a favor. After all, a blue quality weapon and a silver quality skill scroll have made the 2 of them a little embarrassed. After the 3 of them had a good rest, they walked towards the elevator. To be honest, Lin Sheng and Gao Danian were a little timid at this time. You know, there is only one life in this game. If you die in the game, you will also die in the real world. Usually, when fighting monsters, they dare not fight too difficult monsters. They only dare to fight some low-level and weak monsters. A large part of the players have not even hunted a monster now. What they do every day is to constantly collect materials and then sell them. This is the safest way to play. Gao Danian and Lin Sheng looked at each other, and then their eyes fell on Song Jian. Let's go for it. If we win, we'll be a young model in a club. If we lose, we'll go to the adult entertainment industry. No, it's just a life. What's there to be afraid of? The 2 of them also looked like they were ready to go. Lin Sheng used his pass card to open the elevator, and the 3 of them went to the 3rd floor together. When the elevator door opened, the noise on the 3rd floor was so loud that it was like entering another world. The 3rd floor was extremely large, twice as large as the 1st and 2nd floors combined, which simply broke the limits of physics that Song Jian had learned before. You know, from the outside, The area of the third floor should be the same as the first and second floors. At this time, the third floor was surrounded by stepped seats, which were already full of people. The heat was rolling, and everyone had an excited and crazy look on their faces, screaming loudly with their necks stretched. In the center of the third floor, there was a ring. At this time, on the ring, two burly strong men were fighting each other. Both of them tried their best, and every move was aimed at the opponent's vital points, as if the opponent was the murderer of their father. Even if they died together, they would not hesitate. Is this black boxing? Lin Sheng opened his eyes wide. A little unbelievable. Are there too many people? Gao Danian looked around and frowned. The audience at the scene had exceeded 500 people, although they looked like ordinary people. Such a large number was also difficult. What's more, the two people on the ring were both level 10 elite boss. 3 of you. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Welcome to the bloody arena. It's your turn in the next round. Please be prepared. A well-dressed man walked up to the 3 of them and said politely. But Song Jian saw that a look of disdain flashed across his eyes. Hey, brother Song. How about killing this guy first? Gao Danian smiled, with a malicious expression on his face, holding the new weapon he had just obtained in his hand. Don't be impulsive. Look at the opponent's level. Lin Sheng grabbed Gao Danian. His forehead was full of sweat, and a look of fear appeared on his face. This is too exaggerated. Is there such a terrifying boss in this copy? Gao Danian was stunned, staring at the man in front of him for a while, and couldn't help but take a step back. The man in front of him looked like a weak scholar, but he was actually a level 30 elite boss. Moreover, this was also the information that the other party deliberately revealed. Except for the level, any other information was a series of question marks. The level gap was too large, and it was almost impossible to obtain the other party's complete information. Follow him and see. Song Jian's heart was also beating wildly, but there was no abnormality on his face. Everyone, please come this way. You will be on stage soon. The man had a mocking smile on his face, and after that, he walked towards the side aisle. Follow him, Song Jian said, and the 3 hurriedly followed the man. After a while, the man led the 3 to one side of the ring. Song Jian found that the people sitting here were all level 10 elites, and they were silent. Some of them stared at the ring, while others looked around and looked at the opponents beside them. Hey, not all of them are human, Lin Sheng suddenly whispered. Song Jian looked at the dozen level 10 elite bosses in front of him. Sure enough, half of them were not human. Some had green faces and fangs, and were strong, looking like orcs in the game. Some had tiger heads and human bodies, and looked like demons. Our opponents? They won't be them. Level 10 elite boss. Lin Sheng's mouth was bitter. He had never fought a level 10 elite boss alone. He didn't know if he could do it. I just don't know if the 3 of us will fight together, or one by one. Gao Danian's palms, holding the weapon tightly, also oozed sweat. He was unsure. Even though his level was as high as level 7, he had never fought a level 10 elite boss. Huh? Song Jian took a deep breath, shook his head with a serious face, and said, there shouldn't be any tasks beyond our ability in the dungeon. If we are really allowed to go on stage, there is definitely hope of success. This is a dungeon, not the wild. After hearing this, Lin Sheng and Gao Danian calmed down a little. Yes, the dungeon requires a minimum level of 5, which means that even a level 5 player has a chance to pass the dungeon, and there will be no situation where the player will die. The 3 were discussing that the fight on the ring was over. One person was lying in a pool of blood, and the other was also covered with wounds and blood. One eye was swollen, but he was the final winner. Very exciting. Very exciting. A sharp voice rang throughout the third floor. In the next game, the audience will enjoy a grand visual feast. 3 gods will challenge us in the game. Chapter 142 Jax. Oh! Gods blessed. Kill the gods blessed. Kill them! Haha. I like to see the bodies of gods blessed. You have tarnished the title of gods blessed. King of killing. King of killing. You are the strongest. Victor. Kill them! Chainsaw demon. Chainsaw demon. Let them see how powerful the chainsaw demon is. Blood Queen. Blood Queen will suck the blood of gods blessed and turn them into damn mummies. Let Blood Queen go. The whole boxing gym was boiling, and the audience who had sat down to rest stood up again. roaring loudly at the empty ring with ferocious expressions on their faces. They don't seem to be very friendly to us. Lin Sheng shrugged and said, knowing that 3 people were fighting a level 10 elite boss at the same time. He immediately felt that the difficulty of this copy was not that great. Can I give them the middle finger after I go on stage? Gao Danian rubbed his nose and said, it's best not to provoke the audience. Otherwise I don't know what will happen. The man who led the way looked at Gao Danian and said, there was a boxer who provoked the audience and was beaten to death by the audience. Gao Danian imagined the scene, couldn't help but shudder, and forced a smile and said, just a joke. Haha. Just a level 10 elite boss? Song Jian glanced at the level 10 elite bosses around him, and a look of disappointment appeared on his face. You know, with his current strength, it is not difficult to fight a level 10 elite boss alone. If he makes the T11 high explosive grenade, 2 rockets, and a few high explosive grenades may be able to kill a level 10 elite boss in seconds. By the way, do you choose weapon battle or hand-to-hand combat? The man who led the way suddenly asked. Weapon battle. Hand-to-hand combat? Gao Danian was stunned and asked back. Yes. In a weapons fight, both sides can use weapons. While in a hand-to-hand fight, both sides can only use bare hands and cannot use any weapons. However, when the fight is at its most intense, there may be spectators outside the arena who spend money to buy weapons and give them to the people on the field. The guide smiled and continued. This is also a selling point of our boxing gym. You know, sometimes one more weapon can often cause a reversal effect, and the audience likes to see this more. Audience buys? Song Jian was stunned. Then a look of understanding appeared in his eyes and asked, the price is not cheap, right? Of course. The price varies according to the grade of the weapon and the situation on the field. The cheapest is 1,000 Doomsday coins. The guide smiled. Let's choose a weapons battle. Lin Sheng looked at Gao Danian and Song Jian and asked tentatively. Weapon battle. Without weapons, my attack power will drop by at least 50%. Gao Danian shook his head and looked at Song Jian. Then let's have a weapons battle. A quick battle. Song Jian nodded and said, okay, since you have made your choice. Then, for a weapons battle. The guide turned around and glanced at the dozen elite boss level players sitting in the competition seats. Jax, are you interested in going on stage to play? The guide asked loudly to a man who was sitting in the corner and had been silent. No problem. If I don't fight, my weapon will get rusty. Jax raised his head. He was wearing a mask, revealing only a pair of scarlet eyes, flashing ghostly light. Okay. The guide nodded slightly to Jax, then turned his head and said to Song Jian and the other 2, in the next game, your opponent is the weapon master Jax. I think you did it on purpose. You let the weapon master play in the weapon battle. But what about the hand-to-hand fight? Lin Sheng jumped up immediately after hearing this, shouting angrily. Haha. Since you have made a choice, you must bear the consequences of the choice. The guide smiled and said, if you are not satisfied with the person I chose, then you can apply to challenge me. Lin Sheng was speechless and turned to look at Gao Danian and Song Jian. We have no objection to the contestants you have chosen, so let's leave it at that. Song Jian nodded slightly. A very wise choice. The guide smiled slightly and snapped his fingers at the ring. In the noisy environment like a busy city, the snap of fingers clearly rang in the ears of the fat man, who was roaring hard on the ring and stirring up the emotions of the audience. The fat man shuddered, glanced at the guide, then glanced at Song Jian and the other 2 and the weapon master Jax, who had stood up, turned his head and roared loudly to the audience. Next, 3 gods will challenge our weapon master Jax. Everyone wait and see. We don't want Jax. We want the Blood Queen. An angry voice roared. You fat pig. Jax's fight is too fast. There is no viewing experience at all. Refund the ticket. Damn it. Let's not watch Jax. Let Jax sit on the bench. It seems that these people don't seem to welcome you very much. Song Jian shrugged and smiled at Jax, who was silent not far away. The eyes of others are nothing to me. The only thing that can always accompany me is the weapon in my hand. Jax said after a moment of silence. Maybe. Song Jian smiled and said, it seems that you are a lonely person with few friends. My friend is the weapon in my hand. Jax looked at Song Jian and said, are you talking about the big iron rod in your hand now? The shape is quite unique. Song Jian smiled. This is a brass lamppost. Jax said. Song Jian, Is this guy a little mentally ill? Lin Sheng whispered beside him. Maybe he is a little autistic. Let me tell you. I have a colleague in the real world who has this disease. Gao Danian said mysteriously. Young man, I can see that you are standing at the crossroads of choosing a career. You are confused. Do you want to learn about the combat profession of weapon master? Jack suddenly said to Song Jian. Yes. Yes. I am very willing to learn about the combat profession of weapon master. Song Jian was stunned. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. And he said quickly, unexpectedly, in this dungeon, he actually met a combat profession instructor, which made Song Jian feel unexpectedly surprised. Very good. Jax nodded and said, but before I explain the great profession of weapon master, I still need to confirm whether you have the strength to accept the profession of weapon master. You must pass my test. Chapter 143. It's my turn. Jax issued a test task to Song Jian. And Song Jian accepted it without saying anything. I am willing to accept your test. Song Jian said immediately. System. Combat Professional Instructor Jax issued a test task to you. Arena match. Task requirements. Defeat Weapon Master Jax in the arena and gain his recognition. Task reward. Gain Jax's trust and explain to you the information about the profession Weapon Master. Task penalty. The favorability with Combat Professional Instructor Jax drops to indifference. Brother Song. What are you doing? Gao Danian frowned and asked with a puzzled look. Aren't these two people opponents? Why are they still chatting? Song. Brother Song. Have you received a hidden mission? Lin Sheng asked in surprise. It's not a hidden mission. It's my main mission this time. Song Jian laughed. Main mission? Isn't the main mission to build a safe house? Lin Sheng asked in confusion. Gao Danian was shocked. Patted Lin Sheng's shoulder and said, Brother Song has successfully created a safe house. What? Successfully created? Lin Sheng hurriedly surrounded Song Jian and said anxiously, Brother Song. You are my brother. Tell me about your experience in successfully creating a safe house. Yes, Brother Song. Tell us about your experience. Gao Danian also had an expectant expression. After you clear the dungeon, come to my safe house, and I'll tell you in detail. Song Jian said with a smile. Great. Just then, white light suddenly appeared on the three people and Jax. With a flash of light, 4 people appeared on the ring at the same time. Oh! I forgot to tell you that in weapon battles, only melee weapons can be used, and ranged weapons cannot be used at all. The words of the guide rang in the ears of the 3 people. Looking back, they saw the guide standing under the ring, looking at the 3 people with a smile, and a cunning look in his eyes. Fuck. What are you doing? Lin Sheng suddenly got anxious. Lin Sheng. Don't be impulsive. Gao Danian grabbed Lin Sheng. It's okay. Lin Sheng. Melee weapons are melee weapons. Song Jian's face was gloomy. In this way, his rocket launcher would be useless, and could not be used. My crossbow is also banned, Gao Danian said with a depressed look. He has a long-range attack weapon. White quality. Low damage. Usually used to attract monsters. Just now, he took a look and found that he could not equip it, could not take it out, and even could not move. Go! Jax waved the brass lamppost in his hand and said to the 3 people. Lin Sheng immediately entered stealth mode. Gao Danian wielded a huge wrench and rushed towards Jax. Song Jian tightly grasped the dagger in his hand and activated the Heart Eye skill. A scarlet cross cursor began to scan Jax's body. 2 seconds later, the cross cursor disappeared. Song Jian's heart sank. He didn't find any weakness in Jax. Earth Teeth Thrust. Song Jian had no choice but to use the Earth Teeth Thrust skill first. Suddenly, a fawn-shaped air mass made a sharp sound of breaking through the air and rushed towards Jax. Challenge! Jax roared, and his body jumped 3 or 4 meters high and flew towards Gao Danian. Just as he jumped high, a fawn-shaped air mass flashed past his feet. Bang! A huge crash sounded, and the brass lamp post in Jax's hand hit Gao Danian's wrench hard, and a damage of more than 60 points appeared above Gao Danian's head. This guy's damage is not low. Gao Danian waved the wrench, blocked Jax's weapon, and smashed it hard on him. Fuck. He dodged it. Lin Sheng's eyes were about to bulge out in the stealth state. He never thought that the burly Jax was so flexible that he could jump 3 or 4 meters high. Dodge? Not that easy. Unless he can really fly. Lin Sheng smiled, holding the fawn thorn tightly in his hand, and rushing towards Jax. Swish! A sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and the fong-shaped air mass that had already rushed to the edge of the ring miraculously turned a corner and rushed towards Jax's back. The ground fong stab skill can only attack targets with both feet standing on the ground. But there is an advantage. That is, it can automatically lock the target, and can actively track the target no matter how the target dodges. However, when the target jumps off the ground fong stab skill will not dissipate immediately, but it will take 3 seconds for the target to leave the ground before the ground fong stab skill disappears because of losing the target. If you just jump up, you can't dodge it. Although Jax's skill just now allowed him to jump very high, he did not have the ability to stay in the air, so the ground T skill kept locking onto him. Just as Jax was waving the brass lamp posed to fight Galdanian, a sharp sound of breaking through the air was approaching from behind. Just as Jax was about to use a skill to dodge, Galdanian smiled and swung the wrench towards him. A white light flashed, and the teeth on the head of the wrench suddenly opened, firmly biting Jax's weapon. Clamp can lock the opponent's weapon for 3 seconds, interrupt the opponent's skills being released, and there is a certain chance of damaging the target weapon. Jax's figure suddenly stagnated, and all his skills could not be released. Boom! The fong-shaped air mass hit Jax's back fiercely. At this moment, Lin Sheng appeared behind Jax, and the dagger in his hand stabbed towards his back like a venomous snake. Backstab. Cause 150% plus 15 weapon damage to the target. While being hurt, a golden light spot appeared above Jax's head. This is a combination skill point unique to the thief profession. If 5 are accumulated, then releasing the finishing move can cause a lot of damage to the target. But unfortunately, Lin Sheng has not collected a skill book about the thief's finishing move. As soon as they met, Jax's health value was knocked down by more than 100 points. But Jax was not shaken at all, because he was wearing a mask. His expression could not be seen. Song Jian also waved the dagger at this time, and cut a line on Jax's arm fiercely, and blood splattered. After 3 seconds, a sharp wind suddenly swirled around Jax's body, and all the damage to him was 0. Invincible defense? Song Jian showed a surprised expression on his face, and retreated repeatedly. How can there be such a perverted skill? Lin Sheng looked at the series of misses above Jax's head, and quickly dodged to the side. Now, it's my turn. Jax's low voice had just fallen, and the brass lamp in his hand smashed hard on Song Jian's body. Suddenly, a critical damage of more than 80 points floated up from Song Jian's head. At the same time, a dizziness symbol appeared above Song Jian's head, and his body seemed to be bound and could not move. Brother Song, be careful. Lin Sheng's face changed drastically, and he rushed towards Jax. Gao Danian hesitated for a moment. His blood volume was only 60%. If the previous blow fell on him, I'm afraid he would have entered a state of near death. But in the end, Gao Danian still gritted his teeth and swung the wrench, smashing it hard on Jax's head. Chapter 144. You know nothing about power. Song Jian's move just now, the ground T thrust, has already attracted hatred to him firmly. The brass lamp in Jax's hand kept hitting Song Jian. However, fortunately, Jax's damage immunity effect only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds before disappearing, which made Lin Sheng and Gao Danian feel relieved. The 3 people surrounded Jax and continued to attack. There was also a tacit understanding between advancing and retreating. No matter who Jax attacked, that person would give up the attack and keep dodging, while the other 2 people threw all their attack skills on Jax. When Jax's hatred shifted, another person would dodge. No matter what, there were always 2 people attacking at full strength, which made Jax's health value drop continuously. The fat man who was explaining next to him didn't seem very satisfied with Jax, and his words were mostly mocking. Oh, that tall God-favored one has dealt a ruthless blow to our weapon master again. His weapon looks like a wrench. Could it be that this God-favored one is a repairman? The fat man explained in an exaggerated tone. I think even the weapon master who claims to be proficient in all weapons would probably feel unfamiliar with this wrench weapon. Look! It comes again and hits Jax's head. Oh! I feel pain just by looking at it. I wonder how Jax feels. The 3 God-favored ones are at level 10, and the lowest is only level 6. Jax is a level 10 elite. It is said that on the battlefield, Jax is known as a killing machine. But today, our killing machine seems to be a little rusty. I think we should give him some oil. Jax's health value has fallen below 70%, while the lowest health value of the 3 god-favored ones is still more than 80%. Oh my god. Is our weapon master going to be defeated by the 3 god-favored ones? Maybe he should pick up other weapons instead of holding his brass lamppost. The fat man's commentary caused the audience to laugh and start yelling at Jax. Jax, are you too old to hold a knife? A spectator stood on his seat, put his hands in front of his mouth and shouted loudly. 3 sissy gods can force you to this point. Jax, you better get off quickly. Don't embarrass yourself. We want to see the Blood Queen. Jax, you'd better sit on the bench. What the hell are you fighting? The surrounding audience was noisy like a tide. But on the ring, Song Jian and the other 2 felt the pressure doubled. They actually found that Jax's movements seemed to be getting faster and faster. Damn. Is it my illusion? His attack is twice as fast as at the beginning. Gao Danian yelled. He had no way to attack Jax, and could only resist Jax's attack with all his strength. Dang dang dang. When Jax attacked Gao Danian, he actually had the strength to turn around and resist the attacks of Song Jian and Lin Sheng. This made the 3 of them feel depressed, and their faces turned ugly. His attack speed is indeed getting faster and faster. I think we should dodge a little. He still has a lot of health. Lin Sheng shouted loudly. We can't dodge. Once he gets angry, we will all die on this stage. Song Jian shouted loudly, stabbing Jax with the dagger in his hand. Now the 3 of them were still barely suppressing Jax. If they retreated and Jax's momentum rose, it would be 10 or 100 times more difficult to suppress him again. Charge your strength, Jax growled, and the surface of the brass lamp in his hand emitted a milky white energy, which became more and more intense. He raised the lamp high and smashed it hard on Song Jian's head. The lamp seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Before it fell, Song Jian felt that he was powerless, as if there was a mountain hanging above his head, about to fall. Run! Song Jian roared and rushed to the side. Bang! The lamppost hit the ground of the ring hard, making a loud bang, and smashed a big hole on the floor of the ring. The energy overflowed, and Song Jian and the other 2 were directly blown away by the energy. The 3 people lost control of their bodies, and could only be thrown high by the energy, and then fell around the ring. Jumping slash. Jax retracted the brass lamppost, and his body also jumped high, swinging the brass lamppost towards Song Jian, who was about to fall in the air. Bang! This time, Song Jian could no longer dodge, and was hit hard on the shoulder. Suddenly, a sound of broken bones was heard. Song Jian only felt a sharp pain in his right shoulder, and then he became numb and lost all feeling. Damn it! Song Jian cursed in a low voice, and the index finger of his left hand suddenly burst into a silver sword energy, stabbing towards Jax's chest. A 3-meter-long silver sword energy passed through Jax's chest, and a silver sword energy of more than 1 meter long stretched out from his back. Swoosh! The sword energy only lasted for a second and then disappeared. Song Jian fell heavily on the ring. His left arm was dented, and the Fong Thorn also rolled out of his palm. Explode! Song Jian, who was lying on the floor of the ring, shouted loudly without time to treat his right arm. A green smoke exploded from Jax's body, causing Jax, who was already seriously injured in the chest, to kneel directly on the floor of the ring. At this time, Jax's health had fallen below 50%. Lin Sheng and Gao Danian looked at each other and rushed towards Jax, who was kneeling on the floor of the ring. Their weapons were all aimed at Jax's back. Song Jian raised his head left and right, and a white light fell on his right shoulder. The fracture state disappeared immediately, and his right shoulder returned to normal. But the lost health value could not be restored. The previous blow directly knocked off nearly 100 points of Song Jian's health value. At this time, Song Jian's health value was only more than 160 points. And like Jax, it also fell below the 50% mark. Puff! Bang! Lin Sheng's dagger pierced Jax's back, and Gao Danian's big wrench also hit his neck. 2 damage points of more than 20 points floated up from Jax's head. You know nothing about strength. Jax lowered his head and slowly stood up, his body still shaking. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Jax began to swing the brass lamp in his hand, and above his head, the energy was overflowing. Lin Sheng and Gao Danian were startled and quickly hid backwards. Their health values were only over 100. If the target of the jump slash just now was them, they would probably be killed instantly. Buzz! With a crisp vibration, The brass lamppost in Jax's hand turned into a Fong Tianhuaji, with the crescent blades on both sides, and the tip of the halberd in the middle flashing with cold light. "Watch out!" Jax shouted. And the Fong Tianhuaji in his hand made a sharp sound of breaking through the air, smashing towards Lin Sheng and Gao Danian. Chapter 145 Knight's Faith. The Fong Tianhuaji was wielded by Jax with great force. The distance of more than 2 meters made it impossible for Lin Sheng and Gao Danian to get close. From a distance, they could see a ball of white light surrounding Jax. "This guy's Fong Tianhuaji is a little too good." Gao Danian waved the wrench. And for a while, he could only parry, and could not find any chance to attack. Lin Sheng was also forced to hide at the edge of the ring. The entire ring was 5 meters wide and 8 meters long. When Jax swung the Fong Tianhuaji, it almost occupied 1/3 of the ring. "Brother Song, think of a way," Lin Sheng said anxiously. Song Jian picked up the Fong thorn and pressed his right hand on the floor. Ground fangs. The Fong-shaped air mass rushed towards Jax. Jax roared and spun his body violently. The Fong Tianhuaji in his hand was lifted up from the bottom. A white energy flew out from the Fong Tianhuaji and collided with the Fong-shaped air mass. There was a roar, and the whole arena shook slightly. This guy changed his weapon. It's like a different person. Lu Bu is not so exaggerated. Song Jian couldn't help but widen his eyes. The previous move was also very consuming for Jax. With a swing of the Fong Tianhuaji in his hand, it turned into a long axe and chopped at the 3 people. "Dunyan, look at how others use axes. And then look at how you use them." Lin Sheng dodged like a monkey, looking at Gao Danian with contempt. This guy must have a long-handled weapon specialization skill. And the level must be high. Gao Danian blushed, swung the wrench, and collided fiercely with Jax's long axe. Jax pulled the long axe back, and then stabbed Gao Danian fiercely. This time, the long axe turned into a spear again, made of steel, and the tip of the spear was more than 3 feet long. Clamp! Gao Danian looked at the spear tip only 1 foot away from his forehead, and was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. If it weren't for the clamp skill that came with the weapon, this would have pierced his brains out. Jax held the spear with both hands and pulled it back. Gao Danian was pulled forward a few steps, but he still gritted his teeth and insisted. Jax didn't dare to let go. Once he lost his weapon, what kind of weapon master would he be? Lin Sheng and Song Jian would not miss the 3 seconds. They took the opportunity to pounce on Jax's back and kept attacking. The Fong thorn in Song Jian's hand was shining silver, and the invisible sword energy rushed towards the dagger like money. Each attack was accompanied by at least 30 points of invisible sword energy. The invisible sword energy was extremely sharp and broke through Jax's defense easily. More than 50 points of damage appeared above Jax's head. In 3 seconds, Song Jian and Lin Sheng caused at least 200 points of damage to Jax. "Be careful," Gao Danian yelled. Staggering backwards, Jax regained his freedom, wielded his spear with both hands, and swept it behind him with a whoosh. In the process of sweeping, the spear turned into a Mo Dao again. The heavy Mo Dao tore the air apart and swept towards the waists of the two. If they hit, Song Jian and Lin Sheng might be cut in half. Puff! Lin Sheng's figure suddenly turned into a ball of black mist and exploded. A translucent figure could be seen leaping back from the mist. This leap hit at least 3 meters away. Song Jian watched the approaching Mo Dao. His mind went blank, and he felt that he was only half a step away from death. Knight's Faith. A milky white telekinetic shield appeared around Song Jian's body, like an eggshell, protecting him. This was the skill of the Guardian Sword equipped in his offhand column, which could instantly release a telekinetic shield with a defense of 500 points. The telekinetic shield could exist for 10 seconds. If it was broken within 10 seconds, it could automatically restore 30% of the user's health. Bang! The Mo Dao slashed at the telekinetic shield fiercely, and the telekinetic shield was dented inward. Song Jian's waist was less than 5 inches away from the Mo Dao's blade, but he finally resisted Jax's move. "No, this is impossible." Jax said it was impossible, but the sword in his hand turned around and chopped down on his head. Bang! The telekinetic shield finally couldn't resist and broke apart. Song Jian rolled to the edge of the ring and hit the fence rope at the edge of the ring hard. Song Jian, who originally had only more than 100 points of blood and energy, suddenly increased his blood and energy by a lot, and actually recovered more than 110 points. Backstab. Lin Sheng's figure was like a ghost at this time, turning into a gray light and rushing towards Jax's back. His speed increased a lot, and he actually dragged a shadow while running. Puff! A stream of blood shot out from Jax's back. Lin Sheng hit him with one strike and immediately fled thousands of miles away, quickly widening the distance between him and Jax. Jax's reaction was not slow. At the moment of being attacked, the Mo Dao at his hand suddenly turned into a slender Miao Dao and slashed from bottom to top to the back at an extremely fast speed. Lin Sheng touched the shallow knife mark from the tip of his nose to his forehead, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. If he was a few microseconds slower, Jax's knife could directly rip Lin Sheng's belly open. At this time, Jax's chi and blood value had fallen below 10%. But there was no sign of decline. Instead, he felt that he was getting braver and braver. His attack speed increased a lot. He waved his weapons with both hands, giving people a feeling of being overwhelmed. Both hands became blurred. Lin Sheng and Gao Danian didn't even dare to fight Jax head-on. They kept walking around the edge of the ring, looking for a chance to fight. When Jax rushed towards them, their movements were almost identical, and they both turned around and ran away immediately. Heart eyes. Song Jian's eyes flashed with light, and a scarlet cross cursor began to search Jax's body. Ground teeth. The fong-shaped air mass drew an arc on the ring floor and chased Jax. At this time, Jax was chasing behind Lin Sheng, and occasionally slashed at him with the skill jump slash. Lin Sheng didn't know what skill he used at this time. He moved very fast, leaving a shadow of at least 2 or 3 meters behind him, and he could avoid Jax's attack every time within a millimeter. Brother Song, my acceleration effect can only last for 6 seconds. Help! Lin Sheng dodged and shouted loudly, his face sweaty and anxious. Brother Gao, how long will your weapon skill last? Song Jian shouted. 5 seconds. Gao Danian chased after Jax and shouted loudly. Boom! The ground 2 thrust skill hit Jax's back hard, and a damage of more than 60 points appeared on Jax's head. Jax staggered and rushed forward. His health value is less than 150 points. Hold on! Song Jian shouted loudly, and jumped towards Jax. Chapter 146 Victory. The scarlet crosshairs kept rotating on Jax, and Song Jian was delighted. According to his experience, the longer the crosshairs existed, the greater the chance of finding a weakness. Sure enough, the crosshairs finally stopped at Jax's left waist, where a palm-sized red area was displayed. Lin Sheng, Gao Danian, attack Jax's left waist. Song Jian shouted loudly. Brother, I dare not stop. Lin Sheng shouted in embarrassment. While his movement speed increased, his dodge rate also increased by more than 80%. Otherwise, Lin Sheng would have died long ago in Jax's violent attack. Jax's attack was fast and impenetrable. He waved his weapon above his head, and his energy was overflowing, chasing after Lin Sheng. Although Gao Danian could attack Jax, his movement speed was too slow. He could not catch up with Lin Sheng and Jax, whose movement speed had greatly increased. He could only follow behind them. If the ring was not too small, he would have lost them long ago. Run to me! Song Jian shouted loudly. Lin Sheng's figure suddenly turned an arc, and he rolled and crawled to avoid Jax's attack. There was even a sharp knife mark left in the air. Damn it! I wouldn't have used the backstab skill just now. Lin Sheng gritted his teeth and said in his heart. The backstab just now directly hit a terrifying critical damage, which made Jax's hatred firmly locked on him. Seeing that the movement acceleration effect only had 3 seconds left, Lin Sheng was immediately panicked. Hearing Song Jian's voice, Lin Sheng turned around without thinking and rushed towards Song Jian's direction. Song brother, help me! Lin Sheng's shout even had a hint of crying in it. Song Jian stood at the left-hand position, holding the Fong Thorn tightly in his hand. Lin Sheng's figure flashed past Song Jian, and Jax behind him chased after him with a weapon. The weapon in his hand turned into a brass lamp post again. The thick lamp post made a low whistling sound and smashed towards Lin Sheng's back. In the air, there was even a lamp post-shaped mark left. At this moment, the dagger in Song Jian's hand, like a venomous snake, stabbed towards Jax's left waist. Just like a venomous snake that had been entrenched on a tree for a long time and caught a flying bird in the air. Puff! The Fong Thorn accurately pierced Jax's left waist, which was the weak spot detected by the mind's eye. In fact, it was also the location of Jax's old injury. This attack directly broke Jax's defense. The blade was inserted into the third position and was tightly clamped by Jax's muscles. But the gushing blood still dyed half of Song Jian's body red. Like a bloody man, Jax let out a painful roar. And the brass lamppost that was originally hitting the front drew an arc, cutting a deep mark of more than 1 foot long on the floor of the ring. From bottom to top, the brass lamppost smashed towards the top of Song Jian's head in Jax's left hand. The wind whistled, and the sharp energy cut into Song Jian's face, leaving bloody marks. Song Jian's mind was full of thoughts. He couldn't avoid this attack anyway. If that was the case, he could only do this. Song Jian roared, and all the strength in his body was concentrated in his 2 hands. He saw that his hands were tightly grasping the handle of the dagger, and his whole body pressed forward. Puff! Another blood arrow shot out, and the entire blade of the dagger entered without a handle. Song Jian even pushed Jax's body and rushed forward a few steps. Bang! The brass lamppost left a mark in the air, and finally hit Song Jian's shoulder hard. The right shoulder, which had already recovered, made a crackling sound of fracture at this time. A critical hit of more than 100 points of damage floated up from Song Jian's head, and his health value dropped a lot, which was terrifying. Clamp! Gao Danian, who had been chasing him, also rushed up at this time. Seeing the damage floating above Song Jian's head, Gao Danian's eyes turned red, and he smashed the wrench in his hand towards Jax fiercely. Crack! The spiral next to the pliers on the head of the wrench rotated automatically, and the pliers were like the mouth of a beast, biting Jax's brass lamppost tightly. Lin Sheng! Gao Danian roared with a ferocious expression on his face. A life-threatening blow. Lin Sheng's figure was like a ghost, although the speed bonus effect had disappeared. His action of rushing towards Jax was still as swift as a cheetah. Lin Sheng's health value had originally recovered to more than 80%. But suddenly it was like a flood that had been released from the dam, and it was directly hit the bottom. His defense and resistance were also cleared in an instant. All attributes were transformed into attack power and concentrated on Lin Sheng's attack. If this was not the last boss, if the boss had not only a little blood left, Lin Sheng would not have used this move. After this move is performed, if the enemy does not die, then Lin Sheng will die. A critical hit number of more than 180 points appeared above Jax's head. At this time, Jax's remaining health value was less than 100 points. The damage caused by Lin Sheng was enough to kill Jax. Song Jian took back the dagger and sat down on the floor of the ring. Gao Danian also loosened the wrench and knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Sheng was even more miserable. He lay on the ring like a puddle of mud. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, he would probably be mistaken for a corpse. Do you know what the strongest weapon is? Jax suddenly spoke. Fuck. This guy is not dead yet. Lin Sheng, who was lying on the ground pretending to be a dead body, suddenly became smart and rolled and crawled towards the edge of the ring. Gao Danian also bounced up from the floor of the ring like a spring, grabbed the wrench, and protected it in front of his chest. Song Jian also showed a surprised expression on his face, looking at the top of Jax's head. At this time, Jax's health value was only a little bit, which seemed to be locked and would not drop. Audience, let's cheer. The 3 gods have unexpectedly defeated Jax, the so-called weapon master who has been sitting on the bench for many years. The fat commentator roared loudly, but the audience around him obviously didn't buy it and booed together. If you want to become a weapon master, you must be good at using various weapons. I have just demonstrated to you how to switch between various weapons and how to use various weapons to connect them cleverly. If you want to be a weapon master, then come to me. Jax glanced at Song Jian and said slowly, System, you have found a combat professional mentor, learned about the relevant content of the profession weapon master, and completed 3/10 of the main task. Chapter 147 Treasure Chest. Brother Song, we didn't kill him. So did we fight in vain? Lin Sheng had a sad face, and his health value had only recovered about 1/10 at this time. I don't know. Song Jian's health value was not high at this time, only a little over 100 points. If he continued to fight, he might not be able to withstand a critical hit from Jax. We are considered winners, right? No rewards. Gao Danian panted with a puzzled expression. Jax nodded to Song Jian, holding the brass lamppost in his arms, and slowly walked down the stage. Song Jian did not gain nothing in this battle. At least, he completed a little bit of the main task. Unexpectedly, A boss encountered in the dungeon could be his combat professional mentor. This game is getting more and more interesting. Will he encounter similar monsters in the wild in the future? After the battle, the audience around seemed to be dissatisfied, yelling and cursing crazily, throwing debris at the ring like a rainstorm. The guide walked onto the ring, and the moment he stepped onto the stage, the audience around him suddenly became silent. The guide glanced around silently, and all the audience became obedient, with their hands on their knees, sitting upright in their seats, just like elementary school students. Since the God-favored ones have won the final victory, then I will open the reward treasure chest for them, the guide said slowly. At this moment, a huge treasure chest more than half a person's height appeared out of thin air in the center of the ring, flashing golden light. Dazzling. This is a reward given by the gods to the gods' favored ones. Even we cannot know what treasures are in this treasure chest. Are there any viewers who want to bet on the quality of the treasures inside? Silver quality and above is considered a big hit. Blue quality and below is considered a big drop. Now there are 5 minutes, and the audience can bet at will. A big hit is 1 to 3, and a big drop is 1 to 1.2. The fat commentator yelled at every opportunity. Big drop. I bet they will open garbage. A spectator waved the Doomsday coin in his hand and yelled loudly. Big drop. Definitely a big drop. The audience around also roared. It seems that none of these NPCs have a good impression of the so-called gods' favored ones. Brother, if we lost the battle just now, would we not die? Lin Sheng suddenly approached the guide and asked in a low voice. Of course. The guide looked at Lin Sheng. A hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes, and said with a smile, just now it was just a sparring battle, and your last drop of blood value will be automatically locked. If it is a life and death battle, then you will accept your fate. Boy, I think you are very suitable to become a king in the shadow. If you reach level 10, you can come to me in the real difficulty. If you can pass the real difficulty dungeon, maybe I will give you some extra rewards. The guide looked Lin Sheng up and down and said with a smile. Real difficulty? The three looked at each other and were stunned at the same time. Of course, you have only passed the simple difficulty now. There will be a difficult difficulty later. As long as you pass the difficult difficulty, you can choose to enter the real difficulty. But at that time, with your current strength, I am afraid. The guide's mouth curled up slightly, and whispered, you will die miserably. Is this the simple difficulty? My God. Gao Danian took a deep breath and whispered with lingering fear, this copy is simply abnormal. Before level 10. No. Before level 15. I don't plan to come in again. Song Jian also shook his head slightly. With his strength, Jax couldn't compete with the opponent. Even if he was allowed to use long-range attack weapons, he was still no match for Jax. The later he went, the faster Jax was. He couldn't even see his opponent's moves. It was simply abnormal. Lin Sheng glanced at the guide with a look of embarrassment. It seemed that the guide was another hidden task for him. It might even be related to his career choice. However, the real difficulty. Lin Sheng sighed. He was still far from level 10 at this time. Let's see. Maybe when he reaches level 10, his strength will change dramatically. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the countdown on the treasure chest reached the last few seconds. Most of the audience bet that the rewards of Song Jian and the other two would drop sharply. But this was beyond anyone's control, and it all depended on the luck of the three. The guide walked quickly to the front of the treasure chest, stretched out his hand and pressed it. And so, the treasure chest made a crisp click sound, and the top cover slowly opened. And suddenly, a silver light bloomed from the treasure chest. Suddenly, the whole boxing gym was in an uproar, and most of the audience who had bought the big drop stood up and tore the betting tickets in their hands into pieces while shouting and cursing and threw them onto the ring. But most of the betting tickets eventually fell on the heads of the audience in the front row, as if a white snow had fallen in the whole boxing gym. Some of the audience members did not follow the usual path and bought the big hit bet. The corners of their mouths curled up slightly, and they held the bet tickets tightly in their hands. The odds of 1 to 3 have not appeared for a long time. Although the bet of the big hit is 1 to 3, it is obvious that the boxing gym has made a lot of money this time. The guide also smiled, and the fat commentator was so happy that he couldn't close his legs. He shouted loudly on the ring. Song Jian and the other two showed excitement in their eyes. Lin Sheng and Gao Danian had never seen silver quality items before, and Song Jian had only seen it once in the hands of Liqueur. The daughter of the game. A silver quality plate armor breastplate. The leading man first took out a half-body armor from the treasure chest, smiled at the three people and said, "You are lucky. This level 10 silver quality breastplate has very good properties." The breastplate was passed from one hand to another, and finally fell into Song Jian's hands. Although Lin Sheng's eyes were full of envy, he also knew that this breastplate was too heavy. Wearing it on his body would be more of a burden than a benefit for him who pursued agility. Song Jian took a look at the breastplate, thought for a while, and threw it directly to Gao Danian. This equipment was not suitable for him. In his mind, the equipment suitable for him should be leather armor or light mail. If it was heavier, it would affect his flexibility. "Give it to me?" Gao Danian looked surprised. Perhaps this was the only silver quality equipment in the treasure chest. Although Gao Danian was also envious, it had been agreed before that Song Jian had the right to choose first. In his opinion, Song Jian would definitely choose this silver quality equipment. "Take it. This equipment is most suitable for you." Song Jian shook his head and said, "Without Gao Danian and Lin Sheng, he could not have beaten this dungeon, especially the last jacks." At this time, Song Jian had already regarded Gao Danian and Lin Sheng as his partners. Even if he took this equipment out and shouted it on the radio, it would probably sell for thousands of Doomsday coins, since Gao Danian was the most suitable for this equipment among the three people. "Let's give it to Gao Danian." However, even after taking out this breastplate, the silver light in the treasure chest still did not weaken much. It seemed that there was at least one silver quality equipment in it. Song Jian was full of expectations for this. Chapter 148 Portable Pharmaceutical Workbench. "Oh, it seems that you are lucky. There is a silver quality equipment in here." The guide looked at the three people in surprise. A trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, "Are the gods really so blessed?" You know, the most important reason why the casino offers a big bang of 1 to 3 is that the final reward has a higher probability of losing. Many people who win the final victory in the casino often don't even have a blue quality equipment as a reward. If they have a green quality equipment, they are already lucky. Most of them are white quality equipment. What the guide couldn't have imagined was that this boxing gym instance had been cleared countless times by NPCs in other places. But here, in this zombie city, Song Jian and his three companions were clearing it for the first time. So the rewards were naturally different. Soon, the guide took out another bead emitting silver light from the treasure chest. This bead was only the size of a fingertip, and was round and smooth like a pearl. It's a hidden weapon, and its properties are top-notch. The guide took a look at the properties of the bead in his hand, and a trace of greed flashed across his eyes. The properties of this bead made even him, who was level 30. Salivate. Soul-breaking orb silver. Hidden weapon. Secondary weapon. Equipment effect. Agility +2. Attack speed increased by 15%. Special effect 1. Causes 80 damage to targets within 30 meters. Causing a 3-second coma effect on the target. Special effect 2, charge passive. After equipping this item, the critical hit rate increases by 1% every 60 seconds, and the critical hit rate can be increased to 100%. After causing damage to the target, it is necessary to charge again. Special effect 3, after using this item for 10 seconds, the item can be automatically retracted into the equipment bar. Special effect 4, this item has a certain hit attribute, and this effect has priority. Equipment condition, level 10. Can it be taken out of the game? No. It's a pity that this hidden weapon needs to occupy a secondary equipment slot. Otherwise, its grade would probably be upgraded to gold grade. The guide shook his head slightly and sighed slightly. Ordinary hidden weapons are usually placed in the package slot, and most of them are disposable items, which will disappear after use. But this soul-breaking orb has the attributes of equipment. It can be placed in the secondary equipment slot to improve the attributes. And it also has the attribute of automatic recycling, which is comparable to a silver quality secondary weapon. Good. Good stuff, Gao Danian said with some greed. Although his main weapon is a two-handed long-handled weapon, he can still place another piece of equipment in the main hand and the secondary hand. Each player has 3 weapons that can be switched freely. Song Jian was a little tempted by this piece of equipment. He couldn't use the armor just now, so he gave it up. Although this piece of equipment conflicted with the green quality guardian sword, Song Jian was reluctant to give it up because it was a silver grade secondary weapon. Looking at Lin Sheng's eager expression, Song Jian smiled slightly, holding the soul-breaking orb and said, There are still equipment in the treasure chest. Let's see what the next one is. The opening of the treasure chest still exuded a silver light. And the guide also showed a shocked expression in his eyes. 3 silver quality equipment were rewarded at one time. This had never happened in hundreds of battles before. There is another silver quality equipment. You are really lucky. The guide was speechless. Even he was tempted by such a harvest. The third equipment was a small suitcase emitting silver light. This is... The guide's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Staring at the small suitcase in his hand. His eyes fixed. Is this a portable pharmaceutical workbench? Pharmaceutical workbench? Song Jian's heart moved. He mastered 2 auxiliary skills. One was the production drawing of T11 high explosive grenade. At the beginning, the lack of engineering caused this drawing to be idle. Before obtaining the T11 high explosive grenade drawing, Song Jian actually learned pharmacy first, and also obtained a pharmacy formula, the pharmaceutical formula of weakness potion. But it has not been refined until now, because there is a lack of a prop similar to the engineering production table. I didn't expect that I would get both of the missing auxiliary items in this dungeon. Should I choose the soul-breaking orb, or this portable pharmaceutical workbench? Song Jian hesitated for a moment. Lin Sheng was not very interested in this pharmaceutical workbench. He just took a quick look at its properties, curled his lips, and gave up the item. He stared at the soul-breaking orb in Song Jian's hand with a pitiful look. If this soul-breaking orb was in the hands of Gao Danian and Song Jian, it would be nothing more than an extra tool to attract monsters. But in Lin Sheng's hands, it could exert 200% of its effect. You know, this equipment adds 2 points of agility and 15% attack speed. And none of its special effects are useless. All of them are top quality properties. Although he would give up a secondary weapon for this soul-breaking orb. For Lin Sheng, all his skills only require a main-hand dagger. And this soul-breaking orb can even be used as his trump card for a comeback. Brother Song. Lin Sheng looked at Song Jian pitifully, hoping that Song Jian would choose the pharmaceutical workbench. Silver equipment is very common, but I haven't seen a silver quality tool bench for decades. I didn't expect it to appear here. The guide shook his head and whispered. Song Jian looked up at the guide, waited for a long time, and finally handed the soul-breaking orb to Lin Sheng. Thank you, Brother Song. Lin Sheng was extremely happy. Although he couldn't equip it yet, he couldn't help but giggle at the attributes of the soul-breaking orb. A level 10 secondary weapon. Not bad, Gao Danian said with some envy. His silver quality chest armor was also a level 10 equipment. But generally speaking, among the same grade equipment, the value of weapons is half a chip higher than that of protective gear. Congratulations. Maybe you will become a pharmacist in the future. The guide smiled and handed the small suitcase to Song Jian. Song Jian smiled slightly and nodded at him. Up to now, he didn't know whether choosing a silver quality pharmacy workbench was a wise choice. Bang. After the 3 silver quality equipment were taken out, the treasure chest in the center of the arena suddenly exploded, turning into light golden fragments, slowly disappearing in the air. As the treasure chest exploded, the remaining items in the treasure chest, like flowers scattered by a fairy, gushed out into the sky. Wow! There are so many rewards! Gao Danian looked at the dozen items slowly falling from the sky in surprise, and said in amazement, they are all white quality items. Most of them are materials. Oh! So mixed. How can there be everything? Lin Sheng grabbed an item at random, looked at the attributes, and frowned slightly. Haha. These things won't be divided. Whoever grabs them first will get them. Haha. Song Jian laughed loudly, jumped up and grabbed an item, and put it in the parcel column. You two are cheating. Gao Danian let out a strange cry, and also pounced on the falling items in the air. The man who led the way smiled slightly, glanced at Lin Sheng's back, and slowly walked towards the bottom of the ring. Chapter 149 Three-Eyed Zombie. After Song Jian and his 2 companions had picked up all the remaining items, a few seconds later, their eyes blurred, and they suddenly felt weightless. Soon, the 3 of them appeared outside the entrance of the boxing gym dungeon. It was already dark at this time, and the 3 of them seemed to be in the dungeon very quickly. But in fact, several hours had passed. However, the number of players waiting outside the dungeon did not decrease at all. When they saw the 3 of them coming out, the players watching outside the dungeon suddenly became excited and rushed forward. Hey! They're out! They're out! 3 big guys! How is this dungeon? Is it difficult? Did you pass it? Someone shouted. Yes. 3 masters. Are the monsters in the dungeon difficult? What level are they? You can enter at level 5. So the monsters inside are probably starting at level 5. How many bosses are there? Dozens of players surrounded the dungeon entrance, shouting excitedly. This is the first dungeon in the game. Who knows how long it will last? The previous Doomsday supermarket made a lot of people cry. And now many people still have the task of applying for a supermarket membership card in their taskbar. Song Jian glanced at Gao Danian and Lin Sheng, signaled with his eyes, and his body turned into a ball of black mist and floated towards the sky. This is the skill of the 6-pointed star array Night Slayer on Song Jian's chest. It can turn into black fog and fly at night. Song Jian has never used it before. This time he just used this skill to leave. Otherwise, he would be surrounded by so many players. It would take a lot of effort to leave. He couldn't kill them all. Lin Sheng smiled and made a wish for the best to Gao Danian. His figure disappeared immediately, entered stealth mode, and squeezed out of the crowd. Hey, I said you can't all run away and leave me alone, Gao Danian said anxiously. He pushed forward with his head down. But there were too many people around. Many people grabbed his arms and smiled and didn't let him leave. Gao Danian wanted to take out a big wrench and blow the heads of the players who blocked him. If you want to know, why don't you just go in and take a look yourself? We cleared the level. But it was only the easiest level. There are 2 more levels, difficult and real. There are 3 bosses inside. The lowest is level 5 elite, and the highest is level 10 elite. Both the bosses and the monsters are much stronger than those outside. We barely survived to pass the level. That's enough. That's enough. That's all. Get out of the way. If you don't, I'll get angry, Gao Danian shouted impatiently. Master, what equipment did you get in there? Show it to everyone. Someone shouted in the crowd. Yes, boss. Show us the equipment you got. Let us open our eyes, someone said. Lin Sheng had squeezed out at this time, looking at Gao Danian, who was being dragged tightly from a distance. He smiled, turned around, and went into a small alley next to him. It's just a silver breastplate. Okay, I'm leaving. Get out of the way. Gao Danian showed the silver breastplate, and a faint silver light immediately enveloped his upper body. And the surrounding players exclaimed, you know, now players can get a piece of white quality equipment, which is already considered good luck. If they can get green or blue quality equipment, they can show off for a while, which is considered the best. Many people have only heard of silver equipment and have never seen it. Boss, what are the attributes of this breastplate? Yes, show it to us and let us see it. Someone in the crowd started to make a noise. But at this time Gao Danian's face darkened. The attributes of equipment are considered personal privacy, even among friends. It is very taboo to ask to see the attributes of each other's equipment. Even if Gao Danian is easy to talk to, it is impossible for him to fully expose the attributes of his equipment in front of so many people. Hey, you are asking for more. Gao Danian's face showed a trace of anger, and his hand shook. The few people who were originally holding him suddenly felt a strong force coming, and their feet seemed to step on cotton, and they could not stand steadily and fell backwards. Even if Gao Danian's strength attribute is not as high as Song Jian's, it is not much different. Compared with these ordinary players of level 4 or 5, it is more than 1 level higher. When he exerted his strength, no one could stop him. He pushed his hands to the sides, and a narrow road suddenly appeared in front of him. Gao Danian snorted coldly and pushed the crowd out directly, even if his strength attribute is high. When Gao Danian came out, he was sweating profusely, looking at the player staggering behind him. Gao Danian snorted coldly, hid his chest armor, and walked towards another street. At this time, Song Jian used the skill of transforming into black fog for the first time, and felt very novel. He was floating aimlessly in the sky. In the sky, because of the darkness, it was not clear to see the ground. He could only vaguely see that the closer to the city center, the more monsters there were, and the larger their sizes were. At the same time, on the roofs of each tall building, there would be 1 or several monsters, lying quietly, waiting for the moon to appear. The weakest of these monsters are elite level boss. Song Jian even saw a lord level boss, 1 level higher than the elite level boss, lazily lying on the roof of the tallest building. If it hadn't occasionally swung its tail, Song Jian would have had a hard time spotting it. Looking at the densely packed high-rise buildings in the distance, There would be one or several bosses on the roof of almost every building. Song Jian was terrified. How many powerful monsters are there in this city? With his current strength, how difficult is it to survive in this city? Not to mention leaving this city and exploring other places. At this moment, a dark cloud in the sky slowly dispersed, and a crescent moon appeared. Suddenly, the whole city erupted in roars. The monsters lying on the roof of the building stood up one by one, raised their bodies, and roared at the moon. The moon slowly sprinkled with dots of silver light, and the monsters began to fight for it. They opened their mouths and kept breathing in the silver light, trying to attract more light to their side. The black mist that Song Jian transformed into slowly floated towards his manor castle. When passing a 6-story building, Song Jian found that there was a boss standing on this 6-story building. This boss looked no different from a human, but there was a silver vertical eye on his forehead. This damn Erlangchen has come out too, Song Jian thought to himself. The name of this boss is Three-Eyed Zombie, a level 10 elite boss. At this moment, the silver vertical eye in the center of its forehead is constantly absorbing the little light from the moon. The black fog that Song Jian transformed into just blocked the head of the three-eyed zombie, and absorbed all the moon essence that the three-eyed zombie wanted to absorb. As the moon essence rushed into his body, Song Jian could feel that the 6-pointed star Ray Knight Slayer became hot, and his body seemed to be filled with a cool breath, which was gradually improving his body. Although the effect did not reach the attribute change, it was changing in a good direction little by little. At the same time, a violent killing intent gradually emerged in Song Jian's heart, and he began to become a little anxious. At this moment, the three-eyed zombie boss seemed to have noticed something, and opened his 3 eyes at the same time, looking at the black fog above his head. His originally iron-blue face gradually became ferocious, and he trembled all over, clenched his fists, and let out a low roar towards the black fog above his head. Chapter 150, The Rocket Launcher is Broken. To prevent someone from practicing is like killing their parents. Song Jian was immersed in the absorption of the moonlight essence, and did not notice that he was blocking the boss below from absorbing the moonlight to practice. Huh. So comfortable. As if the whole person is immersed in hot water. Every cell is making a cry of joy. Song Jian only felt his body warm, and his consciousness gradually blurred. He just wanted to lie there. At this moment, a low roar suddenly reached his ears, and a flame of anger suddenly rose in Song Jian's heart, just like gasoline was suddenly ignited by a spark. Who is it? Kill him! Song Jian roared in his heart. His mind was filled with a crazy killing intent, and he wanted to tear any living creature he saw around him into pieces. Just when Song Jian was about to lose his will, a cool chill suddenly surged from the depths of his mind. Song Jian regained consciousness, and the crazy killing flame in his heart seemed to have encountered ice water, and gradually began to subside. What's wrong with me? Night Killer. Song Jian suddenly thought of the 6-pointed star array on his chest. Since he obtained this array, the killing intent in his heart seemed to have taken root, and would always inadvertently provoke anger in his heart. If it weren't for my innate skill, I'm afraid. Song Jian felt a little scared. Every time he was about to lose his self-awareness, he was saved by the skill thick skin. At this moment, Song Jian didn't notice that in his accessories column, the surface of the black stone tablet was faintly emitting a black light. In just 10 minutes, the essence of the moonlight in the sky began to gradually disappear, and the three-eyed zombie on the roof became more and more impatient, and the silver light on the vertical eye on his forehead became more and more intense. Shwa! A thick silver beam of light shot out from the vertical eye on the forehead of the three-eyed zombie, hitting the black fog that Song Jian had transformed into. Boom 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 boom. A series of misses, and a dozen points of light blue damage appeared above Song Jian's head. Fuck. The damage is so high? Song Jian was terrified. In a few seconds, more than 300 points of health value dropped by more than 100 points. After turning into black fog, Song Jian was immune to physical damage and his own spell resistance increased by 100%. Even so, he lost more than 100 points of health value in a few seconds. The silver light column continued, and the three-eyed zombie boss seemed to be struggling to burst out the silver light column. It trembled all over and looked hideous. Song Jian quickly landed from the air, after turning into black fog. Although he could fly in the air, his speed was too slow, even slower than walking, and he could not dodge the silver light column. In midair, Song Jian released the black fog state, jumped down, and landed on the roof of the building below. The three-eyed zombie saw Song Jian falling, released the light column state, roared and rushed towards him, waved his right claw, and 3 claw-shaped light marks flashed in the air and hit Song Jian's chest. -52. -26. -13. Is this guy so powerful? Another loss of nearly 100 points of blood value. Song Jian's eyes jumped. The original blood value of more than 300 points. Now less than 100 points. This level 10 elite boss is stronger than anyone he encountered before. Bang. Song Jian was pushed back by this force. Thump 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 and took several steps back. His body hit the ventilation duct on the roof. The rotten ventilation duct could not withstand the heavy blow. A section broke and rolled down from the roof. It's dark now, and the strength of these bosses has returned to normal. I didn't expect that I couldn't even beat a level 10 elite boss. Song Jian struggled to get up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, thinking in his heart. Boom. The three-eyed boss stomped his right leg hard, and a 3-inch deep footprint suddenly appeared on the rooftop floor. The whole building trembled slightly. With the force of rebound, the boss jumped high, 5 or 6 meters high, with his arms spread out, like a big bird, rushing towards Song Jian. Song Jian endured the pain, grabbed the rocket launcher from the equipment column, and carried it on his shoulder. He, who had already reached 12 points of strength, felt the heaviness of the rocket launcher for the first time. Puff. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Feeling the roaring figure of the three-eyed zombie getting closer, Song Jian pulled the trigger fiercely. Swoosh. A rocket with a blazing flame at the tail flew out and flew towards the three-eyed zombie in the air. Boom. With a loud bang. It was as if a huge firework was scattered in the air. A critical damage of nearly 100 points came out from the top of the three-eyed zombie's head. The originally fierce offensive suddenly collapsed. The body was bounced from the air by the explosive force and slammed hard on the small room at the entrance and exit on the roof. The rubble flew. A corner of the small room collapsed, and the body of the three-eyed zombie rolled down. Ho ho. The three-eyed zombie was covered in blood. His left arm was blown off, and the white bones were exposed at the shoulder. Even the corners of his mouth were constantly oozing black blood, and his fangs were stained with blood. He looked seriously injured. He struggled to get up from the ground. The aura of the three-eyed zombie was not affected by the injury, but became more violent. He let out a series of low roars from his throat, and his body shook slightly. But he still walked towards Song Jian step by step with determination. On the forehead of the three-eyed zombie, the strange silver vertical eye began to glow silver again, and a ball of silver light began to condense in his eyes. Fuck. This guy is going to use his ultimate again. Song Jian was shocked. His health was less than 100 points at this time, and his skill of transforming into black mist was still on cooldown. Without physical damage immunity and 100% resistance increase, he would be killed instantly if he was hit by the boss's ultimate move. Damn it. Let's fight. Song Jian took a deep breath and felt a sharp pain in his lungs. The rocket launcher on his shoulder became heavier. Invisible sword energy. Send it all out. Song Jian let out a low roar and began to condense all the invisible sword energy towards the rocket launcher. The 100 points of invisible sword energy were instantly emptied, and a silver ball of light the size of a basketball began to condense at the muzzle of the rocket launcher. Caca. As if unable to withstand so much invisible sword energy, the inside of the rocket launcher actually made a slight cracking sound. Song Jian's heart sank, and he pulled the trigger hard. Shoot it out! Boom. The delay of a moment made Song Jian feel like he was falling into hell. But at this moment, a ball of fire gushed out from the muzzle, and a rocket wrapped in silver sword energy shot out with a long tail flame. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the barrel of the rocket launcher, extending directly from the muzzle to the middle. The three-eyed zombie seemed to have sensed the threat, growled, pushed his head forward, clenched his right arm, and his blood vessels and veins all over his body bulged. A silver beam of light as thick as an arm shot out from the vertical eye on his forehead. As the silver beam of light shot out, the corners of the three-eyed zombie's eyes began to slowly ooze black liquid, just like blood and tears. Boom. A dazzling explosion suddenly occurred between the three-eyed zombie and Song Jian, and in an instant, it illuminated the surroundings like daylight. Song Jian's eyes were pierced and tears flowed, unable to open them, and he could only use his arms to cover his eyes. But he heard a miserable roar in his ears. Chapter 151 Vertical Pupils. The rocket launcher was destroyed. But Song Jian couldn't care less about that now. He endured the stinging pain in his eyes, and opened his eyes. The blast wave had gradually disappeared, and the light around him dimmed again, returning to the appearance of night. The three-eyed zombie lay on his back, his body twitching constantly. All three of his eyes were tightly closed, and black liquid oozed from the corners of his eyes and flowed down his cheeks, making him look like three curved earthworms crawling on his face. "He's not dead yet?" Song Jian said in surprise. "You know." This time, he condensed all his invisible sword energy on the rocket launcher. This attack was equivalent to the power of the rocket launcher plus the power of 100 points of invisible sword energy. Even though the boss's health was still above 80%. Song Jian believed that no monster could withstand such a terrifying blow. Song Jian slowly walked towards the boss. As if sensing Song Jian's approach, the boss began to struggle, emitting low and hoarse roars. Its right claws left marks on the floor, and it still exuded a violent aura. But in Song Jian's eyes, it only felt that it was at the end of its rope. The boss opened its eyes, and its pupils emitted a red light. But in the center of the pupils, a black crack divided the entire pupil into two. The vertical pupil on the forehead slowly opened, and the original silver pupil turned into a dark hole. The boss struggled to sit up, but couldn't stand up no matter what, and its lower body seemed to be paralyzed. Buzz! Song Jian's left index finger burst out a 3-meter-long silver sword energy, stabbing towards the boss's forehead. The silver sword energy pierced through the vertical pupil on the boss's forehead and emerged from the back of his head for more than a foot. The boss's whole body trembled violently, and his body stiffened and violently straightened. His momentum burst to the peak in an instant, but then quickly declined. "Who?" The three-eyed zombie made a sound of exhalation from its throat, and its breath quickly weakened. Its body softened, and its entire body seemed to be hanging on the sword finger, and its right claw fell down weakly. Shwa! The 3-meter-long silver sword energy disappeared, and the upper body of the boss fell backwards. System: you used the skill sword finger to kill the LV-10 three-eyed zombie elite, and gain 1280 experience points. System: your experience value is full. Please complete the inauguration task as soon as possible. Otherwise the level will not be able to continue to increase. After reading the system information prompt, Song Jian was stunned and quickly opened the personal attribute interface. Sure enough, the experience slot after level 10 has reached 99%, and it is just a little short of level 11. But this little experience value is like a natural chasm that cannot be crossed. Do I have to become a professional to continue to level up? Song Jian's face turned ugly. If so, it would be difficult for him to maintain his level advantage. You know, the levels of the players have risen now. Most of them are already around level 5 or 6. And even some who level up quickly have reached level 7 or 8. Moreover, these people have not completed the main task of the safe house. Once they start to complete the main task of creating a safe house, their levels will increase by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. After all, if all the monsters within a kilometer radius around the safe house are killed, it will be enough to increase 2 to 3 levels. Song Jian himself also upgraded his level from level 7 to level 10 when he completed the task of creating a safe house. Looking at the main task, he still needed to find 7 combat professional instructors. Song Jian shook his head, put away the taskbar, and walked towards the body of the three-eyed zombie. At this time, the body of the three-eyed zombie began to burn with transparent flames, and some limbs had turned into black ash. But the speed at which the boss body turned into black ash was obviously slower than that of ordinary monsters. Next to the body of the three-eyed zombie, there were several items emitting various colors of light scattered around, one of which was emitting silver light, which made Song Jian's eyes light up. Silver quality item. So lucky. Although he knew that hunting unique zombies would yield good rewards, Song Jian never expected that the three-eyed zombie would drop a silver item. You know, Song Jian has hunted many level 10 elite bosses, but the items dropped were not satisfactory. Could it be that only at night when the boss's strength is fully restored will good things drop when hunting them? Song Jian guessed in his heart. However, this battle was really dangerous, and Song Jian almost died. The attack power of the three-eyed zombie was too strong, and Song Jian lost more than 200 points of health before he even got close. If the rocket launcher had not been destroyed in the end, it would be hard to say who would die in the end. Thinking of this, Song Jian took another look at the rocket launcher lying in the parcel column, and a look of pain appeared on his face. The material of the rocket launcher was not enough to bear all the invisible sword energy. Although it barely completed an attack, it also caused damage to the rocket launcher and could no longer be used. At this time, the rocket launcher's attributes had been marked as damaged and unusable, and it could not even be put into the equipment column. The rocket launcher was powerful and was a major killer of Song Jian. Now that it was damaged, Song Jian's strength was directly reduced by a large margin. Song Jian now placed his hope on the items dropped by the three-eyed zombie boss, hoping to make up for his losses a little. What is this? Song Jian first picked up the silver glowing item. This item exudes a metallic luster and is only 1/3 the size of a palm. It looks like a half-open eye. Vertical pupil silver. Exoplantation equipment. Placement, forehead. Equipment effect, all attributes +1. Special effect 1, breaking illusion passive. Can see through illusions of level not exceeding level 6. Invisibility, and other false states. Special effect 2, I kill active. Causing 15 plus 60% physical damage plus 15 plus 40% mental damage, continuous damage to the target. Lasting 5 seconds. Skill range, 15 meters. Skill consumption, 50% mental value. Special effect 3, weakness removal passive. Protect the head. Increase the head defense by 100%. The head will no longer be your physical weakness. Usage requirements, level 10. Can it be taken out of the game? Yes. Exotic equipment. What kind of equipment is this? There is no place for this in the equipment column. Song Jian took the vertical pupil in his hand and observed it repeatedly. The attributes of this item are extremely strong. All attributes are increased by 1, which is equivalent to increasing the attribute value by 7 points, which is equivalent to eating 7 attribute fruits. It is simply a huge profit. In addition, the 3 special effects attached are also very practical. The first one is to break illusions, which can see through false states, such as illusions and invisibility. In the future, you don't have to worry about the stealth of thieves, although it can only see through false states below level 6. Song Jian believes that there should be no players who will invest all their skill points in this kind of auxiliary combat skills. The second skill, I kill, should be the ultimate move of the three-eyed boss. It causes physical and mental damage to the target at the same time, and it is a combination of fixed damage and percentage damage. Although it consumes a lot of energy, it is also extremely powerful. With Song Jian's current attributes, he can cause 45 plus 36 points of damage to the target every second. Although the opponent's defense and resistance must also be calculated, the total damage will not be less than 50 points. If it lasts for 5 seconds, it will be more than 250 points of damage. Song Jian believes that no player can fully withstand his attack now. The third special effect completely protects the head. In the future, Song Jian will not have to worry about other players using sniper rifles to blow his head without the weak point damage. Song Jian believes that so far, no player can kill him in seconds. I made a lot of money. Not bad. Not bad. Song Jian showed an excited smile on his face, holding the vertical pupil with a metallic luster and looking at it over and over again. But how should this thing be used? Chapter 152, Batwing Zombie. The vertical pupil is an exogenous equipment. This is the first time Song Jian has encountered such equipment. There is no place for it in the equipment column. According to the properties of this item, it is installed on the forehead. Can it be placed directly on the forehead? Song Jian guessed in his heart and put the vertical pupil on the forehead to gesture. At the moment when the vertical pupil touched the forehead skin, countless tiny tentacles suddenly stretched out from the back of the vertical pupil. These tentacles were like sharks that smelled blood and all drilled towards Song Jian's forehead skin frantically. A slight stinging pain made the vertical pupil tightly attached to Song Jian's forehead. When Song Jian noticed it, it was too late to take it off. The vertical pupil was like it had grown on Song Jian's forehead. No matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't take it off. Is this thing unremovable? It's a bit scary to have a metal eye on your forehead. Song Jian pulled it twice, and the vertical pupil seemed to have taken root, pulling the skin and flesh and feeling a burst of pain. Song Jian could feel countless filaments extending from the back of the vertical pupil. These filaments were like nerves, piercing deep into the head. After a while, Song Jian felt that the vertical pupil seemed to have become another organ of his. He could actually control it, as if he had an extra eye. Slowly, Song Jian could actually see things from the vertical pupil on his forehead. The 3 eyes suddenly made Song Jian's field of vision wider. Moreover, Song Jian could close the vertical pupil on his forehead when it was not needed. After closing the vertical pupil, only a light silver vertical mark was left, which was difficult to find if you didn't look carefully. Soon, Song Jian got used to the existence of the third eye. Generally speaking, having an extra vertical pupil was very helpful to Song Jian. At least even at night, Song Jian could see far away. Although he couldn't see as well as in the daytime, it was much better than before. There were waves of monster roars coming from downstairs. The fighting just now was too loud, attracting all the monsters around. Standing on the roof and looking down, the surrounding streets were already full of monsters. Just like when the safe house was created, the monsters besieged it. Fortunately, the battle was over. The distance was too far, and these monsters could not detect Song Jian's existence. And they just wandered around aimlessly. Huh. It's too dangerous here. It's safer to return to the manor as soon as possible, Song Jian thought to himself. Just as he was about to use the skill of transforming into black mist, he saw a large black shadow flying towards him in the distant sky. Could it be that there are other people who have the skill of transforming into black mist? That shouldn't be the case. Song Jian squinted his eyes and looked hard. When the black shadow got closer, he found that it was actually a large group of monsters with wings, flying in the sky. Fuck. There must be at least hundreds of them. It's crazy. Song Jian was shocked. These monsters looked no different from ordinary mutant zombies, but each of them had a pair of wings on its back, which looked similar to bat wings, and the surface of the bones was covered with a thin layer of flesh. Batwing zombies. Level 10 elite monsters. This is too exaggerated. Hundreds of level 10 elite monsters. This number is too much. Song Jian hurriedly went through the big hole in the small room at the rooftop entrance and entered the building. After a while, there was a fluttering sound above his head. Looking out through the gap, he saw more than a dozen batwing zombies falling from the sky, surrounding the half-burned body of the three-eyed zombie boss, and began to bite the remaining flesh and blood of the boss. Some batwing zombies, who couldn't grab the body, actually grabbed the blackish next to them and stuffed it into their mouths. From the top of a distant high-rise building, the angry roars of monsters were heard. Batwing zombies were like killers in the dark night, rushing towards the boss, who was still on the roof. Dozens or even dozens of batwing zombies besieged an elite boss. Some boss escaped and hid in the building, while some were besieged to death by batwing zombies, and their bodies were also eaten. Song Jian broke open a room and hid in it. From the window, he could see that the roofs of the surrounding high-rise buildings had been occupied by these batwing zombies. Those elite boss were no match for these batwing zombies. The sound of fighting gradually disappeared, and only the sound of batwing zombies tearing the boss's body remained. I hope these monsters will leave quickly after eating the boss's body, Song Jian thought to himself. The sky was occupied by these batwing zombies. Even if he turned into black fog, he couldn't escape. There were more monsters on the ground, which was more dangerous than the sky. Song Jian was trapped in this small building, hiding in a room, sealing all the doors and windows. Song Jian waited for dawn like he did on the first day of entering the game. All the batwing zombies occupied the roofs of the surrounding high-rise buildings, and some batwing zombies even rushed into the top floor room. They seemed to regard this area as a temporary habitat. Song Jian didn't dare to make any sound, for fear of alarming this group of boss. He carefully lit a bonfire in the living room, lay beside the bonfire, and began to rest. Although there is no need to deliberately sleep to restore energy in the game, the blood value and mental strength will be quickly restored in the sleep state. Although Song Jian's health had already been restored due to the speed of recovery, the mental fatigue caused by continuous fighting was not so easy to eliminate. No one spoke that night. Early the next morning, when the sky just turned pale, Song Jian was awakened by a loud roar. He went to the window and saw that all the batwing zombies that had been roosting on the roof for a night began to gather and fly away. Huh? They are finally gone. Hundreds of level 10 elite monsters are so terrifying. Song Jian's heart, which had been hanging in his heart, finally let go. That night, he didn't know how many elite bosses died at the hands of these batwing zombies. On. Just then, Song Jian suddenly discovered that in a high-rise building opposite, a batwing zombie was stuck in a window, because there was no place on the roof yesterday. This batwing zombie broke through a window and flew into the room to rest. When it came out today, the pair of batwings behind it were stuck in a section of bent steel protection net. The batwing zombie struggled hard, But he didn't believe that the right bat wing was directly pierced by a section of steel. The level 10 elite boss was quite powerful. The bat wings kept flapping, and actually pulled the broken steel bar into a bend, directly stuck in the main bone of the bat wing. This time, unless the right bat wing was torn apart directly, the bat wing zombie would not think of leaving. It's so early in the morning, and a level 10 elite monster actually came to my door? I'm lucky. Song Jian smiled slightly, pushed away the debris blocking the window, and looked up at the bat wing zombie that was less than 10 meters away from him, with half of its body hanging on the window guardrail. Crack. The window guardrail was pulled by the bat wing zombie and made a clattering sound. The rivets that fixed it began to loosen. I'm afraid it won't be long before the guardrail will be torn off by the bat wing zombie. At that time, the bat wing zombie will probably fall directly down. You won't die from falling from the 10th floor. Let me take you a ride. Song Jian muttered to himself, and the light silver vertical mark on his forehead slowly opened. Chapter 153 Concussion. Boom. A brilliant silver beam of light shot towards the Batwing zombie hanging on the window guardrail. The immobile Batwing zombie was like a fixed target at this time. Song Jian didn't even need to use the mind's eye skill to directly lock it and attack. Roar. The Batwing zombie shot by the silver beam of light became even crazier. It was already daytime, and all attributes were halved. The health value of the Batwing zombie was less than 400 points. The physical and mental damage caused to it by killing every second exceeded 90 points. The health value of the Batwing zombie was rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, the Batwing zombie realized that the footsteps of death were getting closer and closer to it. A pair of scarlet eyes showed a trace of blood. It stared at Song Jian and roared at him angrily. Then, the Batwing zombie twisted its body frantically, even ignoring that such movements would cause greater damage to the Batwing stuck on the guardrail. Crack. A crisp fracture sound was heard, followed by a sound of tearing of the flesh membrane. The Batwing zombie finally broke free from the restraint of the window guardrail, kicked its legs, and rushed towards the position where Song Jian was, apparently wanting to drag someone with it before dying. In the air, the Batwing zombie kept twisting its body to dodge the damage of the silver light column. But because one of its bat wings was seriously injured, it could not keep its balance in the air. If it was not originally at a high altitude, it could barely glide a short distance in the air using the inertia of the force of one step. Otherwise, it would not be able to fly to the building where Song Jian was at all. 5 seconds passed. The silver beam disappeared, and Song Jian suddenly felt tired. This was not physical fatigue, but mental fatigue, as if he had been playing all night in an internet cafe. I just woke up. Song Jian smiled bitterly. It seems that I am still not used to this exo equipment. I just reduced my mental value by 50%. But I feel that my mental energy is completely consumed. This is the first time Song Jian has used the exo equipment vertical eye. They are still in the running-in period. I believe that he will be able to adapt after using it a few more times. And he will not feel particularly tired after only consuming 50% of his mental power. The Batwing zombie's health value was only over 30 points. And its body kept falling down, twisting and rolling in the air, looking very embarrassed. Bang! The Batwing zombie's body slammed into the window of Song Jian's room, and immediately knocked a big hole in the old window. Song Jian hurriedly retreated. Die! Die! The Batwing zombie's mouth was full of blood, and its two hands kept grabbing the window frame, trying to squeeze in. Its body surface was shining with a metallic iron blue luster, and its upper body was naked, with scars all over it, some of which were new wounds, but more were old wounds. It looked like a warrior who had experienced many battles. Crack. The right bat wing, which had been torn to half, was left with a piece of bone hanging on the window frame. The Batwing zombie let out a low roar, turned its head, and bit the root of the right bat wing, tearing it apart. Crunch. Crunch. The fangs in its mouth were like sharp blades, constantly cutting the Batwing bones. After a while, the Batwing zombie raised its head and let out a painful roar, finally biting off the right bat wing. Its whole body drilled through the window, leaving only half of the Batwing hanging on the window frame. Looking at the Batwing zombie being so cruel, Song Jian couldn't help but frown. They were so cruel to him. So it was conceivable what a miserable experience he would have if he fell into the hands of this group of monsters. It's better for all of you monsters to die, Song Jian said, pulling out the Fong Thorn and rushing towards the Batwing zombie that was already low on health. The Batwing zombie was covered in blood at this time, with less than 30 points of health left. There were burn marks on his chest, back and ribs. The broken wings on his back were still slowly oozing blood. He looked very embarrassed. But the crazy aura emanating from his body was almost condensed into substance, like a transparent flame, igniting at the touch of a finger. Even Song Jian felt a heavy pressure after approaching it by 3 meters. The bat-winged zombie let out a beast-like roar from its throat, raised his right hand, and black mist slowly emerged, condensing into a huge iron axe in the air. The axe was more than 1 meter long, and the axe face was extremely wide and dark, like half of a round table. If you want to calculate the weight carefully, it weighs at least hundreds of pounds. But in the hands of the bat-winged zombie, it is as light as a toy. Huh? The bat-winged zombie swung his right hand, and the huge iron axe chopped towards Song Jian with the force of a mountain. The sharp wind blew in his face, splitting the air in two. For a moment, Song Jian actually felt suffocated, not daring to continue rushing forward. Song Jian quickly dodged. The iron axe almost choked down on Song Jian's cheek. The sharp wind directly cut a 3-inch long wound on Song Jian's cheek, and the blood immediately dyed half of Song Jian's cheek red. Fuck. It's disfigured. For a moment, Song Jian was furious, and the murderous intent in his heart was like a bundle of dry firewood poured with oil encountering a spark, which suddenly burned fiercely, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. I want you dead. With a low growl in his throat, Song Jian thrust the dagger in his hand fiercely at the bat-winged zombie's temple. Bang! The bat-winged zombie's iron axe chopped fiercely on the floor, and the axe blade cut into the floor more than halfway, and a 3-foot-long crack appeared on the floor. This blow even split the hollow stone slab between the 2 floors. Feeling the sound of breaking air, the bat-winged zombie let go of the iron axe with his right hand, and in an instant, the iron axe that had been embedded in the floor suddenly turned into a wisp of black smoke. With a raised left hand, the wisp of black smoke emerged in the palm of the bat-winged zombie's left hand again, and turned into an iron axe again. The wide axe face was like a shield, blocking Song Jian's blow. With a clang sound, sparks flew everywhere, and Song Jian felt a pain in his wrist. Bang! The bat-winged zombie clenched his right fist and punched Song Jian's head. Song Jian couldn't dodge and could only bear the blow. With a muffled groan, Song Jian felt half of his cheek was numb. A strong force came. This punch actually knocked him 5 or 6 meters away. The blood spurted out in the air and left a tragic mark in the air. When Song Jian got up from the ground again, he spurted out a pool of blood again, and even blood flowed out of his ear holes and nostrils, like a small red snake, winding down his skin. His whole brain was buzzing, and the scenery in front of him became blurred. System: you were hit by a heavy punch from a LD-10 bat-winged zombie elite, and received 68 to 29 points of damage. You actually received 39 points of damage. System: you are currently in a concussion state, with a 50% decrease in vision, a 30% decrease in accuracy, a 10% decrease in attack, and a 30% decrease in mobility, which lasts for 10 seconds. Song Jian was startled, and his body seemed to be out of control. It seemed as if he was stepping on cotton, and he was standing unsteadily. His hands kept waving in the air. He just stood up and sat down on the ground again. In this state, let alone lasting 10 seconds, even if it was only 3 seconds, his life would be over here. The bat-winged zombie was already roaring and waving towards him, and the iron axe at his hand made a shrill sound of breaking through the air, getting closer and closer to his head. Chapter 154: Strengthening Stone. A dangerous light flashed in Song Jian's eyes. Since he couldn't stand up, he didn't get up. Lying back, Song Jian's body fell on the floor. At this moment, Song Jian felt as if he was floating on the sea, with waves rippling one after another, his ears buzzing, and his whole head felt stuffy. His vision became blurred, but Song Jian could still feel that a black shadow was hitting his head. Song Jian pressed his hands hard on the floor, and his body rolled to the side. He heard a sharp whistle in his ears. The huge black axe chopped fiercely on the floor 2 feet from Song Jian's cheek. The sharp energy on the axe blade even cut off a strand of hair on Song Jian's forehead. His cheek was covered with a blood mark again. Song Jian was lying on his back. The bat-winged zombie was bent over, holding the iron axe tightly in its sturdy arms. It glanced at Song Jian, who was less than a meter away from it, and smiled mockingly, although the fangs in its mouth were full of blood. The ferocious aura was overwhelming. Song Jian had double images in front of his eyes, and his vision was blurred. The vertical eye on his forehead, which had been closed, had slowly opened at some point. Suddenly, Song Jian's vision became clear, with two eyes blurry and one eye clear. This feeling was a bit confusing. So Song Jian simply closed his eyes, and only used the vertical eye to observe the surroundings. At this time, the bat-winged zombie was less than 1 meter away from him. With his right hand loosened, the bat-winged zombie stood up straight, and the iron axe embedded in the floor turned into a wisp of black mist again, floating towards the bat-winged zombie's hand. Kill with eyes. Shwa. A silver beam of light rushed towards the bat-winged zombie's chest, and Song Jian suddenly felt as if his head was about to explode, and he couldn't help but let out a painful groan. Roar. A look of fear appeared on the face of the bat-winged zombie, and the whole body jumped high, trying to pounce on Song Jian. But the silver beam of light hit him accurately. The bat-winged zombie, who only had more than 20 points of health, could not withstand this blow at all. His body, which had been in the air, lost all its strength in an instant, and was pushed 5 or 6 meters away by the silver beam of light, and fell heavily to the ground. Feeling that he had hit the bat-winged zombie, Song Jian immediately stopped the eye kill skill, holding his head with both hands and rolling hard on the floor. At this time, he felt as if a red-hot iron rod was inserted into his head and twisted hard. It was too painful to exhaust his mental strength, as if his whole head was about to explode. After a long time, the pain was slightly reduced. At this time, Song Jian's face was pale, his forehead was full of sweat, and the whole person looked like he had just been fished out of the water. His clothes were soaked, and there was a large pool of sweat under his body. Good. It hurt so much. Song Jian held his head with both hands, lying flat on the ground, breathing in fresh air in big gulps. The concussion effect has disappeared, and only the sequelae of mental power consumption remain. The head hurts, as if there is an iron hoop tied around the head. After resting for more than half an hour, the pain gradually disappeared. At this time, Song Jian wanted to lie down on the bed and have a good sleep. He was extremely depressed. After lying on the ground for more than 10 minutes, Song Jian struggled to stand up. His mental power had only recovered less than 5%. As long as he didn't use skills that consume mental power, there should be no problem. Song Jian walked towards a pile of blackish not far away. The body of the bat-winged zombie had turned into a pile of black ash. There were several items scattered around, and Song Jian picked them up one by one. 2 zombie cores, 1 cooking material bat-wing membrane, and 2 pharmaceutical materials zombie fangs. Most of the items dropped by the bat-wing zombie this time were materials, which made Song Jian a little depressed. Although it is a wounded level 10 elite boss, you drop these things. Isn't it a bit too much? Song Jian curled his lips. The level 10 boss dropped all white quality items, which was a disgrace to the level 10 boss. Hey, what is this? A strengthening stone? What is it used for? Song Jian picked up the last item, which was a fist-sized stone emitting white light, and looked no different from an ordinary rock. Reinforcement stone white. Effect, can strengthen equipment below +3. Improve equipment attributes. Improve equipment attributes. Not bad. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he immediately became interested, staring at the reinforcement stone. 2 options: use and destroy soon appeared in front of him. After clicking use, the equipment selection interface appeared. Song Jian directly selected vertical eye, which was the only silver quality equipment on Song Jian's body. After the rocket launcher was damaged, the attack power of this foreign equipment vertical eye was the strongest, so it was naturally the first to be upgraded. The grade of this item is too high and cannot be strengthened. After clicking vertical eye, a line of red prompts appeared on the system. Poor. It can't be enhanced? Song Jian was stunned and frowned slightly. Reselecting equipment, Song Jian chose Fong Thorn. But soon, the system gave another prompt: the item is too high and cannot be enhanced. The blue quality is too high. You can't only enhance white quality equipment. Then try the zombie leader armor. And sure enough, the suit couldn't be enhanced either. Finally, tried the ring and accessories. None of them could be enhanced. After trying all the equipment, only the white quality tree spirit leggings and 101 tactical helmet could be enhanced. Sure enough, the white quality reinforcement stone can only enhance white quality equipment, which greatly reduces its value. Song Jian shook his head and casually tapped the reinforcement stone on the tree spirit leggings. Tree spirit leggings white +1. Leather armor bottoms. Equipment effect. Physical defense +5. Blood recovery speed increased by 35%. Equipment requirements. Level 5. Can it be taken out of the game? No. The first level of the reinforced tree spirit leggings increased physical defense by 2 points and blood recovery speed by 5%, which is better than nothing. After searching again, Song Jian found nothing else. Went downstairs, summoned a motorcycle, and drove towards his manor castle. After returning to the castle, Song Jian found that there were many furnitures in the castle, and the spiritual fields around the courtyard had also grown green seedlings. Master, you are back. The housekeeper stood by the castle gate and respectfully bowed to Song Jian. Gardener John and carpenter Tammy also put down their work and bowed to Song Jian. Song Jian nodded slightly, and his figure flashed to the third floor of the castle. At this time, the third floor was no longer as empty as before. A wooden bed had been covered with bedding, and there was a set of tables, chairs and wardrobes that exuded the fragrance of wood. The simple furniture made the whole room full of life. Even the radio was placed on a wooden table. Song Jian smiled slightly, took a quick look, and then fell headfirst into the bed and fell asleep. Chapter 155 Weakness Potion. Sleep is the best way to restore mental strength, especially when Song Jian did not have a potion to restore mental strength. He slept until 5 or 6 in the afternoon, and then he woke up full of energy. His stomach gurgled, and his hunger and thirst had increased to 89%. His stomach felt like it was on fire. Once the hunger and thirst increased to more than 80%, the character's attributes would decrease by 30%, and when it increased to 90%, the character's attributes would decrease by 50%. Once it increased to 100%, the character's chi and health value would begin to drop. Song Jian directly took out a piece of barbecue and a bottle of clean mineral water from the package and began to swallow them. Master, are you awake? Can I come in? The voice of the butler George came from outside the door. Ahem. George, come in. Song Jian choked a little and shouted loudly. George pushed open the door, and Tammy and John slowly walked in with a wooden table. Where to put it? George pointed to a corner of the room and said. After Tammy and John put the wooden table in the designated position, they bossed to Song Jian and slowly retreated. Master, you can put a pot of plants here, so that the room will look more comfortable, George said with a smile. The layout of the castle is left to you. Just do it as you like. Song Jian glanced at the room and nodded with satisfaction. Then he pointed to the side of the radio and said, Put another table there. Yes, sir. It will be ready soon. George nodded and looked at Song Jian, who was wolfing down the barbecue. George hesitated for a moment and said, Sir, I think we should hire another cook in our manor, so that you don't have to eat these rough foods. Cook? I want to too. Song Jian was stunned. Then a bitter smile appeared on his face and said, A first-level manor can only hire 3 service staff. Now 3 have been hired, and there are no more vacancies. For ordinary people, there is a quota limit, but your level has reached level 10. If you become a professional, this hiring limit will be lifted, but the cost will increase by 10% for each additional person hired. Butler George explained. Of course, you can also continue to upgrade the manor level. A level 2 manor can hire 5 service staff. If I continue to upgrade the manor, I won't be besieged by monsters. Right? Song Jian asked with lingering fear. Of course not. As long as the materials are sufficient, the master can keep upgrading. Even if it is upgraded to level 10, it will not be besieged by monsters, George said respectfully. I see. Okay. I will upgrade the manor as soon as possible. Song Jian nodded. After George saluted Song Jian, he slowly left the room and closed the door. After a while, when Song Jian's hunger and thirst level dropped below 10, Tammy and John carried a wooden table and placed it next to the radio. At this time, on the left side of the room, there was a big bed, and opposite the big bed, there were 3 wooden tables, one of which was placed with an engineering table, one with a radio, and the other was empty. Song Jian took out a suitcase from the package and placed it on the empty wooden table. Pressing his right hand on the suitcase, a green light suddenly appeared from the suitcase. After scanning Song Jian's palm, the suitcase opened automatically, and a complete set of pharmaceutical tools appeared in front of Song Jian. Crucible, test tube, alcohol lamp, decomposition dish, medicine furnace. My god. This is simply a set of sophisticated chemical experimental equipment. Song Jian looked at the glittering pharmaceutical tool table, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Portable mobile pharmaceutical workbench silver. Special item. Use effect. Can make various potions. Increase the success rate of making by 80%. Increase the effect of potions by 50%. And there is a certain probability that the made potions will mutate. Use conditions. Master the art of making medicine. This attribute is a little exaggerated. Song Jian showed a surprised smile on his face. The success rate of making medicine alone has increased by 80%. And he also learned the art of making medicine. The first level art of making medicine only needs to increase the success rate by 5%. As long as it is increased by 2 more levels, the success rate of making medicine can reach 100%. Which is simply amazing. Song Jian can't wait to try his hand. The only potion formula he has mastered now is the weakness potion. And the most important material for the weakness potion is the zombie fang. At this time, Song Jian has 8 zombie fangs in his package, which is enough to make 4 bottles of weakness potion. Put 4 portions of the prepared solution and 8 zombie fangs into the material storage area of the workbench. Put 4 glass bottles at the finished product outlet. And Song Jian directly pressed the button to refine the medicine. Suddenly, the surface of the pharmaceutical workbench radiated a silver light, covering the entire workbench. Song Jian could see that the pharmaceutical workbench had begun to automatically decompose, fuse, mix, and brew the materials. Soon, a stream of gray liquid began to flow out from the finished product outlet and flowed into a glass bottle. In just 10 minutes, 4 bottles of weakness potion were made. The process was fully automated and Song Jian didn't need to worry about it at all. Weakness potion excellent. Throws any target within a range of 6 meters, causing 30 points of real damage to the target, and weakens the target's defense by 35% for 65 seconds. Weakness potion variant. Throws all targets within a range of 6 meters, causing 30 points of real damage to all targets within the range, and weakens the target's defense by 35% for 65 seconds, causing a stun effect when hitting. Lasting. Oh! This potion is simply. Song Jian looked at the 3 bottles of enhanced potions and 1 bottle of variant potion, and was immediately very satisfied with this silver quality mobile portable pharmaceutical workbench. Ordinary weakness potion only causes 10 points of real damage to the target, weakens defense by 30%, and lasts for 60 seconds. All properties of enhanced potion are greatly improved, and the properties of mutation potion are even more terrifying. Not only does it change from single target attack to range attack, but it can also cause stun effect. Whether it is the first attack or escaping, it will have unexpected effects. Not bad. Not bad. I thought I was at a disadvantage, but I didn't expect that I would make a lot of money. Ha ha. Song Jian laughed. By the way, I now meet the conditions for making T11 high explosive grenades. Let's see what materials are needed to make high explosive grenades. As he said, Song Jian walked to the siege production table, and after opening it, the option of making T11 high explosive grenades appeared on the screen of the production table. After clicking the option, the materials needed to make a high explosive grenade appeared. Wow! This material is quite a lot. Song Jian looked at the long list of materials on the crafting table and widened his eyes. Charcoal 3. Saltpeter 1. Sulfur 2. Broken star silver 3. Refined iron 5. Charcoal. Saltpeter. Sulfur. Broken star silver. I have all of these. All obtained in the dungeon. But this refined iron, red copper, wood and stone, these 5 or 6 materials are not. Song Jian frowned. The T11 high explosive grenade is extremely powerful, but it also requires a lot of materials. Song Jian only has 2/3 of the materials now, and 1/3 of the materials are not yet ready. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. These materials should all be dug out from the mine. Song Jian opened the map, looked at the mine that was at least 60 or 70 kilometers away from him, and sighed. If you want to go to the mine, you have to cross the entire city. Even if you take the outer ring highway, it is still dangerous. Moreover, the highway is not smooth sailing. Many places are blocked, and some viaducts are even cut off. So you need to take a detour. There are not many fewer monsters along the way than in the city, and the danger is also not small. With Song Jian's current strength, I am afraid he dare not go alone. Song Jian shook his head and put the map away. It seems that this T11 high-explosive grenade will take some time to make. Chapter 156 Selling Equipment. We have the workbench, engineering, and blueprints, but now we lack the materials. It's really a bit of a hassle. It seems that we need to wait for a while before we can get the T11 high-explosive grenade. A killer weapon. But now we have the weakness potion, which is enough for general use. Song Jian muttered to himself, turned around and looked at the pharmaceutical workbench, thought about it, and went forward to put away the pharmaceutical tool table again, turning it into a suitcase again, and putting it in the parcel column. This pharmaceutical workbench can be taken with you, and can be used to make medicine anywhere. It is very convenient, and much more convenient than the ordinary siege production table. At this time, the light outside the window gradually dimmed. The last ray of sunlight disappeared. The sun sank to the west and disappeared, and the earth returned to darkness. Then clouds appeared in the sky, covering the entire sky. This situation occurs almost every day. The moon only appears at a specific time, and the appearance time is very short, only less than half an hour. And this time is also when many monsters absorb the essence of the moon. With the Night Slayer hexagram array, Song Jian also has the ability to absorb the essence of the moon. Absorbing the essence of the moon can improve physical fitness. But Song Jian has absorbed it for a few days, but he did not find that his attributes have increased. He just felt more comfortable, and his body became more transparent, as if the impurities in his body were being expelled bit by bit. It's good after all. As long as you persist, you will definitely improve, Song Jian thought to himself. However, every time he absorbed the essence of the moon, he would always feel a killing intent in his heart, which made Song Jian want to rush into the monsters with a knife and kill them all. This made Song Jian a little alert. Once immersed in the pleasure of killing, it is easy to lose yourself and become a walking corpse who only knows how to kill. Song Jian sat cross-legged on the bed, listening to the roars of the monsters outside the manor, silently waiting for the moment when the moon appeared. Every night at midnight. At midnight, the moon will appear for a quarter of an hour. Song Jian was silent. As time went by, the hexagram on his chest began to emit a faint light. What Song Jian didn't notice was that in his equipment column, the black stone tablet was also emitting a faint black light as time went by. The manor was silent. The butler George, the gardener, and the carpenter had all rested. The manor's defenses were all ready to go. Once a monster entered the warning range of the manor's defense facilities, these arrow towers and catapults would automatically attack and kill the monster. And the killed monsters, whether corpses or dropped items, would be dragged into the spiritual field by the poisonous tree Alex, using the tree roots to serve as nutrients. Quack! Quack! Blood crows flew out of the castle one by one. They seemed to like the bloody ghost poisonous tree Alex very much. Every time they appeared, they would fly to the poisonous tree to rest. After a long time, a ray of moonlight shone in from the window. Song Jian opened his eyes, and with a thought, his figure appeared at the highest point of the castle. A ray of silver moon essence fell from the sky and merged into Song Jian's body. Song Jian only felt a cool breath entering his body, flowing through his meridians, and finally entering the hexagram array on his chest. After lighting up the hexagram array, it came out of the hexagram array and merged into Song Jian's body. The cool breath coming out of the hexagram array seemed to become more refined, and the faint light emitted by the hexagram array was also swallowing and spitting, like a heart beating slightly. As the light of the hexagram array trembled slightly, Song Jian couldn't help but feel an inexplicable murderous intent in his heart, and became a little irritable. But fortunately, this murderous intent emerged suddenly, but disappeared faster. Song Jian now has enough willpower to suppress this inexplicable murderous intent. A quarter of an hour passed in a flash. The essence of the moon disappeared, and Song Jian exhaled a breath of foul air, which was mixed with fine gray impurities. If you don't look carefully, it is difficult to find the existence of impurities. Song Jian slowly opened his eyes, and was about to return to the castle, but suddenly found that a colorful light came from a distance, illuminating a large area. Doomsday supermarket? Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he was immediately excited. This colorful light was exactly the same as when the Doomsday supermarket appeared in the game. It should have been more than a month. Does that mean that the Doomsday supermarket will appear once a month? Thinking of the endless items in the Doomsday supermarket, Song Jian's heart was beating wildly. After opening the parcel column, Song Jian first checked the Doomsday coins. There were less than 500 of them. But there were quite a few items that could be sold, including a lot of grilled and fried meat, as well as the potions he had just made. And, oh my god, why hasn't this thing been sold yet? I almost forgot about it. Song Jian looked at the pair of equipment in the parcel that was emitting a dark green light, and slapped his head and said, if the items in the parcel column are put together, at least more than 2,000 Doomsday coins can be collected. If this thing is added, Song Jian thinks that it should be no problem to take out 3,000 Doomsday coins. In the supermarket, those skills worth 300 to 500 are no longer in my eyes. This time I have to pick carefully to see if there are any skills related to the sword immortal profession. If I can get 1 or 2 more books, I will be ready to switch to the sword immortal profession at level 10, Song Jian said in his heart. After turning on the radio, there was a burst of electric noise, and then the radio became very quiet. Perhaps because it was night. Not many people were still using the radio. Ahem. This is the City of Hope. I have 2 level 10 equipment for sale. If you need it, just quote the price. Song Jian then reported the properties of the 2 gloves. The radio was silent. After waiting for a while, Song Jian called twice in a row, but still no one spoke. He was a little disappointed. It seemed that there were too few people at night. Sell it to Doomsday Supermarket? If those 2 guys knew that I sold it to Doomsday Supermarket, they would probably kill me. Song Jian looked up at the colorful light outside the window and shook his head. 1,000 Doomsday coins. A voice suddenly sounded in the radio. The voice was very soft, as if whispering, 1,000 Doomsday coins? Song Jian's eyes lit up. This price directly broke through Song Jian's psychological expectations. He originally planned to sell it for 700 or 800 Doomsday coins, which was considered good. Before Song Jian could speak, the radio seemed to explode, and a series of curses and shouting sounds rang out. Old Soma, you old guy is still awake so late. You want to buy a set of level 10 equipment for 1,000 Doomsday coins. Are you still asleep? I'll give you 1,500 Doomsday coins. 1,005. I'll give you 1,800. Direct transaction. My address is 2,000. I am the steward of Baron Kasha in the City of Sin. If you sell these 2 pieces of equipment to us, you will gain the friendship of Baron Kasha. Baron Kasha? That bunny who sells his butt? Do you think everyone likes his stinky butt? 2,500 Doomsday coins. 2,800 Doomsday coins. Who is humiliating Baron Kasha like this? Do you dare to tell me your name? You are provoking the entire Kasha family. 3,000 Doomsday coins. I am the commander of the Hurricane Legion. Boy, I am waiting for you to take revenge on me. Ha ha ha. 3,002. Although the set is rare, it is only a level 10 equipment, a transitional equipment, and the value will not be too high. 3,005. Idiot. Level 10 equipment is already considered professional equipment, and it's a set. The skill alone is worth the price. Hearing the noisy bidding voices on the radio, Song Jian suddenly felt like he was about to suffocate. He originally thought that the item was only worth 700 or 800 Doomsday coins. But in just a few minutes, it was bid up to more than 3,000 Doomsday coins. Song Jian's eyes rolled, and he immediately understood why no one spoke after he shouted several times. These NPCs are too cunning. They all thought that others were asleep and wanted to pick up a bargain. Chapter 157 Doomsday Blacksmith Shop. For 1,000 Doomsday coins. If there is a higher price, I will give up. It's just a set of level 10 weapons. If it's more than 4,000, it's not worth it. A charming woman's voice sounded on the radio. This voice seemed to have some kind of magic, which made people feel itchy and wanted to see the woman who made this voice immediately. As soon as his voice appeared, there was a brief silence on the radio. After a moment, an old voice sounded on the radio, a hymn. Since the Queen of Sin said so, then this pair of gloves is worth at most 4,000 Doomsday coins. The Sora family withdraws from the bidding. The Kasha family withdraws from the bidding. The Storm Legion withdraws from the bidding. Song Jian was surprised. It seemed that this woman, who was called the Queen of Sin, must have unimaginable power. Otherwise she would not have made so many people give in. However, for 1,000 Doomsday coins had already exceeded Song Jian's psychological expectations, and he would not feel dissatisfied. Moreover, when it was 3,800 Doomsday coins, the other people in the radio station had already begun to bid cautiously. Okay, Then you will buy this pair of gloves. Song Jian could not help but use honorifics and said, very good. I will be in the manor outside the city in the next few days. You just need to send it to. That's all. First. Ahem. Wait a moment. I don't have any stamps right now. I wonder if you can send me a stamp first. Of course. The cost can be deducted from the selling price. Song Jian said a little embarrassedly. It seems that a new kid is lucky and dropped this pair of boxing gloves. Congratulations to you. Uh-huh. You just need to upgrade your mailbox to level 3. And you don't need stamps to mail. If you are short of Doomsday coins, I can send you the payment first. The Queen of Sin said with a sweet laugh. This guy. Does his voice have a charm? I can't stand it. Just after hearing 2 laughs, Song Jian actually felt an impulse from the bottom of his heart. And his face changed. You? Aren't you afraid that I will take the money and not mail it to you? Song Jian asked suddenly. The radio station was silent, and only the slight noise of electricity could be heard. After a long time, the Queen of Sin said slowly, no one in this world dares to take my money and not give me things. I am the Queen of Sin. Queen of Sin? Could it be that the Queen of Sin is the actual controller of the City of Sin? Song Jian suddenly thought of the Earl Qian Dahai, who lived in the inner city of the City of Sin. Not long after, Song Jian received a system prompt that there was a new email. When he came to the mailbox and opened it, he saw that there were indeed 4,000 Doomsday coins. Not a cent less. After Song Jian took it, the 4,000 gold coins were automatically divided into 3 parts, leaving only more than 1,300 gold coins in his package. Opening the mailbox properties. Upgrading to a second-level mailbox requires 300 Doomsday coins. Song Jian directly clicked the upgrade. And soon, the ordinary mailbox outside the courtyard gate immediately shone with light. System, your mailbox is upgraded to level 2. And the number of mails that can be retained increases by 10. It takes 500 gold coins to upgrade the second-level mailbox to level 3. The more than 1,000 gold coins that I just got. Only 500 are left in a blink of an eye. System, your mailbox has been upgraded to level 3. And the number of mails that can be retained has increased by 10. You can also mail without stamps, with a daily limit of 3 times. After Song Jian mailed the boxing gloves, he felt relieved. It was really the Queen of Sin who put too much pressure on him. In the Doomsday, a big man who can control a city has more power than a mayor or even a senior official in the real world. There are still 500 Doomsday coins, which is not bad. Now I can at least collect 3,500 or 600 Doomsday coins, which should be enough to buy 1 or 2 good things. Thinking of this, Song Jian became excited again. The place where the colorful light shines is far away from Song Jian's manor. If it weren't for the night, the colorful light would illuminate the sky like a searchlight, and Song Jian might not have noticed its existence. Standing at the highest point of the manor castle and looking at the colorful light, the straight line distance is at least 50 or 60 kilometers, and it has entered the deeper part of the city. The level of the monsters there is probably more than level 10, and the specific location cannot be seen for the time being. It should be near Weihu Park. Song Jian opened the map and took a rough look at it in his heart. Thinking of this, Song Jian looked around, gritted his teeth, turned into black fog, and flew towards Weihu Park. It was night, and riding a motorcycle should be faster, but the motorcycle was too noisy, and there were too many monsters at night. If you ride a motorcycle, you may be surrounded by monsters after a few kilometers. At that time, let alone entering the Doomsday supermarket, even your life will be in danger. Transformed into a ball of black mist, floating in the air and slowly flying towards Weihu Park. Song Jian was very careful along the way, fearing that he would encounter the Batwing zombies from last night. The Batwing zombies consisted of hundreds of level 10 elite bosses, which made people feel scared at the thought. If they encountered them in the air, there was no chance of survival. Fortunately, Song Jian did not encounter any flying monsters along the way. It took more than an hour to arrive at Weihu Park safely. At this time, in an open space next to Weihu Park, a building covering an area of 500 to 600 square meters appeared out of thin air, which felt out of tune with the surrounding environment. Looking at the building below that was emitting colorful light, Song Jian frowned. This building looked much smaller than the 3-story Doomsday supermarket. Is this Doomsday blacksmith shop? Song Jian looked at the huge words on the building and was stunned. How could there be such a building? After descending from the sky, Song Jian found that there were already 5 or 6 people standing at the door of the Doomsday blacksmith shop. All of them showed their equipment, which were almost all green or blue quality equipment, and everyone's level was above level 7. It seemed that the players who could come to Weihu Park at night were already elite players in this city. Seeing Song Jian descending from the sky, several players surrounding the Doomsday blacksmith shop showed curiosity in their eyes, and couldn't help looking Song Jian up and down. But no one approached to chat or talk to him. The atmosphere in front of the blacksmith shop seemed a little weird. Dang dang dang. A sound of metal collision came from the Doomsday blacksmith shop, as if someone was forging iron inside. Song Jian looked around and was about to step forward to push open the door of the blacksmith shop, but suddenly saw that the players around him showed him a playful look, and his feet suddenly stopped, and he took it back and waited in front of the blacksmith shop like other players. After a long time, the metal knocking sound in the blacksmith shop stopped, and the door was pushed open, and a strong dwarf with iron filings on his beard walked out. Chapter 158 Armed Miners. LV30 Dwarf Blacksmith Albertine Elite. HP 3800/3800. Features: Super Strength, Super Defense, Super Resistance. Skills: Title: Senior Blacksmith. The attributes displayed above the head of the dwarf blacksmith surprised Song Jian. He did not expect that the opponent was actually a level 30 elite boss. Song Jian knew that if he wanted to detect the attributes of monsters or NPCs above level 10, he must have corresponding skills, such as reconnaissance. But even so, if the skill level is not high, he can only detect part of the target's attributes, not all of them. The blacksmith Albertine in front of him hid his skills and did not want to show them to the public. But the attributes he showed to the public were enough to shock people. Albertine exuded a smoky aura, holding a glittering long sword in his hand. This sword was very similar to the guardian sword inserted on Song Jian's waist, but it was twice as big as the guardian sword. It should be a two-handed sword, but Albertine held it in one hand, looking very relaxed. Are the gods in this city so rare? It seems that I won't make much money this time, Albertine muttered in a low voice. But what he thought was a whisper was no different from normal conversations by ordinary people. At least the players around him could hear it clearly. Suddenly, these players showed uncertain expressions on their faces and looked at each other, as if they were exchanging information with their eyes. Song Jian was also shocked. Albertine's words revealed an obvious message. That is, there were also God-favored people with similar identities as them in other places. That is, players. Could it be that players can also descend in other cities? Places like the City of Sin? Or, is there more than one zombie city like this in this game? Song Jian thought to himself. Papa. Albertine waved his left hand and slapped the blade of the two-handed sword in his right hand, making a sound to attract the attention of the players. You did a good job. You were very quiet when I was forging. I like children who follow the rules. Albertine smiled and continued. Then this two-handed sword in my hand is what I just forged. I can give you a preferential price. The base price is 500 Doomsday coins. The highest bidder wins. As he spoke, Albertine's left hand gently touched the blade, as if he used some skill. A faint white light enveloped the entire long sword, and then slowly disappeared. The long sword, which originally had no visible attributes, flashed a blue light, and the attributes naturally appeared in front of several players. Elite Knight Long Sword Blue. Weapon: two-handed sword. Attack 36 to 49. Strength +2. Armor break +1. Attack speed increased by 10%. Special effects: Charge Strike active. Charged for 1 second. Causes 150% weapon damage to the target, and has a certain chance to repel the enemy. Skill cooldown: 10 seconds. Usage requirements: Level 7. Can it be taken out of the game? No. This imposing long sword is also a fine product among blue quality weapons. Although there is nothing particularly outstanding, it is also quite satisfactory, with high attack, good attributes, and an attack skill. If you shout it on the radio, Song Jian thinks that it can be sold for at least 1,000 Doomsday coins. 500 Doomsday coins. I want them. A player wearing metal mail shouted with a look of joy in his eyes. The two-handed knight sword is not very useful to me, but my companion wants to work as a warrior, so he should be interested. 550 Doomsday coins. A player wearing leather armor and a longbow on his back said after a moment's hesitation. Only 3 or 4 players made offers, and the price was not too high. When a player bid 800 Doomsday coins, no other players competed with him. Hey, it's a bit of a loss. The materials for this long sword alone cost nearly 500 Doomsday coins. Albertine shook his head slightly and muttered to himself. It seems that the purchasing power of the gods in this city is not good, and he is not interested in continuing to make weapons for sale. After trading the long sword in his hand with the player who bid 800, Albertine shook his head and turned to walk towards the blacksmith shop, looking like he was going to close the shop. Bang! The door of the blacksmith shop closed. The lights inside went out, and the colorful light of the whole blacksmith shop also went out, turning it into a very inconspicuous building. Thank you, everyone. The player who bought the long sword bowed to the other people and gestured with a happy smile on his face. This time, he was the only one who got a small advantage, and the others went there in vain and returned empty-handed. You are lucky. If I were not used to using a two-handed sword, I would definitely compete with you this time, someone said unwillingly. Hey, who knew he would only sell one weapon? If I had known, I would have competed. Even if I bought this long sword for 1,000 Doomsday coins, I wouldn't lose money. A level 7 blue quality weapon. Put it aside for a while. Wait for everyone to level up. Even if it's 1,500 Doomsday coins, it can be sold. Oh, then you have to wait for a while. Players don't have money in their pockets now. They are so poor. Otherwise, why do you think he bought this long sword for 800 Doomsday coins? Several players joked with each other and left the Doomsday blacksmith shop, leaving Song Jian standing in front of the blacksmith shop in a daze. Those who dare to use the word Doomsday as their signboard will not just sell a weapon so easily. Right? Song Jian stared at the blacksmith shop that had turned dark and thought to himself. In other games, you can learn forging or mining skills in the blacksmith shop. I wonder if you can learn these skills in this Doomsday blacksmith shop. Mining skills can be learned by yourself as long as there are mines. But if you don't have a skill book or a master to teach you forging skills, unless you are a blacksmith in the real world, it is too difficult to learn it by yourself. Standing outside the blacksmith shop for an hour, there was no movement in the blacksmith shop. Albertine seemed to be asleep. Song Jian couldn't help but feel nervous. Did I guess wrong? Or is this dwarf blacksmith dissatisfied with the players in this city and will not contact the players anymore? Song Jian thought to himself. Just when Song Jian was hesitant and wanted to give up, the door of the blacksmith shop suddenly opened and the dwarf blacksmith Albertine came out. Little guy, why are you still standing here? Albertine stared at Song Jian and asked in a deep voice. This, dwarf uncle. Hello. I want to ask. I wonder if you can teach me the forging technique to make equipment. Seeing Albertine appear, Song Jian couldn't help but feel ecstatic. But his face was very polite. He bowed to Albertine and asked. Albertine looked Song Jian up and down, and suddenly said, Little guy, I wonder if you have heard of the combat profession of armed miner. Chapter 159 Obsidian. Armed miner? This sounds like a non-mainstream profession. It should be translated as a miner who can fight. This is the same as the king of beggars. After all, isn't it still a miner? Adding the word armed makes it seem more advanced. I haven't heard of it. Can you explain this combat profession to me? Song Jian replied respectfully. No matter how bad the profession is, at least the other party is a combat professional instructor. At least the main quest has taken another step forward. In this city full of monsters, it is not easy to find a combat instructor. Ha ha ha. This profession has good combat power, and is also proficient in mining, can identify a variety of mineral deposits, and often has unexpected surprises. Albertine said to Song Jian with a smile on his face. What do you think? Young man, if you are willing to work as an armed miner, then my test task for you will be easier. What do you think? Song Jian looked at Albertine's face with a pyramid scheme elite, shook his head slightly and said, I haven't decided which combat profession to work for yet. I want to learn more before making a decision. In that case, Albertine retracted his smile, became serious, looked up and down at Song Jian, and whispered, in that case, then I have to choose the task carefully. Woo! Albertine's right hand kept sliding in the air in front of him, as if there was a screen in front of him with many task options for him to choose from. Collecting obsidian. This task is good. This is it. It also allows you to know in advance the charm of the armed miner profession. Albertine's eyes lit up, and he directly selected a test task. System. Combat Professional Mentor Albertine issued a test task to you. Collect obsidian. Task requirements. collect 100 units of obsidian and give them to Albertan to gain his recognition. Task reward: gain Albertan's trust and explain to you the information about the profession armed miner. Task penalty: the favorability with combat professional mentor Albertan drops to indifference. Accept. Teacher: where can I collect this obsidian? The mine in this city is too far from here, Song Jian said with some embarrassment. Take out your map. I will mark the places where you can collect ore, Albertan said. Song Jian smiled slightly. He had long guessed that there must be more than one place in this city where ore can be collected. There should be other places where ore can be collected. Handing the map over, Albertan gently tapped a few places on the map and handed the map to Song Jian. You only need to go to any place here to collect obsidian. Maybe you can also collect other more precious ores. You can sell them to me at that time. I will give you a good price, Albertan said, but be careful. These places are like mines. There are many monsters. If you want to collect ore, you must kill the monsters around. Song Jian glanced at the map, nodded slightly to Albertine, and walked towards the nearest collection site. Albertine looked at Song Jian's back, shook his head slightly, turned and entered the blacksmith shop, and closed the door. Soon, Song Jian came to the nearest marked location, which was a subway entrance. It used to be an entrance to the city's number 2 subway line, but it was now abandoned. The subway entrance was covered with green vines, almost covering the entire subway entrance. Pushing aside the vines, a dark entrance was revealed. Gusts of cold wind blew out of the subway entrance, accompanied by the roars of monsters, which made people shudder. Huh? I hope these monsters are not too high. Song Jian's heart was beating fast. The unknown is what scares people the most. Standing at the subway entrance and pondering for a moment, Song Jian walked down the stairs of the subway entrance. The vines behind him covered the subway entrance again, and the last ray of light disappeared. Song Jian walked down the stairs slowly and quietly. All around was dark, and it was pitch dark. It took Song Jian more than 20 minutes to walk a staircase less than 30 meters long. Almost every time he went down a staircase, he had to be careful to sense the surrounding situation. After going down the stairs, there was a wide passage in front of him. There were some rooms on both sides of the passage, all of which were shops selling various items. In the middle of the passage, there was a store with a flashing sign, illuminating a large area around. Out of curiosity, Song Jian walked towards the store. The store seemed to be a convenience store. Not very big, only about 50 square meters. Song Jian came to the door of the convenience store, and the glass door opened automatically, and the music of welcome sounded at the same time. Except for the windows on the surrounding walls, there was no one in the convenience store. It seemed to be an unmanned convenience store. Song Jian walked into the convenience store and checked it out. The front rows sold various foods and drinks, which could reduce hunger and thirst and improve some temporary attributes. Song Jian looked at the package column. There was still a lot of food, but not much water. Mineral water white, drink. Effect: reduce hunger and thirst by 45 points. Increase spirit value recovery speed by 10%. Price: 10 Doomsday coins. Red Bull drink white, drink. Effect: reduce hunger and thirst by 50 points. Immediately restore 30 spirit points. Price: 30 Doomsday coins. Fresh juice white, drink. Effect: reduce hunger and thirst by 55 points. Increase defense value by 5 points. Lasts for 30 minutes. Price: 45 Doomsday coins. There are more than a dozen kinds of drinks alone, each of which can increase different attributes in addition to reducing hunger and thirst. But the price is not cheap. Song Jian spent more than 1,000 Doomsday coins to buy all the drinks in this convenience store. Although these drinks are expensive, they are in short supply. Even if he doesn't use them, he can still make a lot of money by selling them. Compared to the drinks, the food here is much worse. Even worse than Song Jian's barbecue and fried meat. After just a glance, Song Jian lost interest in the food here. In addition to food and drinks, the next cabinet sells various collection tools. Pickaxes, fine iron pickaxes, prospectors, mining ropes, and Song Jian even saw an automatic mining robot. But the price was 10,000 Doomsday coins, which made Song Jian stay away. It was too expensive. I wonder if the ore collected by this automatic mining robot can make back its own selling price. Song Jian only spent 300 Doomsday coins to buy a prospector for these tools. And he just looked at the others, but didn't buy them. In the next cabinet, there were rows of weapons. various types of pistols, submachine guns, and even infantry mines, grenades, explosives and other things. But these items were all white quality, with low damage and average properties. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, and finally gave up buying. If all these items were purchased and sold to players, he could make a small profit of 100 or 200 Doomsday coins. But Song Jian only had more than 2,000 Doomsday coins left, so it was impossible to buy them all. And reselling them would be time-consuming and laborious, and he wouldn't make much money. Song Jian didn't want to be a full-time businessman, so he just glanced at them and turned away. Walking to the last window, Song Jian's eyes lit up. There was only one kind of item in this window, and there were only 3 of them. The price was ridiculously high, but Song Jian bought one without hesitation. After a quick glance at the entire convenience store, there was no more item that Song Jian was interested in. Song Jian turned around and left, walking towards the subway station stand. Chapter 160 Bloodstone. The machine Song Jian bought is called ore processor, which integrates the functions of crushing, decomposition, extraction, etc., and can directly purify the ore into the corresponding finished product. For example, if you put in 1 unit of iron ore, you can directly decompose it into a metal iron ingot. And if you put in a piece of gold ore, you can directly get a complete piece of gold. This ore processor looks like a rectangular metal box, more than half a person tall. When using it, you must take it out of the package, and you can put it back into the package column when you don't need it, which is very convenient. The price of this item is also very expensive, requiring 2,000 Doomsday coins, and ordinary players can't afford it at all. What is the price of materials, and what is the price of finished products? Song Jian had a deep understanding after his first contact with the Doomsday supermarket. A piece of zombie meat can only be sold for 1 Doomsday coin. But if it is made into fried meat or barbecued meat, it is worth 20 to 30 Doomsday coins. And the price has doubled by 20 to 30 times. Obviously, if the ore is sold, it can only be regarded as materials, and the price will definitely be very low. But if it is decomposed into a finished product, the price will naturally increase accordingly. Relying on the lights of the convenience store, Song Jian walked all the way to the subway stand. After walking a few hundred meters, a faint light appeared in front of him. He walked in and saw that it was the ore on both sides of the subway track, emitting a faint light. The concrete passages on both sides of the railway tracks were now covered by a layer of rocks, which emitted colorful lights and looked like a dream. Deep in the subway tracks, Song Jian saw a corroded subway car that had left the tracks and lay in the passage, with a thick layer of green embroidery on its surface. Song Jian jumped off the platform and took out a palm-sized compass to explore left and right. This was the prospector he had just bought from a convenience store, which could detect minerals within a 3-meter range. The prospector looked like a radar, with a metal shell and a layer of transparent glass on the front. There was a pointer in the center and an LCD screen below the pointer, which showed a thin line. This line was like a light detector in a hospital, constantly jumping in small amplitudes, and the pointer of the prospector was constantly shaking as Song Jian kept changing his position. Song Jian walked forward along the rocks on both sides of the track. Just after walking 5 or 6 meters, the prospector made a rapid click-click sound, and the pointer swished and deviated to the far left. At the same time, the line on the LCD screen below the pointer began to jump violently. Song Jian walked to the place indicated by the pointer. Here was a rock wall emitting red light. Song Jian kept moving up and down on this rock wall. When he moved to a position 1 meter away from the ground on his left hand, the transparent glass of the entire prospector suddenly emitted a soft green light. This is it. Song Jian put away the prospector and punched the rock wall. Bang, bang, bang. Cracks appeared on the hard rock wall, and broken stones flew everywhere. Song Jian felt a slight stinging pain in his fist. It seemed that this was more difficult than collecting rocks. After smashing for more than 10 minutes, a red light flew out from the rock wall and entered Song Jian's package column. System, you collected 1 unit of blood soul stone, and the experience value of stone mining increased by 25 points. Blood soul stone? Song Jian's eyes lit up. To upgrade the blood pool from level 1 to level 2, 100 units of blood soul stone were needed. Originally, he wanted to spend money to buy it, but the blood soul stone was too expensive, so Song Jian put it aside. Unexpectedly, he could actually collect blood soul stone here. It was a pleasant surprise. Blood soul stone white, material, can be used for enchantment, engineering, and medicine. Usage requirements: possess the corresponding production skills. Looking at the blood soul stone emitting a faint red light in the parcel column, Song Jian thought to himself, this blood soul stone is really widely used. No wonder it is so expensive. Is there a blood soul stone mine here? If so, then I'm really going to make a fortune. Take out the prospector and continue to explore. The prospector is very convenient to use and can accurately find the specific location of the ore. But it takes a little time. In more than half an hour, Song Jian only collected 3 units of blood soul stone. I'd better finish the test mission first. As long as I know the collection location, I can collect the bloodstone sooner or later. Song Jian thought to himself. Directly giving up the ore in this red area, Song Jian walked along the track towards the depths of the passage. Obsidian should be the ore area emitting black light. Soon, Song Jian saw that the rock wall on the side of the train was emitting black light. Jumping on the train, Song Jian took out the prospecting device to search. The prospecting device can only detect the location of the ore, but cannot detect what type of ore it is. Song Jian can only guess based on the name of the ore that obsidian should be in this area emitting black light. Data. The prospector made another rapid sound, following the direction indicated by the pointer. Song Jian walked towards the middle of the train. This is it. Looking at the soft green light emitted by the prospector, Song Jian smiled slightly and punched the rock wall. Just then, Song Jian suddenly felt a slight tremor under his feet, and a low roar came from the train compartment under his feet. Monster! Song Jian had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Put away the prospector, drew out the dagger, and prepared to jump off the train. Boom! A big hole suddenly exploded in the carriage under his feet, and a dry arm stretched out from the hole and tightly grasped Song Jian's ankle. Then, a great force came, and the monster under his feet seemed to want to pull him into the carriage. Song Jian frowned, and his body suddenly turned into a ball of black mist, floating upwards. The monster stretched out its arms and probed around twice, and when it found that Song Jian was missing, it became furious and kept roaring and screaming. It stretched its arms to the hole, grabbed the surrounding iron sheets, and tore them hard on both sides. After a while, it directly tore a large hole that could be entered and exited by one person. Soon, a naked zombie came out of the big hole and roared at the black mist above his head. Zombie has a thick layer of scales on its body, emitting a dark glow, as if it is wearing a layer of armor. Even the sides of its cheeks are covered with scales the size of a fingernail. LV-10 Armored Zombie Elite. HP, 1100/1100. Features, Super Defense. Skills, Level 10 Elite Boss. This is a bit difficult. Song Jian stared at the boss that was constantly roaring and roaring below, feeling a bit tricky. He came here not to kill monsters and boss, but to mine. But if he didn't kill the boss in front of him, he couldn't continue to collect. If my rocket launcher is not broken, it won't be difficult to deal with this boss. But now, Song Jian hesitated for a moment, controlled his body, and slowly fell towards the boss.